This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Flying Fish Harbor, Xiangmai Principality. In the side room of a house in the east of the city. Huh? On the wooden bed, the young boy Ivan slowly climbed up and sat upright on the edge of the bed. He stared blankly around and looked at himself. Everything made him feel familiar and strange. Where is this? How can I move? Thinking of these questions, a lot of information naturally emerged in my mind. My name is Ivan Marichatin. I am 13.5 years old this year. I live in the East District of Flying Fish Harbor, and I am a knight's page. He was even more confused. He was paralyzed and had come to another world and became another person. Thump, thump, thump. The abnormal heartbeat brought his thoughts back to reality. This was a warning from his body. He realized that this body was not healthy either. He felt uncomfortable all over. In addition to the excessively fast and heavy heartbeat, there was a big bulge on his left arm. The skin on the bulge was purple-brown, as if it was blocked by blood stasis. There was a small black hole in the middle, and the blue veins around it looked like hideous earthworms. Damn it, the bulge is actually wider than a fist. There should be 2 bulges on the back, and there is a feeling of numbness and stiffness there. Is it bitten by some insect? His face was very ugly, and some bad pictures came to his mind at this time. Going on an adventure with 2 friends, a cave under the cliff by the sea, a dilapidated ship, 3 people looking for treasures from the sunken ship. But a group of large unknown flying insects, like water spiders and large flower mosquitoes, buzzed directly at the 3 people. The 3 people fled out in panic. Ivan ran in front, and when he was about to reach the door, he was suddenly pulled hard by someone, and he staggered and couldn't stand steadily. The other 2 took the opportunity to run ahead, and the other one closed the door and blocked him inside. He was so flustered that he failed to open the door. Fortunately, it was a shabby ship. He managed to jump into the water from the other side of the ship and escape. He went ashore and returned home dizzy. As a result, he fell asleep. Wait for those 2 swordsmen of Roseade. His previous life died so hastily that he felt the same way. He cursed bitterly and thought to himself that he would make those 2 pay the price. I almost lost consciousness. Ivan stopped his chaotic thoughts, changed his clothes, took a few silver coins and hurried out. After finally living a second life and having a body that can move freely, I can't just throw it away. Evan, Mr. Evan, where are you going? Looking at the boy's back without turning back, Aunt Kaishi called a few words and watched him run away. She sighed slightly. This little Mr. Evan was getting more and more playful every day. He had to talk to his employer, Mr. Lyde, otherwise he would be responsible if something went wrong. Evan walked south, crossed many streets, and came to a clinic next to the alley at the end of the street. The door of the clinic was half open. The palpitations in his chest made him dare not delay, and he went straight in. He could smell the mixed smell of medicinal herbs at the door. Inside was a white-haired old man with a slight limp. Old or TSK. Old or was the only doctor in the clinic. There was a birthmark on his skinny face, as if it was burned by flames. Those who knew Old or knew that he had an unusually strange temper. At this moment, he stared at Ivan's arm and made an impolite sound. After a few glances he said, "You are still alive." What did you see? Ivan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't dare to say anything. He just looked at him anxiously. You are lucky. The toxins must have been lost in the water. And you are lucky to have found me. This is a deadly poison secreted by mutant insects. Except for me, no one else in the entire flying fish port can treat you. Old or spoke the diagnosis slowly, and his complacency could not be concealed in his words. Seeing his confidence, Ivan asked, Mr. War, I leave it to you. Let me see, here, is there any feeling here? No, how about this side? The condition of the back is much better than the arm. I will treat your arm first. Wait, I have to get a basin to hold it. The poisonous blood cannot be wasted. I haven't seen such a strong toxin in a few years. Beside the table, Old or treated him while talking, and took a basin and placed it under the arm to be treated. Apply medicated oil, cut 3 cuts on the big drum, squeeze out the poisonous blood, and wash it with green medicine. The pungent smell spread. The pungent smell was secondary, the pain was the key. Ivan's arm couldn't stop shaking. Don't shake, it's good to feel pain, it's a big problem if it doesn't hurt. Suddenly, Old or punched him on the wound, causing Ivan to grimace in pain, but he dared not speak, and cursed the quack in his heart. Old or continued to squeeze the big bulge, and more poisonous blood flowed and dripped with the green potion. The severe pain made Ivan's eyes wet. It was too painful, If old Orr's palm hadn't been pulling him like an iron hoop, he would have pulled back his arm long ago. When old Orr stopped squeezing, only a shrunken layer remained on the bulge on his forearm, and red blood was oozing out bit by bit. Sprinkle some copper powder on the wound, and the bleeding will stop immediately after the powder is sprinkled on the wound. It only takes a second and a half, as if it has encountered a nemesis. This made Ivan, whose pain has eased a little, look at it a few more times. He thought about it, and realized that it was right. There are knights and fighting spirits in this world, as well as more mysterious wizards. It is normal for the medicine to have an unexpected effect. What a fuss! Old Orr took out a delicate glass bottle with golden lines on the bottle body. It seemed to be a noble product. He scooped a spoonful of ointment from it, spread it evenly on the bulge, and bandaged it with cotton coarse cloth. He then treated Ivan's back, fiddled with it for a while, and finally bandaged it with glue, cotton, and rough cloth. Drink it. After treating the wound, he handed over a small bottle of dark green medicine. Old Orr bumped his shoulder, pushed him aside rudely, and packed his things by himself. This damn old man is really strong. Ivan walked a few steps to the side before stopping. He drank the dark green medicine in one gulp, and glared at the old man with his eyes. This veterinarian, bah, a quack, isn't he afraid of medical trouble? Old Orr suddenly turned around, staring at each other, and Ivan awkwardly forced out a polite smile. Do you have money? Yes. How much? 9 silver coins. Ivan answered truthfully. This was all his assets, and it was probably not enough. At this moment, his palpitations disappeared, his heartbeat became more and more stable, and the cut wound felt as cool as if it was covered with an ice pack. The whole person was relieved of a shackle, which showed that the other party was very skilled. When he heard 9 silver coins, Old Orr's eyes widened even more, and there was a knife hidden in his eye sockets. Do you think 9 silver coins can save your life? They are all top-quality medicines. Probably not. Ivan shook his head and continued, how about I pay 9 silver coins first, and I figure out how to pay the rest in a few days. Old Orr didn't say anything for a long time, and then he turned his head and said, today's treatment fee is 2 gold coins. You have to come in 2 days. It costs 1 gold coin. Remember to come, and work for me, and do odd jobs. The rest will be discussed after your father comes back. Okay. The other party saved his life, and Ivan never thought of refusing to pay. 3 gold coins are equivalent to 300 silver coins, which is equivalent to his family's expenses for 3 months. He definitely can't afford this money. His father is the leader of a mercenary group. People in the mercenary group are often injured during missions, and they come to the clinic for treatment many times, so they are familiar with each other. As for the strange arrangement of doing odd jobs, he guessed that it was because Old Orr had a bad temper and didn't like him. Mr. Orr, thank you for saving my life. After a while, Ivan walked out of the clinic with a booklet of odd job precautions in his pocket. The sky outside was beginning to darken. Perhaps the memory was completely integrated. Looking at the long street with blue bricks and black tiles, and the pedestrians with brown hair, red hair, blue eyes and black eyes, he did not feel strange, but felt a sense of calmness as if he was used to it. It's good to be able to move. He walked towards home with an especially relaxed pace. As a young man who has been paralyzed for almost half a year, and has been judged to be incurable, being able to walk and jump, and being healthy is a kind of happiness. When he returned to his house, he saw a girl from a distance with a stern face, staring at him with a fierce look. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, long brown hair and black eyes, and looked a bit like a know-it-all lady. She deliberately put on a sullen face and managed to look dignified, and shouted, "You're still hanging out so late. You got hurt in a fight again. How come you're so seriously injured? Who hit you?" The girl was his 12-year-old sister, Paget, and Ivan felt like he was facing an older sister. Ivan said, "I was stung by a few bugs and just went to the clinic." "You didn't go into some remote cave, did you? You deserved it for showing off." Paget blamed softly, and at the same time reached out to help. Ivan was ashamed. She was right. A man came out of the room, running and saying, "Ivan, did you go on an adventure? You are disloyal and didn't take me with you." "Shut up, Sean. Brother Ivan is injured and needs to be quiet." "Oh." This is the younger brother Sean, also 12 years old, and he and Paget are twins, the youngest in the family. Sean is also a playful person. Thinking of his previous personality, Ivan understood why his sister Paget was the head of the family. There is a strange phenomenon in the Marichattan family. There are 5 brothers and sisters. The eldest and second are twin brothers, and the 4th and 5th are twins. The father is the only elder in the family. He is busy with the mercenary group all year round. The two older brothers have been with their father since early, and have been taught carefully. Ivan is the third child. Because he is not valued by his father, he has always been mischievous to highlight himself. After his mother died, he became more rebellious. The poor third child, neither up nor down, was not even given the family-inherited night's breathing method. After dinner, Ivan returned to his room and lamented about the past in his memory. I had to work to pay off my debts at the age of 13 and a half. There is nothing more wonderful in life than this. He took out the books that old Urs gave him, and prepared to prepare some for his working life. Besides, he was very interested in the medicines that old Urs used. 50 common medicinal herbs. The handwritten text in Vandani is the common language of the Principality of Xiangmai. Did you take the wrong one? Ivan paused, but this did not hinder his interest in reading. In his previous life, he had read Chinese medicine books when he was desperate, trying to save himself, so he was familiar with medicine books. This book has text introductions and pictures, and is written in great detail, but the medicinal materials written are very different. Anyway, none of them he has seen before. For example, the black spider flower in it. At first glance it really looks like a spider lying in the center of the flower, but this is actually the pattern in the center of the flower, which looks like a black spider about to jump. The flower can emit a special smell of hunting spiders to drive away insects. The flower petals with spider patterns are medicinal materials. After being smoked and processed, they will be rolled into small sticks. This is the finished medicinal material spider flower claw. Adding a kind of spider gland juice can make a medicine to remove strong odors, which is very amazing. The book opened his eyes, and gradually became addicted to the text and patterns. At a certain moment, his head suddenly sank, and a strange phantom appeared in front of his eyes, just in front of him, blocking his vision, and frightened him so much that he kept shrinking his head back, trying to avoid it. Chapter 2. There seemed to be no danger, only his head seemed to be thinking deeply, which involved some of his energy. Ivan calmed down and observed, staring at the light film flickering slightly in front of him with caution, with a familiar feeling. This should be a projected light screen. The light screen was looking for and adapting to something. After a minute or two, the changing light screen was fixed in his field of vision, and his head became relaxed. Looking at the thing so close, Ivan couldn't help but think of a widely circulated saying, "My son has the talent of an emperor, bah, it's me who has the talent of a top student. Keep a low profile," he murmured softly, forcing himself to calm down. Pharmacy, LV0, 1/10, a simple line of words, no other information. It's too clear. Isn't it just a panel in the game? Thinking of the changes just now, he felt that it might not be related to the game. The appearance of the panel might just be changed to a mode that he could easily understand. In any case, it should be a good thing. That's not right. I also know bodybuilding, boxing, swordsmanship, horsemanship, axemanship, and archery. Why is it not displayed? Ivan immediately thought of the reason. He probably needed to practice again from now on. Glancing at his injured arm, he gave up the idea of going out to practice swordplay. Close the panel. He tried to give an order, and the light film disappeared. The light film was summoned by him the next second. He tried to give the order with his mind voice without making any sound, and it worked. Unfortunately, the panel was too monotonous, so he turned his attention back to the medicine book. It seems that I can't do 999 with one knife. This will drive my obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Until late at night, the experience bar did not move, which made him feel uncomfortable, but he had to go to bed first because he was exhausted. A new day. Ivan felt refreshed. His injuries had improved a lot in just one night, and most of the discomfort in his body disappeared. The door opened with a slight creaking sound. Patty was tidying up the potted trees not far away. When she heard the noise, she put down the scissors in her hand. "Good morning, Brother Ivan. Can't you sleep a little longer?" "Morning, Patty. I slept well last night." "Are you feeling better?" "Thanks, Mr. Orr, I'm much better. The injury will heal in 2 or 3 days." Facing his sister's concerned eyes, he gave a relaxed answer. He didn't know the details. He could see that Paget was waiting outside the door, just to know his condition as soon as possible. Sure enough, Paget breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words, and smiled. "I asked Miss Kathy to prepare breakfast. Brother Ivan should come quickly after washing up." Ivan nodded gently. Paget walked quickly to the restaurant. When he turned the corner, he couldn't help but add, "Please don't drag it out. The food will lose its temperature and taste bad. I do it as soon as possible." Ivan nodded again, and rolled his eyes at his sister's satisfied back as she left. This predecessor is unreliable enough. The Marichattan family was aristocratic for 3 generations, and his great-grandfather was a baron, but later lost his title for some reason. Unlike ordinary civilians, the family has always maintained the habit of 3 meals a day and occasional afternoon tea and supper, but the food is not as exquisite and luxurious as that of the nobles. Today is different. His breakfast is special, richer than usual, with bread, smoked fish, eggs, milk, honey and jam cakes. Sean looked at him frequently, but he didn't dare to ask for it because of Paget's majesty. Ivan saw it and felt a little funny, and then he ate it without hesitation. The jam cake was sour and sweet, and the smoked fish had a unique woody and fragrant flavor. Miss Kathy, the food is delicious. Thank you for the compliment, but don't expect to have the same breakfast tomorrow. Today, Miss Paget specially ordered it. Aunt Kathy was a hired worker in the family. At this time, she was busy with odd jobs in her hands. She smiled when she heard Ivan's words, and then emphasized one sentence. Ivan couldn't help but glance at his sister. Paget said with a little caution, Dad only left us money for daily expenses, and we can't buy anything else. I know, I'm glad you can arrange it this way. Hearing her words, Ivan gave up asking about medical expenses and decided to wait until his father came back. It seems that the impression left by the previous life is a bit bad, and he can only slowly change the views of several people. Paget felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit stiff, and asked, Brother Ivan, have you started learning breathing techniques? I may need to prepare more food for you. Knights practice a breathing method that can extract life energy, which will greatly increase the consumption in the body, so they need to eat more food every day. Ivan said, We need to wait until the injury is healed. Generally speaking, knights can practice the breathing method of knights when they are 13 years old, but his father obviously does not intend to teach him the family breathing method and wants him to study in the swordsmanship hall. His predecessor was unwilling and kept delaying time. Ivan now has other ideas. Paget said seriously, Study hard, I will prepare food for you. Yeah. Ivan didn't refuse. At this time, Sean suddenly raised his head and looked at Ivan blankly. His action attracted the attention of the brother and sister. Sean showed an ugly smile on his face and said, I have good news and bad news, Brother Ivan. Which one do you want to hear? Paget, who knew his character well, knew that this was Sean's attitude after getting into trouble. Paget said, Tell me, what bad thing have you done again? Sean moved his butt forward half an inch. Ready to run away, he said. Before my father left, he asked Ivan to tell him that he had asked the bad-tempered old man to let Ivan go to the clinic the next day to learn to be a pharmacist from the old man. Paget understood instantly that his brother was 4 days late in delivering the message, causing him to miss an important opportunity. Holy Mother! She widened her watery eyes and shouted, Sean, look at what you have done. I just forgot. When Paget was about to do it, Sean had already dodged behind the chair. On the other side of the table, Ivan's face darkened. This naughty kid really could do something bad. No wonder Old Or was so aggressive yesterday. He just had the ability of light film, and was thinking about how to go to the clinic to study and further explore his ability, but he found that his brother was backstabbing him. Thinking of the pain he suffered yesterday, he blocked the exit and looked at his brother and asked seriously, Sean, do you know what the iron fist of love is? 2 days passed. Early in the morning, Ivan came to the end of the street, and the door of the clinic was closed. Bat stare. The name of the clinic probably means this. No, it should be the eyes of the bat. He noticed the wooden plaque on the clinic, which was written in ancient Vandani, a strange name that inexplicably matched Old Or. Huh? He noticed something and quietly muttered Shueba in his heart. Pharmacy, LV0, 3/10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. The panel he named Shueba appeared, and there was an additional subject on it. He was a little confused when he stared at it. 2 days ago, he tried swordsmanship, archery, etc., and he should have mastered the skills and had a solid foundation, but he failed to cause changes in the panel. On the contrary, today, without intention, a new subject appeared. Could it be that we have to look at the potential of the subject, and those with shallow potential are not worthy of admission? You are so late, and you still want me to invite you to your house? At this time, Old Or walked out from the corner at the end of the street with a sullen face. Ivan silently said to close it, and the light film disappeared. He had shown it in front of his sister, brother, and Aunt Kathy before. No one else could see his academic master panel. The light film should only exist in his own field of vision. Morning, Mr. Orr. I feel like I am almost healed. He owed the other party medical expenses, so he didn't care about Old Orr's attitude. Due to the mistake of the naughty kid Sean, there was another problem between the two parties, but he didn't plan to explain anything. Because old or was notoriously eccentric, it's not that no one wanted to become his apprentice over the years, but no one succeeded. There must be a reason. His idea was to do odd jobs first, and see how things went before making a decision. Hearing his words, old or shifted his attention to the condition, and quickly opened the door of the clinic. It's still a long way to go. The hardest thing about toxins is to get rid of them. What are you doing? Come here, and let me take a look. In the clinic, Ivan nervously stretched out his arm, unwrapped the cloth, and revealed the scabby wound. The original purple-brown bulge had disappeared, replaced by a slight redness and swelling, with a few dark patches in the middle of the large redness and swelling. The dark patches confirmed what old or said, there was still a small amount of toxin left. Paw. The arm was hit by a heavy punch without any warning, and it was still at the wound. The pain was imaginable. Ivan stared at him with wide eyes. It has to be broken up first to make it easier to squeeze out. Old or ignored his gaze, first applied medicinal oil, then skillfully poked a few small holes, squeezed out the poisonous blood, cleaned, applied ointment, bandaged, and completed everything smoothly. After bandaging, he pointed to the table and said, "Clean up, you owe me 3 gold coins now, do odd jobs in the store for me." Hearing this, Ivan quietly cleaned up. In the past 2 days, his memory seemed to have improved compared to his previous life, and he had memorized the medicine book. Only 2 experience points were added, and no matter how much reading thereafter, it would not increase. If you want to increase your experience points, it is undoubtedly important to stay in the clinic. Therefore, he has the motivation to work. Seeing him sorting things with injuries, and not shirking his responsibilities, old or didn't say anything, but his eyes softened. Old or had heard of his bad temper before. The clinic is not big, it is a shop facing the street. On the left side of the shop are several rows of medicine shelves, on which bottles, jars, boxes, and other things are placed, which looks a bit messy. In front of the medicine shelf is a consultation table, where old or usually sees patients. There is also a tool table with various instruments against the wall on one side. On the right side of the shop, there is a cleaning table that can be separated by cloth. There is another room behind the shop, which is divided into 2 parts. One side is the warehouse, and the other side is his alchemy room. Old or was afraid that he was a novice, so he didn't dare to let him do many jobs. There was not much work for him. Seeing him idle and looking around, he looked lazy. Old or opened his mouth and ordered, "Bring 2 ounces of peppercorns." Ivan paused. There was no one else here, so he must be ordering himself. Difficulty or test. Chapter 3. Pharmacy, LV0, March 10th. Ivan's eyes flickered quickly, and he felt a little more confident. He first took a small glass dish, a slender measuring spoon, and a wooden pick from the tool table, and came to the medicine shelf. The containers on the medicine shelf were all labeled with the names of the medicines. He scanned them one by one, and when he saw some of the more beautiful words, he paused for a moment, and then continued to read. The peppercorns were stored in an opaque black glass bottle with a medium capacity, and the bottle mouth was only slightly smaller than the bottle body. Ivan took a breath and held it, then pressed the glass bottle against the board with one hand, and gently pulled out the lid with the other hand. He carefully scooped a spoonful, smoothed it with a wooden pick, poured it into a small glass dish, and then scooped another spoonful. When he put the bottle cap back and took the things away, he relaxed and breathed slowly. Even so, he could still smell the spicy smell and a burning feeling in his nose. This medicine called saw pepper grain is a powder made from pepper seeds. It is more than 300 times hotter than ordinary peppers. The smell is strong, and a deep breath directly will even burn your nose. He had read in a book that the medicine made from peppercorns can clean utensils, that is, it is used for disinfection. You want to cheat me? No way. Ivan weighed it on the scale on the tool table, and finally handed it to Old Or carefully. A trace of surprise flashed in Old Or's eyes. He then ordered, "What do you do for me?" "Make pepper water, and wash the things you just used." Ivan did as he was told. He operated carefully, and there was no problem. Without waiting for him to rest, Old Or ordered to get heating root and stinking turtle tail scales. Both are commonly used medicinal materials. The former is soaked in glue, and can only be picked up with tweezers. The glue is thick and the medicinal materials are slippery. The latter needs to be wrapped with wet paper after taking out. Fortunately, they are all recorded in 50 common medicinal materials. The book also records the special pharmaceutical unit ounce. 1 ounce is equal to 16 liters, and 1 liter is equal to 30 liters. Ounce is both a unit of weight and a unit of volume. Different drugs marked with ounces correspond to different weights and volumes. Usually 1 ounce is about 31 grams or 28 milliliters. Obviously, it is a bit complicated and laymen can easily make mistakes. Ivan checked carefully and finally made no mistakes. After giving him instructions several times, Old Or knew that he could not be stumped, so he stopped giving him instructions and rarely paid attention to him. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the following time, he began to do his normal miscellaneous work, helping when he was told to, and waiting when he was not told to. Old Or went back to the alchemy room, and Ivan followed him silently. Go get 4 blue lice liquid. Okay. Wait, I go by myself, you stay here. Before he left the alchemy room, Old Or called him and walked quickly to the medicine shelf. Ivan had no choice but to watch from afar. The purpose of doing odd jobs is to learn from others, so how could I not watch? Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV0, for tenths. After a while, Ivan watched Old Or refine 4 kinds of potions in succession and received good news. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old Or saw this scene, saw him staring at his potion and grinning, and said coldly, "Why are you still here?" Huh? Ivan didn't understand. He came here to work. Where else would he be? Old Or said, "No lunch." Oh. Ivan didn't care. Then I come after lunch. He bowed to Old Or and turned to walk out of the clinic. Wait. After walking a few steps, Old Or called him again, thought for a moment, took out a book, and threw it into his hand. The book was wrapped in animal skin and was 2 fingers thick. You don't need to come in the afternoon. Remember to check again in 3 days. Ivan was happy to see the book. He was a little reluctant not to come in the afternoon. I'm doing odd jobs to pay off my debts. It's not good not to come. Go away, don't get in the way. Okay, I be there on time in 3 days. Ivan knew he couldn't force it, so he could only say goodbye. After walking out of the door of the clinic, he noticed a slender figure standing behind the wall, a brown-haired girl wearing a light green dress. When she saw him coming out, the girl's eyes fell on the book in his hand, staring at it for a second or two, then looking at him. The stranger, who was about the same age as him, seemed to have hostility in his eyes. This made Ivan a little confused. Humph. Seeing him looking at her, the girl subconsciously straightened her body, making the proud features beyond her age more prominent. Without waiting for him to say anything, the girl snorted coldly and walked towards the clinic. When she reached the door, her expression changed, becoming a pitiful look, and she walked in skillfully. As Ivan walked out, he heard the conversation from behind, and he couldn't help but listen. You were fired by me. Did you? Yes. Mr. Or, I was negligent in the work you assigned me because something happened at home. I will definitely work hard in the future. Please give me another chance, please. Ivan heard it clearly, and it turned out that he had a rival who was quite skilled. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. 10 minutes later, he came to another street, Panya Street. This was the southern part of the city, which was closer to the seaside pier. The southern part of the city was the place with the strongest commercial atmosphere in the entire Flying Fish port. The Kasha Swordsmanship Hall, where he studied, was in Panya Street. This street also had the headquarters of his father's giant shield mercenary group. He had not been to the Swordsmanship Hall for several days, and now he came to explain the situation. Entering the swordplay hall from the side door through an alley, you see a large martial arts training ground. Hey, Ivan, you finally showed up. Classmate Donnie was just about to leave after training, and when he saw Ivan, he waved his hand to say hello. In the sun, his short and strong figure looked like a short-legged bear. Like Ivan, Donnie was also a poor student in the swordplay hall, and the two had always had a good relationship. You were beaten up? Ivan rolled his eyes at him. I was injured accidentally. I understand. Donnie gave him a knowing look, put his arm on his shoulder for support, and then said, I'm telling you, I've started learning the flow breathing method. Please call me Knight Squire Donnie from now on. Ivan was 1.7 meters tall, and Donnie was a head shorter than him, so this action was a bit awkward. Seeing him sweating, Ivan pushed him away with disdain and said, Congratulations, Squire Donnie. Donnie said, Your words sound a bit strange. I accept your congratulations, but you have to make a decision early. I've decided. Have you figured it out? Very good. From now on, we brothers will practice the flow breathing method together and make a name for ourselves in Flying Fish Harbor. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm really hungry. Donnie felt a sour taste in his stomach and hurriedly ended the topic. The flow breathing method is the breathing method taught by Kasha Swordsmanship Hall. The name sounds majestic, but it is actually just a basic breathing method. According to the quality classification, the Knight's breathing method is divided into basic, elementary, medium, superior, and the legendary super. The flow breathing method is undoubtedly the lowest level of breathing method. No matter which breathing method is used, the effect is to refine the vital energy in the body. Normally, one needs to be 13 years old to start practicing. Too early will damage the potential of the human body and affect physical development. The reason why Donnie is hungry is that the practice consumes a lot of energy, and he urgently needs to replenish nutrition and physical strength. As for his current injured state, he will definitely not be able to withstand the consumption of the breathing method, so he can only wait for a few days. No wonder the predecessor was unwilling. The giant frog breathing method inherited from the family is medium, 2 levels higher than the rushing breathing method. Ivan sighed and continued to walk into the sword hall. There were not many people in the hall during lunchtime, so he found the instructor Quincy and explained his situation, including his intention to learn the breathing method. Seeing that he was injured, the instructor Quincy did not blame him and asked him to recover before coming back. After staying in the sword hall for only a few minutes, Ivan returned to Panya Street. Ivan! Haha, we are so happy to see you. Not far from the alley, 2 figures quickly stopped him, looking familiar. Seeing the newcomers, Ivan's face became gloomy. These were the swordsmen who caused the death of his predecessor, his 2 former good friends. Chapter 4. Oh, you're injured, let me see. Brother, you've suffered. Rosaide and Benson stopped him and blocked him against the wall. Ivan watched coldly without making any rash moves. He was injured at this time, so a man should not suffer a loss. After saying some exaggerated words of concern, Rosaide pretended to be intimate and approached, whispering, "Listen, Ivan, the situation that day was urgent, we were all so panicked and scared, and we didn't have time to think too much. It was just an unintentional mistake." Benson responded, "Yes, it was just an unintentional mistake. We are more worried about your safety than anyone else, and we still treat you as your good friends." Ivan curled his lips in disdain and said, "Forget it, I don't deserve friends like you. You just need to be good friends to each other. I hope your good friends will help you when you are in danger next time." Hearing his answer, the 2 looked at each other. Rosaide said with a hint of cruelty in his voice, "Listen, you are only slightly injured now, and that incident should be treated as if it never happened. I hope you don't make it public and let it go." Benson added, "We have 2 people, you only have 1. No one will believe what you say, don't force us to use other means." They came here not to reconcile, but to warn Ivan not to talk nonsense, so as not to affect their reputation in Flying Fishport. Flying Fishport is not big, and a bad reputation will not be good for their future. Hearing such shameless words, even if Ivan is a good person, he was very angry. He, the victim, did not take any measures, but the evildoers came to threaten him, which was really too much. Ivan stared at the 2 with a cold face. Rosaide and Benson did not give in to each other's gazes. "What are you doing?" A crisp voice broke the solemn atmosphere of the 3 people. Not far away, a female swordsman in a leather armor skirt stood there with a frown, and her slender legs made her look particularly beautiful. Ivan called out, "Senior Sister Meili. This girl is a disciple of Kasha's Sword Art Hall. She is very powerful, and has reached the level of Quasi-Knight. She is 1 step away from breaking through the Knight level. She is also the senior sister of the Sword Art Hall, and the daughter of the director. Someone was bullying the disciples near Kasha's Sword Art Hall, so she couldn't just sit there and watch. Ivan, don't forget our agreement, we will come back to find you." Rosaide and the other 2 were students of another Sword Art Hall nearby. Knowing that Meili was very strong, they didn't dare to stay. Before leaving, they reminded her and walked out. Ivan looked at the 2 people disappearing with a grim look, and then turned his head. "Sister Meili, thank you for your righteous words." Meili didn't care about this, and only left a sentence. "Remember to study hard and don't lose Kasha's face." In fact, she and Ivan were not familiar with each other, so they had nothing to talk about, and then went back to the swordplay hall. Ivan stood there and thought for a while, but didn't say anything. If his strength didn't improve, it would be useless to say anything. Anyway, he kept a record in his heart. Marikaden's house. Due to his injuries, Ivan could only stay at home to recover, while reading the book detailed record of medicinal materials he brought back and studying the content. The next afternoon, he gained something. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV0, 5/10. In addition, he also confirmed another benefit brought by the student master panel, which improved his memory and concentration. According to his previous personality, even if there was a great reason, he could not calm down and read such a thick book, let alone memorize the whole thing. He does not say that his memory is superb now, nor that his concentration has reached the point where he is not affected by external things, But it has indeed improved a lot, and the change is obvious. For several days in a row, Ivan was obsessed with the medicine book and gradually forgot the passage of time. Outside his room, two figures were looking around and whispering. Aunt Kathy said solemnly, "It has been several days, and I saw that little Ivan was holding a book, and I saw that he did not blink his eyes." She showed a worried look. Based on her years of understanding of Ivan, this was too abnormal, so abnormal that she was worried. Paget on the side said hesitantly, "Could it be that my brother is recovering from his injuries, and the injuries are much more serious than he said?" She also became worried as she spoke. Aunt Kathy thought seriously for a while, and shook her head, "Not really, but like." The next words were a bit offensive, and she didn't know how to say it. Paget asked, "Like what? It looks like a head injury, right?" Sean popped his head out, and his abrupt words startled the other two. Patchy put her fists in her chest and glared at someone fiercely. She said in a bad tone, "What are you talking about?" This time Sean was not scared by her, and analyzed with reason. Ivan hates reading the most. He gets a headache and wants to sleep when he sees a book. How can he hold a book and read for several days? "If you don't believe me, ask Miss Kathy. The reason why he knows so well is that he is the same." Aunt Kathy nodded in agreement. Sean spread his hands. Paget looked at the two of them and muttered, "Maybe you all guessed wrong. Brother Ivan just likes to be a pharmacist." His passion prompted him to make changes. "That's right, that's it." After hearing this, Sean rolled his eyes almost to his forehead. Someone had to believe this. The three of them were so absorbed in the discussion that they didn't notice that Ivan had left the room. They just happened to see their brother's big eyes rolling. "Paget still understands me. What's that expression on your face, Sean?" He slapped Sean on the back of his head without any hesitation, and slapped his eye roll back to normal. Sean didn't care about the slap, but paid more attention to his words. "Mr. Ivan, are you serious?" Ivan said, "You know whether it's true or not after seeing my future actions." Sean stared at him, and saw the word serious on his face, which seemed to be no joke. "Oh my, then you can't be a shield for me in the future, and I will be scolded often." He thought of something, wailed, and spoke out his heart unconsciously. Paige shouted sinisterly, "Sean, I give you a chance to reorganize your words." Sean smiled awkwardly, "I'm kidding, haha." He ran away, and cleverly avoided his sister's clutches. It was obvious that he was an old hand. "Brother Ivan, I believe you," Paige said to Ivan solemnly, and then chased out to teach her useless brother a lesson. Aunt Kathy had already gone to do other things, and she must not dare to believe what Ivan said in her heart. Academic master. Ivan muttered to himself. Pharmacy, LV0, 6/10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. Just a while ago, the experience value of pharmacy increased by 1 point, and it was getting closer to the next level. He had a strong premonition that when pharmacy was upgraded to LV1, there would be a surprise waiting for him. Next time, I must find a way to stay in Old Orr's clinic, which is a big experience package. There is also breathing method, which will be learned in a short time after recovery. I wonder if it can be transformed into a subject on the panel. I hope it can. Chapter 5. Bad Eye Clinic. Ivan arrived early that morning, and there was someone who arrived earlier than him, the girl in the green dress, who had met a few days ago. The two ignored each other. After Old Orr arrived, he immediately unwrapped Ivan's wound and checked his wound. Recovering well. Indeed, there were only some marks left on his arm, and the big bulge was no longer visible. Ivan's heart fell back into his stomach. Old Orr said again, "This is a mutant poisonous insect, and there will still be traces of toxins remaining in your body. Unless you are willing to spend dozens of gold coins for treatment, you have to rely on self-healing." Ivan looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Will that affect your health?" Old Orr glanced at him unhappily. "What are you talking about? How can my treatment affect your life? This toxin will be eliminated by yourself in less than half a day when you become a knight. Even if you are not a knight, the residual toxin will dissolve over time." Ivan asked again, "Then I can definitely practice the night breathing method, right?" He was worried if he didn't ask clearly. Old Orr started to busy himself with other things, but still answered his question, "You talk too much nonsense. Don't you see who treated you?" This undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. In his spare time, Old Orr compared the medicinal materials information in his detailed record of medicinal materials 1, and deliberately selected the less popular ones, and he could still give a satisfactory answer. After the casual comparison, Old Orr did not make any expression or evaluation, which made Ivan confused. The girl in the green skirt was an employee of the clinic, and Ivan could do less with her. When Old Orr did not drive people away, Ivan kept hovering around him, concentrating on watching him prepare medicinal materials and the refining of various medicines and potions. At noon, the clinic still doesn't provide meals. Ivan had prepared himself. He brought a box lunch and could make do with a meal at the door. The girl in the green skirt had to go home for dinner. Looking at someone who was not polite at all, she couldn't help but say, "You are so cruel. My name is Jacidi. Ivan. Mr. Ivan, I came here more than a month earlier than you. I will not give up, and will definitely become a great pharmacist." From her dress and habits, it can be seen that Jacidi's family is not poor. She came to the clinic to work to become a disciple, but old Orr's attitude towards her is colder than that towards Ivan. Ivan didn't know what happened. He was too lazy to find out. As long as it didn't affect his studies, it was fine. Ivan spent the whole afternoon in the clinic. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV0, 7/10, old Orr occasionally asked him to do other things, and unknowingly, his pharmacy experience increased by 1 point. Near dusk, Ivan walked out of the clinic with detailed record of medicinal materials too. There were 3 such books in total, each of which recorded more than 300 kinds of medicinal materials, including many strange and bizarre medicinal materials, some of which were even not very humane. They were medicinal materials books summarized by Old Orr himself. Old Orr didn't say anything extra this time. He didn't tell him not to come, nor did he tell him to come a few days later. Before leaving, Ivan said he would go up to learn the knight's breathing method the next day, and Old Orr didn't refuse. The next morning, Ivan asked Quincy to teach him the breathing method. You need to pay to come to the sword hall to learn, including boxing, swordsmanship, horsemanship, archery, and breathing method, guaranteed to teach you. His father Lead paid the money on the first day he sent him here, a total of 30 gold coins. This tuition fee is not low. It may be the income of some noble small territories for most of the year. Write it down first. Instructor Quincy took him to another secret martial arts arena in the inner hall and handed him an old animal skin scroll for him to read first. There were many little people on the animal skin scroll, each with a strange posture. He had learned boxing and swordsmanship since he was a child, so it was not difficult for him to remember them at first. There were 20 little people in total, which meant there were 20 moves in total. I will teach you the first move first. Pay attention to the height of your arms and the rhythm of your breathing. Waist, the waist must have enough range, and you cannot have any idea of being lazy and saving energy, and the movements must be accurate. Quincy demonstrated first, and Ivan followed suit. After several times, Quincy corrected him. The movements were difficult to learn, and they also required coordination with breathing rhythm. When he learned the movements well, there were still many problems, especially in terms of strength and breathing rhythm. The requirements for this breathing method were much higher than those for learning swordsmanship, reaching a demanding level. At this time, Ivan had a deep understanding. After another half an hour, he was exhausted and panting, and his movements began to deform. Quincy signaled to stop. Ivan, come again tomorrow. Teacher Quincy, thank you for your hard work. Ivan did not refuse, and thanked him respectfully. Quincy is a middle-aged instructor, and a formal knight. According to the gossip of his classmate Donnie, Quincy was seriously injured when he was young and had hidden dangers in his body. He also received the favor of Director Kasha, so he stayed in the sword hall as an instructor. In any case, the instructor is a knight-level strongman, so he can't help but be respectful. The two left the small martial arts arena, and when the instructor walked away, Ivan took out a bag of candy from his pocket and stuffed a few pieces directly into his mouth. So hungry, he looked like he could eat a whole horned deer. This is normal. Practicing breathing techniques is to squeeze out physical strength and energy, thereby refining the energy of life. From the beginning of practicing breathing techniques, you need to eat a lot of food every day, especially nutritious meat. Otherwise, you will only become weaker and weaker until your body collapses. Outside the martial arts arena, Donnie walked closer quickly. What's going on? Did you learn it? Ivan said, Of course I didn't learn it. Donnie was full of questions. What? He didn't understand this joke. It won't be that fast. We are not geniuses. I am so hungry. See you later. Ivan waved his hand and walked around him to the outside. Normally, a talented person can learn the breathing method in 2 or 3 days. His father touched his skeleton and muscles for him. He was not a genius. In addition, his predecessor was not good at basic bodybuilding. He estimated that it would take a few more days to learn. When he returned home, Patty prepared enough food as she said, so that he could have a big meal to fill his empty stomach. In the afternoon, Ivan came to the Bat Eye Clinic again. In the evening, Ivan read detailed record of medicinal materials too. In this way, A fulfilling day passed. The next day, Ivan found that old Or's medicines were not cheap, but many people bought them. It seemed that pharmacists were a very promising career, but he was relatively poor. On the third day, Ivan went to the instructor to learn the running breathing method as usual. Instructor Quincy no longer demonstrated in person, but occasionally came forward to touch his waist and back or a certain muscle, and corrected some minor strength and breathing habits. Paw, paw, paw. At a certain moment, when Ivan completed the breathing method in a coherent manner, Quincy gently stroked his palm to show praise. Ivan looked at him in surprise. Teacher Quincy, you are? Quincy smiled and said, it seems that you underestimated your talent. You have already learned the full set of running breathing method. There is no need for my correction. Thank you for your praise. Ivan suddenly realized that he had indeed learned a set of breathing methods, faster than expected. He guessed that it was related to his learning and comprehension ability. Pharmacy, LV0, 8/10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. Night breathing, LV0, 1/10. The panel showed that he had not noticed that the subject name was not running breathing method, but night breathing. After saying goodbye to the instructor, Ivan met Donnie again. The instructor's teaching time was about an hour. Donnie saw him come out early and ran to his side. He asked the same question, have you learned it? Yes. Then congratulations. Donnie thought that he had only learned it in 7 days, and his face was somewhat insincere, which was exactly in line with the saying that he was afraid of his brother's hardship and afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover. Chapter 6. The outdoor training ground of Kasha's swordsmanship hall. This field is spacious enough to practice archery and horsemanship. Ivan still came here to report according to the principle of not wasting money. Ivan, do you want to compete with me? It has been 3 days since Ivan learned the running breathing method. Facing Donnie's invitation, Ivan agreed after a little thought. He had competed with Donnie before, and his overall strength was slightly inferior. Now he has not really competed with anyone. I'm going to attack. Donnie cried out, holding the sword in both hands and slashing forward. Ding! The two swords collided with each other, making a clear metallic sound. The basic sword techniques were similar. The two had just learned the breathing technique, and their blood was flowing. This contest was purely a fight between rookies. Ha! After 2 or 3 rounds of probing, Donnie stomped on the ground and slashed at Ivan. Seeing this, Ivan did not avoid or give way. He took a big step forward and blocked Donnie's attack with his long sword horizontally, and the long sword shook slightly. Ivan made a judgment in his mind. Donnie looked strong, but his strength was only slightly stronger than his own. It was really not much. Ivan, you can only block? Another sword attack, Donnie's attack strength decreased a lot. You are losing your energy very quickly, Ivan said, and he easily blocked the sword attack. The two were equally strong, which meant that Ivan had made greater progress than before. Donnie was a little unwilling to admit defeat, but after several rounds of competition, he realized that he could not win like before. Donnie couldn't help asking, Ivan, have you really never learned the breathing method passed down from your family before? As a poor student in the fencing hall, his companions made faster progress, which put him under a lot of pressure. Ivan replied casually while taking regular sword steps. What do you think? Who would leave the family breathing method unlearned and come to the fencing hall? What can I do if my family doesn't teach me? The knight's breathing method is not difficult to get started. It doesn't make sense that I can't learn it if someone teaches it, not to mention the family breathing method that fits my physique. No more fighting, no more fighting. Donnie shouted and pulled back the iron sword from the fight. Ivan stopped after seeing this. Donnie panted slightly and said, That's right, your giant frog breathing method is of medium quality, much better, unlike the basic blood chi cultivated by the running breathing method, which is not outstanding in any way and has low efficiency. The night breathing method extracts the life energy in the body. The life energy is usually stored in the blood vessels and can flow with the blood. Therefore, people also call this life energy blood energy. Similarly, the circulation of blood energy will drive blood flow. With the two factors of blood and blood vessels, the speed of blood energy circulation is destined not to be too fast, which will affect physical health. The night breathing method has already considered this problem and provided a solution. When practicing the elementary breathing method, most of the blood and chi will settle in the blood vessels of a certain part, such as the feet, so that it can be mobilized immediately when needed to increase the strength of the feet, or dexterity, or other things. If it settles in the chest and abdomen, the blood and chi can strengthen the defense of the internal organs. The intermediate breathing method has all the characteristics of the elementary breathing method, and can connect the stomach to improve the ability to digest food. The superior breathing method is the same, and can also settle the blood and chi to special parts, such as the eyes and ears, forming the eagle's eyes and wind ears. Compared with other levels, the basic breathing method is not only inefficient in extracting life energy, but also blood energy will be dispersed throughout the body. That is, it is difficult to highlight the ability of any part of the body during combat. Taking all the above factors into consideration, the basic breathing method is far inferior to the intermediate level. Donnie had heard him complain about the family breathing method before, and felt sorry for him. Ivan's eyes flickered a few times. Maybe my family has a compelling reason. What about your family? What's the situation? For the lowest level civilians, 30 gold coins may be half a lifetime or even a lifetime of savings. But the situation of Donnie's family is obviously not the case. Ivan has seen noble items on him many times. The Donnie family should be richer than the Marichattan family. My family doesn't have a breathing method passed down from generation to generation. Donnie walked away 2 steps and answered vaguely as before, with a feeling of trying to cover up something. Ivan knew this was the case, but he didn't care. He focused his attention on his own vision. Pharmacy, LV0, 9/10. Night breathing, LV0, 3 out of 10. Linguistics, LV0, 1 out of 10. At the beginning, the experience value of night breathing increased quickly. What he cares about more is pharmacy. He will be upgraded at 1 o'clock, which makes him look forward to it. It is worth reading medicine books every night, and reporting to old or on time every afternoon. You too, do you want to compete with me, and let me teach you a thing or two? Donnie walked a little distance away, and another disciple of the Sword Hall, Hengji, suggested to him, with a faint smile on Hengji's face. Donnie hurriedly greeted, Brother Hengji. Hengji is a second-class knight squire, and his strength ranks 3rd among all the students in the Sword Hall. Knight squires are the level division before becoming a formal knight, divided into first-class squires, second-class squires, and quasi-knights. People like Donnie and Ivan who have just trained their blood and can lift a 150 gene iron block in the martial arts training ground are called first-class knight squires. The stage where the pure strength exceeds that of 2 normal adults is generally defined as second-class knight squires. Quasi-knights are people who have reached the top of the squire level, and are 1 step away from breaking through to the knight level. Hengji can maintain the 3rd position in the Sword Hall only because his strength is at the front of the 2nd level, only slightly worse than the senior sister Mei Li, and the second brother Afghan. Donnie didn't dare to compete with Hengji, and quickly refused, Brother, you are too powerful, how can I compete with you? Hengji glanced at him, and then looked at Ivan who seemed to be distracted. You can come together, let me teach you how to use the sword. I dare not. Before Ivan could say anything, Donnie refused again and again, I dare not, I dare not. He thought of something, took out a small bag of silver coins, and veiledly stuffed it into the other's pocket. Brother, you must be tired from practicing. You need to have a good meal, and have a good rest. Donnie kept saying nice things. Brother, I'm kindly reminding you that the flow breathing technique has extraordinary potential. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Hengji saw that he was so sensible, so he scolded him, and turned away with satisfaction. It turned out that it was his quick mouth that caused the trouble. Donnie looked regretful. Why didn't he pay attention to his surroundings, and let this nosy and arrogant person hear it? Don't worry, he is usually like this. Donnie comforted Ivan in return, not wanting him to cause trouble for himself. Donnie, you are really rich. Ivan is not a man who acts on impulse. He is not as strong as others, so he should admit defeat. Why bother to get beaten up? Donnie waved his hand generously and whispered, That's right, let's go. I treat you to a meal to get rid of the bad luck. At Donnie's invitation, the two had a barbecue meal at a restaurant on Panya Street. The taste was good. In the following time, Ivan's life was orderly. In the morning, he was at the Kasha Sword Art Hall, and in the afternoon, he went to the Bat Eye Medical Clinic. Time passed one after another. Finally, Ivan ushered in the long-awaited moment. Pharmacy, LV1, 1/100. Chapter 7. On this day, Ivan finally accumulated enough experience points in pharmacy to upgrade to level 1. Pharmacy, LV1, 1/100. Night breathing, LV0, 4 out of 10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. Sure enough, there was a surprise, and the upgrade did not disappoint him. The moment he was upgraded to level 1, he seemed to have opened a certain door in his brain, and fell into a strange state. In a short moment of trance, he sorted out the pharmacy knowledge he had mastered before, including 50 common medicinal materials, detailed record of medicinal materials 1, and detailed record of medicinal materials 2 which he was about to memorize. Coming out of the strange state, he thought about it for a while as if he had lost something. Comparing before and after, he found that his memory of medicinal materials was more regular and thorough, and the deviations in his previous understanding were supplemented, as if he had adjusted and optimized his knowledge. The pharmacy reward belongs to pharmacy, and does not involve other aspects. What better way to review than this? Ivan thought. This part of the reward is a passive trigger, which is to further summarize the upgraded subject knowledge, making his memory of knowledge more profound and flexible, which is equivalent to a knowledge review with full effect. In addition, he understood some information. He also had another reward, another state of enlightenment, which was even more effective than the passive one just now, and could instantly increase his understanding and spirituality by 3 times. He could use it on any problem he thought about, even problems other than pharmacy. Level 1 lasted for 2 minutes. Isn't this enlightenment? The effect was comparable to the Bodhi tree in mythology. Ivan thought that Knight's breathing and linguistics could be easily upgraded to level 1, so he could have 3 enlightenments, or even more times. The upgrade reward was delightful. Immediately, he named the passive type Little Light of Wisdom, and the active type Light of Wisdom. If there are other effects that are even better, then name a Great Light of Wisdom. The name is simple and clear, and it is very nice. Considering his current knowledge and ability, he is still in the starting stage in all aspects, and it is not time to use the Light of Wisdom. He can only save it for the time being. In the evening, the 2 handymen of the clinic were about to leave, and they went out of the door one after the other. Ivan walked with a happy pace, walking very briskly. Giuseppe called him. Ivan looked at her in surprise. What's the matter? The 2 of them studied in the same clinic, and they were in a competitive relationship. Giuseppe said seriously, we should have a good talk. Ivan said, you talk, I listen. Giuseppe raised her head slightly, making her white neck more prominent. This is not a place to talk. Let's find a better place to talk about what's going on between us. Ivan thought for 2 seconds and refused. There seems to be nothing between us. It can be finished in 1 or 2 sentences, right? Giuseppe thought she was good looking. She had never seen such an unmanly man. Okay, I do as you say. Let's talk over there. It's just a few steps away. She pointed to the corner of the clinic helplessly, and walked over there first. You will regret it if you don't come. Seeing her firm attitude, Ivan couldn't help but follow her to see what she wanted to say. Turn around the corner, and turn into another alley, just behind the clinic. Go ahead. Giuseppe whispered, Mr. Ivan, I hope you won't come to the clinic again. Hearing this, Ivan turned around and prepared to leave. Giuseppe saw this and trotted a few steps to stop him, saying angrily, I haven't finished what I said yet. How can you be so rude? Ivan took a step to the left, and Giuseppe followed closely, not letting him go anyway. Ivan didn't want to argue with her, so he had to stand still. Just finish your words. Giuseppe took a deep breath and continued, you can put forward a condition, gold coins or other. I will try my best to meet you and make you satisfied. She stood proudly, as if the conditions included herself. Ivan took a step back, his eyes swept over her, and he couldn't help but stay for a second at a very fierce position. It was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Giuseppe clenched her fists, trying to resist this disgusting look, and then heard the other party's question. Do you have a superior breathing method? What? She thought she had heard it wrong. Ivan asked again, what about the medium breathing method? There must be a corresponding secret medicine. Giuseppe's face sank. No. Where's the universal secret medicine? No. Where's the wizard's training method? Incomplete ones are fine. No. As Ivan asked, her voice became colder. Ivan didn't care and continued, is that so? How come you have nothing, and you still say that you can satisfy me? Looking at the other person's face that showed a trace of regret, Giuseppe knew that she was fooled. She couldn't help but feel angry, and wanted to punch that face. Giuseppe clenched her fist, and didn't do it. She talked about other things. I know that your father once saved Mr. Orr. I also know that the favor of saving his life has long been repaid. Mr. Orr doesn't have to accept you as a student because of this. She came prepared and had inquired about many things. Ivan only knew about this inside story, and became interested, motioning her to continue. You are not better than me in this regard. In terms of determination, I only focus on potions, and stay in the clinic all day, so I am more determined than you. Ivan nodded slightly, as if to approve. Yes, so what? What does your determination have to do with me? Giuseppe said, from what I understand, Mr. Orr seems unwilling to accept students, not even one, let alone 2, so your presence will affect my becoming Mr. Orr's student. Yeah. Ivan felt that this was true. Old Orr's attitude towards him was very ambiguous, with a feeling of being indifferent and letting things go. In other words, Old Or was not very willing to teach, but he was too lazy to drive you away if you wanted to steal his skills. He wanted to learn the true teachings, but he had no good plan for the time being. He asked, "Tell me, Old Or, what else do you know?" "As far as I know, there is no pharmacist better than him in several nearby cities." After commenting like this, Giuseppe changed her tone and said, "You should concentrate on practicing the night breathing method." Ivan looked at her in confusion. This had nothing to do with her. Giuseppe didn't beat around the bush and directly made the conditions. "I can give you 50 gold coins first, and then 100 gold coins after you have learned something, and I promise to help you refine all the potions for free, and you will provide the herbs." She gritted her teeth and said the best condition she could offer. This condition must be attractive. Ivan felt her determination to become a pharmacist. But Ivan had reasons to stay and study. One was the experience points of pharmacy, and the other was the great financial prospects of pharmacists. "You should have seen that as long as we don't get in the way of Old Or, he won't mind us studying next to him, so let's not interfere with each other." Jussi was not satisfied with this and emphasized, "I want to be a good pharmacist, not just learn a little bit." She has greater ambitions, and aims at all the inheritance of Old Or. That depends on your ability. After a long time, you may be able to impress Old Or. Ivan was unmoved. Seeing that she had nothing to say, he walked around her and walked away. Looking at his back, Giuseppe clenched her fists tightly. When he was about to leave the alley, she said anxiously, "If you don't agree, I will find your father, Mr. Reed." Ivan stopped and looked back in confusion. "What?" Giosha raised her fist and shouted angrily, "I will marry Mr. Reed, then I will have a legitimate reason to beat you up, and beat you up every day." "Huh?" This was too cruel. Ivan couldn't help but widen his eyes. When the atmosphere between the two was extremely strange, the sound of glass breaking on the ground came from the house on the side, making the two young men come back to their senses and look at each other awkwardly. Old Or wouldn't have been eavesdropping, right? After a few seconds' pause, Ivan took the lead in breaking the awkwardness. "Mr. Red will be back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Do you need me to introduce you to him? And my two brothers Paul and Beeman, they are both quasi-knights, 18 years old." "Shut up." Justy growled and walked away angrily. Chapter 8. For Ivan, the meeting with Giuseppe was just a small episode. According to his observation, Giuseppe's last declaration should be angry words, which does not count. However, he is still wary of this competitor. Because in Xiangmai Principality, children mature earlier, boys and girls can talk about marriage when they are 14 years old, and those who are younger can only sign a marriage certificate and become fiancé and fiancée. Giuseppe is the same age as him and has sufficient nutrition, so it is not too early to talk about marriage now. "What are you looking at?" It was another afternoon in the clinic. Noticing his gaze, Giuseppe glared at him and lowered her voice. Ivan glanced at Old Or and did not answer. Through the airtight room behind him and such thick walls, Old Or could actually hear the sound clearly, which shows that his strength is not as weak as he looks. Come to think of it, it makes sense. A pharmacist occasionally needs to go to the mountains and forests to collect herbs. How could he not have strength? I don't know if Old Or is a quasi-knight or a knight. Ivan also thought that the clinic might have prescriptions that would help with cultivation, and this guess made him more enthusiastic about staying in the clinic. After these days of breathing practice, he has understood the difficulties of practice. First, the efficiency of basic breathing is low. Even if he spends more time and energy on it every day, the gains will still be less than those who practice elementary breathing. Second, human digestion capacity is limited. Meat must be digested to be converted into nutrition, which also affects efficiency. Naturally, he does not want to endure this state. With the same time and more effort, his progress is less than others. The Sword Hall has a universal secret medicine, but one portion costs 5 gold coins. It's better to say that it's eating gold coins than taking secret medicine. I don't have any money. According to old Miki, his father will be back soon, and he hopes he can give some support. Facing his father, who is about to return home, Ivan is a little nervous. He hasn't really met him yet, but he is more looking forward to it. After all, he is a mid to high level knight, and he is more than enough to guide him. On this day, the Giant Shield mercenary group returned to Flying Fish Harbor after completing the mission. After returning home from the clinic, Ivan saw his father and 2 brothers. "Haha, I'm back, Ivan." This was the second brother, Byman, who came forward to hug him and patted him on the back several times, trying to express his brotherly love. The eldest brother Paul also hugged him, and after letting go, he looked at him with a face full of satisfaction. "I heard from Paggy that you are learning from Old Or." I am very happy to see your changes and efforts, my brother. Compared with Byman, the eldest brother Paul always speaks and behaves in a serious manner. The two are twin brothers, and their faces are about 80% similar, but Byman likes to keep his hair half long, and Paul likes to keep a beard, so they look quite different. The three brothers stood together, with strong bodies, brown hair and black eyes, and handsome looks. They are all handsome young men in and outside Flying Fish Harbor. Compared with his two brothers, Ivan is a head shorter and thinner. I'm glad you're back safely. After he said that, he looked at his father, but Reed called the five brothers and sisters to go to the big yard behind the house together. As a family that has run a mercenary group for 2 generations, the Marichatton family's residence is naturally not bad. It ranks among the top 10 in the eastern part of the city. It is a green-walled villa with front and backyards. There are many flowers and green plants planted in the front yard, and the large yard in the back is relatively open. There are walls in both the front and backyards, but only half of the front yard is closed, while the backyard is more concealed. In the backyard, Lee personally went down to let Ivan fight with him. Beeman shouted from the side, "Ivan, don't worry, attack however you want, you can't hurt a mid-level knight." He casually threw his sword into the field. Ivan took it subconsciously, and seeing that Led didn't say anything, he drew his sword and attacked forward. Led took a half step back lightly, and the long sword fell into the air. Ding! Half of Led's palm turned black, and he flicked the long sword aside with a flick of his finger. Ivan knew that the black energy wrapped around his palm was fighting spirit, which was transformed from blood after being promoted to a knight, and could cover the surface of the body. He was not discouraged, and immediately turned the sword around, made a sword flower, and controlled the sword tip to chop towards Led's thigh. Ding, ding, ding. The sword rang out, and the sword tip was blocked by fingers again, unable to move forward half an inch. Ivan changed his sword style again, trying various ways to chop, cut or slice him, making crisp sounds continue. On the side, Paul and Byman looked at each other, and both saw the satisfied look in each other's eyes. Beeman muttered, "Not bad, not bad." Although Ivan's swordsmanship lacks fighting experience, it is not rigid at all. It is only a little worse than mine at the beginning. Paul rolled his eyes at him, and was too lazy to answer. At this time, Led called out, "Ivan, hit me with all your strength." Ivan did not doubt him, and immediately threw the long sword to the ground, took a big step and swung it, which was caught steadily by Led's palm. Led signaled to stop. "Okay, your strength is about 180 pounds now." Beeman interrupted, "Equivalent to strength 1.2 scale. What kind of arithmetic problem is this?" Ivan was confused. Beeman laughed, "Haha, this is the algorithm passed down by the mysterious wizard, and ordinary people don't know it." Ivan asked curiously, "Tell me about it." Ignoring Byman's glare, Paul gave the answer first. "Your sword hull has a force-measuring iron stone, right? That 150 gene is equivalent to the strength of an untrained adult. Wizards call it 1 scale strength. Do you understand? That is to say, 0.1 scale is equal to 15 gene, and 180 gene strength is 1.2 scale. Ivan suddenly realized, and he couldn't help asking again, "Is there a mysterious wizard nearby?" The two brothers shook their heads in agreement. Byman said with a smile, "Who wouldn't want to become a mysterious wizard? We thought about it before, but the wizard has left our area and disappeared on the other side of the sea. We don't know where he went." He didn't go into details to avoid dampening his brother's enthusiasm. Some things are only accessible to nobles. In people's cognition, the deep sea is the most dangerous place. The farther away from the coast, the more dangerous it is. Even a small port like Flying Fish Harbor is often attacked by beasts in the sea. Sometimes you can only avoid them, and wait for the beasts to leave. Okay, time to go eat. Today's dinner was particularly rich, and the family atmosphere was harmonious. With his father and brother around, Sean, an active person, became particularly well-behaved. After all, he had tried the mixed 3-hit combo before, and there was nowhere to escape. Leda was quite satisfied with Ivan's performance. He was a silent father, and didn't say anything to praise him from beginning to end. Night. Ivan heard a knock on the door, opened the door, and it was his second brother, Byman, outside. Byman looked at the book in his hand, and said slightly exaggeratedly, "You are really reading a book, it's hard to imagine." Ivan was not surprised by this kind of reaction. "Just take a look." Moving his brother to come in. Beeman entered the room and looked around, then hugged his shoulders and whispered, "I heard that you were injured. You were bullied, right? Tell me, let me see who dares to bully my brother." Ivan felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He didn't tell the truth, I was just stung by a poisonous insect during the adventure, and I have been cured by Old Or. Before, he was friends with Rosade and Benson because they all lived in the east of the city, not far away, and his family had business ties, so it was inconvenient for Beeman to show up. Seeing him say that, Beeman didn't ask any more questions. This is the pocket money my brother gave you. He handed over 2 gold coins and stuffed them into his pocket without saying anything before leaving. This can't be the compensation for the breathing method. Ivan was stunned. In his memory, his second brother Beeman really didn't give him such a large amount of pocket money. 1.2 scale force, it would be better if there was a data panel. If he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it. He focused his attention on the field of vision, and the academic master panel appeared again. Pharmacy, LV1, 1/100. Night breathing, LV0, 5 out of 10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. In the past 2 days, night breathing has gained 1 experience point, and nothing else has changed. Perhaps in response to his thoughts, the light film in his vision began to flicker, and the soft changing light obscured the data on it, just like when it was first opened, and it involved part of his thinking ability. Chapter 9. After a while, the light film regained stability, and the content on it had changed. Strength, 1.2, Agility 1.1, Constitution, 0.9, Spirit, 1.4. This is exactly the data panel he has been thinking about, and it is also clear at a glance. Student Master. He tried to call out softly, and the light film flickered slightly, and the data changed to another version. Pharmacy, LV1, 1/100. Night breathing, LV0, 5 out of 10. Linguistics, LV0, 1 out of 10. The appearance of the subject data made him breathe a sigh of relief. He named the other panel the attribute panel, so that he would not make a mistake. It seems that there are many areas that need to be explored in the light film ability, and there may be new discoveries one day. The next second, his vision returned to the attribute panel. His physical fitness was a little weak, but his spirit was the highest, and the situation was unknown. Could it be that I am still a spirited guy? Looking at the spirit item, an idea popped up in Ivan's mind, and he immediately threw it out of his mind. This attribute panel does not have any progress bar, or experience value bar, which means that there is no attribute point addition. It is just a simple data statistics, reflecting the situation in all aspects of itself, which is probably derived from his idea. After thinking for a while, he put his mind on the book Detailed Record of Medicinal Materials 2 and continued reading. Pharmacy Experience +1. Pharmacy, LV1, 2/100. Experience is the accumulation of experience. This is a process of accumulation over time. It is not difficult to see that it takes a long time to upgrade to level 2. It was late at night, and he closed the book with satisfaction. A new day. When Ivan got up, his father and Paul had already left home. The two needed to deal with the follow-up of the task, and Beeman led his younger brothers and sisters to exercise. Beeman taught Ivan the swordsmanship, still the basic sword moves, corrected some of his omissions, and the more mature sword-changing methods, and helped him become proficient by feeding him moves. In the morning, Ivan rarely went to the cautious swordsmanship hall. After lunch, he was going to the clinic. Beeman suddenly pulled him and said, "Do you know why Old Or taught you?" Ivan thought of what Jusidi said. Before he could say anything, Beeman had already given the answer. Once they were drinking, he and his father had a bet on who would win or lose. Whoever lost had to agree to a reasonable request from the other party. As a result, he lost, and his father asked you to learn from him. Ha ha ha. Father himself may not have thought that you would like to make medicine. In short, you have to be aware of it. Seeing him in a daze, Beeman realized that his words had hit his brother, and hurriedly added, "Old Or's medicine is indeed unique, and should be very profitable. So you can learn it first. If you don't have enough money, come to me. If you really like to make medicine, we will think of a way." After that, he patted his shoulder, and went to do other things. Ivan sighed. This is an unexpected answer. No wonder Old Or looked so conflicted. If that's the case, it's probably hard to get Old Or's careful guidance. It's not easy. After thinking for a while, he didn't find any clues, so he just took it one step at a time. Badai Clinic. Ivan and Juzatai were like two followers, often staying by Old Or's side. Since the two had a conversation, Juzatai became more attentive, while Ivan remained the same. Old Or suddenly said, "Leda came this morning and paid your medical bills." Ivan's heart suddenly lifted. He didn't tell me he was coming. He didn't want to send me away, did he? Fortunately, Old Or didn't say anything else, nor did he say that he couldn't continue to come to the clinic, which made him secretly relieved. Most of the day passed, and it was night. Someone knocked on his door again. This time it was his eldest brother Paul. Click. As soon as they met, Paul threw him an iron sword. Ivan looked at him in surprise, and his eyes fell on the sword. This is the Quillen sword of the wind-blowing kingdom. Paul nodded. Yes, I give it to you. Thank you. Ivan was not polite. The Quillen sword is a fine sword, produced in the neighboring kingdom of Wind Blow. It is said to be made of refined iron, and added with a special mineral called Wind Sound Stone. The sword is named Quillen to commemorate a legendary flying knight. The price of this Quillen sword is definitely not less than 2 gold coins of Baiman. Paul handed the bow and arrow on his shoulder to him. This is given to you by your father. After receiving the message from old Mickey, your father specially prepared this good bow and arrows for you. Old Mickey is an old mercenary. He was a member of the Giant Shield mercenary group when his grandfather was the leader. He has the strength of a quasi-knight. Now that he is old, he rarely goes out to complete missions. Instead, he stays in Fayou City, guarding the garrison and looking after the Marikaten family. On one side of the door stood a leather quiver that could be carried on the back, and a large tube of feather arrows, which should have 300 arrows. After taking them, Ivan placed them one by one in his room. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was probably the love that belonged to his father. They were all so inconvenient, and had the same personality as their predecessors. Paul continued. Father said that if you need to ride a horse, you can go to the garrison to find old Mickey, and he will arrange it for you. Ivan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Paul did not stay for long, and when he was about to leave, he thought of something and took out a parchment scroll from his pocket. This is an unexpected gain from a certain mission. You can study it yourself, or give it to old, or father said you can do whatever you want with it. He handed it to him. After sending Paul to the door and returning, Ivan looked at the parchment scroll in his hand. The parchment paper was specially nitrate, and it actually recorded a prescription and its refining method, a secret medicine for the knight's breathing method, the water vortex potion. The essence of breathing techniques is to refine the vital energy, and also to tap into the potential of the blood in the body. Many breathing techniques are closely related to personal blood, and the same is true for the secret medicines corresponding to breathing techniques. The water vortex potion is a general secret medicine for servants. This prescription undoubtedly has greater value. If it can be made and sold, it can definitely make a huge fortune, and even serve as the foundation of a family. Such a valuable thing was actually given to him casually. Ivan felt a heavy force in his hand. He subconsciously looked around and closed the door tightly. Water vortex flower, barnacle grass, black snake fruit, bitter wheat mantis, red rock powder. No, if I remember correctly, barnacle grass grows on cliffs, and its number is rare and hard to see, and the water vortex flower, which is the main ingredient, has disappeared. In terms of drug identification, Ivan is no longer a novice who knows nothing. Looking at the contents recorded on the parchment scroll, he quickly found the problem. In fact, the principles of refining medicine and preparing Chinese medicine in this world are similar, and can be summarized by monarch, minister, assistant and messenger. According to the classification of monarch, minister, assistant and envoy, the monarch in the formula of the water vortex potion is the water vortex flower, and the baroque grass is the minister. Baroque grass may still be collected, but the water vortex flower can only be replaced by other herbs. The prescription lacks the two most critical herbs, and the value of this prescription is undoubtedly discounted, but it is not without value. People like old or should be very interested in it. Ivan suddenly understood. He understood what his father meant. Let him give the prescription to old or to try to exchange for the opportunity to become a real disciple. His father seemed silent, but in fact he cared about him a lot. However, old or is a difficult person, and I need to work hard and be fully prepared. Kasha Swordsmanship Hall Martial Arts Field. During the break, Donnie suddenly leaned forward and spoke in a very low voice. I tell you a top-secret message. What? There is a wizard in Flying Fish Harbor. A mysterious wizard is here to recruit apprentices. Ivan didn't care at first, but when he heard his words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 10. Wizards are beings who control mysterious means, and their mysterious spells can change the world in an instant. According to records, many years ago, this continent only had one cultivation system, Do Chi, and the knights were the masters, and the knights' army swept across the world. Until one day, wizards appeared, and they easily defeated the arrogant knights' army and broke the original order. Since then, wizards have become the masters. Today, although wizards have not stayed in this continent, they still dominate everything and affect all aspects of nearby countries. There are wizards recruiting apprentices in Flying Fish Harbor. This news caught Ivan off guard. He was still working hard to become a promising pharmacist. The wizards only collected some information, but is this possible? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Donnie was a little unhappy. Of course it's true. If you weren't my good brother, I wouldn't tell you such a secret news. This is news that only circulates among the upper class in Flying Fish Harbor. Seeing his confident tone, Ivan believed it about 70%. Where? Donnie shook his head. Ivan looked at him in confusion. No, what do you mean? Donnie sighed and explained, it means I don't know. Let's forget about it, because it's not my turn and you. The quota is controlled by the nobles. We have no chance. After thinking about it, Ivan felt that there was a problem. It doesn't make sense. How can wizards listen to nobles? Donnie continued to explain. Of course wizards won't listen to nobles, but nobles will listen to wizards. Many great nobles are descendants of wizards. Nobles will do things for wizards properly. Wizards don't have to show up to recruit apprentices themselves. For wizards, recruiting apprentices is a trivial matter, so naturally it is handed over to the nobles under their command. Another reason is the wizard's qualifications. Wizard training requires unique qualifications. As the descendants of wizards, nobles naturally have more wizard training qualifications and talents. Among civilians, only 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 has wizard qualifications, and their talents are average. The selection efficiency is too low. After Donnie's detailed explanation, Ivan finally understood what was going on. So, will wizards be kind enough to give the quota to civilians? The answer is no. If Ivan were a noble, he would rather waste it than give it to the commoners. Would he wait for the commoners to become wizards and their descendants to become new nobles before competing with them for territory and wealth? It turns out that in this world, nobles not only represent power and wealth, but also represent the path of wizard cultivation. After thinking this through, Ivan suddenly felt that there was little hope. You are right, it is difficult for us to have a chance. Donnie said, I will find out more about this and notify you when there is news. He also wanted to become a wizard apprentice, although the hope was slim. Ivan patted his shoulder. Be careful, don't force yourself if you really don't believe it, there may be other opportunities in the future. He guessed Donnie's identity. He was the kind of person who was related to the nobility, but not from a noble family, or was not accepted by a noble family. This range was very narrow, probably the illegitimate son of a great noble. Donnie said confidently, Don't worry about me. After resting, the two began their own training, and Ivan practiced the running breathing method. Night breathing experience +1. Night breathing, LV0, 6 out of 10. After noticing the change, he glanced at it, and didn't pay much attention to it, and continued his practice. Half a month passed in a flash. Leda accepted another mission to go out of town, and Paul and Byman accompanied him. Beeman told Ivan when he left that he should practice the basic swordsmanship again, and he would teach him the more advanced frog-walking swordsmanship next time he came back. Ivan, come on, come with me to take a look. What are you looking at? Just keep up. In the alley on the side of Kasha's Sword Art Hall, Ivan came as usual. As soon as he entered the alley, he met Donnie, who was waiting. Donnie asked him to follow him. Ivan did not doubt him, and trotted to follow Donnie. The two walked through the streets and alleys, all the way south, and finally came to the port dock in the south of the city. Hey, this way. Although the two were night squires, they were exhausted from trotting all the way. Under Donnie's leadership, the two did not rush into the dock, but found a parapet where they could see the east side of the dock clearly, and stood on the parapet to look out. Quick, look at that ship over there. There were not many ships or people at the dock at this time, but there was a group of nobles in gorgeous clothes gathered there. In front of them was a small black ship with mysterious patterns carved around the hull. It was dazzling from a distance, and people did not dare to stare at it. The nobles seemed to be saying goodbye to someone. Ah! With a deafening roar, the black ship slowly started. Ivan noticed that the roar just now came from under the black ship. A huge turtle with clear and ferocious scales was carrying the black ship away from the dock. Donnie murmured, "They're gone." Ivan understood what he meant. The wizard had finished recruiting apprentices, and was leaving by boat. From beginning to end, it had nothing to do with them. At this moment, the two of them truly felt the disparity of the world, which made them helpless and powerless. The two stood there in silence for a long time, until the black ship disappeared on the sea, and then they walked back slowly. Back to the alley on the side of the sword hall, Donnie seemed to have made up his mind and said, "I'm going to buy a running potion. It's too slow to practice the breathing method by myself bit by bit. The flowing potion is the secret medicine of the Kasha Sword Art Hall. It is used for breathing practice, and can increase the efficiency of extracting life energy. It is clearly marked with a price of 5 gold coins per portion, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. You are still rich. Ivan only had 2 gold coins left, which were given by his second brother Byman. It's not much, you can buy one. Hearing his praise, Donnie smiled unconsciously. After entering the Sword Art Hall, Donnie did not delay, and immediately went to find someone to buy it. After a while, he walked out of the inner hall of the Sword Art Hall, walked to Ivan, and implicitly signaled him to look in his pocket. There was a small glass bottle in his pocket, and the glass bottle contained a blue potion with floating objects. I go back first. Donnie didn't plan to take it here, and hurriedly left the martial arts arena. The effect of the torrent potion can last for 2 days, and Donnie probably won't come to the swordplay hall in these 2 days. Looking at his leaving back, Ivan felt a strong sense of urgency, and felt that he had to hurry up. Strength, 1.3, Agility 1.2, Constitution, 1.0, Spirit, 1.4. This is his current physical data. Compared with half a month, it has indeed improved a bit. Strength, Agility, and Constitution have all increased by 0.1 scale evenly. In fact, the initial stage of cultivation will have a faster enhancement speed, so the efficiency is undoubtedly low. Can't slack off, have to make money, have to use secret medicine. Ivan thought of the water vortex potion prescription. He had 2 ideas. First, give the prescription to Old Or, hoping to impress him and let him teach him the real way of refining medicine. Second, find a way to turn it into a complete prescription. Night breathing experience +1. Night breathing, LV0, 9 out of 10. When leaving the Sword Hall, Ivan's night breathing improved, only 1 step away from level 1. Chapter 11. As usual, the Bad Eye Clinic seemed a little deserted. The clinic charges a high fee, and the patients are mainly more affluent civilians, such as mercenaries, and a small number of nobles. The poor, who are the largest number, basically do not come. After treating a patient, the clinic returned to peace again. Mr. Orr, I want you to guide me in refining potions. Ivan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Giuseppe looked at him in surprise, then thought of something, and showed a barely perceptible smile, thinking that there was something interesting to watch. Old Orr didn't answer, obviously a little unhappy. After spending some time with Old Orr, Ivan roughly figured out Old Orr's character, and this time he chose to get straight to the point. This is a general breathing prescription, I hope it will satisfy you. He directly handed over his chips, which were the water vortex potion formula given to him by his father. This is a good idea. Giuseppe's face changed slightly, and she watched the situation closely. Old Orr took it and glanced at it, his eyes fixed on the parchment for a long time, so that the 2 people next to him did not dare to disturb him. Giuseppe even consciously took a step back, and wisely did not glance at the prescription. Ivan suppressed his inner anxiety and waited. After a while, Old Orr's voice sounded, "Tell me, which potions do you think may replace water vortex and baroque grass?" His eyes were still on the prescription. Here it comes. Ivan knew that this question was the key. He did not rush to answer. Pharmacy, LV1, 6/100. Night breathing, LV0, 9 out of 10. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. His eyes showed a panel that others could not see. During this period, his pharmacy improved a lot, thanks to reading the first, second, and third volumes of detailed record of medicinal materials, but he stopped there, because Old Orr did not give him other books, nor did he intend to teach him further. Ivan could fully understand this. After all, Old Orr had only lost a drinking contest, and he had done his best to teach him so much. Never mind, let's give it a try. He thought for a moment, bit his back teeth secretly, and used the light of wisdom obtained by upgrading his pharmacy to level 1. In an instant, he felt that his mind was particularly clear and agile, and the various medicinal materials he had memorized in the past appeared clearly in his mind, so profound that he knew all kinds of medicinal effects, hidden medicinal properties, and avoidances. The effects that different combinations of medicinal materials may cause also collided with sparks one by one, and his thoughts seemed to have no boundaries. This is the effect of the light of wisdom, which increases comprehension and spirituality by 3 times. Thinking that there were only 2 minutes left, Ivan quickly gathered his other thoughts and began to think about the medicinal materials and refining process of the water vortex potion. Combining the medicinal material knowledge he had learned, he tried to find a combination that could replace the water vortex flower and the barberry grass. At this moment, the clinic seemed particularly solemn. Giuseppe looked at Ivan, who was lost in thought, feeling a little resentful and expectant. After 2 or 3 minutes, she heard Ivan sigh inexplicably, as if he was reluctant and regretful. You can consider using silverfish flower and radix spatholobi. Or, instead of using balu grass, use water wheat algae fruit, and you may need to add a little corrugated stone powder. Use water olive, black spider flower, and the glandular fluid of the sword spider to try and see the effect. Maybe you will get some inspiration. The prescription is a whole, and if you change the main medicinal material, you must change other medicinal materials. Ivan gave 3 answers in a row, all of which are possible replacement combinations. After speaking, he looked at Old Or expectantly. Old Or raised his head and nodded, not bad. After that, he put the prescription away. It's done. Ivan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help laughing. Seeing this, Jusidi curled her lips. In fact, she didn't feel so much resentment at this moment. From the wild answer just now, she could sense Ivan's talent, and had to admit that she was inferior. Secondly, she knew how to become a disciple. The next morning, Old Or invited Ivan to enter the alchemy room. Bang! Under Jusidi's eager gaze, the door closed tightly, blocking her from the outside. Ah, bastard! Jusidi was jealous, because she was the first one to come. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV1, 9/100. In the alchemy room, Old Or taught Ivan how to process medicinal materials, and how to make simple medicines such as disinfectant and hemostatic powder, allowing Ivan to experience the feeling of a spiral increase in experience. After one morning, his pharmacy experience points increased by 3 points, while it took him at least 2 or 3 days to increase 1 point when he was learning by himself. Ivan secretly praised that this was the difference between stealing and true teaching. The gap was really big. From that day on, Ivan became the real pharmacy apprentice of Old Or. This stimulated Jusidi, and she had been looking for a way to see if she could find a breathing secret medicine recipe like Ivan, so that she could truly become Old Or's disciple. More than a month later, in the martial arts arena of Kasha Sword Art Hall, 2 young men were fighting with swords in a corner. Huh. At this time, Doni shouted, gathered all his strength into a sword, and slashed forward again. Come on. Faced with such an attack, Ivan was not afraid. He stepped forward with his sword, and the Quillen sword in his hand lightly hit the weak point of the opposite iron sword, blocking the attack of the iron sword. Ivan took a half step back and blocked the sword attack steadily. Doni drew his sword and stood up. No more fighting, no more fighting, my swordsmanship is not as good as yours. He failed to defeat Ivan again, which made him a little helpless. Obviously, he surpassed the opponent in strength and speed, but lost to the opponent's swordsmanship, and the two could only fight a tie. Ivan was also somewhat dissatisfied. Swordsmanship is just an external skill. Breathing skills are the foundation. Strength, 1.5, Agility 1.3, Constitution, 1.1, Spirit, 1.4. In the past month, he has been working hard, and his strength has increased by 0.2, while his agility and constitution have only increased by 0.1. This progress is really unsatisfactory for him. Donnie is different. He bought the running potion twice, and his real strength is higher than him, so he can only use swordsmanship to make up for his combat power, and barely maintain the situation of neither winning nor losing. Speaking of swordsmanship, he had to mention the last time when the night breathing was upgraded to level 1. That little light of wisdom brought many benefits. In addition to a deeper understanding of breathing, it also made him realize the basic swordsmanship, riding, and archery. The latter seemed to be an appendage of the former, and he reviewed them in depth. After the basic swordsmanship was sufficiently mastered, he successively learned the running swordsmanship and the family-inherited frog swordsmanship, and made significant progress in swordsmanship, surpassing Donnie by a wide margin. Unfortunately, the basic breathing method is the basic breathing method. No matter how deep the understanding is, it cannot change its innate limitations, and the efficiency is still low. Donnie said, I'm going to buy the last bottle of Rush Potion, are you going? Together. Ivan thought about it seriously, and thought of the gold coins he had just earned in his pocket, so he agreed. Donnie smiled and patted his shoulder. That's right, spend the gold coins on potions, and you can earn more gold coins after improving your strength, and gold coins beget gold coins. The two walked into the inner hall of the sword hall together, and when they came out, each of them had an extra small bottle of Rush Potion. I have to go to the central library, see you later. What are you going there for? The fees there are not cheap. I have my own plans. Under Donnie's puzzled eyes, Ivan walked towards the west of Flying Fish Harbor. He needed to improve his linguistics to level 1 in order to obtain more wisdom light, which would be of great use to him. Chapter 12. Flying Fish Harbor is a small to medium-sized city, divided into the south, west, east and north of the city. The south of the city is close to the Flying Fish Harbor Pier, with many wide streets and the busiest business, but the west of the city is the center of the city, where the nobles live. The east of the city is where the more affluent civilians live, while the north of the city is a more chaotic gathering place for the poor. The Hobson Library is the good governance of the late Old City Lord Earl Hobson, located in the west of the city. Ivan walked all the way to the library registration office. How do I apply for a library card? The waiter looked him up and down and asked, "Do you have a business card?" "No." "What about a letter of recommendation?" "No." The waiter said indifferently, "That can't be done." Ivan was not annoyed and continued, "I want to go in and read books." "You can apply for a reading card, 10 gold coins each, which can only be used by you, but it can be used for a lifetime." "Is there any other way?" 10 silver coins a day." Hearing the waiter's answer, Ivan decisively paid 10 silver coins. According to the conversion system of 1:100 between gold and silver coins, 10 silver coins a day, 1 gold coin can only be used for 10 days, and 3 gold coins a month. This business is like robbing money. You should know that the entrance fee to Flying Fishport is only 10 copper coins per person. Fortunately, he now has a way to make money, not as embarrassed as before. Pharmacy, LV1, 99/100. Night breathing, LV1, 12/100. Linguistics, LV0, 1/10. In the past month, with the guidance of Old Orr, his progress in pharmacy can be said to be rapid. In many aspects, he has met Old Orr's requirements and can already refine some potions. Old Orr was kind and willing to give him a commission for refining medicine, so he had the ability to make money. In the past, he had received a total of 7 gold coins, plus the original 2 gold coins, minus the 5 gold coins for buying the rushing potion, and now he still had 4 gold coins. The cost of the library was within his spending range. The Hobson Library was not big, with about 20 bookshelves in it. Books were scattered on each bookshelf, and there were a few books on them, all of which were collected by the Hobson family over the years. The number of people reading in the library could be counted on one hand, and most of them were well-dressed. When Ivan appeared, some people glanced at him, but didn't want to look at him any more after seeing his attire. Ivan didn't look at the others much, but just looked through the books on the bookshelf, including poems, travel notes, biographies, night novels, records of common beasts, and ancient aristocratic histories. On a bookshelf on the inside, he found a language book, a very thick dictionary. Ivan flipped through it briefly and found that there were 4 languages available for learning: Vandani, Goganda, Ferendo, and Tidal. Vandani, the language he has mastered, is also the common language of Xiangmai Principality and nearby countries. After reading the dictionary, he learned that Vandani originated from the ancient human language Jayaganda Ancient Language. Jayaganda Ancient Language can occasionally be seen in life, such as the sign of the clinic Bad Eyes. Vandani is a simplified version of Jayaganda Ancient Language. Ferendo, the language of a nearby continent, can be used for distant business. Bold, the word bold means tide, so it is also called tidal language, which originated from a powerful Night Empire, Tidal Empire, and can be used to explore the relics left over from the Tidal Empire period. Let's take a look at the ancient language of Jayaganda first. There is no need to learn the Vandani language. Only the ancient language of Jayaganda can be learned by oneself among the other 3. He was not in a hurry to leave. He held the dictionary of ancient language of Jayaganda and started reading. Linguistics experience points +1. Linguistics, LV0, 2 out of 10. When he was dizzy from studying, the academic master panel finally touched something. It was worth his urge to throw the dictionary away. He shook his head, trying to relax himself, and found that there was a person standing not far away. It was the male waiter of the library, who was looking stern at this time. The waiter said, "Sir, the library is about to close." Ivan looked around, and saw that he was the only reader left. The time was just right, so he took out a few silver coins and shook them, saying, "Just right, I want to ask you a few questions." The waiter was unmoved and reprimanded, "Sir, please respect my profession. No matter what you say, or what conditions you use, no one without a library card can take away any book. Please don't show off your tricks." Ivan was speechless after hearing his words. This was no misunderstanding. He explained, "Let me wait for you not far from the library. I just want to ask you about how to find a teacher." The waiter hesitated for a few seconds and nodded imperceptibly. Not long after, Ivan spent an extra 10 silver coins to get the answer he wanted. There were indeed people teaching languages nearby, but the tuition was not cheap. It cost 5 gold coins to learn a course. This tuition is as much as a bottle of rushing potion. Ivan could only give up and come back when he had enough gold coins. As for self-studying ancient Chinese, it was too much of a waste of time and energy, so he gave up this thankless plan. A new morning. Ivan held a bottle of blue potion and looked at it for a few seconds, then poured it into his mouth and drank it all. After 5 or 6 minutes, a gentle warm current spread in his abdomen, and he knew that the potion was working. Paggy, prepare twice as much food as usual for me. No problem, brother Ivan. In the backyard, Ivan began to exercise, practicing the most skilled running breathing method. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and they corresponded with the rhythm of his breathing. There was a different sense of power, which made Sean, who was watching, very jealous. 3 times in a row, one more than usual, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Seeing him finish his exercise, Sean leaned close and said in a mean way, "I want to learn, how about you teach me?" Ivan glanced at him and said lightly, "Sure, as long as you are not afraid of being this high in the future, and you are not afraid of being hunted down by the Kasha Sword Art Hall. The rushing breathing method is the symbol of the Kasha Sword Art Hall. If you learn it without paying the fee, you will definitely be troubled by the Sword Art Hall." These words were like a basin of cold water, and Sean smiled awkwardly. "Then I'd better wait a few months, haha, no hurry." For 2 days in a row, Ivan did not go to the swordplay hall until the effect of the potion was completely exhausted. Night breathing experience +1. Night breathing, LV1, 13/100, strength, 1.7, agility 1.4, constitution, 1.3, spirit, 1.4. It was indeed a potion that cost 5 gold coins. The effect was equivalent to his extra month of training. Strength and constitution increased by 0.2, agility increased by 0.1 points, and it also gave him a more intuitive understanding of the secret medicine corresponding to the breathing method. The first time only increased 0.2 points. The flowing potion should be the lowest grade breathing secret medicine. It's really a good match. This kind of secret medicine has a characteristic. The first time is the best effect. The second time will be less effective. The third time is basically the last time. It is best to take it a few days apart. Don't take it continuously because it has a particularly strong drug resistance. Ivan sighed. He thought that the water vortex potion was a secret medicine of medium quality, and he couldn't help but get more motivated. On the morning of the 4th day, Ivan came to the sword hall again. As soon as they met, Donnie pulled him to a corner and asked if he had anything to say. "Go ahead, what's the news? Do you remember those apprentices?" "Of course. There is accurate news. An apprentice has reported death. One of them has died." Donnie lowered his voice and spoke the news he had heard. There was no lack of gloating in his words. "It's only been more than a month. Is the path of wizards so dangerous?" Hearing his words, Ivan raised his eyebrows. This is not good news. Chapter 13. In front of the Bad Eye Clinic, 2 people waited at the door, one on the left and one on the right, waiting for Old Or to arrive. "I have already made some progress. It won't be long before I can learn to make potions like you. Don't be so proud." The bored eyes of the 2 people accidentally collided, and Giuseppe couldn't help but say, "Oh," Ivan replied casually. Not very satisfied with his answer, Giuseppe waved her fist at him, and her body trembled unconsciously. This attitude is what she dislikes the most. She regards the other party as a competitor, but the other party ignores her, which makes people angry. After a while, Old Or arrived. Giuseppe continued to do odd jobs, while Ivan went to the alchemy room to make medicine. In front of the square table, Ivan took 2 ounces of red tongue tree bark, held it with tweezers, and evenly baked it on the animal oil lamp to carbonize its surface, then put it in a stone dish and pounded it with a medicine stick until it became powder. He sniffed it closely and found a special fishy aroma, which was undoubtedly very pungent. He also took 8 pieces of dried mucus from the blue-purple clam and 1 ounce of dried beeswax, mixed them together, and pounded them into powder, stirring evenly. Put the red tongue bark powder in a glass dish, and heat it on the fire until it turns bright red, and the fishy smell is completely stimulated. Then add the mixed powder little by little, and drop a few drops of scorpion tail glue oil at the right time, stirring continuously, and finally the powder will appear a copper color. "It's done," Ivan muttered. After the powder cooled, he skillfully weighed it with a small scale, divided it into 10 parts, and put it into 10 small bottles. These are 10 portions of medium-quality red tongue hemostatic powder. 1 portion can be sold for 30 silver coins, and a total of 3 gold coins can be sold here. The cost of the medicinal materials is about 40 silver coins, and you can make 6 or 7 times the profit. The interests involved are so high. Since it was a success, he could get 20% of the profit, which was about 50 silver coins, which was also a good harvest. If he failed, he would be deducted half of the medicinal material fee. When he first started to refine the red tongue powder, he lost a lot of silver coins. This was the only medium-level prescription that Old Or taught him, and it was also the simplest to refine among the medium-level prescriptions. The demand for red tongue powder was average, and it only needed to be made 3 or 4 times a week. He spent most of his time making other lower-level potions or doing other odd jobs. Come again. Ivan took the same materials and started to refine for the second time. As a result, the scorpion tail glue oil was not dripped well, and the color was uneven in the end. According to Old Or's requirements, the inferior hemostatic powder had to be thrown away. The third refining was successful. The fourth refining was also successful. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV2, 1/200. The moment he took the red tongue hemostatic powder down to cool it, an invisible hand in his brain touched a certain entrance, which made him fall into a transparent state. In just a dozen seconds, he seemed to review the knowledge of medicinal materials he had learned in the past, check for omissions, thought about it as a whole, and refined the medicines he had refined many times with high efficiency, and corrected some of the minor omissions. It was really amazing. Ivan came back to his senses, and felt that he had improved half a level in refining medicine, which was equivalent to saving several years of effort. He secretly praised it. The 5th time he refined the red tongue powder, his movements were more familiar and light, and he was more confident. The refining was indeed successful, which undoubtedly proved that it was not his illusion just now. In addition to the small wisdom light, he also gained a wisdom light that can last for 4 minutes. Including the level 1 wisdom light he had saved before, he planned to use it all on the water vortex potion, but he was not in a hurry to use it. He was seeking another level 1 wisdom light, which was the upgrade of linguistics. At the same time, he also needed to accumulate more gold coins to buy medicinal materials. West of the city, near the Hobson Library, Ivan came to visit a scholar one day. "Sir, who are you looking for?" He knocked on the iron doorbell outside the fence, and soon a fat maid came out of the villa. Ivan said, "I'm looking for the Halaya scholar to learn the language." The maid Ida understood, opened the door, and welcomed him into the small garden in the front yard, led him into the living room of the villa, and brought him to a charming woman who looked to be in her 30s. "Madam, this gentleman is here to learn the language." Seeing the maid turn around and leave, Ivan introduced his purpose again. "Madam Guyan, I am Ivan Marichatin. I came to visit the Halaya scholar, hoping to learn Jaganda and other languages with him." The lady in front of him was dressed exquisitely, and had a gentle face. The most striking thing was her red lips, which looked like crystal clear agate, adding a unique charm to her. She must have been a person who had been treated with respect and luxury for a long time. Mrs. Halaya motioned him to sit down, and her red lips slightly opened. "You should be looking for me. I am the only one teaching languages here, and my lover, Scholar Halaya, had an accident last year." Her voice was gentle, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face after she finished speaking, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ivan saw it clearly, and it seemed that the information he had inquired was wrong, so he hurriedly said, "Sorry, if you don't mind, I am willing to learn languages from you." Mrs. Halaya said, "Of course, what language do you want to learn?" Ivan had a plan. Learn the ancient language of Goganda first, and consider other languages after you are proficient in Goganda. "A wise choice, then I will directly tell you what I want." "Please tell me." 6 gold coins. The time limit is 3 months. I will arrange specific courses for you." Unlike the information he inquired about, Mrs. Halaya had her own conditions. The time limit was up to 3 months, which means she would only teach for 3 months, and would arrange a class every other day or 2, and a class would last 2 hours. The specific time was decided by the lady, and she would be informed after the previous class. Ivan agreed. The tuition fee almost emptied his pocket. He received a thick textbook, a Jaganda dictionary, a notebook, pen and ink, and started his first language class. "Madam, see you next time." "See you. Don't forget the time is 2 days later in the morning." 2 hours later, Ivan said goodbye to this lady who lived a refined life. Linguistics experience +1. Linguistics, LV0, 3/10. When the subject level is low, it is always easier to grow. After a class, he gained a little, which was much more relaxed and comfortable than when he was studying on his own. From that day on, Ivan's daily routine has been expanded. He needs to memorize more Jaganda words. 10 days later, Ivan asked Old Or to buy medicinal herbs such as silverfish flowers and rate its strictness for him. Old or did not refuse, nor did he say anything or give any instructions. At the Marichatton house, Patty looked at her brother moving things home in surprise. "Brother Ivan, what are these?" "Just as you thought, I plan to set up a medicine room at home to make it convenient for me to refine medicine." Exploring the medicinal properties of the water vortex potion was a private job, and it was not convenient to carry it out in Old Or's alchemy room. He simply bought a set of equipment from Old Or on credit, and took it home with the purchased medicinal materials. "Don't worry, your brother knows what to do." Seeing Padge's hesitant look, Ivan gave his sister a reassuring smile and touched her fluffy brown hair with his palm. The water vortex potion was a medium-sized prescription, and it would undoubtedly cost a huge amount of money at the moment, but he was confident that he could replace it successfully. Once the research is successful, he will have a wider channel for money. His own strength will also improve by leaps and bounds, and even the Maricattons can move up a level. "Ah!" The stunned Paget reacted, shyly dodged his palm, and looked at someone angrily. "Ha ha, look at you, you are still shy." "No." The two siblings played for a while, and with the help of Paget, they found a room near the backyard to use as a medicine room. Chapter 14. The front yard of the small villa in the west of the city. Mrs. Hariah swayed and set Ivan to the door. She had a faint smile on her face, indicating that she was in a good mood at the moment. "Mr. Ivan, you are the most gifted boy in language I have ever seen." Her voice was always soft and gentle, and people could hear sincerity in it. Ivan smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment. I will take it as a compliment." Hearing this, Mrs. Hariah pursed her lips and smiled softly. "Ha ha, of course it's the truth. Your language talent is beyond doubt. See you tomorrow." She had reason to praise him. She was amazed at the boy's comprehension and spirituality. He had only studied for less than 20 days, but his progress was equivalent to that of others in 2 or 3 months. He had already mastered the ancient language of Goganda. Of course, the boy's diligence and hard work were indispensable. Who would not like such a student? "Thank you for your hard work, Mrs. Hariah. See you tomorrow." After leaving the villa, Ivan walked slowly towards the east of the city, as it was still early. Compared with the south and east of the city, the west of the city was more solemn, with patrols often walking around. Naturally, the public security was the best in Fayuport. As the saying goes, enemies often cross paths. When Ivan saw someone walking towards him, he secretly thought it was bad luck. Just like last time, Rosade quickly stopped in front of him. "Hey, Ivan, my friend, we finally meet again." Seeing his enthusiastic look, those who didn't know would think that the two were very good friends. Ivan's fists were itching, but thinking that this was the west of the city, he suppressed the urge to fight. "Don't block the way. You are sensible and didn't make a big deal, otherwise we will let you see what means are." Rosade subconsciously lowered his voice. His words were threatening. Ivan said nothing more, looking at him coldly. Rosade didn't care about his look at all. Thinking of his own embarrassment, he glanced around, pointed to the alley on the side and said, "I think we need to talk further. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise I will beat you up every time I see you. Don't mess around, this is the central area of the city." Ivan showed a trace of panic on his face, and reluctantly followed Rosade into a secluded alley. Seeing that no one was around, Rosade couldn't wait to say, "Brother, I'm a little short of money recently, let's get some." Bang! What was waiting for him was a handful of gray powder, and the hemp powder hit him head-on, making him feel another kind of fiery enthusiasm. "Ahem, you're cheating. I was looking for you." Ivan turned a deaf ear to his accusations, with an attitude of not letting anyone off the hook. He kicked Rosade hard in the stomach, knocking him against the wall behind him, and he couldn't help but curl up and squat. Thinking of the poisoning of his previous body, Ivan kicked the enemy's neck with a whip kick, and then kicked wildly, landing his feet on Rosade again and again. In just a dozen seconds, Rosade had lost his arrogance just now, like a wild dog with its tail tucked in, not even daring to whimper, lest it attract a more severe beating. I'm tired." At the end, Ivan stepped on the big head with one foot and sighed for a long time, as if he was spitting out the anger in his heart. Hemp powder is a strong irritant powder with a weak toxicity. Old Or did not teach him this knowledge. He made it himself according to the medicinal properties, which is a simple auxiliary means, and kept on his body for use. I never thought that it would be put to use so soon, and it was used on the former enemy. This preparation was not unwise. "You are so poor. You are welcome to come and get beaten next time." Ivan searched a few silver coins from him, walked out of the alley with a look of disgust, leaving Rosade howling softly. Due to the location in the west of the city, Ivan seemed to beat Roseade hard, but in fact he didn't hurt Roseade's bones and muscles. The Night Squire had thick skin and flesh, and it was more of a humiliation. He was not afraid that Roseade would find the patrol team. They were not nobles, so they couldn't expect the patrol team to take care of such a small matter. If Roseade went there, he would inevitably be blackmailed first. After a while, Ivan returned to the Marichattan family in a happy mood. He went straight to the alchemy room at the back. As soon as he approached, he heard the quarrel coming from the backyard. Shame, shame, you have the same face as me, but you actually do such a thing. He is a nobleman, we are commoners, it is not shameful to compliment him. You are not complimenting, but flattering. He is just a country baron, and you don't even plan to ask for compensation. Today I really look at you with new eyes. Country barons are also nobles, and the compensation can be paid with prey. You are hopeless. The second brother Byman was complaining about the eldest brother Paul, probably because a certain task was not negotiated. Paul refuted with reason, making Byman speechless and leaving angrily. Ivan didn't want to break this embarrassing scene, so he hid in the alchemy room to avoid making the brothers more embarrassed. In less than half a minute, Byman's voice sounded outside the door. Ivan, you are back. Byman. Ivan could only open the door and welcome Byman into the house. The expression on Byman's face was a little heavy. He first looked at the alchemy room. It was actually very simple, with a simple set of alchemy equipment and a few small boxes of medicinal materials. Did you hear everything? After a pause, Ivan nodded. I heard a few sentences. Seeing that Byman wanted to say something, he quickly added, Don't let me judge who is right or wrong. You know, our family has always had difficulties in the issue of nobility, and it is difficult to distinguish right from wrong. Hearing this, Byman was silent. The Marichattan family has always had a pain point, that is, the title. From grandfather to Father Red, and then to Paul, there has always been a bias in this regard. The reason is unwillingness, the desire for the title, and the ambition to restore the glory of the ancestors. People are always like this. The more they care about something, the harder it is to maintain their usual behavior. Ah, Byman sighed. Then he changed the subject and said, It must be expensive to learn to make medicine. He looked at the equipment and medicinal materials in front of him, and estimated that the expenses were not small, and his brother did not have other major income. Ivan replied, A little, I am not short of money really. Seeing that Byman did not believe him, Ivan calculated an account for him, and also told him about learning the ancient language of Jayaganda in the west of the city to prove that he could maintain all his expenses. Byman was obviously stunned. He was a little unprepared for his brother's growth. After a while, Byman patted his shoulder and praised, Good boy, I really didn't expect that you were better than me. Byman really didn't know that his medicine refining skills improved so quickly, and could bring in considerable income. After thinking for a while, Ivan took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. This is red tongue powder, I made it. Byman took it without hesitation and continued, You can refine red tongue powder, then you can make other things such as detoxification water, insect repellent powder, and deodorant powder. Do you want me to help you sell it? He traveled with the Giant Shield mercenary group to many places, and was able to easily find sales channels to bring more wealth to his brother. Ivan shook his head. It's good to cooperate with old ore, and I won't consider other things for the time being. The market is so big, he can't backstab old ore as soon as he learns, and he still has a lot to learn. Okay, you decide for yourself. Byman didn't force it, and didn't continue to ask about the potion. When he left, he looked much more relaxed. Ivan continued to study the medicinal properties of various herbs. Pharmacy, LV2, 18/200. Night's breathing, LV1, 16/100. Linguistics, LV1, 2/100. Not long ago, linguistics was upgraded to level 1. After being sorted out and integrated by the light of small wisdom, it was a talent in the eyes of Lady Helaya. So far, he has accumulated 2 level 1 lights of wisdom, and 1 level 2 light of wisdom. These are the basis for him to explore the water vortex potion, but he must first study the medicinal properties of various herbs. Chapter 15. Ahem, the silverfish flower looks like silk in the water, but it has such a strong odor. You can't judge a flower by its appearance. Ahem, it seems that I need to ask Padge to sew a few masks for me. The side effects of the waterweed algae fruit are not small, and it is difficult to reconcile, so it is temporarily shelved. Water olives are also scarce, and the situation is similar to the original bar loquat, so it can only be used as a backup. In the following days, Ivan immersed himself in exploring the various medicinal materials of the water vortex potion trying to find substitutes to form a new water vortex potion. It just so happened that Byman and his friends were at home, so he could ask Byman to help him buy various medicinal materials. The price was a little more expensive, but it was convenient. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy experience +1. Another reason why Ivan was intoxicated was the experience points. When he explored the medicinal properties of various medicinal materials in depth, the pharmacy experience points increased extremely rapidly, allowing him to open the door to a new world. It turned out that this was a good way to improve pharmacy. All you had to do was explore the hidden medicinal properties of medicinal materials, and explore the medicinal properties of unknown medicinal materials. This made him feel inexplicably excited. Forget it, let's seek help. Soon after he explored the medicinal properties of many herbs, he fell into another state of confusion, not knowing how to choose and go further, and immediately used the first level of wisdom light. In these 2 minutes, his thoughts became particularly clear and agile, and the spiritual light collided with sparks, allowing him to find a direction in the vast sea of herbs. Let me think about it. Maybe I can consider swallowing fish algae fruit. Although it contains toxins, it is not impossible to suppress it. It can be used to replace water vortex flowers. As for the subsequent refining problems, we can solve them step by step. Seahorse gourd and seahorse gourd, maybe it can be used. In the alchemy room, Ivan muttered to himself, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. A few minutes later, he gathered all his thoughts and wrote down his thoughts one by one. He didn't rush to change direction. It was undoubtedly unwise to make a decision under impulse. He had to slow down. After coming out of the alchemy room, Ivan left home directly and walked towards the south of the city. Kasha Sword Art Hall. Ivan spent another 5 gold coins to buy a torrent potion, which was his second torrent potion. Would you like to try your skills? It was rare for him to invite Donnie. But Donnie was not in a good mood and did not accept. Ivan asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" As for the contest between the two, Donnie had always accepted anyone. After thinking for a while, Donnie whispered, "Another apprentice has reported the death." While speaking, his expression was a little complicated. Seeing his expression like this, Ivan guessed, "Is it related to your family?" Donnie nodded slightly. The person who died was his nominal sister, and also the biological sister of a kind-hearted little girl. Thinking of the crying little girl, he felt very sorry. In just over 2 months, news of the death of apprentices came back one after another, which made the two of them have a deeper understanding of the dangers faced by apprentices. Back home, Ivan prepared to take the second dose of the running secret medicine. Strength, 1.8, Agility 1.4, Constitution, 1.3, Spirit, 1.4. These are his current data. In the past period of time, his strength has only increased by 0.1 points. The training has become more and more difficult, which has made him more determined to study the water vortex potion. The next morning, he poured the running secret medicine into his mouth and swallowed it. His daily life remained the same, practicing breathing techniques, swordsmanship, archery, going to the clinic to make medicine, or exploring the medicinal properties of medicinal materials at home, or learning ancient Chinese. Wait, Byman. Buying medicinal materials again? Tell me, what do you want? Ivan came back early from the clinic, and called his second brother Byman, who was walking out. Ivan said, 2 new algae fruit and seahorse gourd, just the right amount, you know? This was not the first time he asked Byman to buy medicinal materials. No problem. Byman agreed readily. He had seen his brother's financial resources, so he didn't need to worry about his brother, and didn't care what his brother was studying. Ivan thought of something and asked casually, "What is Paul doing? I haven't seen him in the past few days." Him? When it comes to Paul, Byman has some resentment, and said unhappily, "Of course you can't see him. He is pursuing the daughter of that country noble, the daughter of a nasty person." This is big news. It is not difficult to see from Byman's words that the country baron is not an easy person to get along with, and even has a bad attitude. Paul will probably suffer a lot if he pursues his daughter. Ivan frowned, and suddenly thought of his mother. His grandfather was also a baron. Even though his mother married into the family, he still despised and looked down on the Maracadans. Now they have cut off contact. Paul actually wanted to repeat the same mistake. Didn't my father stop him? Beeman shook his head and whispered, he would love it. Ivan understood that his father's greatest ambition was to lead the family back to the ranks of the nobility. He had always sought to build a good relationship with the nobility, hoping to find a way out. Ivan didn't know how to comment on this. 2 days later. Strength, 1.9, Agility 1.4, Constitution, 1.5, Spirit, 1.4. The secret medicine is a secret medicine, worthy of its price, which brought Ivan 0.1 strength and 0.2 constitution, and no other changes. The effect of the secret medicine is different, as long as it depends on the individual's physical condition, and sometimes there is a luck factor. Ivan is very satisfied. After all, the constitution unexpectedly increased by 0.2 points. Once the strength exceeds the 2.0 scale, according to the classification, he will be a second-class night attendant. Also in the East District in another house. Are you okay? Yes, that bastard dared to use despicable means. I will never forgive him. Facing Benson's question, Rose-Eye's face was ferocious. He would never forget the humiliation that day, and it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart without revenge. Benson frowned and said, even if he attacked you by surprise, you can't be without any ability to fight back. I told you, he used a very poisonous powder to splash my eyes. Rose-Eye explained, speaking with a little more rationality, you are right, his strength is improving very quickly, and he should be not much worse than you and me. You know, he's a fool, and he probably took a lot of secret breathing medicine. Since he dared to attack me, he will definitely not let you go. We must take the initiative to teach him a profound lesson, and suppress his arrogance. These days, Rose-Eye has been recovering from his injuries. For a knight squire, the injury is not serious, but the humiliation of being stepped on the head hurts his heart more and more, making him unable to sleep and eat. After a moment of silence, Benson nodded heavily. I agree, we have to find a good opportunity to teach him a more memorable lesson. The two sides have already become enemies, so naturally they have to defeat the other side. In the city of Flying Fish Harbor, unless it is in the northern part of the city, it is definitely not convenient to use heavy hands when people are coming and going, so you need to find a suitable opportunity. Rose-Eye agreed. Yes, give him a lesson he will never forget. He decided that he must break Ivan's legs to wash away his shame. Chapter 16. Inside the alchemy room at the Marikaden home. Ivan was staring at the glass dish on the flame, not daring to blink. The flame burned the bottom of the glass dish, causing the temperature inside the dish to continue to rise. The fish-swallowing algae seeds inside were hot and red, like hot metal. He added a drop of scorpion tail glue oil at the right time. Pop! A light sound sounded like thunder in his ears. Ivan hurriedly stepped back, and a series of snapping sounds rang out on the workbench. In the glass dish, the addition of scorpion tail glue oil seemed to have triggered something, causing the first fruit seed to explode, and then other fruit seeds to explode continuously, and bursts of black and red poisonous smoke rose, covering the area of the workbench. Oh, failed again. Ivan was not surprised. He hid in the corner with a mask on his face for a while, and when the poisonous smoke stopped increasing, he skillfully sprayed disinfectant with a homemade sprayer to clean up the poisonous smoke that was trying to spread. After a while, he opened the window to let the air out. He just turned around, and a head popped out of the window. I feel dizzy. Sean poked his head out, and took a breath of the smoke that was discharged outside. He felt dizzy. You deserve it. Ivan looked back at this scene, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had drunk the antidote beforehand, but his brother Sean hadn't. If he didn't feel dizzy, who would? He was just asking for trouble. After all, he was his brother, so Ivan had to open the door, and go to the backyard, and found that Padge had helped him to one side. Padge's face flashed a trace of discomfort, and she whispered, I tried to persuade Sean, but he didn't listen and insisted on getting so close. Drink it all. Ivan certainly didn't believe it. With her ability, it was easy to suppress Sean, but she didn't say much. She handed each of them an antidote. Sean was not seriously poisoned because he had cleaned it with disinfectant. After Sean used the antidote for a while, the symptoms of confusion were indeed relieved. I'm going to rest now. I help you. The two siblings didn't dare to approach the door again, and hurried away with excuses. After sending away the two people who couldn't hold back their curiosity, Ivan returned to the alchemy room. It seems that this method won't work. We should add spider flower claws first and mix in bitter mantis whiskers to maintain balance. He thought about the failure just now, picked up a pen and made a cross on the notebook, eliminating one plan. An hour later, a muffled sound was heard again in the alchemy room, like a fist hitting a quilt. Undoubtedly, he experienced another failure. Failure. Failure again. Failure again and again. This became Ivan's key daily routine these days, accompanied by money being spent like water. Almost, I want to see what is missing from these plans. After dozens of failures, Ivan felt that the time was almost right, and he used the second-level wisdom light neatly. In an instant, he became another person, with his understanding and spirituality greatly opened up, his eyes shining, as if he could see through the mysteries of most things. I understand. Take the seeds of the swallowfish algae fruit, add the juice of the swallowfish algae fruit leaves, mix with pine stone foam, then add spider flower claws, and bitter wheat mantis whiskers, and finally add a trace of red rock powder and scorpion tail glue oil. That's it. Ivan did not dare to slack off, and quickly took out various medicinal materials, and placed them together to start a new round of experiments. He knew the reason and vaguely realized that the type of medicinal materials that replaced the water vortex potion did not mean that it would definitely succeed. It also involved the refining techniques, such as decocting, calcining, melting, pounding, mixing, stewing, etc. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. He couldn't relax at all. Accompanied by a pungent smell, Ivan realized that he had failed again. Just a little bit more. There was no dejection in his tone, but a kind of eagerness to try, because he had made a lot of progress compared to before, and he saw the hope of success. After cleaning up the workbench a little, he took the same medicinal materials, and started the second round of exploration. The second level of wisdom light can last for 4 minutes, he must hurry. After a moment, the effect of the wisdom light dissipated, and the refining in his hands was also coming to an end. Sure enough, it's still a little short. I should have lowered the fire just now, and dripped the scorpion tail glue oil more quickly. Ivan stepped back quickly, and a small cloud of gray smoke rose from the glass dish, which soon dissipated, revealing the liquid medicine in the glass dish. The azure liquid medicine was like a piece of blue amber, but unfortunately, there were a few gray-black filaments floating on it, which made the medicine fail. At this moment, although he was exhausted, he was particularly excited. Forget it, pack up and fight again in a few days. Ivan found that the main ingredient, the fish-swallowing algae fruit, had been used up and needed to be repurchased, but he had previously spent all his savings, including some money that Byman had supported him with. It was just a matter of saving for a few more days. He had failed dozens of times, and was not in a hurry for a certain moment. Pharmacy, LV2, 33/200. Night breathing, LV1, 17/100. Linguistics, LV1, 5 out of 100. Just now, he was busy exploring and didn't notice that he found that the experience value of pharmacy increased by more than 10 points, which was less than he expected. After walking out of the alchemy room, Padge told him a piece of news. Brother Evan, Miss Church will visit our house tomorrow. Who invited her? Brother Paul. Evan gestured to show that he knew. Miss Church was the daughter of the country baron mentioned by Beeman. She came to Flying Fish Harbor to visit relatives. For some reason, Paul fell in love with her and was pursuing her. The next morning, Evan came to the Bat Eye Clinic. He needed to make money by refining medicine, otherwise his research could not continue. As for the swordsmanship hall, it is difficult to improve blood and chi with the running breathing method, so there is no need to go too often. He made medicine as usual. As soon as he started, he realized that his skills were more proficient. It was much easier than yesterday's refining. He kept refining medicine. From morning to 1400 hours in the afternoon, he earned a commission of 3 gold coins. Then he rushed to the west of the city to attend the Jaganda ancient language class. Mr. Ivan, let's start the class. Mrs. Halaya is a one-on-one private teacher. Ivan is the only student in each class. His academic progress has always been fast. After the course, Mrs. Halaya invited him to have some tea, and they chatted for a while. During the conversation, Mrs. Halaya repeatedly praised his talent in linguistics. Mrs. Halaya got to the point. Mr. Ivan, I have a suggestion. Ivan said, please go ahead. Mrs. Halaya gathered her hair that was messed up by the wind and slowly said with her red lips, you have reached a certain level in learning the ancient language of Jayaganda. What's left is to slowly accumulate vocabulary. It's not efficient to continue taking this kind of class, so I suggest you change to another language. You are such a kind person. Ivan thought, no wonder it's been hard to increase my linguistics experience points recently. Mrs. Halaya said again, if you agree, the tuition fee can be discounted by an extra 1 gold coin. From the perspective of time, it seems a bit disadvantageous. Ivan thought that he was short of money now, and couldn't help but said, no problem, but I need to take a few days off first, and come back to visit after a while. To Mrs. Halaya, this was a polite refusal. In her slightly disappointed eyes, Ivan didn't explain too much, and said goodbye to the lady, saying that he would come back in a few days. Chapter 17. Marikaden's house. In the backyard, Miss Church, wearing a bright yellow dress, pointed to a small room and asked curiously, is this the pharmacist's alchemy room? Can I take a look? I promise not to mess up the things inside. I just want to satisfy the curiosity of a lady, Miss Paget." This request undoubtedly embarrassed Paget, who was accompanying her. She said carefully, "I'm sorry, Brother Evan went to class." Miss Church was unwilling to give up. She went around to the back and found that the window could not be opened. She returned to the door and seemed to want to find other ways to find out. At this time, she found a handsome young man walking towards this side, and her eyes lit up. "Are you Mr. Ivan?" "Yes." The handsome young man who came back was Ivan. When he came back from the west of the city, he didn't find the carriage at the door, nor did he find Paul and others. He thought that today's guests had left, but he didn't expect to meet them outside the alchemy room. This Miss Church has an upper-middle-class appearance, an oval face, a petite figure, and looks only 1.5 years older than Paget. She looks like a little girl. Did Paul want to trick the little girl? Miss Church didn't know what he was thinking and then asked, "Mr. Ivan, can I visit your alchemy room?" There were materials about his research on water vortex potions in it, so Ivan certainly didn't allow it. "Sorry, Miss Church. It was a mess before, and it's very rude to let you visit." Lisa Church said, "Lisa, you can call me Lisa, my friends all call me that." Ivan readily agreed. "Okay, Miss Lisa." Lisa said again, "Mr. Pharmacist, we are friends now. Can you let me take a look inside, just a look?" She stared at Ivan with her watery eyes, trying to shake his heart. Ivan still chose to refuse. "Next time, as an apology, I can give you a handmade fragrance, the scent of Tyrannosaurus." Fragrance is similar to perfume, with a light smell and strong volatility. It is actually a disinfectant, often placed in a sealed box for storing utensils, and its use is not very wide. We agreed to do it next time. Lisa's eyes rolled, and seeing that he was unmoved, she had to emphasize the next time. Accompanied by Padge, the two went to other places. For Ivan, the arrival of Miss Lisa was just a small episode, and he quickly put it behind his mind. At the intersection of a street in the east of the city, Roside watched the figure walk into a clinic from a distance. Bad eyes. What is this bastard doing in the clinic again? The poison powder he used to cheat last time was not bought there. This bastard doesn't even go to the swordplay hall often. I wonder what conspiracy he is plotting. After waiting for a long time, Rosade didn't see the person following him come out, and he kept waiting until noon. He really didn't have the patience to waste time, so he could only leave with a curse, but he remembered this clinic. These days, he observed Ivan's movements from time to time, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a good opportunity. At the same time, in the clinic, Ivan, who didn't realize he was being followed, was busy. Since teaching him how to make the red tree hemostatic powder, Old Or has returned to his original state. Not teaching or guiding him, it all shows that his water vortex potion recipe is worth this much, not a cent more. Old Or seemed to like to follow some kind of exchange principle of equal value. Ivan was helpless about this. He had nothing else to impress Old Or, and could not exchange for other potion knowledge that he had. Even more miserable than him was Giuseppe, who had not been able to impress Old Or so far. She could only learn from him, and sometimes watched him make potions, but she gained little. "Mr. Or, this is my gift, the Mountain Monster Potion. I hope you can teach me how to make potions." Seeing that the two had cleaned up the refining table one after another, Giuseppe took out the things she had prepared for a long time and solemnly gave them to Old Or. She had waited too long for this day, and was ready to face Old Or's test. It was also a parchment scroll, and Old Or stared at it for a long time without moving his eyes away. Ivan looked at this scene curiously, but did not go over to peek. Old Or raised his head, first glanced at Ivan, then looked at Giuseppe, and said slowly, "I will only teach you for 1 month." No problem." Giuseppe's face showed a brief surprise, and she hurriedly agreed. There was no test, which made all her preparations go to waste. She got what she wanted. At noon, the two of them ate the food they brought with them outside the door. Giuseppe finally found an opportunity to show off. "I said I wouldn't lag behind you for too long, see?" Ivan was not tolerant and retorted, "Come back, and tell me this after you learn the Qitong hemostatic powder." He guessed that the prescription Giuseppe offered was complete, but given Old Or's personality, he would only teach part of what he learned. "Wait and see, we see in a month." Giuseppe held her head high, full of confidence, and vowed to catch up with Ivan's progress. In the next few days, Old Or taught Giuseppe to make potions as promised, which required some extra time. Ivan got more opportunities to make potions, and earned 20% to 30% more than before. After saving enough gold coins, he entrusted Byman to buy medicinal materials. It happened that Byman was relatively free during this period. That day, Byman delivered all the required medicinal materials to the alchemy room, and Ivan started his journey of exploring the water vortex potion again. It will definitely succeed this time. After a while, the gray-black silk thread on the azure potion emerged clearly, giving him a blow. Ivan was not discouraged. He still had a strong feeling that he would be able to succeed next time. There were gray and black filaments, like a lingering shadow. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry. You have failed so many times. You don't have to worry about 2 or 3 more times. Ivan took a deep breath, suppressed other thoughts in his mind, and thought for a while before starting a new refining. This time he seemed particularly cautious. Finally, the refined potion lay quietly in the small glass dish, like a piece of flawless blue amber. Finally it's done. At this moment, Ivan felt like he had finally gotten what he wanted. If he couldn't successfully refine it once, he would have suspected that there was a loophole in the refining plan. Fortunately, this didn't happen, and he finally felt relieved. Water vortex potion recipe: water vortex flower, barberry grass, black snake fruit, bitter wheat mantis, red rock powder. New recipe: swallowing fish algae fruit seeds, swallowing fish algae fruit leaf juice, black spider flower, bitter wheat mantis, red rock powder, pine stone foam, scorpion tail glue oil. 2 more medicinal materials were added, and they were replaced with easily purchased medicinal materials. He estimated that the cost of one portion was about 70 or 80 silver coins, which was a sure win. Ivan named the new potion Azure Potion. Pharmacy experience plus 150. Pharmacy, LV2, 183/200, the academic master panel has changed. Seeing the message above, his heart suddenly jumped. This increase is too much. This is the correct way to increase experience points. Ivan couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about the time and effort of exploring new prescriptions, plus a level 1 wisdom light and a level 2 wisdom light, he suddenly understood. He decided to try the effect of the Azure Potion tomorrow. Chapter 18. Time came to the next day. The appearance was exactly the same, the color was the same as described, and with the experience of the academic master's panel rising, he had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the potion. It's a little cool, and a little sweet. Ivan sniffed it closely, then poured the Azure Potion into his mouth. It felt like slurping jelly, melting in the mouth, and flowing into the throat and abdomen. A few minutes later, he noticed a feeling different from the running potion. It was a cool breath, like being in the sea, refreshing and comfortable, making people forget the daily fatigue. During the time when the potion takes effect, the effect of his breathing practice will be greatly improved. Quick! Quick! Padge, I'm hungry. It's ready, Brother Ivan. Not enough, I need more food. It is human instinct to eat when hungry. After practicing the breathing method, Ivan experienced an unprecedented hunger. At this moment, it seemed that every cell in his body was crying out for hunger, urging him to eat quickly and eat a lot. The effect of the potion lasted for 3 days, 1 day longer than the torrent potion. During these 3 days, he was in pain and happy. Strength, 2.3, Agility, 1.7, Constitution, 2.1, Spirit, 1.4. As expected of a medium-quality general secret medicine, he has significantly improved in all aspects, especially in terms of Constitution, which has been directly improved by 0.6 scales, which also shows that the blue potion focuses more on increasing Constitution. In addition to Constitution, it also improves 0.4 Strength and 0.3 Agility. The Spirit scale has not changed as always. Strength exceeds 2 scales, which is the standard for a second-class knight squire. Ivan was filled with emotion. He had become a second-class knight attendant, not far from the 3rd level of the quasi-knight. All the expenses of exploring the secret medicine were worth it. Improving strength is undoubtedly a pleasant thing. However, the secret medicine for breathing has strong resistance. It is best to take the second secret medicine after 5 or 6 days. He came to the west of the city again in a good mood. In the front yard of the small villa, he held a small iron rod hanging there in his palm and rang the doorbell. Mr. Ivan, welcome back. It was Mrs. Elia who came out. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were curved. This smile seemed contagious. Ivan smiled and greeted, "Nice to meet you, ma'am." According to his observation, Mrs. Elia had few students, and this noble lady had always had high demands on life, and her expenses were higher than many people. This was probably the reason why Mrs. Elia was happy. The two came to the living room, and sat down separately. "Mr. Ivan, what do you want to learn this time?" "Old German, which is the title language." Mrs. Elia agreed, "It's a very good choice. In fact, Jaganda ancient language and title language are both commonly used languages by wizards. It seems that Mr. Ivan has a great interest in wizards. Ivan's heart moved when he heard her words, and he nodded slightly. Wizards have the most mysterious methods. Of course, I am interested in learning more. Then you must study hard. Language is the basis of everything. Seeing that Mrs. Heliot did not continue the topic of wizards, Ivan did not dare to ask presumptuously. The relationship between the two was just an employment relationship after all. Linguistics experience +1. Linguistics, LV1, 6 out of 100. Learning a new language has an immediate effect, and experience points begin to increase. Ivan experienced a significant increase in experience points not long ago, and now he is calm. After the course, he did not stay in the villa, but went straight to the Bat-Eye clinic in the east of the city. Ivan noticed something on the way. He couldn't help but stop, turn around and look back, but didn't find anything suspicious. Is it an illusion? He looked at it for 2 or 3 seconds, gave up the idea of pursuing it, and continued to walk back. After seeing the pile of goods not far away, Benson breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the man leave. He almost found me. What should I do now? He was with Rosade, and the two of them ran into Ivan by chance and immediately began to follow him. Rosade frowned and said, "What is he doing in the city center?" Benson was impatient to guess and complained, "You shouldn't have dragged me just now. It would be much easier to find him directly, instead of wasting time and effort to follow him now." Rosade said bitterly, "There are many patrol teams in the west of the city, so it is not advisable to fight." He didn't want to just beat Ivan like last time. He wanted more, not only to humiliate him, but also to seriously injure him, otherwise how could he calm down? Benson stood on the street and looked into the distance, and suddenly thought of a way. "I have an idea. How about inviting him directly?" "He won't be that stupid." "Try it. I invite him, and the location will be the cave at the bottom of the cliff, and say that it is to settle the original matter. I think he will definitely not be indifferent." Facing Rosade's refusal, Benson still insisted on his own idea. Anyway, he had already alerted the enemy, so why not try again? The next day. In the morning, Padge, who came back from shopping with Aunt Kathy, found a letter at the door. "Brother Evan, there is a letter for you." "Letter?" Evan took it with a puzzled look on his face. It was indeed written on it. Evan Marichatton's personal letter, written in Vandani, with regular handwriting, and it was hard to tell who wrote the letter to him. Thinking of what happened on the road yesterday, he put the letter into his pocket calmly. "It is indeed my letter, from a pen pal far away." Peggy tilted her head and asked, "Is it a male pen pal or a female pen pal? Why do you care so much?" Seeing Ivan stretch out his palm to try to ravage his hair, Peggy jumped away in fear and ran back to the house. Ivan returned to his room and opened the so-called letter. It was an invitation from Benson, saying that he wanted to settle the things about the original expedition and clean up the culprits together. "I haven't found you yet, but you can't wait to get beaten." Of course, he had to take revenge. He had never forgotten how embarrassed he was at that time, and it involved a life. However, now was the time when his strength was growing rapidly, so he would just put it on the account for the time being. Thinking of something, Ivan put on a mask, hurriedly walked out with his sword, and walked out of the Marichatton family. He stood at the door and looked around for a while, but didn't find any sneaky figures. He looked at the roads and alleys in the nearby area, and sure enough, he found Benson walking back slowly. "Ha ha, God helps me. Benson!" Ivan approached quietly and shouted as he got closer. Benson turned around and was horrified to find that there was gray powder covering him. He closed his eyes alertly and moved to the side, holding the sword to prevent being attacked. But Ivan was no longer the same as before. The Quillen sword with the scabbard slashed over and slashed on Benson's arm, knocking down the opponent's weapon neatly. "Ahem, stop fighting. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." The scabbard slapped over again and again, leaving Benson with his head in his arms, crying for mercy. "Listen, we meet at the same time in half a month, and remember to bring Rosade to settle the previous blood account." Benson fell to the ground for a while, and Ivan stopped happily, and finally left happily after saying a few words. Chapter 19. After beating up Rosade first and Benson later, neither of them was spared. Ivan vented his anger, but this was just interest, and the debt of a life was not so easy to pay. That is, he did not dare to make a big fuss in the city, otherwise he would definitely teach the two a more profound lesson. Ivan returned to the alchemy room, and his mood was not as happy as before. It is still difficult. Staring at the gray-black filaments on the amber in the glass dish, he shook his head slightly. There is still a long way to go, and he needs to explore carefully. Success in refining medicine once only means a probability of success. which is very low. How about using the last level 1 light of wisdom? An idea flashed through Ivan's mind, but he rejected it immediately. The success rate of the Azure Potion is not unsolvable. Just refine it more, and you will naturally have a high success rate. The cost of the Azure Potion is within the acceptable range, and it will be upgraded to level 3 with a dozen experience points, without consuming the precious light of wisdom. After thinking it through, Ivan began to refine the Azure Potion for the second time, diligently accumulating experience. He did not forget to go to the clinic every day. He needed to make money, otherwise how could he afford the private consumption of refining medicine? Bad Eye Clinic. Ivan and Giuseppe were both kicked out of the refining room, because Old Or wanted to refine a more valuable potion. Giuseppe suddenly said, "I know what Mr. Or is doing." Ivan guessed. "Is it the mountain monster potion you handed in?" Humph. Hearing his question, Giuseppe felt very bored, but it also showed that his guess was correct. Ivan asked curiously, "Is the mountain monster potion also a secret breathing potion?" "I ask you a question too." Seeing Ivan nod, she answered, "No, it's a nutritional potion that happens to be used with a secret breathing potion. It's said to be passed down by wizards, and it's definitely not worse than yours. I'm asking you, do you have any efficient learning methods?" Jussi started to learn alchemy with Old Or, and now she can only be regarded as a beginner. What makes her depressed is that she is obviously working harder than this person, but her efficiency is not as good as the other person, which makes her look very clumsy. Ivan thought for a moment and said, "Does talent count?" Humph. Hearing this, Giuseppe snorted heavily and almost got angry. She didn't want to pay attention to this person. Ivan enjoyed the peace. Minutes passed, and when Old Or opened the door of the alchemy room, Ivan couldn't wait to walk in. When he came out again, there was an extra potion in his pocket. As Giuseppe said, the mountain monster potion was a special and rare nutritional potion. According to Old Or, it can bring greater efficacy when used with the secret breathing potion, but the specific improvement is unknown. The price offered by Old Or was not cheap, a little lower than the flowing potion, but it actually required 4 gold coins. Most people would not be willing to use it. After all, 1 more gold could buy a low-level breathing secret potion. Ivan wanted Old Or to give him a discount, but unfortunately the old man refused to listen, and he could only spend 4 gold coins to buy one, and his pockets were almost emptied again. Several days passed in a flash. Ivan's daily life was always regular and fulfilling. He successfully refined 2 more blue potions, and his pharmacy experience points increased by 2 points. That morning, he took the second Azure Potion and took out another one. This potion has a weird color. In the small glass bottle, the potion looked like distinct drops of blood, or blood-colored insect eggs, which looked a bit creepy and very different from the potions he had seen before. He believed in Old Or, and after the feeling of being wrapped in seawater came up, he gritted his teeth and poured the mountain monster potion into his mouth. There was the feeling of small bubbles bursting one after another, and the fishy smell filled his mouth. He resisted the urge to vomit, and swallowed the liquid medicine with his lips pursed. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ivan coughed a few times, and finally relieved the nausea in his mouth. After practicing the running breathing method continuously, he found the difference. He was not too hungry. If his body was not really exhausted, he felt that he could do it a few more times. I see. It is said that the medium breathing method can connect the stomach and promote digestion, thereby enhancing the efficiency of nutrient intake. The mountain monster potion directly provides nutrients, which is indeed extraordinary. After truly realizing the benefits, he began to covet the recipe for the mountain monster potion. It was not easy to get Old Ors, so he had to find a way from Giuseppe. The Azure Potion lasted for 3 days, and Ivan's strength went up a little during those 3 days. Strength, 2.6, Agility, 2.0, Constitution, 2.6, Spirit, 1.4. It should be the effect of the mountain monster potion. The second Azure Potion did not decay much, increasing 0.5 Constitution, 0.3 Strength, and 0.3 Agility. Constitution caught up with Strength, which made him very satisfied. In the backyard, Byman, who was also in the same place, noticed something unusual. "Evan, come and test your fist strength." The Maricadans are always like this. Red and Paul are rarely at home for 1 day a month, and Byman occasionally stays for a few days. The 3 youngest siblings are the ones who live at home. Due to the different training content and duration, the younger Paget and Sean would finish their training early every day and leave. "Be careful." Faced with his brother's invitation, Evan shouted, gathering most of his body's strength in his right fist, punching like a rock. The opponent was quite powerful, and Byman's face was a little solemn. He adjusted his posture and blocked the incoming fist. Bang. By using stillness to control movement, Byman's body remained stable. Only he knew the changes in his heart, and he couldn't help asking, "Didn't you gather the blood and energy?" "No." Ivan glared and said, "I can't gather it. The rushing breathing method is a basic breathing method. The disadvantage is that the blood and energy are scattered throughout the body. There is no time to gather to a certain part during the battle. It is 2 levels lower than the medium giant frog breathing method inherited from the family." Byman ignored his complaints and thought, "According to this strength, your strength is about 2.5 scales, more than half of the second-class knights and attendants. Good boy, you didn't show any sign before." Without noticing, the strength of his unlearned brother has caught up, which makes him feel unreal. He is still happy for Ivan. "Well done," Ivan said solemnly. "You have contributed to it, thanks to your brother's previous support." Beeman waved his hand. "Haha, it's just a small help, not worth mentioning." Then he reacted and heard another meaning from his brother's words. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and looked at Ivan with an incredible look. "You don't mean breathing?" he said, pointing his finger at the alchemy room not far away. After the strength was upgraded to the second-class attendant, the low-level breathing secret medicine basically lost its effect, and the medium-level secret medicine has always been scarce and priceless. It is not easy to find a channel to buy it, especially for people without status. Ivan nodded slightly and whispered, "It's just what you think. The modified water vortex potion is of medium quality." Mumble. The breeze blew by, and the sound of swallowing saliva unconsciously was clearly audible. At this moment, Byman's face changed at an unprecedented speed, showing his inner restlessness. Chapter 20. Huh? Byman took a long breath and suppressed his inner excitement. Having been in the mercenary group for many years, he understood the value of a complete medium-level breathing secret medicine better than Ivan. High-level breathing secret medicine has always been heard of but not seen. Anyway, I have never heard of anyone buying it. Medium-level secret medicine is also scarce. Once it appears, it will inevitably attract buyers to compete for it. It is very valuable. Let's put it this way, if you choose to present the prescription to Grand Duke Maixiang on an important festival, Grand Duke Maixiang may be happy and give you a title and a territory. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but it can illustrate the value of the Azure secret medicine. You are not a child anymore, you can handle it yourself. Beeman is a quasi-knight, and he only needs an opportunity to break through to the knight level. The Azure medicine has little effect on him, or even no effect. He is too lazy to think about such a troublesome thing, so he just lets his brother take care of it. Ivan said, "I need to think about it." Beeman said again, "Remind you, the breathing secret medicine has side effects, which may increase the difficulty of breaking through the knight level." Ivan also knew this, but it was just a possibility. No one could explain it accurately. He didn't care. Strength is more important now. Yes, everyone thinks so. Beeman agreed. The people around him had the same idea. As for the nobles, they didn't know. Sensing the other's indifference, the two brothers smiled at each other. At this time, a voice came from the house. "Mr. Ivan, we meet again, and Mr. Beeman, good morning." The visitor was Lisa Church, who showed up at the Marichatton family early in the morning. The two brothers looked puzzled and greeted her. Lisa pointed to one side with her little hand. "Hey, Mr. Ivan, this is the second time we meet. I wonder if your alchemy room is ready? Please allow me to visit it, otherwise it may be difficult to have a chance in the future." Hearing this, Byman's expression changed slightly. He knew that the secret medicine was made in it, so how could he visit it? In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and his palm unconsciously touched the dagger at his waist. Ivan glanced at his brother, who was alert, and said quickly, "Well, it's still a little messy. I hope Miss Lisa doesn't mind." He was a cautious man. After the last experience, he would keep important items away when he went out. He gestured to Byman, indicating that there would be no problem. Approaching Lisa, he found that Lisa was emitting a faint fragrance, which was the tyrant fragrance he gave her last time. He opened the door, as if nothing had happened, and Lisa's petite body was like a fluttering butterfly, stepping into the alchemy room first. Lisa was greatly disappointed, because there was nothing else conspicuous except a workbench and a shelf, and the miscellaneous items on it. This was just a simple and ordinary alchemy room. Lisa praised politely, "Mr. Ivan's workplace is so simple, he will definitely become an admirable pharmacist in the future. I try my best." Accompanied by Paige, Lisa left quickly, which made people puzzled. Ivan was a little confused. "What's the matter with Miss Church? Maybe she likes you." Ivan rolled his eyes when he heard what Byman said. If he remembered correctly, Last time someone said that the boss Paul was pursuing Miss Church. He argued with Paul. Seeing that he was interested in learning, Byman told him about Lisa Church's identity. Her father was Baron Church, who came from the barren Black Pine Forest territory, which had a rundown town and 3 villages. Recently, the Black Pine Forest territory had encountered a big crisis. A group of porcupines that came out of nowhere came down from the mountain from time to time to ravage the fields in the territory, and injured many people, including the guards of the territory. It was said that some people died. These porcupines were large in size, and not easy to deal with. Baron Church brought his daughter to Flying Fish Harbor, one to visit and contact relatives, and the other to ask someone to go and eliminate the wild beasts. However, the finances of the Black Pine Forest territory have always been tight, and Baron Church cannot afford much compensation. How can others do a business that loses money? No one has accepted the task. Ivan asked in confusion. I remember that the father and daughter have been here for a long time. Is it really okay to leave the territory alone? Byman shrugged. Wild beasts will push down trees and trample on wheat fields, but they will not actively hurt people. Ivan understood that the porcupines might retreat on their own after destroying the crops, and would not come to the Black Pine territory again, but Baron Church's loss would be great. He thought of a question. What about Paul? What does he think? Beeman said unhappily. He wants no reward. Of course the other mercenaries will not agree. No one will go crazy with him. Ivan understood immediately. So, Miss Church is here to build relationships. Beeman said, probably, don't bother with such people. He didn't say something. Miss Church was getting close to him at first, and she showed her intention to get close to Paul after Paul was interested. Now it seems that she wants to seduce her brother. In short, this noble girl has a very strange mind. West of the city. In the villa, Ivan finished a tidal language course. Great, it won't be long before you switch to another language. Thank you for your hard work. You are right. I am also very interested in Farindo. Mrs. Haraya has always been satisfied with Ivan's learning progress, and all kinds of praise came out of her sensual red lips. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ivan wanted to say goodbye. Madam, when is the next class? The day after tomorrow morning. The time is the same as usual. After answering, Mrs. Elias seemed to have something else to say, but she didn't say it. Ivan didn't notice this, got up and said goodbye, and left the villa with his things. Wait, Mr. Ivan. As he walked to the door, Mrs. Elias called him from behind, and he turned around in confusion. There is something you may be interested in. Let's go back inside. Mrs. Elias gestured for him to go back to the living room first, and close the door of the villa first. After a few seconds, Mrs. Elias hesitated and asked, Mr. Ivan, are you interested in becoming a wizard? Hearing this, Ivan's heart beat a few times, but his face did not change, he just nodded. Seeing this, Mrs. Haraya said, in fact, most people don't know a fact, wizard training is different from knights. Only a small number of qualified people can embark on that road. Most people lack a key thing, wizard qualification and talent. Ivan actually knew, because Donnie had said it. And the data on his academic panel that has been motionless, spirit, is very likely related to wizard talent. Then how do you determine if you have wizard qualifications? Mrs. Elias said, this is exactly what I want to say. Now there is an opportunity to test, but the cost is not low. Are you interested? How much? 15 gold coins each time. In the next few days, you may miss the opportunity if you are late. Of course Ivan is interested. If he has wizard talent, he must find an opportunity to embark on the path of wizard training. If he does not have talent, then he should give up this idea as soon as possible, and becoming a powerful knight is not bad. After agreeing on a time with Mrs. Elia, Ivan walked out of the villa with a heavy heart. Chapter 21. Kasha's Swordsmanship Hall. Ivan rarely comes here because he can't learn much. Donnie. How long have you not shown up? Seeing him, Donnie trotted over with a happy face. Ivan was a little embarrassed, but still pulled him to a corner of the martial arts field and asked, Donnie, is there any news from there recently? Donnie didn't think much about it, and shook his head. It's a bit strange. There has been no news recently. This is also a good thing. No, Ivan couldn't figure it out. He had less information than Donnie. Donnie reacted. Do you have something to do, or did you find out something? Tell me now, don't be disloyal. Under his urging, Ivan briefly told him about the test. How much? 15 gold. Hearing the price, Donnie took a breath. It was too expensive. He asked hopefully, can it be cheaper? Ivan said, probably not, we don't have bargaining chips. Being short of money is a distressing thing. Donnie sighed and said in a sour tone, man, you are really rich now. Ivan chuckled. It's okay. If you need it, I can support you appropriately. Donnie is willing to share all kinds of information with me, so he is naturally not too stingy. Forget it, I just don't have money for the time being. It will be fine after a while. But Donnie refused. Indeed, Donnie is very face-conscious, especially in front of friends. When he treats people, he always rushes to pay, and is quite generous. The entire martial arts arena is U-shaped, with a part on both sides, and the area is particularly spacious. It is divided into multiple areas, and the students practice separately, and no one will get in the way of anyone else. Some people just don't like others. Hey, what are you two planning secretly? You come here, but don't practice well, which ruins the atmosphere of the sword hall. Brother Hingji, we don't have it. Ivan knew it must be the nosy third brother Hingji from the voice. Donnie tried to explain, but was interrupted by Hingji. Nothing, you didn't practice well. No wonder your strength has always been at the bottom, and you will only lose face if you go out one by one. He had no idea what it meant to be aggressive, and his eyes moved between the two. He said what he often said, not convinced? Do you want to fight with me, and let my senior brother teach you a thing or two? Donnie understood that this third senior brother wanted to take advantage of him. He reached into his pocket, and found nothing, and his face became a little unnatural. Donnie pulled Ivan implicitly and winked at him. He looked down, but Ivan didn't say anything. Seeing that the two were not giving him face, Hingji became even more impatient. Come on together, let me teach you how to use the sword. At this time, Ivan stepped forward. Okay, I ask for your advice. It would be fine if he didn't have the strength, but if he had the strength, he couldn't stand such a villain. Donnie didn't expect him to be so impulsive, and hurriedly grabbed his arm. Don't be impulsive, let's talk it over, Ivan. He knew very well that Hingji could rank third in the sword hall because of his strength. Otherwise, with Hingji's bad character, he would have been taught a lesson countless times. There's nothing to say to this kind of person. It's better to teach him how to talk with a sword. Ivan pushed his palm away and walked a few steps to the side, pulling out the quill and sword from the scabbard, with a very clear attitude. There are still people who are so arrogant. Hingji laughed angrily. Well, this junior brother is very courageous. He decided to teach this junior brother a profound lesson, and let others understand that he is not someone who can be provoked by everyone. He waved his sword and signaled Ivan to follow. The two of them came to the center of the training ground one after the other, attracting a lot of attention. Ivan guessed what the other party was thinking, and secretly complained, let's see how you end up when you lose face later. Thinking that the third brother of the sword hall was indeed not easy to deal with, he simply mobilized the blood in his body to gather upwards and slowly flow to his arms. Strength is his advantage, and he should strengthen it. Byman once reminded him that when he sensed an enemy, he must seize every second to accumulate strength and wait for an opportunity to strike first. Brother Hingji, please don't use too much force. Just teach him a lesson. Hingji is among the best in terms of strength, and he has many supporters in the swordplay hall. Some people speak to him from afar to show his power. After some junior brothers and sisters approached, Hingji raised his sword and asked for a fight, and said in a pretentious manner, Brother Ivan, the long sword is sharp and ruthless, please be careful. Come on. Without waiting for the other party to respond, Ivan's quill and sword moved forward first, and he took a big step to close the distance between the two sides. Good timing. Hingji said this, but he didn't take his opponent seriously. He was holding a long sword in one hand and pointing it at the ground in front of him. His face was full of calmness and comfort, as if he was taking a walk. Huh. Before the sword strike was launched, Ivan suddenly put his other hand on the hilt of the sword, and the next second he quickly launched this long-planned attack. Ding! In Hingji's cognition, he could defeat the opponent at the bottom with bare hands, and holding the sword with both hands was nothing more than the opponent's struggle, so he did not make any changes. The two swords clashed at one point, and the power collided directly. He was keenly aware that the power transmitted to his hands was not right, and Hingji's face changed. What a strong force! Not good. At this moment, his face became particularly stiff. The palm holding the sword was unstable, and he had no control over it. Ding! Then, quill and sword slashed out the second attack, aiming at the palm holding the sword. In a hurry, Hingji hastily turned his sword back to block. The long sword was knocked out. Ivan was skilled in swordsmanship. How could he miss such a good opportunity? With a swish, quill and sword cut through the air and pierced his opponent's face. The tip of the sword stopped in front of the opponent's neck. Ah! Hingji felt a little bit of the sharp light touching the skin on his neck, and he felt a palpitation, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The people around him were silent, and no one expected this result. Ivan put away the sword. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Hengji. He has mastered 3 sword techniques: basic sword technique, running sword technique, and frog sword technique, and Baiman feeds him moves from time to time, and teaches him a lot of experience and tricks against the enemy. Those who underestimate him will definitely suffer. Hengji is one of these people. He never takes his junior brother, who is ranked last, seriously. This idiot. At the entrance of the swordplay hall, senior sister Mei Li happened to see Hengji being pointed at by a sword. She cursed and looked at Ivan twice more. I don't know what she was thinking. Hearing Ivan's words, the others woke up from their dreams. Donnie looked at his friend as if he were a god. Hengji also woke up from his nightmare. The winner is determined. This is an ironclad fact. Master Ivan, junior brother, let's compete next time. Regardless of whether he underestimated the enemy or not, if he lost, he lost. Hengji's face turned red, and he ran away in shame after leaving a word. Night. The mist cast a veil over the lights of Flying Fish Harbor. In the city lord's mansion, Earl Hobson, who was in his prime, was rarely anxious. How many people went there in total? His trusted official Baron Carl replied, 12 people. Earl Hobson asked again, how many people died so far? 7 people. In fact, the Earl knew that there was also one of his nieces, Perny, who was sent to the Wizard's Island together. The news of her death came back one after another, which made him worry about Perny's situation. Looking at the Earl pacing back and forth, Baron Carl wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, Earl Hobson sighed and waved his hand. Prepare first, and do as you suggest just in case. Baron Carl bowed and walked out of the study lightly. Chapter 22. Strength, 2.7, Agility, 2.1, Constitution, 2.8, Spirit, 1.4. A film of light flashed in Ivan's vision, clearly showing his physical data. This was the second day after he took the 3rd blue potion. Together with the mountain monster potion, it brought a significant improvement on the second day, 0.1 Strength, 0.1 Agility, 0.2 Constitution. When the effect of the medicine ends, it depends on the situation. The Constitution is expected to reach the standard of a quasi-knight. His eyes fell on the last item, Spirit. It was the highest item at the beginning. He once ridiculed himself as a spirited young man. I hope everything goes well. He took a deep breath and went forward to ring the doorbell of the villa. Hello, Mrs. Elia. Morning, Mr. Ivan, are you ready? Of course. The two met and talked for a few words, and a carriage stopped in front of the villa. At the invitation of Mrs. Elia, Ivan boarded the carriage with the noble emblem. When he entered the carriage, he could smell a strong fragrance, which was slightly different from the fragrance of Mrs. Elia. The carriage started slowly. Ivan had no intention of distinguishing the difference in the aroma. He couldn't help asking, Madam, what do you need me to do later? Madame Elia gave him a reassuring smile. It's very simple. If you really want to, you need to pay the fee first. No problem. Ivan didn't doubt him, and handed over the prepared purse with 15 gold coins. He could make money, but it couldn't cover the high expenses. He was always tight on money. In order to make money this time, he entrusted Baiman to sell a blue potion and got 20 gold coins, which was more than he expected. The coachman drove the carriage towards the central area of the city and arrived at a house near the city lord's mansion. Madam, we're here. Madame Haraya lifted the curtain of the window and signaled to the guard, who came to open the door. Ivan looked through the window and saw that this was a small manor-style house, much larger than his own villa, and this was the most central area of the city, so it must be the residence of a noble with a higher status. The carriage continued to move forward, and after dozens of seconds, it stopped at a side hall of the house. Ivan got off the carriage first, and then held Madame's hand to welcome her down. Welcome, Madame Elia. The old butler took the two to the side hall, and asked them to wait for a while. After a while, a middle-aged nobleman appeared. Through his greetings with Madame Elia, Ivan knew that the man was Baron Carl, and his other identity was an official of Flying Fish Port, but his specific position was unknown. Baron Carl did not ask about the test fee. He took out the box he brought with him, uncovered the blue silk wrapped around it, and took out a palm-length crystal rod from it. There was a slightly larger crystal round head on the crystal rod. Ivan couldn't help but look over. The shape of this thing was hard to describe. Baron Carl instructed, Young man, hold it like I do for a while, keep your eyes on the crystal ball, and don't think about anything else. After that, he handed the crystal stick to the butler beside him. The butler took it and handed it to Ivan. I understand. Ivan took the crystal stick from the butler and stared at the small crystal ball solemnly, without blinking, trying to see clearly what was hidden inside. He fell into a trance for some reason. Instantly, the crystal ball emitted a soft light, from weak to strong, and finally froze. The eyes of several people present lit up, and they saw a ray of green from the light. When Ivan came to his senses, the light had dissipated. Seeing several people staring at him, he couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Do you have the qualifications of a wizard?" Baron Karl smiled and answered him, "Congratulations, Mr. Ivan, you have precious wizard qualifications. According to the test just now, your wizard talent is at least second class, and your main attribute affinity is plant-based." Ivan was puzzled. At least second class, what does that mean? He returned the item to the butler, who carefully returned the box and placed it on the blue satin. Baron Karl seemed very patient, pointing at the crystal stick and explaining, "The small crystal ball has limitations and can only test the qualifications initially. Your wizard talent should be above second class. There are 5 levels of wizard talent, and the 5th level is the highest. This is good news for you. If you want to further test your qualifications, you must find a real wizard." Attributes refer to elemental energy, including water, fire, ice, wind, earth, plants, etc. You are closer to plant energy. As the confidant of the city lord, Baron Karl knows more secrets that are difficult for ordinary people to touch. Plant energy. Ivan was stunned. No wonder he saw a green color in the crystal ball just now. He didn't know which system was better. Anyway, as the Baron said, having wizard talent is good news, which means there is a chance to embark on the path of wizards. "Sir Karl, where can I find a real wizard?" Baron Karl expected him to ask. Wait. What kind of answer was this? Ivan was confused. Without waiting for him to say anything, Baron Karl added, "Wait for the opportunity. A talented and hard-working young man like you will always be favored by fate. Just be more patient, and wait quietly for the opportunity to come." The Baron was unwilling to say more, and signaled the butler to send the guest away. Ivan had no choice but to leave the small manor with Mrs. Haraya. 2 days later. Outside the city of Flying Fish Harbor, located on the coast, in a cave under a remote cliff. Rosaide and Benson carefully walked along the steep path to the cave entrance. They looked at each other, and became extremely alert. They had both suffered a loss before. "Be careful." Rosaide signaled Benson to enter the cave first, while he was alert to the movement behind. The cave was rocky, and connected to the sea. Most of the area under the cave was soaked in sea water. The remaining land area was not big, and there were no twists and turns. The cave entrance was high, and you could see the inside clearly after walking a few steps closer, but you didn't see any figures. Benson glanced fearfully at the innermost part of the cave connected to the sea. There was a decayed shipwreck there, which now looked even more dilapidated, with scattered insects flying around. This was the place where the 3 of them had encountered danger and quarreled. He shook his head and said to the back, "No one." Rosaide stepped forward with the iron sword tightly in his hand, and shouted behind a larger protruding stone, "Come out, Ivan, I see you. It's a good time for us to settle all the previous accounts and the humiliation you have given us." Benson held the sword in his hand horizontally in front of him, and clenched his other hand and pointed forward, pretending to be facing a great enemy. In the cave, there was no other movement except the sound of waves hitting the shore. After a long while, Benson turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Rosaide's face darkened. He didn't come, maybe he tricked me. Of course, he didn't notice the figures of others, but he just wanted to trick Ivan, but the other party really didn't come to the appointment, and they had made careful preparations in vain. What should we do now? Wait a little longer. The 2 did not dare to let their guard down, and walked slowly into the depths of the cave. When they reached the middle of the cave, they heard a movement behind them. Rosaide turned around and saw a figure behind them, who was the person they were looking for. Ivan stood out alone, looking at the 2 and said, "You didn't play any tricks. For this reason, I have to look up to you." Chapter 23. Hearing the other party's words, Rosaide's breathing became heavier, and he cursed, "Who is plotting? Who is using despicable means? It's you, a shameless bastard. If it weren't for this, who do you think you can beat?" Benson felt the same way, and pointed at him with some grief. "Ivan, I never thought you were that kind of person. You don't have any chivalrous virtues. You are unworthy of being a descendant of the nobility." The 2 cursed at each other, causing echoes in the cave, which shows how great the resentment was before. Ivan said sarcastically, "Oh, you have the virtue of chivalry. Your virtue is to give your companions a hand in times of danger, and then use their lives to resist danger and escape. Listen, the 2 gentlemen are so noble. In fact, he came here before dawn, and waited for 2 hours near the cave entrance out of caution. He witnessed the two people walking all the way and their cautious posture, and also judged that the two people did not arrange other helpers. The reason for not finding helpers is easy to guess. They are afraid that the original things will be exposed and affect their reputation. After all, the two people's actions at the time of crisis were too shameful, and it was not appropriate to let people know unless it was absolutely necessary. Roseade was furious. "Stop talking nonsense. We must teach you a lesson today." Benson echoed, "Our friendship in the past is severed today, and you will not be where we are in the future." The two knew that the other party had poisonous dust powder, so they did not rush forward, but waited for the other party to come over. 3 people stood in 2 groups facing each other. "Go." Roseade had secretly gathered the blood in his arms, and he signaled to Benson, and he took the lead in drawing the sword. Seeing this, Benson followed closely and drew the sword. As expected, they were from the same mean sword art hall, and they could form a certain coordination with a casual attack. 2 swords, one wide and one narrow, stabbed at Ivan. "Come on." Ivan had known before that the Milne Swordsmanship Hall had a set of upper thorn sword techniques that were best at stabbing. He was calm in the face-to-face attack, and the blood under his feet had already surged with the blood. He kicked his feet, and the power went from bottom to top, and the Quillen sword swept out with his arm. Clang! Quillen's sword swept the blade of Rozid's long sword. Fencing competitions are not so fancy, and the competition is about strength and speed. Under the influence of overwhelming force, Rozid's long sword deviated from its original direction, and was pushed to hit Benson's broad sword. Not good. Seeing Roseade moving towards him with his sword, Benson secretly thought that it was not good. If he did not avoid it, he would definitely collide with Roseade. Unfortunately, Benson did not have time to think about the situation. The next second, the two figures squeezed together. The cave floor was originally tilted towards the sea, making it even more difficult to stand. "Get out of here." With the blessing of blood and energy, Ivan kicked flexibly and kicked Roseade in the waist, causing the two to fall to the sea surface and roll into a pile. In a moment, Roseade hit a strange rock below, and Benson rolled into the sea farther away, splashing a pool of water. The two people's embarrassed screams of pain and the echo in the cave disturbed the swarm of insects on the broken boat inside, like a black cloud spreading from the gap, and more insects danced wantonly. "You! Don't come over." Roseade leaned against the strange rock behind him, twisting his body unconsciously a few times because of the pain, and he looked at Ivan, who was approaching step by step with horror. The two were 3 steps apart. Ivan stopped and slowly raised his sword to point at him. Under Roseade's gaze, Ivan made a move to raise his sword and chop. "Go to hell." In an instant, Roseade raised his arm, and a crossbow arrow shot out from his sleeve, flying in a straight line towards Ivan. After falling into a disadvantage just now, he realized that his opponent was no longer the same as before, and his strength was much better than his. He needed to show weakness to the enemy first, and then attack him from behind. Ding. However, Ivan's footsteps did not move, and the Quillen sword just fell, and sent the crossbow arrow flying. Roseade did not give up. He shook his arm slightly, and shot another crossbow arrow. Ivan easily blocked it. What strength do you have?" The third crossbow arrow was dodged, and shot into the air. Roseade gradually felt an irrepressible fear in his heart. Ivan glanced at the broken ship in the distance and said, "Why should I tell you? Strength, 2.8, Agility, 2.2, Constitution, 3.0, Spirit, 1.4. These are his current physical data. If calculated according to the scale, his constitution has reached the standard of a quasi-knight, and the strength test is infinitely close to that of a quasi-knight." Roseade didn't care about the embarrassment and begged for mercy. "Ivan, I was wrong. We shouldn't have hurt you and abandoned you." A crossbow arrow flew over and stopped him. Seeing Ivan pick up the second crossbow arrow with his sword and shoot it at him, he shouted anxiously, No, the arrow is poisonous." Ivan raised his eyebrows and showed a meaningful smile. Frightened, Roseade hurriedly explained, "It's just a paralyzing venom. I just want to make you lose your fighting power and then defeat you." Then he stepped hard into the mud and broke his legs. He didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence. "The poison of the candlelight jellyfish." Yes, it's the poison of the candlelight jellyfish. It has paralysis. Although Roseade didn't lie, Ivan still threw an arrow in return. "What are you yelling about? Just poke a little flesh." Ivan walked forward dissatisfied. He originally wanted to pierce Roseade's leg, but he was a little bit off target, and the arrow missed a lot. "Oh, sorry, I stepped on your foot." With a snap, Someone's foot bone broke, causing Rosade's face to become distorted, and he tried hard not to scream. Ivan expressed satisfaction, saying that the aim was spot on. "Get out of here. Don't come over here." Just at this moment, Benson, who had been motionless for a while, got into trouble. He had just taken a few sips of water and stood up dizzy. He knew that he could not fight back, and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away from the water, but ended up attracting insects, and was accidentally bitten, following in Ivan's footsteps. Plop! Benson woke up and dove into the sea without daring to show his head. On the shore, the two people found that the swarm of insects had spread and occupied a large area. Seeing that the dark mass was approaching, Ivan shuddered inexplicably. "Listen, from now on, where I am, you won't be there. Do you understand?" "I understand." After thinking for a while, Ivan stared at the sea and retreated. Soon he was out of the cave. The reason why he didn't kill the two was that he was afraid of alarming each other's parents, causing the three families to become enemies, and troubles would continue from then on. "I only have the strength of a quasi-knight, so I can't be arrogant in front of the parents of both sides. As for some minor injuries, as long as they can be treated, they are trivial in the eyes of the parents here, and they won't even ask more questions. My father didn't say anything before. I hope you can be more sensible." After leaving the cave and climbing the cliff, Ivan felt refreshed. He took a look at the cliff below and turned away. Chapter 24. At the gate of Fayuport. The sun was shining brightly, making the soldiers guarding the gate look a little lazy. Beyond guard, an old city guard noticed something unusual approaching the city gate, and reminded his companions to be alert to prevent any accidents. He looked closely and found that it was two teenagers supporting each other, and couldn't help showing a look of disgust. "It's okay." The young city guard also recognized them, and looked at them with wide eyes. TSK, they are not going to dig out the nest of some beasts." The two boys approached slowly, and the others could see their miserable appearance more clearly. One of them was limping, and the other had a hideous head. It turned out that they had a big bump on their head. They were wet all over, and they were as messy as they could be. Seeing their miserable appearance, several city guards did not dare to stop them, so as not to cause trouble. The two boys were Rosade and Benson, who came back from outside the city. The two men moved forward with difficulty, and finally passed through the city gate, and came to the place where there was a donkey cart behind the city wall. Seeing the two people, the person guarding the donkey cart did not despise them at all, and asked, "Gentlemen, may I help you?" Benson said dazedly, "Go home." Rosade quickly stopped him. "Send us to the best clinic nearby, and hurry up. We won't miss your travel expenses." He had a broken leg, and it hurt all the way. He didn't know how much cold sweat he had. Sitting on the donkey cart, Rosade gritted his teeth and breathed a sigh of relief. He swore to the merciful Virgin Mary that he would find a chance to avenge the current grudge and the previous grudge, and wait until he had stronger strength. As for complaining to his parents, he really didn't have such an idea. He couldn't afford to lose that person, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get along in the neighborhood. Let's not talk about the embarrassment of the two. On the other side, Ivan entered the city, and came to an adventurer's tavern near the dock in the south of the city. Giant Shark Headbutt. After glancing at the strange name on it, he found that it was the place his brother Byman mentioned. He stepped into the noisy tavern. The smell of alcohol and sweat hit him in the face. Ivan frowned slightly, stood at the door and looked around, then walked directly to the counter. "Give me a glass of skull wine." Behind the counter stood an old strong man, a well-known retired adventurer near the dock, named Old John. Old John glanced at Ivan, took an oak cup with a wire around it, put it under the barrel on the shelf behind him, pulled out the cork of the barrel, and the light red wine poured out and fell into the oak cup. While handing over the wine, Old John reminded, "Boy, don't make a scene in front of me after drinking, otherwise I will test the hardness of your skull." Ivan paid a silver coin, took the oak cup and said nothing. This is the disadvantage of being young, and the other party probably thought it was his first time drinking. He found an empty table against the wall with a wine glass, and sat down, first looking at the skull wine in his hand. The tavern only had one large wine glass, the oak glass in front of him, which was a bit taller than his palm. The wine inside was light red and turbid, and it was actually a kind of beer. Skull wine was the name of the wine when the tavern opened many years ago, and only a few local snakes knew it. Today, it has been renamed Head Hammer wine. It is said that after drinking it, your head will feel like being hit by a mallet. But reporting the name Skull wine can save a lot of trouble. This is what Byman told him. The alcohol content is not high, it should be around 15 degrees, and there is a very strong strange smell in it. Ivan took a sip and tasted that it should be a wine fermented from wheat, similar to beer, mixed with a very strong taste. It's not really to his taste. He sipped it, looking at the various people in the tavern. There were adventurers dressed as mercenaries, eloquent bards, more sailors and dock workers, and a half-drunk nightingale leaning against the wall. This kind of place is the most mixed. There may be a few swindlers and thieves in it. After observing it for a while, he was attracted by the words of the bard. Remember the colorful black ship last time? A lot of young masters and young ladies died when they left on that ship. Bill, you are such a boaster. How can you pry into the affairs of a noble young master? Hee, I don't need to pry. A lady who likes to listen to my stories about traveling said it after drinking. It is said that 5 or 6 people died. Ivan's eyes flickered when he heard the conversation between the two. Donnie also said such things, but the number was different. The other person exposed the bard's words and laughed and cursed. What lady? It's a plump cook, ha ha ha. That's also a plump cook in a noble family, ha ha ha. The bard also laughed, not minding his companion's joke at all. Ivan grinned, almost believing what the birdman said. Clang clang. Soon, a low knocking sound came from the counter, and old John was knocking a rusty anchor with his fist. Hearing the sound, many people stood up and walked to the back of the tavern. Ivan no longer cared about the shallow layer of head but wine he had drunk, and walked slowly with the crowd to the back. There was a passage at the back of the tavern, and through the passage came a place similar to a warehouse. This was actually a ship that had landed, and only the lower deck was now used as a trading market. Square tables were nailed inside, with intervals in the middle, and the square tables could be used to place trading items. This is also old John's territory. He only charges the vendors a rent of 1 cup of head but wine. Ivan lacks medicinal materials, and Byman is not at home, so he can only come here by himself. How much? 30 silver coins on the left, 50 silver coins on the right. Both come with a bundle of arrows. He felt that the crossbow was good before, and regretted not taking some spoils from the 2 men. Unexpectedly, he ran into someone selling strong bows and crossbows. After a careful comparison, he simply paid 50 silver coins, and got a delicate crossbow. As the name implies, a hand crossbow is tied to the arm, and can be hidden in a loose sleeve. It can load 3 short crossbow arrows at a time and fire by shaking the arm or stirring the blood. He learned a trick from Rosade, that the crossbow arrows must be poisoned. After a short stroll, Ivan found one of the people who had placed some medicinal herbs in front of him. He subconsciously took a look at the other person's sloppy beard, which was only half of the beard, and it was indeed red. Mr. Redbeard, Beeman asked me to come. Where's the money? After paying the money, Ivan received a cloth bag with boxes of different sizes in it. When handing the cloth bag to him, Redbeard asked intentionally or unintentionally, Do you still have the secret medicine from last time? Ivan looked at Redbeard in surprise. What? Beeman had reminded him of many things before, including that Redbeard was honest and a little cunning, so he would naturally not be deceived by such a trick. Redbeard lowered his voice and said, I heard that Beeman sold a secret breathing medicine. Let him talk to me. I can make him earn 5 more gold coins. Ivan thought about it for a moment and replied, No problem, I tell him. Seeing that he really didn't know, Redbeard let go of the bag and let him check it. After the transaction was completed, he didn't stay in the cabin for long. Originally, he wanted to see if there were other breathing methods for sale. This market was too small to have such precious things. After leaving the Shark Head Tavern, Ivan didn't take the side road, but walked back along the crowded street. A voice made him stop and look over. Donnie, roll over here for me. Chapter 25. For Ivan, if there are any friends in this world, Donnie is probably the only one. He looked in the direction of the voice, and it was indeed the Donnie he knew. But Donnie looked a little embarrassed. After looking at it for a few seconds, Ivan turned around quickly and dodged behind a large wooden barrel next to him, and continued to stare at that place through the gap between the barrel and the wall. Haha, use your clothes to rub your boots, it's useful, I give you a tip. Okay, Lauren, you can use it, and I lose if you complain. The other party was a young nobleman, who was 2 or 3 years younger than Donnie. Faced with the gold coin he gave as alms, Donnie took it without hesitation and smiled. At this time, another young nobleman said, My red-horned deer leather boots are also dirty, Donnie, come and clean them. He still held a gold coin in his hand, and waved it a few times proudly. Donnie ran over happily. The accompanying guards and passers-by looked very complicated at this scene. It's making money, not shabby. It seems that Donnie is really short of money recently, Ivan muttered inexplicably. He didn't intend to disturb him, and went straight to the alley not far behind him, preparing to pass through the alley. Donnie is a very face-conscious person. If he knew that he saw the scene, he would probably not be friends in the future. Ivan took a detour and returned to the main street a few minutes later, returning home smoothly. After a while, Ivan went to another market and bought a small amount of medicinal materials from the shop, including red rock powder, pine stone foam, and scorpion tail glue oil, which are all medicinal materials for refining Azure Potion. This is Byman's strategy, buying the herbs separately. In fact, Ivan is not afraid of others reversing the prescription based on the types of herbs. People who have made medicine know the difficulty. The amount of herbs, processing methods, and order are slightly different, and the results vary greatly. He explored the recipe of the Azure Potion himself, but now only has a 20% success rate. Pharmacy, LV2, 190/200. Night Breathing, LV1, 39/100. Linguistics, LV1, 12/100. In recent times, the experience points of various disciplines have increased to varying degrees. In pharmacy, almost every time he refines a blue potion, he can increase his experience points by 1 point. It is steadily increasing, and it is just around the corner to upgrade to level 3. By then, with the review of the Light of Wisdom, his success rate of blue potion will definitely increase. As his strength improves, his blood and chi increase, and his breathing method also improves a lot, and his experience points continue to increase by more than 20 points. He suspects that the level of the rushing breathing method is too low, otherwise it will definitely increase by more than this much. In terms of linguistics, he did not study any language in depth, and the accumulation of time was short, so his experience points only increased step by step. 2 days later, Ivan came to Kasha's swordsmanship hall. He came late, and the martial arts arena was crowded at that time. Donnie noticed him approaching, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to come over to say hello and talk about other things. Someone also noticed Ivan and blocked the way ahead. "Brother Ivan, I apologize for my contempt last time." Ever since he lost to Ivan in public last time, Hengji's face was completely lost. He tried to get it back, but Ivan never showed up, making his life very painful. Today, I finally caught him. Ivan knew what he was thinking, and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, I won anyway." Hearing his words, Hengji almost choked. "Can you speak?" Hengji took a deep breath and continued, "In order to show my respect to you, my junior brother, I think it is necessary to compete again. This time, I will not look down on you again. You and I will win or lose in an upright manner." Not far away, Donnie kept shaking his head behind Hengji, indicating that Ivan should not agree. Ivan followed suit. "No need, we are not familiar with each other, and we don't need your respect." Seeing that he was so disrespectful, Hengji suddenly felt a little annoyed. "Brother Ivan, it seems that you have not learned how to respect your senior brother. As a senior brother, I have to teach you what it means to respect strength, and what it means to respect the order of the superior and the inferior. Must we have a contest? I have to let you know that the weak should learn to be humble." Hengji was aggressive, and Ivan had his own temper. There were some things that could not be avoided or tolerated. Ivan glanced at Donnie and continued, "In the past, you took a lot of silver coins from Donnie, adding up to 3 or 4 gold coins. What do you think? If I win, you return the money to Donnie." Having his shame exposed in front of him, Hengji was even more annoyed, and he gritted his teeth and agreed, "If you win, I will admit defeat." He changed his previous thoughts, and he would definitely not care about his senior brother's demeanor and teach him a profound lesson. As for returning the money, it must be done only if the other party wins, and it will be a non-event if he loses. People like to watch the fun, it's their nature. In the martial arts arena, the other brothers stood outside in groups of 3 or 2, forming a circle. As for Ivan, no one really believed that he could win, but Hengji had always been unpopular, and was happy to be challenged. At the entrance of the inner hall, the instructor Quincy, and the senior sister Meili heard the noise and appeared. "Miss Meili, what do you think?" This Hengji only knows how to make trouble, and likes to bully other juniors by relying on his strength. The two knew that Hengji was not a good person, but his strength was still good. To defeat him, you need the strength of a quasi-knight, which this student obviously did not have. Under the eyes of everyone, the two contestants stood facing each other with swords in hand, while secretly accumulating strength. The two men drew their swords at the same time, and the swords cut towards the opponent like a torrent. The two sharp swords collided, and the sharpness was equal. Another pair of moves, still evenly matched. The onlookers saw a clue. It seems that this unknown junior brother is as strong as the senior brother, which is different from what they expected. "Okay. Fuck him. After a few rounds, the atmosphere on the field became more and more intense. Some people couldn't help but shout to cheer, and some people saw that Hingji was actually at a disadvantage, and cheered for Ivan from behind. On the field, Ivan's moves became more and more sophisticated, and he gradually suppressed his opponent's attack. In a flash, Ivan's Quillen sword swept away the opponent's iron sword, and the next second it quickly swept towards the opponent, stopping in front of Hingji, only half a foot away from his neck. At this moment, the entire martial arts field fell into a strange silence. After a pause, Hingji murmured, "I lost." Ivan then withdrew his hand, and sheathed the Quillen sword. Various discussions around him sounded, and it became noisy again. Hingji looked at Ivan deeply. This time, he did not underestimate the enemy, and there were no insidious tricks. He lost only because he was not as strong as others. As he said, "If you are weak, you must remain humble. Brother." He bowed to Ivan, and turned to walk towards Donnie. While Donnie was feeling anxious, he stuffed his wallet into Donnie's hands. Not many people cared about him at this time. More eyes fell on Ivan, with different expressions, some doubtful, some unbelievable, some envious, and some admiring. Knight's breathing experience +6. Knight's breathing, LV1, 45 out of 100, Ivan's eyes flashed with doubt. How did the breathing experience increase? "Brother Ivan, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." A handsome and pretty figure came to his side, and motioned him to come to the side to talk. It was Mei Li, the senior sister of Kasha Sword Art Hall. The two walked to the inner hall one after the other, leaving their backs in a dreamy way. Some people even thought that these two people, one handsome and the other smart, were a perfect match. Chapter 26. Ivan followed behind Mei Li. His eyes unconsciously fell on the pair of straight legs in front of him. After a few more glances, he found that this senior sister was not shorter than him. In the past few months, he had grown 2 or 3 centimeters taller, and was now about 173. This way. Mei Li turned around and looked vaguely. Ivan looked nonchalant. The two came to a hall in the inner hall. Ivan found that Quincy was also there. "Teacher Quincy. I'm here. There's something about breathing. Let Miss Mei Li talk to you in detail." Quincy nodded at him, looking at him, as if trying to find out the difference in him. He initially evaluated Ivan as a student, with a little understanding and average physical talent. He didn't expect this student to grow so fast and reach the level of a quasi-knight in a blink of an eye. He was wrong. Mei Li said straight to the point, "Brother Ivan, do you need a better breathing method?" "Of course I do." Hearing her words, Ivan's face brightened. It is not easy to cultivate the life energy and go from a quasi-knight to a knight. Not many people are stuck at the threshold of a quasi-knight. The quality of the knight's breathing method is related to the probability of breakthrough. A good quality breathing method is helpful to break through the knight level. He is trying to find a way to replace the basic level of the running breathing method with a higher quality one. Even if it is of elementary quality, it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Mei Li continued, "Our Sword Art Hall has an elementary quality breathing method, which is in the same vein as the running breathing method. It can easily transform blood and chi. Compared with the basic breathing method, the life energy extracted by the elementary breathing method is more efficient and pure, and the blood and chi can be deposited in a certain part, bringing stronger combat power and helping to break through the knight level." Ivan understood the difference. Mei Li added, "In other words, the flow breathing method is a simplified version of the elementary blue wave breathing method." Ivan knew that there was no free lunch in the world, so he calmly asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Mei Li gave him an admiring look. "Join Kasha, work for the Sword Art Hall, and stay for another 10 years after becoming a knight." Ivan pondered the meaning of this, which meant that when he was a quasi-knight, he had to work for it all the time, and he could only leave when he became a knight, and he had to work for the Sword Art Hall for another 10 years. Regardless of what he was thinking, Mei Li continued, "If you agree, we can go to the Feiyu Port Administration office to sign a golden salary flower contract, and all the benefits will be given to you. Joining the Kasha Sword Art Hall, the elementary breathing method is one of the most important benefits, and there will be other rewards, such as the ability to buy better breathing secret medicine, protection from the Sword Art Hall, etc. The golden salary flower is a flower that looks like a cluster of golden flames, representing the noble alliance composed of nobles. The golden salary flower contract represents the witness of the noble alliance. Once betrayed, it will inevitably be wanted by the noble alliance and become a wanted criminal in the eyes of the nobles, and will never be able to enter any city again." After listening to her narration, Ivan said vaguely, "It's really good." Mei Li added, "If there is a chance in the future, you can switch to the medium breathing method, which is also in the same vein." Instructor Quincy nodded and agreed. Ivan, you may not know that the Kasha Sword Art Hall has always been a famous school with a long history. We are just a branch located in Fayuport. If you have the opportunity to go to the headquarters, you will gain more than the medium breathing method. This should not be a lie. Ivan only then knew that the humble Sword Art Hall had such a background. He thought for a moment and said, Teacher Quincy, Senior Sister Maylee, please let me think about it, and go back to discuss it with my family. Maylee was not surprised by this. No problem. If you agree, you can come to the instructor and me at any time. Gestured to the two, Ivan walked out of the conversation hall. After coming out of the inner hall and returning to the martial arts field, he was still thinking about what happened just now. He noticed that many eyes were looking at him. He stopped thinking and looked back in the direction of many eyes. What he saw were all kinds of smiles and gestures with good intentions. He also saw Donnie, who was a little hesitant, and waved silently, Donnie. Donnie was sensitive and inferior in his heart. He was a little at a loss for what to do with his friend, who suddenly became a strong man. He approached after receiving a signal. Ivan's senior brother. Ivan put his arm around his shoulders and joked, Haha, your senior brother sounds good, you should call me more in the future. The familiar attitude and tone made Donnie feel relieved and said, It's like this. The strong are respected. The one with strong strength is the senior brother. Didn't you see that the annoying Hengji also admitted it? Ivan let go of his shoulders and asked, What did you want to say before? Any news? What did Donnie want to say to him before? Good news. Donnie nodded heavily, pulled him a few steps to a place with fewer people, and whispered, I can also do that test in 2 days. Ivan understood that he was talking about the wizard aptitude test, and it seemed that the money was collected. Donnie was a little proud. I can find someone to help me, and it only costs half the price. It's a pity that you took the test too early, otherwise you can save some money. Can I still get a discount? This is something Ivan hadn't thought of. He didn't feel sorry. Now he didn't have to worry about the gains and losses of a few gold coins. But he said, It's a pity. Let me ask you something. Do you know that Kasha Swordsmanship Hall has a main hall? Donnie looked at him in surprise. Don't you know? Ivan shook his head with a wry smile. His previous life had never thought about learning the running breathing method. He himself had been very busy and wanted to split his time in half, so he had never thought about this issue. Tell me about it. Yes, it's in Jutao City, which is ruled by the Jutao Marquis. Our Kasha is a famous family. Isn't it because of this that he came here to study? Donnie also said mysteriously that Kasha must have a great relationship with the Jutao Marquis. Ivan suddenly thought that his father might have noticed this, and insisted on sending him here despite the opposition of his predecessor. The martial arts arena is not a place for chatting. After a while, the two of them started to practice separately. At noon, Donnie must treat him to a meal to thank him for helping him give back the compensation for Hengji, and he agreed. Flying Fish Harbor. Towards dusk, a black ship with mysterious patterns all around came over the waves, approaching from far away, and soon arriving not far from the dock. Ah! Accompanied by a low roar, a huge turtle head suddenly emerged in front of the black ship, followed by the outline of a giant beast. This attracted the attention of people on the nearby dock. Many people thought that a sea beast was attacking the harbor, and ran around in fear. Fortunately, someone shouted to remind them that it was a wizard ship, which calmed the frightened people. Without waiting for the ship to approach, the guards on the dock began to drive away the crowd to prevent someone from disturbing the noble without knowing how to do it. The east side of the huge dock became quiet. The black ship slowly approached the dock, and a man was seen standing behind the railing on the second floor of the boathouse. He was wearing a gray robe, and his head was covered by a bloated hood, making it difficult for others to see his true face. What do you think we should do? A figure flew out of the back room, and it turned out to be a small green snake with wings. The voice came from the mouth of the small green-winged snake. Obviously, the small green-winged snake is either an intelligent creature or a wizard's magic pet. The gray-robed man said, Lol, leave this kind of trivial matter to the nobles in the city, let's find something interesting. The little green-winged snake looked at him in confusion. What interesting things can there be in this small place? The gray-robed man shook his bloated hood and smiled. I once explored the residence of a deceased wizard and found this. He took out a piece of animal skin from his pocket. There was a badge-like mark on the animal's skin, and there was a bloody handprint in the center of the mark. The little green-winged snake glanced at it and reacted flatly. It's something used to restrain servants. You are so boring. The gray-robed man continued. It's a coincidence that when I was about to leave here last time, I just peeled off some of the blood on it to practice tracking spells, and I was surprised to find that the owner of the blood seemed to be in Flying Fish Harbor. Oh, there is such a thing. Hearing this, the little green-winged snake became interested. Okay, let's catch this little bug. Maybe we can find something more interesting. Chapter 27. At night, at the Marichattan family, the family gathered together for a rare meal. Breathing experience +6, Ivan remembered something. After he defeated Hinji in the morning, an inexplicable prompt appeared on the light film. Looking at the message on the light film, he had a vague understanding. It should be regarded as a reputation in the subject, or academic reputation. He defeated Hinji, who was ranked ahead. Other students thought that he had profound attainments in breathing methods, which made him gain some reputation in the subject of breathing. Selling potions before? I didn't sell them under my own name, so I couldn't become famous. That's why. Various thoughts flowed through his mind. He also thought of the large amount of experience points when inventing the Azure Potion, and had a further understanding of the ability of the light film. The key to everything is still the subject. If you want to gain experience points, you must be related to the subject. Then, teaching students to spread subject knowledge should also be able to gain reputation. Focusing on academic subjects, it is worthy of the academic master panel named by me, rigorous and professional. Ivan sighed secretly. Based on this point, academic fraud and fictitious reputation are definitely useless. You need real things, based on your own sufficient strength in the subject, so that others can be convinced and recognized. At this moment, he thought of many plans, and he must find an opportunity to try them out in the future. Ivan! Ivan! The second brother Byman called out twice to bring Ivan back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Thinking of a problem. Byman didn't ask more questions, repeating what he had asked before. Do you want to participate in this mission? It's a good opportunity to gain experience and practical combat experience. He knew Ivan's strength and his brother's lack of experience. Some things can't be learned by just talking, so he invited his brother to go with him to perform the mercenary mission. Ivan subconsciously looked at his father, led, and found that there was no one on the other side. The others had finished eating, and only the two brothers were left in the room. If you agree, I go talk to Dad. Okay. Seeing him say that, Ivan felt that he could indeed go. Now, he has the strength of a quasi-knight. He has used 3 bottles of Azure Potion, and the 4th bottle may not be effective. It is undoubtedly not a simple matter to improve his strength. He does not need to think about making money. Tidal language has a certain degree of popularity, and there is only one language left in linguistics, Ferendo. Ferendo has a small number of uses, so there is no need to rush to learn it. After being in the other world for so long, he finally has some free time and space to see the world outside Flying Fish Harbor. The next day, the thick fog had not yet dissipated. Ivan arrived at the Bat-Eye Clinic early. After a while, Giuseppe arrived with a swaying figure. Hey, you're here. Hee. Ivan rarely took the initiative to greet. Both of them achieved their goals, and were truly accepted as disciples of Old Or. The competition between them disappeared, and the relationship eased. After a few seconds, Giuseppe said, Don't be too proud, be careful of being surpassed by me. This was not the first time she emphasized that this girl had a strong desire to win. Ivan was a little speechless and nodded, I wait. After a while, a thin figure walked out from the end of the street. The man's steps were always a little unbalanced. He emerged from the mist, and the fire birthmark on his face looked a little fierce. Mr. Or. Old Or didn't care much about the greetings of the two. The clinic started to open. Ivan said he wanted to take a leave, but Old Or didn't care and just waved to him. Then, Ivan left the clinic and went to Pania Street, rushing to the headquarters of the Giant Shield mercenary group. Let's go! He arrived just in time to set off, and Lead announced the departure. There are 10 people in this group. 4 of them are from the Marichattan family, and there is a deputy leader, Grow, and the others are ordinary mercenaries. Each person and horse has a shield on their horse, not because of the name of the mercenary group, but because the enemy they have to deal with this time is a bit special, and they can't do without a shield. After Byman's introduction, he learned that the deputy leader Grow is actually a quasi-knight, with superb archery skills, and has repeatedly made great contributions to the mercenary group, and is respected by many mercenaries. The Giant Shield mercenary group also has a deputy leader named Dane, who is a junior knight, and has another mission. Ivan's appearance attracted a lot of attention. As a member of the Giant Shield mercenary group, many people have heard of his reputation. The third kid of the leader's family has always been naughty, and has no strength. He actually went with them to complete the mission. I wondered if he was just here for fun. Paul frequently looked at his younger brother. If Byman hadn't told him, He wouldn't have known that his younger brother had done so many things in secret. His strength was almost catching up with his own, and his achievements in alchemy made him ashamed. What is the reward for the mission? Marriage. Flying Fish Harbor has a rule that except for the carriages of nobles, no one, including horses, can gallop without special circumstances. At this time, the group of people were riding slowly on horses. Ivan rolled his eyes when he heard Byman's answer. He didn't believe it. Although Reed was concerned about the glory of his family in the past, he would not ignore the ideas of other people in the mercenary group, and would not act on his own. Otherwise, he would have accepted the task long ago. Beeman said again, "A shield, you will see it soon." In fact, he didn't know much. The reward was indeed a heavy shield collected by Baron Church. What it was unknown. He never paid much attention to the trivial matters of the mercenary group. After leaving the gate of Flying Fish Harbor, the group sped up and headed towards the Black Pine Forest territory. They rested twice on the way. In the middle of the afternoon, they were only 2 or 3 miles away from the Black Pine Forest territory. Lead ordered them to rest for a while and recuperate before heading to the destination. On the wild grass, Ivan sat beside Byman to rest. Byman chuckled and said, "Disappointed, right?" "A little bit." Ivan nodded. After leaving the Flying Fish Harbor, there were few other pedestrian groups along the way, but no inhabited villages, nor road thieves or bandits, which was different from what he expected. Beeman said, "Because we are on a wide trade road, we don't carry much goods, and there are many people who look hard to deal with. No one will bother us. We have to be careful when we go alone in the future." He also explained that most of the civilian villages outside the city were built around noble castles, towns, and cities, and belonged to the nobles. As for the refugees, who are not the subjects of the territory, they cannot create value for the Lord. They are afraid of being discovered, and will not build villages near the busy trade roads. The group continued to move forward, and soon arrived at the Black Pine Castle in the Black Pine Forest territory. "Haha, welcome the Knights of Red, and the Giant Shield mercenaries to my castle." Baron Church is a middle-aged man, with a plump figure. He greeted the group of people who came from afar at the gate of the castle. Unlike what Byman said before, he seemed particularly enthusiastic, and not at all rebellious. His hearty laughter infected everyone. Miss Church was there too. She saw Ivan's eyes light up. "See you again, Mr. Ivan, and Paul and Mr. Beeman." "Yes, dear Miss Lisa." Beeman responded, and raised his eyebrows to his brother, not hiding his inexplicable smile. Ivan followed up with a greeting, and then he found that Miss Church's eyes were not right when she looked at him, and her attitude was closer than that of her 2 brothers. He couldn't help but observe Paul's expression, and the eldest brother's expression didn't change much. He was confused. He had only met Miss Church twice, and didn't say much. Did something happen that he didn't know about? What happened to one or the other? Chapter 28. Baron Church led the group inside. Black Pine Castle is just a small castle, and it is also a typical aristocratic castle, with everything it should have. The castle is built on a cliff, with 3 sides surrounded by steep cliffs, and only one side leading to the territory. The castle is surrounded by huge stone walls, with sentry towers on the walls. Guards are on the lookout and patrol every day, so changes in the territory can be seen at a glance. Back then, the Marichattan family also had a castle like this. Looking at this quaint castle, Red and Paul had the same idea. "Mr. Ivan, look over there is the stable, there is my lion-maned horse, a very beautiful horse, I named it Finna." Lisa accompanied Ivan, not hiding her attitude at all. But with Baron Church around, she didn't dare to do anything more rude. Ivan responded vaguely for a few words, and then he found a hint of hostility directed at him, and couldn't help looking over, and saw a pig-headed man in the uniform of a territory guard. Lisa noticed his actions and whispered, "He is Marshall, the captain of the loyal guard of the territory. He was unfortunately injured in the heroic fight with the beast before, and he has not recovered yet." A trace of sadness appeared on her face, and she felt sad for the injury of the brave captain of the guard. After hearing her words, Ivan secretly speculated in his heart. Why would the face be injured in a fight with a porcupine? This was clearly due to a serious poisoning, which made the face look particularly swollen, like a pig's head. He looked around and found that there were more than one guard with similar injuries, but none of them had swelling like Marshall. It must be that Marshall happened to encounter a special porcupine, and the porcupine's needle had just been rubbed with a toxin not long ago, which could be a poisonous fruit in the wild, or it could be the toxin of other beasts like venomous snakes. What an unlucky guy. He was not afraid of the captain of the guard. Byman had said before that there was only one knight in the entire Black Pine Forest territory, the bulky Baron Church. There was a place in the castle to entertain guests. Baron Church took the captain of the guard, led, and the deputy commander Grow to the inner hall to discuss countermeasures, while the others had snacks and rested under the hospitality of the butler. At night, at the invitation of Baron Church, the Marichattan family stayed in the castle, while the other mercenaries, led by Grow, lived in nearby houses. The next day, the weather was clear and bright. The mercenaries were ready to fight, carrying shields and walking into the forest to search for the porcupines. Ivan was in the team, also holding a wooden shield in his hand. The wood was star iron wood, and the wooden shield was wrapped with iron sheets. The whole shield was heavy, but it was not difficult for him to lift it with his current strength. In addition to the shield, he had a quillen sword on his waist, a small axe on the other side, a bow and arrows, and a quiver on his back, and a crossbow tied to his arm. He was fully armed. Byman weighed the shield and asked his brother Ivan, "Can you use it?" "Never used it." Ivan had learned a few axe techniques, including throwing an axe, but had never touched a shield. Beeman was not surprised by this, and taught Ivan right away. According to his father's request, Byman would slowly teach Ivan some skills, and then he could go out on missions with everyone, but he grew up too fast, which led to the current situation. The two of them taught and learned, and they enjoyed it. In the eyes of other mercenaries, it was simply not doing their job. Many people secretly thought that the third young master of the captain's family was really here to hinder him, and he would definitely have to be protected later. It was nonsense. "Hurry up, haven't you eaten enough?" At the front of the team, Marshall, who was in charge of leading the way, started to curse. Of course, he was cursing his guards. It was unknown whether he was cursing someone else. Before the giant shield mercenaries came, the guards had sent people into the forest to explore many times and found many traces. They had a guess about the location of the porcupine that was causing trouble in the territory. This time, they went according to the traces found by the guards. The captain of the guard, who had not recovered from the poisoning, went into battle personally, vowing to wipe out the evil beast in one fell swoop. Intentionally or unintentionally, the search team began to speed up. "We learn more when we have time." Seeing this, the Ivan brothers looked at each other and had to give up. They were in the black pine forest of the Church family. The black pines were tall and dense, occupying a large area. After decades of operation, this place is rich in pine nuts, pine resin, matsutake, truffles, and other mushrooms, and can also be used for hunting fur. It is an important asset of the Church family. Nowadays, from time to time, you can see black pine trees lying on the ground, and the roots of the bottom are dug and about to fall down. No wonder Baron Church is very angry. The group passed through the black pine forest, and came to another dense forest in the mountains. This was the edge of the Black Mist Forest. The entire Black Mist Forest was hundreds of times larger than the Black Pine Forest, and was said to border 3 countries. The Black Mist Forest was a paradise for wild beasts, and everyone looked a little more vigilant. Swoosh! With a slight sound of an arrow, the arrow had been stuck in the tree trunk. People nearby looked over, and saw a thin red and black snake stuck in the arrow, which was clearly a poisonous snake. There happened to be a mercenary standing below, and the rescued person looked at Grow with gratitude as he retracted the strong bow. Amazing, the deputy leader's eyesight and archery skills are as good as ever. That's right, he hits whatever he points at. I've never heard of Mr. Grow failing. There were 4 or 5 people between Grow and the thin snake, and this move amazed many people, causing several people to exclaim in admiration. Evan looked at the palm-sized poisonous snake and had to admire Grow's archery skills. This was probably an outstanding talent. No wonder he could hold the position of deputy leader at the level of a quasi-knight. The road in the jungle was not easy to walk on, and we had to beware of attacks from dangerous things, so the team was not moving fast. Time gradually came to the afternoon. Marshall was as embarrassed as he was in the morning. He led a group of people to explore the jungle for most of the day, but ended up with nothing. His confident judgment was a joke. A group of people searched nearby for a long time. Seeing that the time was almost up, they decided to go back first and make plans. No one wanted to spend the night in the Black Mist Forest. The night was the world of wild beasts and monsters. If you were not careful, you might be wiped out. There was no road in the dense forest, so there was no way to return by the same route. The return trip was also not fast. Someone said, "Did you notice that the temperature has dropped a lot? It's foggy, everyone hurry up." The one who said this was Lead, the only knight in the team and the strongest, so everyone had to believe his words. After a while, the fog had become a thin layer and became clearly visible. "Hurry!" Looking at the smoke-like fog, Marshall felt a strong sense of urgency. living nearby and being the captain of the guard. No one knew the horror of the black mist forest at night better than him. Everyone, hurry up and follow me. Don't delay any more. This time, he was more active than when he came here in the morning. He took the lead and led everyone back at an accelerated speed. As time went by, the fog became thicker, blocking everyone's sight of more than 10 meters away. Everyone continued to hurry on their way. At a certain moment, Marshall suddenly stopped and stood there, unwilling to take a step. "Captain, why don't you leave?" Faced with the questions of his subordinates and the surprised and puzzled eyes of everyone, Marshall showed an ugly face that was about to cry, and whispered, "We went the wrong way, the direction is wrong, we should be lost." Chapter 29. As soon as the captain of the guard said this, the hearts of the others fell to the bottom of the valley. For adventurers, it is common sense not to spend the night in the wilderness and dense forests, not to mention in the notorious Black Mist Forest. This situation is simply too bad. Byman opened his mouth and cursed. "Mr. Marshall, you may have brain poisoning. My brother is a pharmacist. How about asking him to take a look at you?" "I don't want to do this either." Marshall had a hard time saying it, and his heart was upset. "Ivan is a pharmacist. He really needs to take a look at you for the captain. It's better to pry it open with a sword to see if it contains real eyeballs. Use a shield to smash it, and knock off all the excess flesh on the face, so that the eyes can be exposed." Mercenaries are mostly a group of people who speak without restraint. Thinking that they were tricked by outsiders and fell into a dangerous situation, they said whatever they thought, and the sarcastic words continued, making Marshall's face red and uglier. Ivan touched his nose, always feeling that he was also offended. "Okay." The mercenaries stopped only after Lead stopped them. "Now is not the time to relax. Keep going. Even if we can't get out of the Black Mist Forest, we have to try to get closer to the edge." This is true. The closer we get to the depths of the Black Mist Forest, the greater the dangers. On the contrary, the safer it is. Yes, Mr. Reed is right. Marshall seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. After a little identification, he continued to lead the way. In a few seconds, he turned back with 3 subordinates, because the others did not follow him at all, including the head of the group, Reed. Red asked, "What do you think?" He looked at the mercenaries, and finally his eyes fell on the deputy leader Grow. Jero looked around carefully, and thought for a while before saying, "Captain, go this way." The direction he pointed to was about 30 degrees off from the direction Marshall took. In the crowd, Ivan was also trying his best to identify the direction, but unfortunately, he had no knowledge of this area and did not understand the Black Mist Forest, so he wisely did not speak. "Let's go!" After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Red indicated to continue on the road, which was the direction chosen by Grow. This time, Led walked in the front, followed by others, and Marshall and others could only keep up. Soon, the light above the forest began to converge, and with the increasingly thick fog, everyone's vision was seriously obstructed, and they were still within the Black Mist Forest, and it was unknown how far they had gone. Find a place to camp. With Led's announcement, everyone had to accept the fact that they had to spend the night in the Black Mist Forest. The Giant Shield mercenary group had traveled far and wide, and had experienced camping in shallow forests. They directly found a relatively open and flat location, cut down trees on the spot, cleared obstacles around, and prepared wood at the same time. Split the wood, pile it, set up double rows of piles, put logs in the middle of the piles, and soon a thing similar to an animal pen took shape. Some mercenaries continued to pile, outside the wooden fence to reinforce it. Some mercenaries added oblique pointed poles to make the surrounding area a row of simple chevaux de frise, and hung a lot of bells for warning on the outer perimeter, and some people made a few torches with their clothes for use. There was a pile of wood blocks and branches of different sizes in the middle of the wooden fence, which could be used as a bonfire. When everything was completed, it was completely dark. Everyone huddled in the wooden fence, finally having a simple shelter. The bonfire was not lit. Someone asked, "Do you want to light a fire?" This is a question worth thinking about. If it is a normal shallow forest or wilderness, lighting a bonfire will undoubtedly drive away wild beasts, but in the misty forest, no one knows whether it will attract any monsters. I have a fluorescent stone, which was given by the Baron before, which can bring some light. When this question was raised, Marshall found a sense of existence, and he took out a stone emitting green light. He stretched out his hand, and showed the fluorite to everyone. A hand stretched out from the darkness, and appeared in the green light. The light disappeared in an instant, and the surroundings returned to darkness again. "Where is the fluorite?" "The fluorite was taken away." Marshall waited for a while, but no one came back. The key point was that he didn't know who it was. He was dumbfounded. Quiet. List. Be careful and alert. The rest will be dealt with tomorrow morning. It was pitch black all around. Even the people on the opposite side could only see a vague outline and couldn't tell who was who. Without the supportive lead, Marshall could only close his mouth helplessly and sighed secretly. He had been having trouble in recent days. Even Miss Lisa, who loved him, had changed her mind. There was a subtle chewing sound in the wooden fence, and everyone was eating the dry food they brought. Ivan was no exception. He followed Byman's example and placed his shield on the side with the wooden fence. He sat sideways beside the shield and ate the dried venison strips in his hand. He was thinking, since they had built a wooden fence, why not just build a wooden house? Just like the wilderness survival he had seen before, it would not be difficult to accomplish with the power of everyone. No, this world has tree monsters, flower spirits, and other things. You might be caught in a trap and have nowhere to escape. He felt a little funny about his own thoughts. The world is different now. How can experience be used? Oh, it's really unlucky. I encountered such a bad thing on my first mission. He sighed silently in his heart, hoping that he could spend this night safely. At this time, a hand behind him touched him lightly, and then stuffed something into his pocket. Ivan reached out and found a stone, only the size of a thumb. He thought of something. He carefully opened a gap and looked into the pocket. It was indeed the captain's fluorescent stone. Ivan smiled silently and felt a lot more at ease. The person sitting behind him was his father. The night was not peaceful. There were sounds in the jungle one after another, such as the crying of babies, the sighs of the unwilling old people, and the chanting with strange accents, which made people dare not relax their vigilance. Dingling. About 4 or 5 hours later, a crisp bell sound broke the original atmosphere. Everyone understood that something had come into the vicinity, and it was probably a small wild beast. Perhaps it was frightened by the noise, and there was no movement after a while. People thought that the thing had left, until the sound of bells rang from the other side. Everyone could not help but be alert, and many people held shields in one hand and swords in the other. There was a clear sound of landing outside the wooden fence, and then the beast rushed into the wooden fence. Ivan noticed that his father had moved, and a few swords rang out. The prepared people dealt with the beast that broke in, and then threw the beast's body back into the jungle. A blind mountain cat later returned to his position. Ivan heard him talking. It seemed that he didn't spend much effort. A few hours passed, and it was the second half of the night. During this period, wild animals occasionally came over. Some were scared away by the sound of bells, and some rushed into the wooden fence without knowing whether to live or die. They were killed by the mercenaries. Ivan didn't take action. There was no tacit understanding between him and the mercenaries. If he took action, it would easily hurt others. He thought it would continue like this until dawn. Suddenly, everything around him became quiet, and those strange sounds could no longer be heard. Chapter 30. The night in the black fog forest seemed particularly dark, and even people who were close at hand could only vaguely see an outline. I thought the strange sounds around me made me feel uncomfortable, but when the noise disappeared, Ivan knew what it meant to feel really uncomfortable, and a trace of uncontrollable fear grew in his blood vessels. Light a fire. Leda shouted in a low voice, and a torch was lit. The torch fell to the center of the wooden fence, and a bonfire quickly burned. Watch out for the vines, a tree monster is coming. It was Gro who gave the warning. There were sounds all around again, rustling sounds, and indeed something like vines was approaching on all sides. Under the light of the fire, it could be seen that the deterrence of the flames did not make the monster retreat. Ivan didn't know if he was a jinx, because he had just thought of the tree monster and encountered it immediately. This luck was definitely not good, and it might not be compatible with the black pine forest. Although he complained in his heart, he did not slack off in his actions. Everyone stood with their backs to the campfire, not caring about the roasting of the flames. Swoosh, swoosh. Some vines drilled through the gaps in the wooden fence like long snakes, and some climbed over the wooden fence, attacking everyone together. For a moment, all 4 directions were attacked. Except for Ivan, the others were experienced in fighting the enemy. Although they were busy, they were not chaotic. They cut off the vines that dared to reach out one by one. Ivan made a small number of moves. On one side of him was his father, Lyde, and on the other side was Byman, who was also at ease. However, the situation did not improve. The vines did not decrease, but appeared together with the roots and grass stems, and increased little by little. Here, a mercenary saw a tall moving figure not far away, waving his arms to command the attacks from all around. He thought it was the tree monster's body, and was about to rush over with the others beside him to capture the thief and the king. But he was stopped by Lita. Jero also reminded, "It's a bunch of entangled vines and roots, don't be fooled. He has sharp eyes, and can always see things clearly in advance. It is obviously a trap. It is easy to be strangled by the tree monster if you rush out. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. If you are not careful, the campfire will be hit by a thrown wooden stake with a rumble, and sparks will fly. People have to dodge, and let everyone see the cunning of the tree monster. The tree monster's biggest weakness is speed." After observing this, Led finally ordered a shift. "Grow, I give you a task. You go in the front, and I lead the rear. We must withdraw immediately." He pointed out a direction, patted Ivan beside him, and winked at Byman, asking them to follow with torches. "No problem, Captain." Grow agreed immediately, and without hesitation led the two men to the left and jumped out of the wooden fence. Byman and Ivan followed closely with torches. Next came Marshall and his 4 companions, while Led led Paul and other mercenaries to cover the rear. As he expected, the direction of the breakout was the most bluffing, and the vines here were easier to deal with. The 3 people in front cut a path like cutting melons and vegetables, but the few people at the back suffered a more violent attack. Ha! As the leader, Led was at the back, and a more powerful aura burst out from him. His fighting spirit was like a black gauze, tightly protecting the surface of various parts of his body. He casually raised the long sword in his hand, and the many vines and roots that entangled him immediately fell apart. The sword in his left hand, and the shield in his right hand worked very smoothly, stopping the tree monster's torrent of attacks between his hands. His outburst bought time for the others to evacuate. "Captain, they are out." After a while, Grow led his men to break through successfully, and there were no more vines blocking the way ahead. The people in front opened the way, and the people behind fought and retreated. In this way, after a lot of effort, they finally left the difficult tree monster far behind. There are 2 pieces of news at the moment. The good news is that they have escaped the pursuit. The bad news is that they have gone deep into the black mist forest. They had no choice before. They retreated in the opposite direction, deep into the forest, and they didn't know how far they went. Ivan saw that Paul was injured, his father looked a little tired, and the other 3 mercenaries were also injured, but they were all fine, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There are wolf deer. Before they could catch their breath, other predators appeared around, and their eyes revealed a hint of ferocity under the reflection of the fire. Wolf deer, also known as knife deer, are small in size, with sharp horns like daggers on their heads, and have the habits of wolves. They are group predators and belong to the more difficult beasts in the forest. This is really a case of adding insult to injury. The appearance of a wolf deer means that there is a group of wolf deer nearby. Ivan handed the torch and a healing potion in his hand to the injured Paul, took off the bough behind him, and paid attention to the slightest movement around him. His shield was lost in the previous breakout. The group had no choice but to continue moving forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a moment, 2 pairs of green lights flashed behind them, and 2 arrows rang one after another. The 2 arrows hit their respective targets, and the death moos of wolf deer were heard on both sides. Everyone noticed that one arrow came from Grow, who was not unexpected, and the other arrow came from the 3rd young master of the captain's family, which surprised the mercenaries. "Let's go!" Leda called everyone to leave quickly, not even caring about the prey. Wolf deer are as cunning as wolves. Once entangled, you will definitely pay a painful price. After a while, there was movement around again, and it was a big movement. Something was wandering around. Grow tried to shoot an arrow, disturbing the hunter, who was following quietly, and the pairs of narrow green lights appeared again. Everyone thought to themselves that this group of cunning wolf deer must want to surround them, and then attack. A fight is inevitable. If it were daytime, the mercenaries would be able to deal with it calmly, but this is the black fog forest under the cover of night. Ivan tightened the longbow in his hand, not daring to blink, and the rotten stench of the forest lingered in his nose. He suddenly noticed something strange, and subconsciously shrugged his nose. The stench seemed to be stronger than before, and it felt familiar. "Wait, I have a solution." Ivan didn't bother to think about anything else and directly stopped the team from advancing. Facing the puzzled looks of the crowd, he continued, "Everyone smell the smell. There must be a large area of skunk konjac on the left. We can take shelter inside. Skunk konjac is similar to black spider flower. Both can emit unique smells, and can be used as medicinal materials." Paul reminded, "Ivan, the smell of skunk konjac is poisonous." Ivan said affirmatively, "I know that this smell seems strong and disgusting, but the toxicity is actually average. Those who have antidote can take it first. Those who don't have it can find a way to detoxify it tomorrow. I will find a way. Beeman is right. I am a pharmacist. Wolf deer are different from us. Their noses are extremely sensitive. They will never dare to approach the skunk arum. In fact, most wild animals will not approach, so we can use this to wait until dawn. After hearing his words, everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Leda chose to believe his son and immediately ordered to go to the left. Sure enough, there was a skunk arum bush. Each skunk arum was more than 2 meters tall, with wide stems and leaves, like low trees. Ivan took out a mask from his pocket and got under the wide leaves of the skunk arum first. Seeing this, the others also got in despite the strong stench, and their figures disappeared between the wide leaves. Chapter 31. The sky was breaking at dawn, and a ray of brilliant light shone on the earth, breaking through the layers of fog in the black mist forest. The sky was finally bright. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. Beeman pushed his brother, who was sleeping soundly. He simply pulled off the mask on his face, because he thought someone was sleeping so soundly in such a place full of strong odors, and surrounded by evil enemies. It stinks. Ivan choked on the strong odor and opened his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Beeman looked at the mask sewn by Padge suspiciously, not knowing that Ivan had added a lot of good things in it to prevent gas smoke. Ivan said, I only have one on me, so I didn't give it to you. In fact, he was not the only one who fell asleep in the skunk konjac bush. He had been traveling in the jungle all day yesterday, and was worried in the first half of the night, and was chased in the second half of the night. Even an iron body could not bear it. It would be easy to fall asleep after entering the konjac bush without danger. We were all-night squires, and we didn't care about the cold and dampness. Leda asked everyone to leave the skunk konjac bush. When we came out, we found that everyone was fine, and no mercenaries showed any symptoms of poisoning. Mercenaries have formed a habit of always being fully prepared when going out on adventures, such as detoxification, insect repellent, hemostasis, fire starter, dry food, etc., which are all common items. After all, their lives are their own. Oh no, our captain is not awake. The guard who fell behind came out with Marshall, who was already in a coma. Red glanced at the others, and finally his eyes fell on his son Ivan. I find something and treat him when I get back, Ivan said, turning around, using his sword to hit a skunk konjac, and took konjac leaves to wrap the konjac. After a day and night of hard work yesterday, Leda didn't expect everyone to continue searching for the porcupine's nest, and announced that he would go back first and make a long-term plan. The group set out on the return journey again. The wolf deer group that was pressing tightly around them disappeared without a trace. The black fog forest in the daytime and the night are simply two different worlds. Hey, there's something good, the spoils of your sharp arrows, Ivan. After walking a distance, a mercenary found a deer head on the ground. It was bloody, and there was only a few pounds of flesh left, but the antlers on it were as sharp as daggers and corals, but they were intact. The mercenary Bobby peeled off the antlers skillfully and handed them to Ivan. Ivan turned his head and looked at the deputy leader Grow. Grow smiled and said, yours and mine should be in front. Ivan then took it and said, then I won't be polite. Apparently, his performance last night was recognized by the other members of the Giant Shield mercenary group. They were no longer the ignorant troublemakers they used to be. Less than an hour later, they arrived at the familiar black pine forest, and many people smiled. Oh, the Virgin Mary, you are finally back. I was so worried that I didn't sleep all night. My Captain Marshall, what happened to you? In the black pine forest, everyone unexpectedly saw Baron Church and other guards. Regardless of whether Baron Church was really worried or pretending to be worried, seeing him like this, everyone was somewhat comforted, especially the 3 guards, who would be more loyal to their lord. Mr. Ivan, it's great that you are safe and sound. Lisa was also there, and she only had eyes for someone. Dao Lu Jiao, is this your trophy? You are so brave. Afterwards, Ivan and his men followed the Baron to the Black Pine Castle. Ivan checked the situation for the unfortunate Marshal as he said. He was poisoned on top of poison, and he only needed to be treated according to the way Old Or treated him. Marshall's condition looked serious, but it is actually less serious than the poisoning he suffered at the beginning. Ivan said the treatment fee was 1 gold coin, and Baron Church agreed after considering for a while. Seeing Ivan's treatment method, Miss Lisa's eyes almost lit up. Time came to night again, and Ivan and his son remained in the castle. There were stars in the night sky, and this night seemed particularly comfortable. Ivan found his father. Dad, I think we need to talk. Red looked at his son, who had grown up without knowing when, and nodded slightly. The two came to the fence in the front corner of the room, and the light shone on them. "What do you want to know?" Ivan said. "Is there any disadvantage about our family's breathing method? I saw that you were very tired after fighting with the tree monster last night." He noticed that his father was unusually tired last night. Led was silent for a while, and replied, "The giant frog breathing method is the ancestral breathing method of the Marichattan family. It emphasizes burst. Once it bursts, the power is stronger and faster, and the fighting spirit is more aggressive. Many superior breathing methods cannot compare, but the consumption is doubled. Such a breathing method can indeed be called of medium quality." Ivan looked at him, and listened to his story. Many years ago, the family suffered a devastating blow, countless people died, and then your great-grandfather inherited the title. Since then, the family inheritance has been seriously lost, and the breathing method lacks the key part of connecting the stomach to digestion. The main medicinal material of the secret breathing medicine has lost its cultivation method, and the medicine field has been destroyed. Later, after efforts, the secret medicine was improved, but the effect was far less than the original. Practicing the giant frog breathing method will cause a lot of burden on the body after each outbreak, and it takes 1 or 2 days to ease. In fact, there was a medicine that can make up for this in the past, which was also lost in the accident. The giant frog breathing method has another characteristic. It is difficult to change to other breathing methods after practicing. After his narration, Ivan realized that his branch was not the direct line of the Marichattan family, and the giant frog breathing method was no longer worthy of its name. It had many shortcomings, and the remaining value was not much different from the elementary breathing method. After a pause, Ivan asked again, "So you let me go to Kasha, a famous swordsmanship family, to learn?" Led said, "Yes, the founder of Kasha Swordsmanship Hall is the 11th son of Marquis Jutao, who is highly valued by the Marquis. If you perform well, you can use this opportunity to serve the Marquis and fight for a better future. In this way, both you and your descendants will be more likely to obtain the title." Sure enough, it was related to the title. This was the obsession of 2 generations of the Malachatan family. Ivan had also heard about the Marquis of Jutao. This old Marquis in his 60s was particularly good at giving birth to sons. It was said that he had a total of 24 sons, and the youngest son was only 2 years old. If I asked to look through the giant frog breathing method and secret medicine, can you agree? Are you unwilling to work for the Kasha Sword Art Hall? No, I'm still considering it. In addition, I want to see if the giant frog secret medicine can be perfected. For Ivan's request, Lee did not refuse, saying that he would give it to him after the flying fish port. After learning that he had successfully improved the water vortex potion, Lee realized how amazing his son's talent was as a pharmacist. Perhaps his son really didn't need to join the Kasha Sword Art Hall. By the way, you can try this. It's the Mountain Monster Potion made by Old Or. It's a highly effective nutritional potion that may help improve the body's burden after the outbreak. That night, the father and son had a good chat. After the conversation, Ivan gave his father a Mountain Monster Potion. On the same night, at the flying fish port far away on the seashore, a flying bloodlight butterfly landed in front of a house in the east of the city, followed closely by a small green-winged snake also flying in the air, and a man in a gray robe. The gray-robed man jumped lightly, leaped over the gate in front of the house, and landed in the yard. The bloodlight butterfly slowly flapped its wings and flew half a circle around the house, landing behind a wall, and a brighter light burst out from it. "Ha, found it." The gray-robed man casually flicked the bloodlight butterfly, and the bloodlight butterfly turned into a stream of light that penetrated the wall and entered the house. On the other side of the wall, the house was dimly lit, and under the light there was a white-haired old man with a fire birthmark on his face. The white-haired old man was completely unaware of the blood-colored stream of light that fell on him. Chapter 32. Bang. The gray-robed man cast a spell in front of him, a secondary energy fireball. In the blink of an eye, a fireball the size of a head hit the wall, the brick wall collapsed, broken stones and flames splashed, and a large gap appeared on the wall. Behind the wall, the tables and chairs were smashed into a mess, only the lights hanging higher on the wall remained on. A painful groan came from the room, and it was obvious that the people in the room had suffered considerable damage. The gray-robed man screamed strangely, very satisfied with his masterpiece. He walked towards the gap created by the collision, ready to look for his prey and spoils in the house. When he bent down slightly to enter the gap, a sharp cold light leaped over, like a white silk thread pointing directly at his body. The gray-robed man reacted particularly quickly, drawing his sword to block while moving his steps to dodge. Shwa! This sword was clearly planned for a long time, and the gray-robed man could not resist much. The two swords collided, and the stabbing sword cleverly borrowed the elastic force of the collision. Not only did it not slow down, but it accurately pierced into the gray-robed man's body, inserted between the shoulder and chest. The white-haired old man who drew the sword was old, or from the clinic. Almost no one knew that Eyes of the Bat was not only the name of the clinic, but also the name of a breathing method, an incomplete and superior breathing method that focused most on hearing, namely Eyes of the Bat. Bats are good at observing everything with hearing. Just now, he heard the movement outside the house. "Ah, are you a wizard apprentice?" Old Or succeeded with a sword and looked at his enemy. The familiar robe made him exclaim, and he quickly drew his sword and stepped back a few steps. He knew that wizards had many and strange methods. He had a deep fear of wizards. He stared at the other party warily. "Sir, what are you doing here in my house? You are a lowly servant, and you actually hurt me." "Very good, hee cough cough." The gray-robed man took out a potion slowly, and poured it into his mouth. His angry face under the hood was distorted and deformed, like a poisonous snake just out of winter under the shadow of the lamp. Hearing this, Old Or shook unconsciously. This was something he had always been reluctant to mention. "I thought that after so many years, no one knew about this unknown experience, but today a wizard apprentice came to my door, and I was afraid that I would never have peace again." Many thoughts flashed through Old Or's mind, and the next second he woke up. "No matter who you are, if you want to delay time, ask my sword if it agrees." He held the sword horizontally and stepped forward, as fast as the wind, and stabbed the gray-robed man again. "Remind you, my sword is smeared with poison." "Poison? I am least afraid of toxins." Facing Old Or's killing move, the gray-robed man took a step forward and responded with a sword. There was a slight lightning flickering on his sword. This was a zero-level spell, Thunder Whiskers, which could draw out a small amount of lightning as thin as hair. Ding! The two of them fought, and their swords collided. The gray-robed man seemed to be uninjured, which made Old Or regret that he had missed the opportunity just now. Inside the house, the two of them exchanged several moves in the blink of an eye. Both of them were at the night level, and it was not easy to overwhelm their opponents. "X, do you need my help?" When the two of them fought again to see who was better with their swords, a figure emerged from the gap in the wall and asked impatiently. Old Or's face changed drastically when he saw a pet beside him. He didn't notice that a python head had sprung out from under X's bloated gray robe. The two were very close. When Old Or noticed something, the ferocious black python head surrounded by lightning pounced on him and bit him. Old Or pushed his feet hard and moved his body backwards skillfully, trying to retreat and dodge. The python head had already approached his body, and with the power from X's long sword, he was knocked back and hit hard against the cabinet against the wall behind him, breaking the wooden board behind him and crashing into the cabinet. He didn't know how many tables, chairs and decorations were knocked away along the way. Hiss. Ekka's hood was lifted, revealing his terrifying true face. This arm-thick python head was not another magical pet, but another head of Ekka's, growing behind his right shoulder and connected to the lower end of his neck. It was making a slight hissing sound at this time. "I help you." Seeing that Old Or was struggling and moving, the little green-winged snake exhaled a breath of cold air and hit Old Or on the ground, causing him to suffer heavy damage again and groan in pain. Only the trembling body showed that he was still alive. X was not happy. "Hey Lar, this is my prey." His python head hissed even louder, as if complaining about the little green-winged snake's interference. "Okay, leave it to you." The little green-winged snake didn't mind their attitude. "I look for something interesting." "By the way, what's the name of that wizard?" X said casually. "Wizard Mint." The little green-winged snake wandered around Old Or's house, as if no one was around. After a while, Old Or recovered and struggled to lean against the wall under the gap in the cabinet, looking at the gray-robed man. "So you came here for the things of Wizard Mint, but unfortunately you made a mistake. I'm just a servant there. How could a wizard's treasures belong to someone like me?" Ahem. Ecker's head leaned forward like a snake, and he looked at him more carefully. "You are wrong. We just happened to pass by Flying Fish Harbor, and happened to find you. We wanted to find something interesting to kill time, and find something that the Mint Wizard might have left behind. It's just by the way." "Interesting? That's really interesting." Old Or gritted his teeth and said, although he was sweating and weak, he still looked at the enemy in front of him fiercely. He thought that he was a wizard apprentice who came to hunt him down, but he didn't expect that others just thought it was interesting. Could it be that he would be a toy that people find interesting all his life? He suddenly thought of his two students, so to speak. It turned out that he was unconsciously influenced by the wizard. If he had known, He would not have followed the bullshit equivalence principle. He should have handed over the things he studied in the second half of his life to those two talented students. That's it. It's worth saving this life for so many years. X didn't know that he had so many thoughts. He asked seriously, "Then let me ask you, did you bring anything back from the Mint Wizard?" "Yes." Old Or forced a deep smile on his face. I won't tell you." The black python head suddenly poked out its head, stretched its trunk nearly 2 meters, bit the outside of Old Or's thigh, tore off a ball of flesh and blood, revealing the leg bones inside, and swallowed the bloody meat. Another bite. This made Old Or scream in pain, and his body could not stabilize and fell to the side, falling inside the half-damaged cabinet. "X, it's boring here, there's nothing, except gold coins and medicinal herbs. This old man has a lot of gold coins at home." The little green-winged snake walked around and returned, just glancing at the situation here. The old man said there were other things. "Oh!" Neither the man nor the snake noticed that at the moment Old Or fell, he took out a special sulfurized glass bottle from the upper layer of the cabinet. Chapter 33. Boom! Inside the house, the fireworks were like the shining sun, devouring everything around them mercilessly. 2 figures flew out from the gap in the wall, and crashed into the courtyard wall farther away. The little green-winged snake that flew out first flapped its wings desperately, directly jumped over the wall that was about to hit, and flew into the sky. The next figure was not so lucky. It crashed into the wall, and even broke the wall, falling to the street outside. X, it turned out to be a rare explosive agent. You were right. He really has something good in his hand, but it was a pity that it was activated by that bug. When the noise in the house died down, leaving the house in a mess, the little green-winged snake flew back and talked about the explosive potion with great interest. It looked like it was not affected by the explosion at all. Ahem. Unlike it, X was covered in dirt, and even his neat gray robe became tattered and torn in many places. There were traces of burns on his back and hood. He drank 2 potions in a row, sat on the ground and stared at the house with a gloomy face. Not only did he get injured this time, but he also lost a very important magic defense scroll. If it weren't for this defense scroll, the enemy might have dragged him to death. In the explosion, half of the house collapsed, and the owner of the house was engulfed in flames. Such a commotion alarmed many people. Some hid to find out what was going on, and did not dare to approach nearby, especially after seeing the strange creatures in the sky and the strange people on the ground. The city guards are coming. The city guards came late. The city guards were supposed to watch over all the suspects. The leader was very discerning. While sending someone to notify the superior, he blocked the surrounding area and drove away the residents, who had not left yet, ignoring the angry X. After receiving the news, the city lord's confidant Baron Karl came. He took a look at the traces of magic battles in the house, and observed the embarrassed wizard apprentice. "Mr. X, what happened here?" X was waiting for the person in charge. He said coldly, "The person in here is a runaway slave of the wizard. I just fought with him." Baron Karl naturally knew who lived here. He said in surprise, "How could such a thing happen? This person opened a clinic not far away, and was liked by nearby residents. I didn't expect that he was an unruly slave." "Alas." He sighed with emotion. Ecker's mind moved. "Where is it? We need to go over and check it out." Baron Karl knew his identity, and did not refuse. "Mr. Eckers, just go 2 streets over here, I will lead you there." Hearing the Baron's words, someone immediately cleared the way in front. Eckers asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Does he have any relatives?" Baron Karl thought of something and shook his head calmly. This person has always been a loner, has never married, has a strange temper, and doesn't even have a friend, but he has treated many people. After the few people arrived at the Bad Eye Clinic, a city guard directly dismantled the gate to allow others to enter the clinic smoothly. Soon, crackling sounds were heard inside. The next day. In the morning, Giuseppe went out early as usual. Recently, the annoying person was not there, and she was in a happier mood. She secretly warned herself that while that person was away, she must study harder, and when that person came back, she would tell him loudly, "You have been left behind by me, Giuseppe, ha ha ha." Before she got close to the clinic, she found that something was wrong, because a city guard was moving things out of the clinic, and she was so scared that she stopped. After thinking for a while, she didn't dare to go to the clinic anymore, but walked in another direction. Mr. Orr, how could it be? The place where Giuseppe came was the old Orr's residence. The situation here was more serious. The destroyed walls and rooms could be seen from afar. She did not lose her composure, and pretended to ask the people around her about the situation. I tell you, there was a mysterious wizard with 2 snakes. One snake had wings, and the other snake was wrapped around the wizard. The wizard waved his hand, and the yard and the house were destroyed by magic. That man, his body is gone. What a pity for such good medical skills. But he has such a bad temper, he doesn't look like a good person. Baron Karl has judged him as a villain. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep last night, when I thought that there was a vicious person living not far away. Jussi didn't listen to the other chatter of the ant nearby. She only knew that old or was dead, his body was gone, and he was declared a criminal by Baron Karl. Now she was a little flustered. After hesitating for a moment, she walked to the other side of the East City. Soon, she came to another house. Is Mr. Ivan here? He hasn't come back yet, and it will probably take a few days. Hearing the little girl say this, Jussi left disappointed. Black Pine Forest territory. A new day, the mercenaries are still looking for clues in the Black Mist Forest. However, this time, they said, they would not go deep into the forest, and tried to find the trace of the tree monster, but the tree monster can disguise itself as an ordinary tree during the day, and it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to find a tree in the forest. As a result, no clues to the porcupine's nest were found, but a lot of prey were killed. The next day was the same. For 2 days in a row, Ivan and Byman learned how to use shields, and no one said anything this time. He treated the captain of the guard, Marshall, and his face gradually became more human. He would be healed in a few days. At night, Ivan and Byman, the brothers, were bored and wandered to the other side of the castle. They happened to find a big stone behind the bushes, and sat on it to chat. If this goes on, how long do you think we have to wait? This is how mercenary missions are. You may encounter any situation. Just be open-minded. There will always be a day to complete it. I hope it can end sooner. Ivan is not an impatient person, but he is a little uncomfortable and misses the days in Flying Fish Harbor without any experience points after several days here. Beeman was about to say something, but there was a sound and movement from the other side of the bushes, which made him shut up. Miss Lisa, why don't you pay attention to me recently? Did I do something wrong? Buck, I told you not to bother me anymore. 2 voices rang out in succession, one of which was the Baron's daughter, Lisa, Miss Church, who had been pestering Ivan recently. Beeman raised his eyebrows, and looked at someone teasingly. Ivan felt that it was not good to eavesdrop on people's conversations, and wanted to stand up, but was pulled by Beeman, signaling him not to make a sound and watch the show. Ivan couldn't refute him. Is it because of Captain Marshall? You said that you don't like Marshall anymore. Did he force you to? No, dear Buck, I admit that you are the most handsome man in Black Pine Forest territory, and I was attracted to you, but you have never been to Flying Fish Harbor, you don't know how vast the world is, and you don't know how good he is. You didn't do anything wrong, you just can't compare to him. Who? The son of the mercenary, the arrogant Ivan. Shut up, Buck, I don't allow you to say that about Mr. Ivan. Buck, you don't understand Mr. Ivan's inner meaning, none of you understand, only I can understand Mr. Ivan. The voice from the other side was clearly heard by the 2 people behind the bushes. After listening to a few words of the conversation, Ivan, as one of the parties involved, was a little confused. What were they talking about? Could this be the private life of the nobles? He wanted to see how this Miss Church understood him, and why she was entangled with him, a person she had only met a few times. Chapter 34. Miss Lisa, you are lying to me, right? You must be lying to me. You must have some difficulties. Is it that mercenary who coerced the Baron? Buck, calm down. Okay, I will tell you the connotation of Mr. Ivan. Ivan was lively and innocent when he was young, and a little bit naughty. After being injured, he realized the importance of strength, and resolutely declared that he would make changes. Then he really worked hard to do it. His strength improved rapidly, he learned various languages successfully, and became an excellent pharmacist. You say, who else can do these things like him, right? No one. Mr. Ivan is like a hero from a novel. No, he is a natural-born hero, he is destined to become a prominent figure. The small Flying Fish Harbor can't stop him at all. No, it's not like that, there are no natural-born heroes. Of course there are, Mr. Ivan is one. I don't allow you to talk nonsense, Buck. For the sake of our past friendship, I won't hold you responsible this time. On the other side of the bushes, as Miss Church got angry, Buck was speechless, and the 2 hurried away one after the other. Puff, ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, Beeman couldn't help but laugh softly. Ivan thought of something and uttered 2 words with gritted teeth. Patch. It's obvious that it must be Patch's fault. Lisa was accompanied by Patch when she came to the Marichardson's house. Only Patch knew some of her things, including learning other languages. Only Patch would beautify her brother like this. I guess Pudge couldn't have imagined that Miss Church, as a noble, had a different mindset from ordinary people. She actually believed what she said, and worshipped her brother. Beeman had tried to stop laughing, but couldn't help laughing again after a joke. It turned out to be Pudge. So, the eldest brother Paul lost to his younger sister Pudge. He lost miserably, ha ha ha. Ivan was a little amused by this incident. He really couldn't blame Pudge. After all, his sister couldn't say bad things about her brother in front of outsiders. If he had to blame someone, he should blame her for meeting Lisa, an unusual person. After a while, Beeman became serious. Evan, to be honest, there is nothing wrong with Miss Lisa. Baron Church has only 2 daughters, one married to someone else, and the other is Miss Lisa. The title must have an heir. What a great temptation. Compared to the Marquis of Jutau, Baron Church not only has few descendants, but also has no sons. It is a shame among the nobles, and is rare among the common people. Take the Marichatton family for example. They also have 4 brothers and a sister, Paget. Like the Bensons and Rosetta nearby, they also have more than one son. They all have 3 or more, and some have 7 or 8. More people can produce more talents. Ivan rolled his eyes at him. You can try and ask Padge to say something good for you, or make up a wonderful story for you. I can help you with that. Seeing that he was really interested, Beeman surrendered. Okay, I won't say anything. You can do it yourself. Neither of them was interested in Miss Lisa, so they let Paul worry about it. Ivan looked at his second brother, who had become silent, and asked, Beeman, do you have any plans? Beeman sighed. I want to join the army. Ivan was stunned for a moment. Work for Grand Duke Xiongmai. Beeman said, the mercenary group has my father and Paul, and there will be Padge and Sean in the future. With the help of you as a pharmacist, it doesn't matter if I am one more or one less. If I don't stay in the mercenary group, I will only have one way left to work for the nobles. It's better to find the most powerful one. I think Grand Duke Xiongmai's brilliant knights are very good. This was the first time he confided his true feelings to others. He didn't want to be trapped in the giant shield mercenary group, nor did he want to live under the protection of his father. After a moment, Ivan patted his shoulder. If you have an idea, just do it. Your father shouldn't object. Beeman smiled. What about you? You probably won't stay in Flying Fish Port forever. Seeing that he was staring at him, and wanted to hear his true thoughts, Ivan had many thoughts in his mind, and one thought kept lingering in his heart. I want to try and see if I can become a wizard who controls mysterious spells. Beeman looked at his brother in surprise. He knew the difficulty of this road, and silently patted Ivan on the shoulder to show his support. 3 days passed in a flash. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV2, 192/200, Ivan cured Marshall, and received a gold coin for treatment, and also gained some experience points. He was getting closer to the 3rd level of pharmacy. At that time, he could not only enjoy a small wisdom light, but also a 3rd level wisdom light. So far, he only had a 1st level wisdom light left in his hand, which was the last time he explored the Azure Potion. As for where to use it, he has not yet considered it. In terms of strength, there has been no change in the past few days. With his current strength level, it is difficult for the flowing breathing method to bring him any improvement, unless he can break through to the night level. This is impossible, otherwise the night level will be flooded. Anyway, he didn't feel any breakthrough opportunities, let alone the location of the life seed. From the squire level to the night level is simple. First you have to reach the quasi-night strength. Secondly, you can sense the existence of the life seed, and finally recast the life seed with the life chi, and if you succeed, you will be promoted to the night level. According to Ivan's understanding, the life seed is similar to the Dantian acupoint, or exists in a place similar to the Dantian. This place is very strange. You can only know its location when you sense it. If you can't sense it, it's like it doesn't exist. High-quality breathing can extract high-quality life energy, which helps to sense the existence of life seeds. This is the most fundamental reason for the difference in the quality of breathing. Strength, 2.8, Agility, 2.2, Constitution, 3.0, Spirit, 1.4. Take the blue potion again. Looking at the data without any changes, Ivan secretly thought about it for a while, and decided to try the 4th blue potion. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, took out a small glass bottle, uncorked it, and drank it all, and when the body showed changes, he took another mountain monster potion and swallowed it. This was his last mountain monster potion, and he had to go back to ask Old or for a restock. The mountain monster potion he gave his father before. His father had already come to the conclusion that the mountain monster potion could relieve the burden, but it could not completely solve the problem. Seeing that he kept asking questions, his father revealed a more serious fact. There are two types of explosions of the giant frog breathing method. Ordinary explosions simply produce physical fatigue, which can be relieved by oneself without the need to use expensive mountain monster potions. Large explosions damage the origin of fighting spirit. Just like when he fought with the tree monster that night, the mountain monster potion did not work much. Ivan was stunned for a while at that time. After taking the two potions, Ivan began to practice the rushing breathing method. He didn't know that some people have far better vision than ordinary people. They saw the scene just now from a long distance and showed a thoughtful look. Ivan, good news, those guys are moving. When Ivan was about to finish his practice, Byman brought a message from afar that the porcupine group that was plaguing the Black Pine Forest finally moved. Chapter 35. What are you waiting for? Ivan stopped practicing and prepared to get other equipment. But Byman said, "Don't worry, my father told me not to act rashly. Only a small number of porcupines appeared this time, so it's not advisable to alarm them." Leda led the team to check it out in person, and the others just had to prepare and wait. In the end, the mercenaries did not take action to avoid alerting the enemy. The appearance of porcupines means that they are short of food, and they will definitely come to Black Pine Forest territory again soon. In order to deal with the upcoming fierce battle, Black Pine Forest territory has made proper preparations and prepared hunting traps. The next day, when the sky was getting light but not yet dawn, a group of black things came out of the Black Pine Forest and headed straight for the fertile fields in the territory. Where did they go? They went to the south, just as the leader expected. After someone noticed the movement, they immediately notified all the mercenaries and guards, and a group of people ran quickly to a warehouse in the south. In order to catch the porcupines that were causing trouble, Baron Church showed his magnanimity and took out some fragrant wheat and put it in the warehouse near the fertile fields. This fragrant wheat is a specialty of the principality. It can only grow in the Grand Duke's territory and is only sold to nobles. Fragrant wheat is just as its name suggests, with a more fragrant aroma than other wheats. It is said to be calming and conducive to cultivation. Even nobles are reluctant to eat it every day, but now it is used as bait to lure wild animals. In order to set up this trap, the mercenaries specially reinforced the warehouse and made special modifications inside. When Ivan and others arrived, the wild boar was still digging in the soil in the field to find food, so they could ambush in other houses nearby and wait for the wild boar to fall into the trap. If the trap fails, they can only surround and kill it by force. With the sound of grunting, several large porcupines appeared first, sniffing something. Is this a porcupine? Through a gap, Ivan saw the porcupine that embarrassed the Black Pine Forest leader. The porcupine not far away was completely different from the big rat in his memory. What was in front of him was a thorn chariot. The whole thing was the size of a yellow cow, with acupuncture needles scattered all over the body. There was a short acupuncture needle on the head and back. The acupuncture needle on the head was obviously more special. It was said that it could be soft or hard. The tail was a long acupuncture needle like a feather. With two pairs of short legs, it walks like a small chariot full of steel needles. Ivan could not help but tighten the shield in his hand. The sense of smell of pigs is not worse than that of dogs, and is even 2 or 3 times that of the latter. Therefore, when Baron Church proposed to add flavor to the fragrant wheat, he was directly rejected by List. In fact, the guards had used it before, and the porcupines were not fooled at all. The porcupines that were exploring the way sniffed for a while, and then grunted and sent a message to the back. A large group of porcupines appeared, with as many as 50 or 60 heads. No wonder the Black Pine Forest territory was badly harmed by them. Bang! When they arrived at the warehouse door, the leading porcupine lightly knocked against the thick wooden door, causing it to make a dull sound. Then 7 or 8 porcupines knocked against it together, and opened a gap in the door with 2 knocks, just enough for one porcupine to pass through. The porcupines knocked again, but only opened a little distance, and there seemed to be something more solid behind them. Huff, huff, huff. After wandering for a while, a larger porcupine got in through the gap in the door first, followed by 2 or 3 more. The other porcupines were able to resist their desire for food and stayed outside the granary. Ivan witnessed this scene, and secretly exclaimed that these porcupines were cunning. However, they encountered more experienced mercenaries, and the bait was also real. Reed persuaded Baron Church many times, and Ivan occasionally reminded Lisa of the dangers. In addition to the previous experience in the Black Mist Forest and the situation of the guard Captain Marshall, Baron Church finally agreed to spend a lot of money, and the group of wild animals had no choice but to be fooled. After a while, a signal came from inside, and the other porcupines squeezed into the gate and entered the warehouse. Two figures trotted over with light steps, closed the door from the outside, tied two iron chains, and wrapped them around and around. Okay, everything is ready. It's time to eliminate the beasts. The beasts fell into the trap, and Lieta turned a deaf ear to the crashing sounds coming from inside, called out the people who were ambushing nearby, and arranged the next extermination plan. The group of people will be divided into 3 teams. Ivan, look at this, you have to pay attention to it later. Byman pulled Ivan and pointed to the big door behind. There was a needle that directly penetrated the thick wooden door, revealing a small section. Ivan secretly smacked his lips. This power was no less than that of an arrow. He must not be careless. Fortunately, there were only a few needles that could penetrate the wooden door, which meant that not all attacks had such power. He and Byman followed the deputy leader Grow. After the 6 members of the team came to the warehouse, they put a wooden ladder on the wall, climbed up the ladder, entered through the small window, and landed on the wooden corridor built a few days ago. A few days ago, in order to kill the beasts at the lowest cost, the mercenaries specially built a suspended wooden corridor in the warehouse, which was more than 4 meters above the ground. Except for the side with the gate, there were 3 other sides. The wooden planks under the wooden corridor are particularly thick, and there are several double-layered door panels in front. Thump, thump, thump! The porcupine realized that he had been fooled. When he saw someone appearing above, the needles were like flowers scattered by a fairy, which made people's scalps numb. The double-layered door panels are now shields, and the needles hit them like raindrops, adding a layer of black and white decoration to the door panels. Let them run wild for a while. Several people landed on the wooden corridor one by one. Grow reminded his subordinates not to move rashly. He also had the leisure to point out, these needles are good materials for making crossbows. They only need to be slightly modified. The Baron promised to give us 30%. Byman couldn't help but complain, less than half, stingy. In theory, the spoils belong to those who participated in the battle. At least the mercenary group can get half. Most nobles can't bring themselves to fight for petty profits, so usually such spoils will belong to the mercenary group. This made the 2 guards in the team feel a little embarrassed, but they couldn't say anything, because the finances of the Black Pine Forest have always been tight. It's our turn. After a while, the porcupine stopped his arrogant behavior, and Grow signaled everyone to disperse in pairs. Ivan followed Grow. The 2 stood behind a double door, one on the left and one on the right, and shot arrows. The warehouse was filled with the sound of dense arrows, the screams of porcupines, the sound of porcupine needles hitting wooden boards, and the occasional cry of pain from the unlucky ones. The hunters stood in the morning sun, looking down, and until the last porcupine was shot and fell to the ground, they were unable to break out of this carefully arranged warehouse. Is anyone injured? Danny? Buck? The battle ended. Lead shouted a question, but when he heard that it was not his man, he stopped talking. The mission was over, and the mercenary group received the mission reward, a heavy shield that was almost 2 meters high. The Baron said that it could even defend against the knight's fighting spirit slash. The disadvantage was that it was heavy. One mercenary could lift it, but could not use it in battle. It took 2 people to move it properly. This shield could be put to good use, not to mention that it could be used as the symbol of the Giant Shield mercenary group. The next morning, the Giant Shield mercenary group packed up everything, said goodbye to Baron Church, and set off on their return journey. On horseback, Beeman joked, "You really don't want to say something to her?" Ivan glanced at him. "That's right, I have to talk to Padge when I get back. What do you think of the story of the young Beeman fighting a sea monster to save a drowning man?" Not far away, Miss Church was looking at Ivan eagerly. The deep affection in her eyes was unbearable to look at, but it was a pity that someone disappeared at the end of the road without looking back, leaving the beautiful woman with a face full of grievance. Chapter 36. The mercenaries didn't have much heavy stuff when they came, but when they returned, they had bundles of fur, needles, and a heavy shield, which slowed down the horses, especially the heavy shield. They also made a cart to carry it, and then pulled it with 2 horses. Halfway through the journey, an arrow flew out from the tree next to it, and landed on the ground at the front of the team. Be on guard. Leda signaled everyone to slow down, because someone had set up a barricade in front, and the horses would definitely fall down if they rushed forward. Someone is robbing the road. The mercenaries pulled the reins to make the horses stop slowly, and one by one they showed their weapons, either long swords or long bows, and looked around vigilantly. There were woods on both sides of the trade road, and a low slope on one side. Many people came out of the woods on both sides, more than 100 people, except for the 20 or so people in the lead, who were bandits, and the others looked like refugees, and the weapons in the refugees' hands were mostly wooden spears. Haha, leave your goods behind, otherwise you can't get through here intact. One of the bandits stood up. He was tall, wearing a worn-out half-body armor, and a wooden mask on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he was responded by a fast arrow shot straight at him. A little trick. Seeing this, the bandit leader was not panicked at all. He waved his arm, and the arrow was blocked by the armor. Boss, be careful. He did not notice that following the arrow was a rotating axe, which was also very fast and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, making the other bandits sweat for the boss. The bandit leader just put down his arm, and a black shadow came towards him. The axe hit his neck. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, without even making a sound. The leader was killed in one encounter, and the other bandits and refugees were so scared that they wished they had more legs and fled. Captain, your flying axe skills are still so neat and tidy, making people hard to defend against. Ivan, have you learned this killer move? With the cooperation of Grow and Red, this robbery became a farce, and the Giant Shield mercenary group gained an extra worn-out armor. In the Giant Shield mercenary group, the captain's flying axe skills and the deputy captain's archery skills are the topics that the mercenaries talk about with relish. In fact, the 5 Ivan brothers and sisters had learned the flying axe technique from their father since they were young, but they did not learn the silent and accurate shooting of their father. There must be a talent bonus in this. Near dusk, the group arrived at the gate of Fayuport. As people of this city, they do not need to pay the city entrance fee, but the goods they bring need to be inspected by the city guards, and a small amount of goods entry fee is also required. If there is nothing taboo, they will be allowed to pass. Captain Lita, take care. After watching the mercenaries leave, the old city guard said something to the people around him and left in a hurry, but the direction was the west of the city. Ivan and the others returned to the mercenary group's base, returned the things they were going to return, and dispersed. The father and his 2 sons returned to the Marichatin family together. After dinner, Ivan returned to his room, and Padge followed him. Brother Ivan, a beautiful sister came to your house a few days ago. She seemed to be a noble lady, Padge said, with a gossipy look on her face, trying to find out something. Hearing the word noble lady, Ivan immediately thought of Miss Church. He put his hand on his sister's head in a lightning speed, rubbing and rubbing the fluffy brown hair hard until it was messed up. Ah! Padgett paused for a few seconds before reacting. Her hair was messed up by her brother again. Unfortunately, there was a gap in strength between the 2 sides, and she couldn't avoid it. After a while, Ivan let her go. Padgett stared at him with shame and anger, muttering, "There really is a beautiful sister looking for you, a woman with a green skirt and a big and abnormal vagina in front." While speaking, she gestured in front of her and suddenly felt a little discouraged. From her description, I knew it was Giuseppe. I didn't know why she was looking for me. Ivan didn't care much about it. Seeing that his sister was hesitant to speak, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Padge lowered her head and pinched her fingers, then raised her head again and said, "It's that clinic. There's a big problem." Ivan frowned and said, "Tell me about it." Padge just told the story of the Bat's Eye Clinic. Since her brother went to the clinic to study, she would inevitably pay more attention to it. What's more, the current situation is known to the whole city, and you can find out by just talking to a grocery shopping ant. Old or is dead, his body is gone. The mysterious wizard is extremely evil. After listening to his sister's story, Ivan's face was uncertain. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the Bat's Eye Clinic would have such a big thing, and old or, such a powerful pharmacist, was gone. Padgett looked at him worriedly. "Brother Ivan, this has nothing to do with us. No one is bothering us, and it has nothing to do with you either." Seeing his sister's worried look, Ivan said casually, "I know, I'm just a little depressed because I think there's one less place to learn alchemy. By the way, Giuseppe, that beautiful sister, did she only come to see me once?" Padgett nodded. "Did she leave her address?" "No, she just asked if you were home, and then left unhappily." "Is that so?" Ivan thought for a moment, and waved to his sister. "It's all over for you. Go back where you came from, and don't disturb me from reading." Hearing this, Padge looked at him with a puffy face and stood still. Ivan was surprised and said, "Anything else?" "No way, I've only been away for a few days." Padge clenched her fist and protested to him, "I have something to ask Brother Ivan." "Go ahead. Why were you so rude just now? You dared to mess up a lady's hair." "Brother Ivan, you must explain it to me clearly, otherwise I will never forgive you." "Absolutely not." Padgett was serious and vowed to get to the bottom of it. She was not someone who could be fooled. It was just a small punishment just now. Who told you to do something bad? Ivan explained. Seeing that she obviously didn't believe him, he told her about Miss Church's story, so that she could understand what she had done and how much trouble she had caused her brother. After hearing his words, Paget's mouth opened slightly, and didn't close for a long time. Ivan patted his sister's head again and told her, "Next time if you have a chance, say more good things about Brother Byman. Forget it, let's just say good things about your brother Paul, and say good things for Paul. Paul's future happiness and the hope of the Mericatans depend on you, Paget. This is a gift for you, the trophy of my first hunting trip, the stag horn." Paget was even more confused, until Ivan pushed her out of the door for a while, and faced the door with only a crack. She came back to her senses. "Why is my head a little confused?" Paget shook her fluffy brown hair, looked at the sharp stag horn again, and wanted to go back, looking through the crack of the door into the room, thinking that Brother Ivan should be very concerned, and hoped that he would be okay. She let out a sigh that was not in line with her age, and finally did not go to reason with her brother. About an hour later, Ivan quietly left the room and left the Mericatans. Chapter 37. There is a moon tonight, a silver moon with purple haze, like a disc. Under the moonlight, Ivan came to Old Orr's house. What caught his eyes was the tragic battle site. Most of the house had traces of burning and destruction. It really didn't look like the knight's method. No wonder Old Orr's body was gone. He took a deep breath and imprinted the scene in front of him in his mind. He was in awe and admiration for the wizard's methods. A few minutes later, he came to the Bad-Eye Clinic. The door of the clinic was open casually, and the place where the plaque was hung above was empty. Ivan looked around and found the plaque on the steps on the side of the door, where he often ate his lunch. The plaque was creased, and about to break in two. He came to the clinic, and there was only the medicine shelf, and the floor was full of broken glass and medicine debris. The rest had been emptied. Looking at these familiar rooms, he thought of how he tried every means to learn to make medicine from Old Orr and competed with Giuseppe. All kinds of scenes were vivid in his mind. Since coming to this world, he and Old Orr have stayed longer than Lead. People are not plants. Ivan cursed irritably, not knowing who he was cursing at, but it was hard to calm down. With one last glance, he hurried out of the empty clinic, thought for a while, picked up the broken plaque and went home. A new day. In the morning, Ivan came to Kasha's Swordsmanship Hall. Strength, 2.9, Agility, 2.2, Constitution, 3.1, Spirit, 1.4. In the past 3 days, the effects of the 2 potions have been exhausted, bringing him 0.1 scale of strength and constitution, and the rest remains unchanged. It is not difficult to conclude that the 5th Azure potion must have lost its effect. His physique exceeded the standard of Quasi-Knight by 3 scales, but he still did not sense the existence of the life seed. He did not know why. Perhaps 3.1 scales were not the limit of physique, perhaps the life energy extracted by the basic breathing method was not pure, or perhaps it was the side effect of the secret breathing medicine, etc., all possible. "Brother Ivan, I haven't seen you for several days." "Hey Donnie." Donnie came to say hello as soon as he entered the martial arts arena. Everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Ivan. After Ivan showed his strong strength, more people took the initiative to talk to him than before, which made him a little proud. Ivan asked, "How did your tests go?" "I don't have the qualifications." Donnie was not disappointed, but said, "Fortunately, I didn't. I finally understood that it was too dangerous to practice that aspect. It's better to practice fighting spirit honestly." Ivan was surprised and asked, "Why do you say that?" Donnie said, "You don't know yet, many of the people in the previous group died. I suspect there are only a few left. The black ship has arrived and stopped at the dock we visited." Ivan's heart moved. It seemed that the people on the ship had killed Old Orr. He came to the swordplay hall mainly to see if Donnie had any news. As for whether to accept Kasha's invitation, he had not yet made a decision, so he did not stay long. Then, he deliberately ran to the dock and came to the parapet where he and Donnie watched last time. Sure enough, the black ship with mysterious patterns was there, occupying the area east of the dock. It's called the Lar, made of black mahogany that has been buried deep in the swamp for thousands of years. Isn't it beautiful? Just as Ivan was looking at the black ship in the distance, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, but he didn't notice when someone was behind him. He turned his head quickly, and his face changed color. He never thought that the person behind him was not a person, but a slender green snake flying in the air. The snake had a pair of white wings, and the words just now came from its mouth. Ivan instinctively replied, "Yes." The little green-winged snake said again, In fact, it has another name, the swamp spade. Do you think it sounds better to call it the lar or the swamp spade? This tendency is obvious. Ivan is unsure of the snake's temper, so he tries to say, lar. The little green-winged snake's tone is a little happier. Human boy, you have good taste. I really want to introduce you to be an apprentice. What's your name? Ivan. Rose sighed. Mr. Rose sighed, you really have good taste. See you next time. The little green-winged snake nodded in a similar manner, flapped its white wings and flew forward at a very fast speed, heading exactly where the black ship was. Is this the wizard's pet? Knights must learn riding skills when they are laying the foundation for training, but it is rare to see knights with special beasts as mounts. Most of them are horses, and at most they have different bloodlines, such as the dragon-maned horse that is said to have the blood of earth dragons, and the scaly horse that has the blood of sea beasts. Without exception, these mounts will not speak. No wonder wizards are mysterious. After the false alarm, Ivan did not dare to stay for long, lest he be seen by other things. As for revenge for old Or, he thought very clearly last night. He would eat as much as he could, and it would be better to keep a useful body to sacrifice to old Or every New Year and festival. He was clear about this. Then, he came from the south to the west of the city. Isn't this Mr. Ivan? I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. My dear Mrs. Halaya. Mrs. Halaya didn't look good to Ivan's arrival, because he left in a hurry and forgot to say a word, causing Mrs. Halaya to wait for a long time, but no one came to class. Mrs. Halaya said seriously, Mr. Ivan, imparting knowledge is a very serious matter. You can't just leave without saying hello, do you know? Ivan said, I'm sorry, my father's mercenary group received an urgent mission. Due to the urgency of time, there was no time to gather more people. I could only go with him, and didn't have time to come and say hello. In fact, he really forgot. But for women, no matter how big or small, no matter where they are, coaxing them can eliminate many conflicts, which is beneficial and cost-effective. He immediately told Mrs. Halaya about the mission of the mercenary group and picked out some interesting things to tell her to ease her expression. You are really impressive for helping your father escape from the Black Mist Forest at night. You are a fearless hero. Your praise makes me ashamed. Mr. Ivan, if your father has any other tasks, you might as well help him again. It would be best if he could go on a long journey as soon as possible. Flying Fishport has been very uneasy recently. After leaving the villa, Ivan was still thinking about Mrs. Haraya's last inexplicable words, as if reminding him to pay attention to something. Thinking of the last test, and the black ship docked at the dock. He vaguely guessed a possibility. Wouldn't it be to let him be an apprentice to a wizard? But isn't this exactly what he wants? Donnie's words came to mind. Death is still death, and you can see the danger in it. Ivan felt a little uneasy and decided to go to the mercenary group's base to ask his father. When he was about to leave the west of the city, a small group of guards came running from behind. He thought they were going to perform some mission, so he quickly dodged to the side, but the guards stopped when they ran to him. The leading guard, Captain Pock, asked, Ivan Marichatin, right? Ivan noticed that the other party had his portrait in his hand, and he nodded. The captain of the guard said, Baron Karl invites you. Ivan had a bad premonition and couldn't help saying, I was sweating just now. Can you allow me to go back and change into more decent clothes? The captain of the guard said, Mr. Ivan, don't forget that your family is in Flying Fishport. What a threat. Ivan looked at the captain deeply and motioned for him to lead the way. Chapter 38. Under the coercion of the guards, Ivan came to this manor-style house in the central area of the city for the second time, and the butler was waiting at the gate. The old butler led him into the manor, and came to a place that was obviously the main hall. Young man, welcome to Karl Manor again. A middle-aged noble greeted him warmly. It was Baron Karl who met him last time. Ivan said, Baron, your welcome is really impressive. Baron Karl laughed and said, Ha ha ha, I have no choice but to use this method. I hope the people below don't hurt you with reckless behavior. Seeing the Baron's attitude, Ivan was confused. The guards before were almost threatening with swords. Who was he acting for now? He didn't say anything, and Baron Karl didn't care. Let's get back to the point. This time Ivan was invited because of the last test. Didn't you ask me where to find a wizard? Now there is one. This is a good opportunity. Ivan asked, Is it in Flying Fish Harbor? Baron Karl shook his head slightly. The person who came to Flying Fish Harbor is a wizard apprentice, and there is also a special adult. Ivan was surprised and asked, Only one wizard apprentice? Baron Karl said, That's enough. They represent a real wizard, and wizards are the masters of the human kingdom, including the Principality of Chiangmai and Flying Fish Harbor. The Baron's words were not false. He realized that the nobles were so afraid of wizards, which was enough to show the horror of the power controlled by wizards, or that the group of wizards was extremely powerful. Must go? Isn't this what you want? But the previous batch of people died one after another, and I value my life more. Hearing this, Baron Karl was a little embarrassed. It was their fault for not blocking the news in time, letting many people know the inside story. This was his dereliction of duty. He paused, stared at Ivan and said seriously, "You better go. This is the request of the city lord." Ivan took a breath and asked again, "Can you tell me the real situation? I don't want to go to die without knowing what's going on." Baron Karl did not hide this question. It turned out that a few months ago, an old wizard appeared nearby. The old wizard chose to live on a small island in this sea area. The nobles originally thought that this was an old wizard who had retired and put aside his pursuit of power, and was willing to teach students carefully. This was undoubtedly the luck of the nobles near Flying Fish Harbor, so they were willing to send qualified people there, including the niece of the city lord and an illegitimate son of Baron Karl himself. However, the result was a slap in the face of all the nobles, and bad news came back one after another. Now that the other party came to them again, they had to expand the scope of the test and give civilians a chance to embark on the path of wizards. Replacing nobles with commoners, you sound so noble. Ivan didn't say this. It would be useless if he said it. He couldn't even protect himself. Ivan looked at the Baron and asked tentatively, "If I am willing to go to Fayou City, what benefits can the Marichattan family get?" The Baron was unexpectedly easy to talk to today, so he dared to ask for it. Baron Karl said, "I can promise to let your father work in the government office and become an official of Fayou Port." "My Lord Baron, your proposal is not sincere at all." After hearing the conditions, Ivan sneered. It was embarrassing that officials were not nobles, and had no nobles as backers. It would be difficult for Lead to achieve anything in his position. Moreover, Lead would not be able to perform tasks in the future, and would need to give up the Big Shield mercenary group, the foundation of Marichat. If he joined the Knights and served Earl Hobson, this condition would be more reliable. Seeing that he was not fooled, Baron Karl stated the real conditions. "If there is a chance, I will recommend you to the Wizard Academy, or recommend another person from the Marichat family. This is a guarantee made by the Lord of the city, with the honor of the Hobson family." Ivan understood what the Baron meant. If he never came back, he would give the other members of the Marichattan family a chance, and send them to the place where they could really learn the wizard training method, the Wizard Academy. He thought of another question and asked, "Will there be a third batch after this batch?" God knows if the other members of the Marichattan family have wizard qualifications. I promise you in the name of the Karl family, that I will not look for your Marichattan family in the future. This question seemed to touch the Baron's pain. Baron Karl's face turned a little dark, but he still gave a promise. Ivan nodded silently, accepting Baron Karl's request. Someone once asked me if the pharmacist had any students, and I said no. In addition, this time, the wizard is not only looking for apprentices, but also servants. Your relatives and friends will not go, but I can send your enemies as a gift to you. Before letting the butler send him away, Baron Karl gave him a few instructions, and said he would give him a gift. Ivan ignored this, and just took it as a warning and threat. I have to make some preparations in about 15 days. After leaving Karl Manor, Ivan sighed deeply. He really had no choice. Although Flying Fish Harbor is only a small or medium-sized city, it has a team composed entirely of knights, the Flying Feather Knights. This knight team is directly under the command of Lord Hobson. It is said that there are a total of 20 to 30 people, and at least half of them are senior knights. Flying Fish Harbor also has patrols and guards. No matter which force, he and the Maricattans cannot compete. Even if he could escape from Flying Fish Harbor, he would have to become a wanted refugee, hiding his identity and exiling in the wilderness. The Noble Alliance was not talking about this. It would be better to take advantage of this. He had a letter in his pocket, which was branded with the golden salary flower mark and the emblem of the Hobson family. This was the guarantee given by the lord of the city, and a promise of the Hobson family. On the other side, the old butler returned to the manor, and reported to Baron Karl. The old butler was the Baron's confidant, and could not help asking, "Lord Baron, why do you need to be so polite to that civilian boy? His father is just a mid-level knight, and he only has a useless mercenary group under his command." Karl looked up at the roof, as if thinking about something. After a pause, he answered, "David, have you forgotten the horror of wizards? But he is not a wizard, not even a wizard apprentice. But he has the opportunity to become a wizard. Even the city lord is willing to offer a condition in exchange. Why should I offend him to death, If he really becomes a real wizard in the end, the Karl family will become dust in history because of a negligence. Baron Karl investigated Ivan's experience and found that he was a young man who was good at learning and creating surprises. Such a person should not be ignored for his future value, which is why the city lord is willing to give some benefits. You are right. Your wisdom makes me feel ashamed. Thinking of the horror of wizards, the old butler wiped the sweat from his forehead and had to admit that what the Baron said and did was the wisest. Chapter 39. The headquarters of the Giant Shield mercenary group. Ivan entered the main hall and found that the heavy shield was already there. It was really regarded as the symbol of the mercenary group. He looked at it for a few times and felt that it was quite suitable. Then he came to his father's head of the group. Led was a little surprised. Ivan, why are you here? I came to ask about the giant frog breathing method. You promised. I forgot about it in my busy schedule. I give it to you in the evening. After saying this, Led chuckled. His son is still his son. His personality is still a little unstable. Seeing him say that, Ivan had no choice but to give up. Thinking about it, it seemed that there was no rush for half a day. He hadn't thought about how to talk about the wizard training, so he simply chose not to talk about it, and went out to wander around the mercenary group's base. Pharmacy, LV2, 192/200. Night breathing, LV1, 46/100. Linguistics, LV1, 13/100. This is his current academic progress, and only pharmacy is close to upgrading. If he wants to ensure his own safety, the best way is to break through the night level with his own strength. He thought carefully that if the knight's breathing technique was high enough, it would mean that he had a higher understanding and perception of the breathing method and the breath of life, which would undoubtedly help him break through from the squire level to the knight level. Just like his pharmacy level was high, it became easier to refine medicine. But improving the knight's breathing technique was not a simple matter. He analyzed that there were probably 3 ways. First, practice step by step, but the running breathing method was a hindrance. Second, get in touch with other breathing methods, increase experience and understanding, and should be able to gain more experience points. Third, Ivan, come to see your father? Mr. Grow? Deputy Leader Grow called him, and Ivan came back to his senses. Grow said, do you have time? Let's chat. Okay. Ivan thought it was just a greeting, but it seemed that Grow had something to ask him. The two came to Grow's private rest room. Grow is the deputy leader of the Giant Shield mercenary group, and he is of the same generation as Led, so Ivan is his junior. Facing a junior, he really couldn't say some things. Mr. Grow, if you have something to say, just say it. Ivan couldn't think of what Grow wanted to talk to him about. Could it be that the mercenary group was doing something dirty, but it was not his turn to deal with it? Or was there a conflict between Paul and Byman? Under his urging, Grow told him the purpose of his visit. Ivan, do you have a way to buy a medium-level universal breathing secret medicine? He knew something about Ivan, and came to this conclusion based on his strength and breathing method. Ivan asked back, why do you ask that? Jero showed an apologetic look. I saw you taking it that day. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. You just happened to be there, and my eyes can see farther than most people. You are not seeing farther than the average person, but you have a telescope in your eyes. Ivan complained in his heart. He had clearly noticed that there was no one around. He did not ask Grow what a prospective knight needed the secret medicine for. He just admitted it directly. Yes, I have it. Grow showed a hint of joy. Can I ask you to buy one for me? If it is convenient, I would like to buy more. If it is not convenient, one is enough. For Ivan, it is not a big deal. The Azure Potion is made by himself, and he can make money by selling it, and the money earned is all gold coins. He didn't rush to agree, but asked another question. Are the number of medium general secret medicines really scarce? The number is indeed scarce. Flying Fish Port is located in a remote area, so the amount circulating is even less. Jero said in a firm tone, and seeing that he still had doubts, he added, you can regard the medium general breathing secret medicine as a hard currency that is more valuable than gold coins. It can be easily exchanged for gold coins in any country. Seeing his serious face, Ivan suddenly realized that he still underestimated the value of the Azure Potion. It was not something that could be measured by only 20 gold coins. Byman had told him before that the Azure Potion was not well known, and it needed to be kept secret. In addition, they were eager to sell it, so the price would be much lower than the market price. Then my request. No problem. How many do you want? How about a set of 3? No problem. Ivan agreed so easily that Grow was a little suspicious and couldn't help but repeat, really? Ivan, I'm not joking. Ivan smiled and said, of course, I promise you in the name of the Marichattan family. Grow then believed it, and felt relieved. But I have a request. You say, Mr. Grow, you must be practicing a special breathing method, right? Your eyes can see far. Grow's eyes cannot be explained by his natural talent, so Ivan made this guess. An idea came to his mind. Yes, a defective superior breathing method has many disadvantages. Grow answered with a wry smile. He thought that this problem would be exposed when he came here, but he didn't think Ivan would practice his breathing method, a breathing method with obvious problems. He took the initiative to suggest, if you want to know, we can exchange, but you have to keep it a secret for me. Okay, then it's a deal, see you later. This was exactly what Ivan wanted, and he agreed without hesitation, but he didn't have that many azure potions with him. Soon, Ivan came back, so fast that Grow was surprised. Grow didn't think much about it, and asked the most concerned question directly, how to exchange. Ivan said, look at the potion first. He handed 3 azure potions to Grow. Flawless blue. Grow looked at it carefully, as if he could smell the breath of the sea. Of course, it was impossible to distinguish the medium common secret medicine in this way. Grow believed that Ivan would not deceive him, just as Ivan trusted him to hand over the potion at will. According to the market price, a medium common secret medicine is about 25 gold coins, and it can often be sold for 30 gold coins, and my superior breathing method. Grow was a little hesitant about the value of his breathing method, which was rarer than secret medicine. Just exchange. Ivan waved his hand. Yes. Just listen to me. Jero felt that he was taking advantage of the younger generation, but Ivan didn't care. After his repeated requests, the two completed the exchange, and Ivan got a beast skin scroll. I don't know what kind of beast skin it was made of, but it was obviously the original breathing method. Putting the beast skin scroll in his pocket, Ivan smiled and said, Mr. Grow, you don't have to think that I will suffer a loss. The potion was actually made by me. Hearing his words, Grow looked at him in astonishment, trying to identify the truth of his words. Ivan added, it's called Azure Potion, but its original name is Water Vortex Potion. You should have heard of it, remember to keep it a secret for me. Not only had he heard of it, Grow also knew how the leader got it. He found it in a ruin, and later he inquired from many sources, but there was no way to make it. This completely overturned his perception of Ivan, even though his thoughts had changed in the Black Pine Forest. Apart from Grow's shock, Ivan couldn't wait to take out the animal skin scroll to look at it after returning to Marichattan's house. Eagle on the High Hill. This is the name of the breathing method. It only has the attendant level part, with a total of 42 movements. Among them, for movement patterns are obviously different. It seems that they were added later. There is no matching breathing method secret medicine. No wonder Grow said, there are many problems. There are 4 key moves that he added himself, and the eagle eyes that he cultivated need to be continuously nurtured. It consumes life energy every moment, otherwise the eyes will degenerate. Ivan thought he was quite proficient in breathing methods, but after reading carefully, he was still surprised at the complexity of the superior breathing method, which was far from being comparable to the running breathing method with only 20 moves. After careful consideration, he began to perform the gestures, only refining its form, but not its energy. During dinner, he did not reply to the list, and after dinner, he continued to think about the breathing method. Night breathing experience points plus 46. Night breathing, LV1, 92/100. Chapter 40. This is indeed a superior breathing method. The light film changed, leaving Ivan stunned. This was more surprising than finding the Azure Potion. After all, he had put so much effort into it. If you really practice the eagle breathing method, you will definitely be able to continue to gain more experience points. In fact, he could also gain experience points by diligently practicing the basic level of the flowing breathing method, but the speed was really too slow. Switching to the superior breathing method would definitely have a completely different effect. However, he had not made up his mind which breathing method to use to replace the rushing breathing method. As Grow said, there are too many problems with the eagle of the high hill, and there is no corresponding training method for the night level, nor is there a corresponding secret medicine. Dong dong. Father. 2 or 3 hours later, when Ivan thought his father would not appear, the door rang, and it was indeed Led outside the door. Led said directly, you have grown up, and you should think about your future path carefully. After that, he handed him 4 animal skin scrolls of different sizes, patted his shoulder, and turned away. Father is still so taciturn. Why do you like to record with animal skins? Closing the door, Ivan began to check 4 animal skin scrolls of different shapes, the attendant level giant frog breathing method, and the corresponding breathing secret medicine, and the night-level giant frog breathing method, and the corresponding secret medicine. The giant frog breathing method is obviously more complete than the eagle on the hill. Belonging to the medium breathing method, the attendant level has a total of 36 movements, representing 36 styles. It seems complete, but in fact it lacks the moves that connect the stomach's digestive ability. According to Lead, the missing moves should be passed down orally, and the great-grandfather was not taught. He took a quick look at the night-level ones. The moves were more complicated. Each move was broken down into 2 or 3 actions. There were 101 actions in total, corresponding to 39 moves, including the night-level secret killing moves. The Squire-level giant frog secret medicine has been repaired. The main ingredients of the night-level secret medicine are scarce, and a potion corresponding to the secret killing move was lost. There are also big problems. He sighed lightly. There was not even a complete medium breathing method. In this regard, his family was far behind the nobles. The next morning. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV2, 193/200. Ivan was thinking about the giant frog breathing method, and his pharmacy experience increased a little without any signs. Sure enough, selling potions under my own name and giving them to people can improve my reputation and increase my experience. He was not surprised by this. When he gave the potion to grow yesterday, he emphasized that it was made by himself, which was a test. It was as he expected. However, not all potions can bring reputation. You have to make people think you are smart, and the only one he can show is the Azure Potion. However, given the preciousness of the Azure Potion, he really didn't dare to sell it in a high profile, lest it bring trouble to himself and the Marichattan family. Just follow the steps in pharmacy. The key is night breathing. After a little thought, Ivan's attention returned to the giant frog breathing method. Only by improving his strength can he ensure his own safety. When Byman came to the backyard, he saw his brother gesturing, which was clearly the movements of the giant frog breathing method. Ivan, have you decided? No, I just want to know more. I'm so calculating. Let me teach you. Seeing that his brother had an idea in mind, Byman didn't say much and suggested that he teach him. Yevon said, compared to this, I have something more important that I hope you can help me with, Byman. Beeman asked casually, what? Yevon said seriously, collect some breathing methods for me. Even if they are incomplete, they can be exchanged for the Azure Potion, and the materials for the Azure Potion. I will be refining a large amount recently, and need more materials. After hearing this, Byman frowned and looked at him in confusion. This request was indeed a bit strange. Ivan, my brother, can I ask why? After a few seconds, Ivan said, I am leaving to go to an island with wizards, to seek the way of wizard cultivation. What? Beeman was confused, and then he reacted. You are not talking about that place. A dangerous place where many noble children died. As a mercenary who often mingles with adventurers, he is well informed. Recently, he heard a rumor that made people gloat over the misfortune. Many noble children died, which was related to wizard cultivation. The specific details are unknown. Ivan nodded. It's probably the dangerous place you mentioned. Beeman suddenly thought of something and asked with a somewhat ugly face, you don't want to go and avenge old or? This is unnecessary. Your relationship should not reach this point. Ivan was stunned by these words. What is connected? His associative ability is too good. He explained with a smile. Do you think I look like a person who is full? I really want to learn the way of wizards. As for the danger you mentioned, if it is not dangerous to go there, it would be my turn to go. Even if I want to go, the nobles will not give me the opportunity. That's true. Seeing that he didn't look like he was pretending, Byman realized that he had misunderstood. Thinking about the way the nobles acted, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Ivan continued, as you said, it doesn't matter if the giant shield mercenaries have one more or one less. It's a rare opportunity, so why not go out and try it? It's better than being trapped in the flying fish harbor. Beeman was interested. How about we go together, brothers? Ivan's face darkened, and he slapped him in annoyance. Why are you running around? Anyway, do what I told you to do first. I must make more preparations and save my life. Go, go. Ivan handed him the only remaining Azure Potion and urged him to hurry up. Beeman walked out of the Marichattan house in a daze, and then he remembered that it seemed that collecting incomplete breathing methods had nothing to do with being prepared. Forget it, my brother Ivan would definitely not do anything reckless, so why bother so much? This matter is not easy to handle. There are more factors involved, and others may not give face. He felt that Ivan really overestimated his second brother. As he walked and thought, he scratched his head and simply walked towards the headquarters of the Giant Shield mercenary group. On the other side, Ivan was studying the giant frog breathing method in the backyard and unexpectedly found Paul. Like his second brother, Paul saw that he was learning and offered to teach him. Night breathing experience plus 36. Night breathing, LV2, 29 out of 200. In the evening, Ivan saw the information he wanted on the light film, and the light of wisdom fell silently. During this time of days, his understanding of the 3 breathing methods he learned became more comprehensive, which would strengthen his control over the blood and chi in his body. He also gained more experience in swordsmanship, horsemanship, and archery related to breathing. Moreover, he gained a new level 2 wisdom light, and now he has 2 wisdom lights in total, one level 1 and one level 2. He came back to his senses with a sense of loss, and wanted to stretch his muscles and bones immediately to show off his skills. Ivan, what are you doing so late? Ivan did it as soon as he thought of it. As soon as he left the room, he ran into his second brother Byman, who came to see him. Before he could say anything, Byman pulled him back to the room and said excitedly, I brought you something good. Chapter 41. Seeing him put a round bag on the table, Ivan thought to himself that his second brother was too unrefined and would definitely crush the herbs inside. Look! Byman tore open the bag with both hands, revealing a stack of animal skin rolls. Ivan flipped through it in surprise. Are these all breathing techniques? You didn't rob the noble in the city, did you? He stared at Byman with suspicion. What are you thinking? Byman finally found a chance to take revenge and slapped him hard on the shoulder. But there is one thing I need to tell you. I told my father about your situation. I don't think I should hide it from him. Ivan said, I wanted to talk about it in a few days. So it was my father who asked me to do this? Byman nodded heavily. Don't underestimate our Marikaten family. We don't have advanced breathing methods, but we don't lack basic breathing methods or fragments. Many people in the mercenary group practice the breathing methods we give them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people supporting them. I see. Ivan thought of what his father had said, that the family had thought of many ways to repair the giant frog breathing method and secret medicine, and that was probably when they put a lot of effort. He flipped through it roughly, and all he saw were basic breathing methods, as many as 11 or 12 copies. Byman joked, only you have developed the Azure Potion. If you had dared to make such a request in the past, do you believe that your father would tie you to that heavy shield and whip you hard with a whip? At least one whip would be broken. Yesterday, he asked his father for help with the idea of giving it a try, but after thinking for a while, his father found all the breathing methods in stock without saying a word, and promised to do another favor and personally contact someone to exchange the breathing method with the Azure Potion. He suddenly realized that his brother's status in his father's heart had become higher than his own. After saying that, he found that Ivan was looking at him with a strange look. Ivan said, I can't believe that you actually have such an experience. You were not tied to the pillar in the resident hall, were you? Who said that? Byman subconsciously refuted, and then quickly denied, No, I mean you, a metaphor, understand? Ivan nodded, I understand. Seeing that he clearly didn't believe it, Byman wisely changed the subject. You collected so many breathing methods. Don't you want to create a new breathing method, or improve the giant frog breathing method? Ivan said vaguely, Why do you care so much? You will know when the time comes. I have my own reasons. Just do what I told you to do. I am the elder brother. Byman slapped him again, turned around and left the room, then turned back and said something, closing the door. The medicinal materials will arrive tomorrow. Just wait patiently. The next afternoon, Byman did what he said and brought back the medicinal materials he needed one after another, and urged him to make the medicine quickly. Ivan first started to make the red tongue hemostatic powder, the healing potion, and the detoxification potion, and then began to make the Azure Potion, refining it in small portions each time, and succeeded twice. Pharmacy experience +1+1. Pharmacy, LV2, 195-200. On the third day, Ivan studied breathing techniques, practiced, and refined Azure Potions, and the experience points on the light film continued to increase. On the fourth day, Pharmacy was upgraded to level 3, and he gained a small Wisdom Light and a level 3 Wisdom Light. Under the effect of the small Wisdom Light, Ivan's pharmacy knowledge was adjusted and optimized. He felt that his skills had greatly improved, and he could change to a large glass dish to refine multiple Azure Potions at a time. However, after the pharmacy became level 3, it became more difficult to gain experience points. Previously, 1 experience point could be gained by refining a small portion of Azure Potion, but now 3 to 4 portions are required. These days, Ivan has regained the feeling of studying before. He is extremely busy and fulfilled. Time gradually comes to the 5th day. Pharmacy, LV3, 3/300. Night's breathing, LV2, 105/200. Linguistics, LV1, 14 out of 100. Busyness brings rewards, and the academic master panel on the light film shows a new look. Pharmacy is self-evident. In terms of Night's breathing, there are 10 basic breathing methods among the breathing methods that Byman brought before, and each can gain 5 experience points on average. 2 incomplete elementary breathing methods bring 12 and 14 experience points respectively. A total of 76 experience points. And this is the result of the difficulty of obtaining experience points after the breathing is upgraded to level 2. Ivan is very satisfied with this, and is expected to reach level 3 breathing. Linguistics, he occasionally needs to change his thinking and relax his head, so he flipped through the dictionary and gained 1 experience point. He had not visited Mrs. Halia these days, because he did not have enough time to go. Besides, he was a little angry with Mrs. Halia. The last measurement turned out to be a pitfall. It turned out that people should not only look at one side. After dinner that day, Led came to Ivan's door. He wanted to have a good talk with his son. "Let's talk. Please come in." Ivan welcomed his father into the room and sat down. He habitually wanted to pour a glass of water, but remembered that there was no hot water in the room, nor a second cup. Led glanced at the dictionary, notes, and breathing method animal skin scroll on the table, and felt that he had neglected his son a lot in the past. But he had no choice. He had to raise 5 children, and the mercenary group had a lot of things to do, so he was always busy from morning to night. "Have you decided?" "I have decided." Facing his father's question, Ivan nodded. Led was silent for a while, and said, "You don't have to worry about the title. It's been lost for so many years, so it doesn't matter if you wait for a few more generations." Ivan really didn't think about the title. After thinking for a while he said, "I have my own ideas and my own path to take." This is what he really thinks. It's okay if he doesn't have the qualifications of a wizard. After the test shows that he has the qualifications, he will take this path sooner or later, even if it means taking a merchant ship to sea to find it, or thinking of other ways. It's just that he didn't expect that the nobles of Flying Fish Harbor would force him onto this path, and it came so unexpectedly. The Maricatans have been living in Flying Fish Harbor, so there is no need for him to tell them about the compromise caused by threats. If his family knew about it, it would cause unexpected troubles. Seeing his son's determined face, Led didn't know what to say. Led found a sign opposite. "Is this the sign of Old Or's clinic?" Ivan said, "Yes, I found it on the ground before, so I picked it up. It's very dirty, remember to wipe it." I forgot." There were few topics between the father and son. After a few awkward words, Led handed him 2 breathing method animal skin scrolls, and hurriedly ended the conversation. 1 superior breathing method and 1 medium breathing method. Both were incomplete. The medium breathing secret medicine is indeed the hard currency that Grow said. Both breathing methods were exchanged for the azure potion. After Lead left, Ivan did not forget what he said just now. He took a rag and a wooden barrel, and wiped the plaque of the clinic several times. After cleaning off the layer of dust on it, the plaque was brand new. It's a pity that it's about to break in half. This is... Ivan carefully straightened the plaque and unexpectedly found that there were traces of some kind of potion on the back of the plaque. He almost thought he had seen it wrong. Chapter 42. Like Kasha Sword Art Hall, Mean Sword Art Hall is also located in the south of the city, and the two are located on 2 adjacent streets. The director of Mean Sword Art Hall is a retired mercenary leader. With this identity, the Sword Art Hall has recruited many students who are interested in this. Rosaide and Benson are students of Mean Sword Art Hall. "Benson, do you have gold coins? Tell me what you want to do first." Hearing Rosaide's words, Benson instinctively raised his vigilance. Since losing to Ivan, the relationship between the two has become less harmonious than before, because the two have different attitudes. Rosaide is obsessed with revenge, and Benson thinks that tit for tat, just as paying back what he owes Ivan. However, the relationship between the two is still not bad. Rosaide leaned in and whispered, "Do you want to become a wizard? There is an opportunity now. As long as you pass the qualification test, you can get the opportunity to go overseas and learn mysterious magic from wizards." "Really?" "Of course it's true, but the test fee is not small, 10 gold coins per person. Which teenager doesn't have a dream of becoming a wizard? Benson is no exception, but 10 gold is not a small number." Rosaide continued, "As for me, even if I have to steal, I have to collect money. You can do it yourself. If you want to take the test, remember to find me in front of the West City Library tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly collected the money without caring about Benson's reaction. The next day, Benson hurried to the Hobson library and saw that Roseade was still there. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Under Roseade's leadership, the two came to Carl Manor and were led in by a servant. "Where's the money?" Following the servant, Roseade reminded, "Give it to me, I secretly give it to the Baron's butler later." Benson didn't doubt him, and handed the 10 gold coins he had finally collected to Roseade. Led by the servant, the two came to a short room on the left side of the manor, where a person had just finished the test. "Mr. Beeman, unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to become a wizard." "Excuse me." When Roseade heard the voice coming from inside, he immediately perked up. He knew that his enemy Ivan had a brother named Beeman, and the housekeeper's second half of the sentence almost made him laugh out loud. People like the guy still want to become wizards. They simply don't know their own limitations. Beeman walked out of the room, and the three of them looked at each other, but no one greeted anyone. Another servant took Beeman to the door of the manor. Only the old butler David was in the room. Old David sat in front of a table with 2 boxes on it. One box was outside the table, obviously for gold coins, with a register on one side of the box, and the other, more exquisite box was in front of the butler, with blue silk inside, and a crystal rod on the blue silk. Roseade gestured to the butler, put the gold coins into the box outside, and registered the names of the 2 people. Benson looked at this scene in confusion, because Roseade only put in 10 gold coins, and then he saw Roseade signaling him to test first. The butler took out the register and glanced at it. "Benson?" "Yes." "Hold it and stare at it." "Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications of a wizard." Benson did as he was told, but the crystal rod didn't move at all. Then he heard the butler's announcement, and he couldn't help feeling disappointed. It was Roseade's turn, and the crystal rod also didn't change, which made him very unwilling to let go for a long time. "Okay, young man, if you don't have the qualifications, then you don't have the qualifications. It's useless to hold it any longer," the old butler urged impatiently, and Roseade handed the crystal rod back to him awkwardly. The old butler took out a handkerchief and wiped the crystal rod carefully, as if it was stained with something dirty, which made the two of them even more embarrassed. "Excuse me." The two of them asked to leave. The old butler said slowly, "In addition to recruiting apprentices this time, the wizard also needs some followers with swordsmanship talent. How strong are you?" Roseade was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "We are quite strong. We are all the best among the second-class attendants, and our swordsmanship is also among the best in the museum." The old butler looked up at them and said in a calm tone, "Really? How to prove it? Shouldn't this be tested in the martial arts arena?" Roseade thought of something, took 2 steps forward, and stuffed his only 3 remaining gold coins into the old butler's pocket. The old butler nodded. "Count you in." Roseade smiled and thought to himself that he had made the right bet. Benson had given all his gold coins to Roseade, so he had no more on him now. He could only stand there anxiously, staring at Roseade with round eyes. "Master housekeeper, we come back tomorrow." Roseade would never let Benson do anything bad, so he quickly pulled him out of the room and whispered to Benson that he would help him collect the gold coins before tomorrow, which calmed the reluctant Benson down. Merricaden's house. Ivan dipped his finger in the newly prepared potion and gently rubbed it on the back of the hospital plaque. When his finger passed over, a trace of the pattern below was revealed. He increased the speed of painting, and a familiar little man pattern appeared completely. Old or actually recorded a knight's breathing method behind his own plaque. No one had expected this. Bad eyes. After a while, all the patterns behind the plaque were clearly revealed. It turned out that bat eyes was the name of a breathing method. Bats have poor eyesight, and they mainly rely on echoes to identify and locate. Bat eyes is actually a breathing method that can enhance hearing. At the squire level, blood gathers at the ears, which is a superior quality. This breathing method is divided into squire level and knight level. The squire level has a total of 45 movements, and the knight level has 49 movements, with a squire level and knight level secret medicine recipe. It is indeed good for collecting medicine and being alert, but the burst of combat power is probably not as good as the giant frog breathing method. The breathing method he accidentally got is relatively complete for the squire level and the knight level, so naturally he would not dislike anything. 3 days passed in a flash. Night breathing, LV2, 198/200, Father listed the incomplete breathing method sent by him before. The best one brings 30 experience points, and the medium one brings 19 experience points. The bat eye breathing technique increased his experience by 44 points. After all these actions, He was only one step away from reaching level 3 in night breathing technique. He was now faced with a problem. Should he change the flow breathing technique to other breathing techniques? There were two options that made him feel conflicted: giant frog breathing technique or bat eye breathing technique. Now, what he lacked was combat power, and once the giant frog breathing technique was fully utilized, the combat power it brought was undoubtedly the strongest. After struggling for a while, he found his father, Lead, to ask for his opinion, and took him to see the records behind the plaque. Led looked at his son with a strange expression and said solemnly, "Choose the eye of the bat." The reason why the top-grade breathing method is ranked top is not as simple as you think. Our giant frog breathing method is definitely not comparable. A perfect top-grade breathing method and a problematic medium-grade breathing method. Do you need to choose? He didn't know that Ivan was misled by the eagle of the high hill put together by his deputy leader Grow, and thought that the top-grade breathing method was just like this. Chapter 43. After Light's instruction, Ivan chose the eye of the bat recorded on the plaque of the clinic and began to formally practice this night breathing method, transforming the running blood and chi into the blood and chi of the eye of the bat. Night breathing experience +1. Night breathing experience +1. Night breathing, LV3, 1/300, it is indeed a superior breathing method. Only 1/3 of the blood and chi in the body has been transformed, and the night breathing has been upgraded to level 3. The light of small wisdom has descended, allowing Ivan to have a more comprehensive understanding of the breathing method, control blood and chi more freely, and further explore related skills. In addition, he also gained a level 3 wisdom light. It took Ivan 3 consecutive days to completely transform the blood in his body into the blood of the eye of the bat. The blood became more pure, more than twice as much as before, which surprised him. Only when the blood is pure and abundant can it bring other changes to the body. Part of the blood is connected to the stomach, greatly promoting the body's digestive ability, and part of the blood is precipitated in the ears, greatly improving hearing. Other blood is distributed in various parts of the body, which also brings changes to the body and makes the body more sensitive. This is the power of the bat's eye. Ivan thought that bats can not only rely on echolocation, but also perform acrobatic flying such as sudden braking and rapid change of flight speed. Isn't it a combination of hearing and dexterity? This breathing method is named after the bat. Strength, 2.9, Agility, 2.7, Constitution, 3.1, Spirit, 1.4. After the blood and chi conversion was completed, his agility continued to increase. Now it has increased by 0.5 scales. He can feel that this is not the limit. What surprised Ivan the most was that he had a feeling, right near his heart, as if there was another heart there, and he could hear its occasional beating. He knew it must be the seed of life. He didn't know whether it was caused by the superior breathing method, the level 3 breathing method, or the combined effect of the two, but he knew that the seed of life was the key factor in the promotion to the night level. Not enough, the feeling of the seed of life can be clearer, and the body has not reached its limit yet. He carefully experienced the changes, and came to a conclusion that there was still a little room for improvement in blood chi. A new day. This morning, a guard from the city's administrative office broke the peace of the Marichattan family. "Mr. Ivan, Baron Karl has a message for you. Please rush to the east bank of the pier on the 14th and board the ship before 8 o'clock. Tell Baron Karl that I will arrive on time." In the front yard, the guard brought a message to Ivan, and then turned around and left the Marichattan family. There are still 4 days left. The day of departure is the 16th day after meeting Baron Karl. The time is really accurate. Watching the guards leave, Ivan's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Turning back, he found 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, with a questioning look in their eyes. Paige couldn't help asking a series of questions. "Brother Ivan, what happened just now? What dock? Why did you board the ship? Where are you going?" Ivan pretended to be surprised. "Didn't Byman tell you? I thought he notified the whole family. Could it be that he only told my father and Paul? I don't know what this guy is thinking all day." "Damn Beeman, he didn't say anything." The two shook their heads together, and Sean complained angrily. "Paggy was not so easy to fool. Then tell us, where are you going?" Ivan said, "I received an invitation from the city lord and will go to a place to learn wizard training." "You just heard it. I will leave in a few days." Sean walked up to him and pulled his arm, with a different light in his eyes. "Wizard, I want to go too. I want to go too, Ivan." Ivan slapped his hand away and said unhappily, "Do you have an invitation? If not, stay at home. I found a great breathing method for you. You will be able to learn it soon." Patchy stared at him closely and said, "So, Brother Ivan, you are leaving soon?" Ivan nodded, "Yes, but I will come back. just like my father often goes on missions. Pak Chi, keep an eye on Sean at home and don't let him wander around. He reached out and rubbed his sister's fluffy brown hair. Yeah. Pachi rarely avoided it. Girls are more sensitive. She was already sad about this separation. In the next 2 days, Ivan continued to use the bad-eye breathing method to polish the blood and chi in his body, and his body changed accordingly. Strength, 2.9, Agility, 3.0, Constitution, 3.2, Spirit, 1.4. The body became stronger again, with an increase of 0.3 scale Agility and 0.1 scale Constitution. He felt the seed of life more clearly. Almost. With his understanding of breathing and control of blood and chi, he realized that his body and blood and chi had reached their limits. If he wanted to improve further, he had to break the shackles in his body, that is, condense the seeds of life. He was not in a hurry to be promoted, and rested well for a day until the morning before leaving. Let's see if there are any omissions first. Ivan muttered in his heart, and a light film emerged, a level 1 wisdom light lit up, and the whole person became extremely transparent. There was nothing wrong. The next second, he began to condense the seeds of life, the key step to be promoted to a knight, with his firm belief. As he practiced the bad-eye breathing method, all the blood in his body was attracted and flowed along the blood, from tiny blood vessels to small blood vessels, from small blood vessels to large blood vessels, like a stream flowing into a river, and finally gathered towards the heart. The blood quickly gathered in one heart, increasing over time. The heart was trembling. He could clearly feel a throbbing pain from his heart, which was still intensifying, as if he had returned to the time when he was poisoned. He had to hurry up and activate the seed of life. Once it exceeded the carrying capacity of the heart, it would inevitably cause irreparable damage to the body, and it was likely to lead to failure in promotion and failure at the last hurdle. The next step is equally dangerous, requiring the heart barrier to be broken. Failure will inevitably lead to serious damage. Ivan had no choice but to forge ahead. Go! The blood and chi passed through the heart barrier and successfully hit an invisible orifice near the surface of the heart. No life seeds were found in the invisible orifice, but he knew that there must be a life seed in the center, but the key element of blood and chi was missing. He firmly believed this. The blood and chi flowed to the most central point, gathered into a ball, until the last trace of blood and chi in the body was absorbed. The blood and chi were still flowing. Suddenly, the chi turned black in the blink of an eye. Boom! A sound of joy rang out inside the body, like the bell of life. Ivan understood that the blood and chi had transformed into fighting chi, and he had become a knight. This is fighting chi. He spread his palm, and a wisp of light black gas emerged, tightly attached to the skin. The fighting chi spread around and gradually covered the entire palm, and it lasted for a while before retreating into the skin. If someone saw the scene, they would definitely be amazed at his control over fighting chi, and he could cover the entire palm steadily with fighting chi just after being promoted. The fighting chi of a knight is generally black, so the knight is also known as the Black Iron Knight. Chapter 44. There are nearly 10,000 people in Feyuport, but only about 40 of them are official knights, half of whom are under the command of the city lord. Even in the entire principality of Xiangmai, all the knights add up to only about 1,000 people. When civilians see a knight, they have to call him Your Excellency or Sir Knight, and nobles have to treat him with courtesy. This is the status of a knight. Finally, I have a little power to protect myself. Ivan felt the changes in his body. The so-called seed of life is a do-chi ball located in an invisible acupoint. The do-chi ball flows slowly, extending a do-chi bundle, along the surface of the nearby heart, along the blood vessels connected to the heart, and spreads to the surroundings. Unlike the previous blood chi, do-chi has a more amazing effect. It can flow with the blood and on the surface of blood vessels. Flowing on the surface of blood vessels is undoubtedly faster, and will not affect the normal circulation of blood. Do-chi can reach various parts of the body along the blood vessels, and then attach to the surface of the body to form a layer of protection and blessing. Generally speaking, a knight who has just completed the promotion cannot firmly attach do-chi to the body surface, and needs to go through a long period of training. This stage is called the primary knight. Intermediate knights can let the fighting spirit cover the whole body, forming a fighting spirit yarn. Advanced knights can let the fighting spirit wrap around the weapon. He has just stepped into the knight level, and is a junior knight. Ivan tried to practice the bad-eye breathing method and found that the increase in hearing, stomach digestion, and body agility still exists, and the effect is more significant. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.5, Constitution, 3.4, Spirit, 1.6. On the light film in the field of vision, the attribute panel data has changed significantly, increasing by 0.1 strength, 0.5 agility, 0.2 constitution, and even the spirit that has always remained unchanged has increased by 0.2 scales. On the academic master panel, the experience of breathing increased a lot, just half of the total experience required for level 3. Night breathing experience plus 150. Night breathing, LV3, 157/300, it improved a little in the past few days. Now that the experience of level 3 is more than half, he feels that reaching level 4 is not that difficult. In the light film, there is still 1 level 2 and 2 level 3 wisdom lights left. Just now, he considered using the wisdom light to protect him when he was promoted, but he rejected it in the end. There are 2 states with wisdom light and without wisdom light. If the state is switched in the middle, it is like suddenly braking at high speed. He is afraid that he can't control it and overturn. Most knights have a trump card, which is called a secret killing move in the breathing method, and the bat eye is no exception. He remembered it clearly. That move was called the bat round dance stab, and when he finished learning the breathing method of the bat eye knight, he could learn it and use it as his own fighting method. A man of fine clothes never travels at night, and he will set off tomorrow. Because he was leaving, Reed and Paul rarely went to the mercenary group's base early. After breakfast, Ivan shared the good news with his family. I've broken through to the night level. Let me see. Even Paul, who was always serious, couldn't sit still. He leaned forward to stare at the black gauze-like dough chi on his palm, not to mention Byman. Sean, who couldn't squeeze through, could only look across the table. Good, really good. Leda sat still, but couldn't hide the joy on his face. Beeman couldn't help asking, Ivan, how did you break through? Paul also wanted to know about this question. The 2 twin brothers have been quasi-knights for a long time, but they are still in the dark about how to become a knight, and they are obviously a long way from being ready. Ivan dispersed the fighting spirit in his hand and answered, it's very simple. First, sense the life seed, then gather the blood and energy of the whole body to condense it, and turn the virtual into the real. Don't think that I won't dare to beat you just because you become a knight. Beeman was a little annoyed. He didn't want this general answer. In fact, the 3 brothers asked their father, Reed, this question. Reed used the giant frog to burst in a battle against the enemy. In the face of danger, he sensed the existence of the life seed. He made a quick decision and rushed over. He unexpectedly condensed into a life seed, and then killed all the enemies. His experience of being a god descending to earth is not very useful, but even so, it cannot be said that this did not affect Byman's desire to join the army. Ivan thought about it seriously and said, blood and chi need to be of a higher purity, and you need to have sufficient knowledge of breathing and blood and chi, sufficient control over blood and chi, and unwavering faith. Remember one thing, the seed of life is there. At the end, he pointed to a point near his heart. Several people could not help but stare at his finger. What are you thinking? This is just a general statement. Ivan silently pushed Sean, who was about to climb onto the table, back, and made Beeman and others look away in embarrassment. Leda nodded in agreement. Ivan is right. We must firmly believe that there are seeds of life there. It is meaningless to argue whether the seeds of life exist or not. Anyone who does not believe in its existence will find it difficult to become a knight without exception, so the only thing to do is to firmly believe that it exists. Paul and Beeman nodded in agreement, and kept this in mind. Byman asked curiously, which breathing method did you choose? Is it the giant frog breathing method at home? Bad eyes, a superior breathing method. Ivan glanced at Red, and after receiving his signal, he told him that he had picked up a superior breathing method. It sounded like a scene from a night story. Byman remained silent for a while after listening to it. Thinking of himself, he looked at his youngest brother and sister with envy. You are blessed. Everyone is blessed, everyone is blessed. When Sean heard about this good news, he was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He didn't know that the giant frog breathing method had a characteristic that it was difficult to convert the refined blood chi into other breathing methods. If the conversion was not complete, it meant that the blood chi was not pure, which would bring great obstacles to their breakthrough to the night level. Paul and Byman would not switch to other breathing methods unless it was absolutely necessary. Led ordered in a serious tone, if you don't want your family to die, remember not to reveal a word to the outside world, especially you, Sean. I understand, Dad. Sean is not stupid. He knows the truth that it is a crime to possess a treasure, and the others also understand this truth. After a pause, Ivan said, Dad, come with me, I have something to give you. Then in his room, he handed over the Bad Eye plaque, many breathing method animal skin scrolls, the blue potion recipe, his compiled alchemy notes, and 2 sets of blue potions, and a letter from the Hobson family to read. A new day early in the morning. Ivan left the Marichatton family alone without anyone seeing him off. "Mr. Ivan, this way please." At the Flying Fish Harbor Pier, a guard came up to Ivan and took him to the east bank of the pier. Baron Karl was already waiting in front of the black ship. There were 6 boys and girls not far from him, and another group of more than a dozen boys behind him. Those who came to see him off were blocked outside the pier. "Wannen, Baron Karl." "Well, wait for a while on the side until everyone else arrives." Ivan found 2 familiar figures. One was Juicy, who loved to wear light green long skirts. It was obvious that she was going to be a wizard apprentice like him. There was also an acquaintance in the group behind him, Rosaide. At this time, Rozid's eyes widened and looked at him with disbelief, as if he didn't believe that he had the qualifications of a wizard. "Good morning, Ivan." "Morning." Seeing Ivan, Juicy felt inexplicably relieved. The 2 signaled that now was not the time to chat. After a while, Baron Karl waved to the captain of the guards. "Where is Fern?" "The civilian hasn't come yet." Baron Karl's face became a little ugly, and he ordered in a cold voice, "Take someone and invite him to me." He emphasized the word please in his words. At the captain's call, a large number of guards left the dock aggressively. Chapter 45. Soon, a young man with a dusty face was invited to join Ivan and others. Baron Karl asked someone to notify the people on the ship. On the deck of the black ship, an apprentice in a gray robe walked out and stood behind the guardrail, looking down at everyone. This gray-robed man brought an inexplicable sense of oppression, so the young men dared not look at him anymore. Ivan also had a solemn face. This man gave him a very dangerous feeling. If there were no other apprentices on the ship, this man must be the murderer of old Orr. "Come up. Come up quickly, remember to be obedient and practice well. Don't cause trouble for Mr. X and Lord Lar, understand?" The gray-robed man nodded, and Baron Karl signaled Ivan and others to board the ship first, and warned them in a serious tone. "Understood, Lord Baron." There were a total of 8 people who were tested for wizard qualifications. The one who spoke was a young man from an aristocratic family named Laurie. Laurie was the first to step on the pedal and board the black ship. The others followed him to the deck of the black ship, including Ivan. In addition to the gray-robed man, there were 3 other people on the deck, dressed like adventurers, who should be the ship's entourage or guards. Rosaide and others also came to the deck, and the 2 groups of teenagers stood on their own sides, clearly separated. No one dared to act rashly without the gray-robed man's order. Take them to where they should go. Ivan and his group of 8 led them to the room on the first floor of the deck, while Rosaide and others would enter the cabin below the deck, with obviously different status and treatment. A small green snake flew down from the second floor, and its eyes swept over the 2 groups of people, and stopped at Ivan. "Hey Rosaide, I didn't expect you to come. Welcome aboard the Lar." Ivan was still muttering in his heart, wondering if he would meet the winged snake pet that day. "What you fear is bound to happen." He smiled awkwardly and nodded slightly. Secretly his heart was in his throat. Somehow, he felt that this pet was more dangerous than the gray robe apprentice, which could be guessed from the Baron's previous address. On the other side, Rosaide thought he had heard it wrong and was a little dazed. The little green-winged snake smiled and said, "Go, the Lar is about to set off. We talk when we get to Lar Island." Ivan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and hurriedly followed the attendant. Everyone entered a larger bedroom from the stern. The bedroom had a door, but no windows. The most conspicuous thing in the bedroom was a large bunk bed against the wall, similar to a Kong, with both ends leaning against the wooden wall. There were neatly stacked beddings on the bed, and opposite was a long table made of wooden boards. There was nothing else, not even a chair. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the room they would stay in during the voyage. There were many noble children in the group of 8 people, and many of them frowned when they entered the door, but no one dared to complain because of the power of the gray-robed man. Laurie took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. "Laurie, my name is Laurie Regally, from the Regally family. We must be brothers and sisters in the future. I think it is necessary to get to know each other for easy communication." "Laurie is right, I am Fink Moore, from the Moore family. Green, from the Tuggart family. Charlene, from the Martin family." The 3 boys and 1 girl all came from noble families, and they couldn't help but speak with more confidence. Seeing that no one spoke, Laurie looked at the girl in the green dress in confusion. "Justy, it's your turn." Jusidi was not interested in Laurie, and curled her lips and said, "Jusidi, the Gladden family." Ivan had heard of the Gladden family, and the Regalija family. The 2 families were nobles in the city of Flying Fish Harbor. The former was a baron, and the latter was a viscount. They were also officials of the government office. The other three families should be noble families outside Flying Fish Harbor. Laurie said, "What about you?" "Ivan." "Thompson." "Fern." Like Ivan, the remaining two were civilians. It can be seen from their clothes that the children of nobles are more particular about their clothes, and the decorations with emblems can always be revealed inadvertently. Laurie nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Now that everyone knows each other, I am very happy to meet you. I am alone outside, and I think we need to unite and help each other." Ahem. Ivan coughed heavily, interrupting this person's high-sounding speech. He really didn't know what Laurie was thinking. He actually put on a leading attitude right from the start. Maybe he was imitating the scene when the elders at home held a banquet, trying to win over some people for his own use. The ship is about to move. Let's find a seat first to avoid conflicts. He glanced at the big bunk bed, and directly chose the seat closest to the door. Seeing him so arrogant, Laurie was unhappy and shouted, "Wait, your name is Ivan, right? Don't you know that you can't interrupt others before they finish speaking? Where is your manners? Or you civilians have no manners?" Ivan didn't like him. "That's enough. I believe everyone knows what happened this time. Everyone has an unpredictable future and can't protect themselves, so how can they spare the energy to help others? Besides, if they were really important descendants of noble families, they would not be sent on board. These people are nothing but abandoned children. What's the point of pretending to be a scallion?" He looked around at everyone. No one showed any surprise, which meant that they all knew some news and knew that this trip was dangerous. Giuseppe also disliked him and agreed, "That's right, you don't want to stay quiet even here. Don't let us get involved if something goes wrong. It is precisely because there is danger that everyone must unite and fight with strength, fight." Naturally, Laurie would not speak his mind. He wanted to defend himself, but could not express himself clearly. There were some things he dared not say. No one wanted to listen to his long speech. Everyone chose their own seats. Giuseppe took the seat next to Ivan first, regardless of the surprise of others. At the Flying Fish Harbor, as the giant turtle paddled its 4 legs, the black ship raised a wave and began to leave the east coast. On a wall outside the pier, the 4 brothers and sisters of the Marichattan family were watching this scene, watching the black ship set off. "Brother Ivan is leaving. Yes, he will be a wizard next time he comes back. I really hope Ivan can come back safely." Paggy suddenly raised her head and stared at Beeman. It sounded like it was difficult for him to come back safely. "Is there any big danger?" Ahem. Beeman knew he had said something wrong and quickly explained, "I mean, it's not safe to travel on the sea. There are sea beasts, storms, and you may encounter ferocious sea creatures." "No, I said it's possible, just a little bit possible." It would have been better if he didn't explain. This explanation made Ivan feel like he was going through a life and death experience. This made Paget even more worried, and she lowered her head in a sullen manner. Beeman slapped his mouth, this stinky mouth, and looked at Paul next to him for help. Paul was staring at the black ship in a trance, ignoring the conversation between the two. Beeman glanced at Sean and passed him by, turning his head to look at the corner not far away. He knew that Red was standing there. Ivan didn't let him go, but in fact, his family followed him after he left. "Let's go!" Hearing Paul's words, Beeman and Paget looked over and saw the black ship disappear at the end of the sea. Chapter 46. On the sea, the black ship was sailing forward against the wind and waves. The ship was inevitably bumping up and down, which was very hard for the young men in the same room. Ugh! Ugh! 2 noblemen, Fink and Green, were seasick. One vomited, and the other followed suit. They vomited until the sky was dark, and a strange smell filled the room. Everyone else also suffered. This was something no one had expected. They were all from the Flying Fish Harbor, and they grew up by the sea. They were all knights and squires, who had been trained since childhood, but some of them were seasick. As a girl, Charlene couldn't stand the smell the most, and suggested, "Why don't you go out and vomit directly into the sea?" The two shook their heads. This was the sea. If a sea beast came out, it would be headless. Charlene turned to look at Laurie. "Laurie, you go and ask someone to come and clean up. Those people should be the ship's entourage." Laurie replied, "No, you pay a few silver coins to let the civilians go." Thompson and Fern, who were civilians, were not stupid. How could they obey orders for a few silver coins? Ivan would not run errands for others, and the matter was left unresolved. At this moment, Ivan was glad that he chose the door, which had a gap, and the air was not so turbid. "Why are you here? You can come, why can't I come?" Seeing that Giuseppe was talking to him more aggressively, Ivan was too lazy to pay attention to her, but he was muttering in his heart that this person was obviously stuck to him, but he still had such a bad temper, which was simply unreasonable. The two had taken off their boots and sat in a corner of the bed, and the others did the same, sitting together in groups of 3 or 4, except for 2 people who were leaning on the table and vomiting. After a while, Giuseppe took the initiative to say, "Do you know why I want to be a pharmacist?" She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Ivan knew nothing about her, so he used his eyes to signal her to continue. "Because I have a sick mother." "Then you can find someone to treat her." "Yes, it's a strange disease. Except for Orr, his potion can relieve the symptoms. Other pharmacists have no way to treat it, so I want to see if the wizard has a solution." Ivan looked at her with a little suspicion. Giuseppe is not a scheming person. She was suspected of taking advantage of old Orr's sympathy before. Giuseppe was so angry when she noticed something was wrong that she glared at him. "What's that look in your eyes, Humph? You are such a heartless person, I don't even want to talk to you anymore." "No, I didn't say anything." "You thought about it. Do you know what it means to judge by deeds instead of by heart?" Ivan knew that you couldn't reason with a woman. At lunchtime, an attendant came to deliver food and help them clean up the room, and inform them of some precautions on the ship, where they could go and where they couldn't go, so that the group of people were not so restrained and worried. After dinner, the boat swayed suddenly, making the teenagers sitting against the wall unstable. Some of them rushed out and hit the long table opposite, and some rolled into a ball with the bedding, and the room became a mess. Ivan reacted quickly enough, grabbed a horizontal board on the wall, and stepped on the wall on the other side to stabilize his body. Giuseppe also reacted quickly, and hugged his arm in panic, and refused to let go. The boat shook again, becoming higher on the left and lower on the right, the opposite of before. Another sway, lower on the left and higher on the right, with a larger amplitude than before. Ivan noticed that seawater was pouring into the room from the crack in the door, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that a sea beast attacked the ship? He was right. The ship did encounter some trouble. Ouch. Above the sea, the giant turtle showed its ferocious side, and with one claw on each side, it slapped the 2 tiger sharks that were causing trouble and flew away. The giant turtle rushed forward and tore the offender's body into pieces with its sharp teeth. "Joe, don't stay." The voice of the little green-winged snake sounded, and the giant turtle continued on its way. The black ship returned to calm, and it was just a false alarm for most people in the room. Ivan looked at Giuseppe speechlessly, who was holding his arm and stepping on his feet. She was just treating him as a handrail, right? "Let go." "Humph, you thought I was willing to hold you." Giuseppe quickly let go of her hand, sat against the wall, turned her head, and looked to the other side. Her mouth was unforgiving, but her ears were a little red. Inside the room, Think and Green finally got used to it, and now their throats were churning again. They hurriedly ran over to hold the long table, which made others look disgusted. The night gradually deepened. The sea was calm, and after the hustle and bustle of the day, the group slept particularly soundly, and Ivan was no exception. At a certain moment, Ivan suddenly opened his eyes, and the room was pitch black. Someone was actually stealing things. If his ears were not sensitive enough, he would not have noticed this. Why steal from anyone else? "You are so blind." He lay down and reached out casually, and sure enough, he grabbed an arm. When his palm touched the other person's skin, he felt an inexplicable smoothness. "Get down." Ivan clenched his arm tightly, stretched his foot out from the quilt, and kicked hard. However, he kicked nothing, the kick missed, there seemed to be no one in the position he judged, and there was no movement to dodge. His arm took the opportunity to break free from his grip. Ivan sat up, the door opened a large gap, the moonlight poured in, and a white shadow slipped out from the door. He saw clearly that there was no one, only a lonely broken arm. It was broken from the shoulder, with a complete palm and arm. There should be some kind of blue pattern engraved on the arm, but the moonlight was too dim to see it clearly. He reached out, and patted his face to make sure it wasn't his hallucination. He felt his scalp tingling, and sweat on his back. Oh right, a thief. Ivan remembered that he had just caught a thief. He searched his pockets, and found that something was missing. If he remembered correctly, all the blue potions on his body were stolen by the other party, and the other potions were not touched at all. He immediately felt very bad. The 6 blue potions were worth 180 gold coins, which were also the most valuable things on him. He was going to use them as money, but now they were all taken away. Shameless bastard, he gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart, hoping that it was not someone's magic, otherwise this matter would never end. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Giuseppe found that Ivan had a sullen face all the time. Hey, I didn't do anything last night, did I? Looking at the girl who asked in a low voice, Ivan was confused and answered truthfully. No, you slept very deeply. Giuseppe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not because of her. Could it be that she was reluctant to leave home? The black ship continued to sail in the scorching sun. At noon, the black ship passed through a thick fog, and an island suddenly appeared in front of it. The gray-robed man and the little green-winged snake occupied the bow, and everyone else was called to the deck because they had reached the destination of this trip. In another group of people, Rosade looked tired. They needed to work in the bottom cabin. After a day and a half, they were sore all over and became dirty. Looking at Ivan, who was neat over there, he was very unhappy. This won't work. I have to fight. I want to stand out. He kept thinking about what happened yesterday. The pet called Ivan by his own name. It was obvious that Ivan had falsely reported his name to the pet and wanted to take the blame. This was undoubtedly a malicious deception. He also remembered another thing. When he was following Ivan, he went to a clinic many times. Later, he was defeated. He was unwilling to pay attention to Ivan's whereabouts, and found that he loved to go to that clinic as before. Ivan's relationship with that clinic was definitely not normal. Recalling the recent news in Flying Fish Harbor, a wizard killed a runaway slave, who was the lame pharmacist of that clinic. He discovered a big secret. At this moment, the black ship slowed down and slowly approached the shore. Rosade finally made up his mind. He stepped over the crowd and said, "My lord, I have something important to report." Chapter 47. The ship is about to dock and arrive at the destination, but someone is causing trouble. It can be said that he is very courageous. On the deck, everyone's eyes are attracted by Rosade. Ivan frowned. He noticed Rosade's look at him just now, but he didn't care much. He didn't expect the other party to jump out. He hated this kind of behavior of looking for trouble. The gray-robed man turned around with an interested smile on his face. "Speak." Rosade pointed his finger. He, Ivan Marichatin, directly pretended to be my name Rosade and deceived this lord. It is clear that he has bad intentions. The little green-winged snake flapped its wings vigorously, and quickly came to Ivan. "Your name is not Roside?" Ivan did not want to offend the wizard's pet, so he explained, "Roside is my other name, a nickname." "Who says a person can't have two names, just like a ship?" "That makes sense." The little green-winged snake nodded seriously. "The swamp spade below is also called Lar. If a ship can have two names, there is no reason why humans can't have two. This is obviously nonsense." Others couldn't help laughing when they heard it, but no one dared to expose it. When Rosade saw that he was resolved, he hurriedly said the second thing. "Sir, you once hunted and killed a fugitive slave, the lame pharmacist. He had a close relationship with that person. In fact, he was that person's student. The student relationship was his guess, but he didn't know that he had hit the mark by accident." The gray-robed man was about to say something, but the boat under his feet shook heavily, and the boat docked. "Wizard Toynes, why did you come here in person?" The little green-winged snake found a figure walking towards the boat. It turned out to be his own wizard. He immediately flew over without caring about anything else. The gray-robed man X didn't care about what was happening at the moment. He turned around and jumped over the guardrail, and jumped off the boat. He walked quickly to the wizard and took off his hat to salute him. "Salute you, respected mentor." Wizard Toynes asked, "X, you are late." The simple question made X tremble, and he hurriedly explained, "Mentor, I was injured. The nobles delayed in selecting people, so I waited a few more days." "So you were injured. Are you healed now?" "Yes." "Remember next time, don't let me wait for you." "Yes." In front of Wizard Toynes, X was like a good kid. Not far away, Ivan and his group also jumped off the boat one by one and landed on the island's simple dock, where there was only one ship, the Lar. Seeing X's true face under his hood, with a black python head behind his neck, many people were shocked. "Children, come here." Glancing at the team of only 8 people, Toynes' eyes flashed a trace of anger, and he waved to the teenagers. 8 young men approached quickly. Toynes was also wearing a long robe. The material was obviously more expensive. He had white hair, and his face and figure looked like a middle-aged man. He looked gentle and bookish. If you didn't know he was a wizard, you would definitely think he was a great scholar with a wealth of knowledge. Ivan and others were very uneasy, as they had heard about the experiences of the previous batch of apprentices. "Children, I am Wizard Toynes. Wannen, Mr. Toynes. Ha ha ha, after I test and enlighten you, you will be my disciples. Remember to call me Mentor then." Facing the 8 young men with wizard qualifications who came from afar, Wizard Twins' attitude was particularly gentle, which calmed the young men's uneasy hearts. Ivan still maintained a skeptical and vigilant attitude. Following Wizard Twins and the little green-winged snake, the 8 young men walked into the depths of the island. This is an island with few vegetation. There are many rocks on the island, and only in the depths are there trees. After a 10-minute journey, they came to a castle. Ivan compared it, and found that this castle was about 5 or 6 times larger than the Black Pine Castle, and the outer wall was 2 meters higher. There was fog floating outside the island, and the sky was covered with clouds, making the island and the castle look lifeless. The inside of the castle was no different from an ordinary noble castle. As we went deeper, we did not encounter any other apprentices wearing special robes except for a few followers. Children, let me test your qualifications. Who will come first? Arriving at the main hall in the central area, Wizard Twins went straight to the point. He took out a pure and crystal ball. The crystal ball was light and colored, which just added a touch of mystery to it. Lowry stood up again. I do it. The others lined up consciously. The test process was no different from Baron Carl's. All he had to do was put his hand on the crystal ball, gather his distracting thoughts, and try his best to look into the crystal ball. Lowry did as he was told. He looked dazed, as if he was on the sea again, with water flowing under his feet, yellow dust floating around him, and thin black smoke above his head. Wizard talent is 3rd level, close to water, earth, shadows, and mainly water energy. Baron Carl's crystal rod has an upper limit, while Twins' crystal ball test is more detailed. Lowry heard the wizard's verdict, from the 2nd to the 3rd level, and also detected that the earth and shadow attributes were affinities, which was better than before, but it was a big gap from the highest 5th level, he thought in his mind, so he was not very happy. To the other teenagers, this was exciting news. The next person to be tested was Sharon. The wizard's talent is 2nd level, close to water and earth, and mainly water energy. There was not much difference from the previous test. The enthusiastic Sharon was like an eggplant hit by frost. Next, Fink, Green, and Vern were all 2nd level talents, and the atmosphere in the hall became stiff. It was Thompson's turn. He stepped forward nervously, and carefully placed his hand on the wizard's crystal ball. He had tested first-class talent before, and hoped that Baron Carl's crystal rod test would have problems. First class, close to earth, water, main earth energy. Thompson's expectation was not met, and it was still the lowest wizard talent. The gentle smile on the face of Wizard Twins was gone. Ivan stepped forward and stood in front of Twins, feeling a little scared. He forced himself to calm down, and not think too much before putting his palm on it. Unconsciously, his thoughts fell into an ethereal state. When he saw clearly what was in front of him, he couldn't help but straighten his body, and put more effort on his feet. At this time, he was standing on a century-old tree. There was a fire cloud above his head, and the light illuminated the old tree red. Wizard talent is 3rd class, close to plants, fire, water, and mainly plant energy. Twins looked at him with appreciation, and Ivan stepped aside in a trance. 3rd class talent, not bad, he muttered to himself. The last one was Giuseppe, who was still 2nd class talent, mainly water energy, followed by thunder and earth. Wizard Twins summoned a Miss Servant, and asked him to take the boys to see his residence. After the boys left, Twins looked at the little green-winged snake with a cold look. Lyre, this is the person you brought back. Did you complete the task I gave you with all your heart? Wizards' talents are divided into 5 levels, and the 5th level is the highest. 8 people can't make up a top-level one. Except for Ivan and Lowry, who are of medium level, the others are of low-level talents. No wonder Wizard Twins is angry. The person was selected by the nobles. The little green-winged snake was speechless. If he had known, he would not have been so anxious to follow. Hobson of Flying Fish Harbor, I remember that. Wizard Twins, how about I go again and take over that dog city? Get out, you're incompetent. Wizards have their own rules, Twins has something to be wary of, so it's not appropriate to deal with the nobles of Flying Fish Harbor for the time being. The little green-winged snake flew out of the hall, as if it had been pardoned. It heard the order from behind. When the ship docked, a servant dared to offend my disciple and send him to my laboratory. Okay. Chapter 48. The castle was built on a hillside on the island. There were no cliffs around. There was a large area of scorched earth left by burnt trees on both sides. There were some broken walls in the distance behind, which should be the ruins of a certain building. The main hall was at the highest point on the hillside. Standing outside the door, Ivan and others could see the environment around the castle. To be honest, this place looked a bit ordinary. Soon, the teenagers were attracted by the cloud servant. The cloud servant had no flesh and blood. His whole body was made of cloud. His body was slightly larger than a basketball. He looked like a pure white marshmallow floating in the air. The marshmallow had human-like facial features, and small hands and feet sticking out. It exudes a cute aura all over its body, making the girls Jushidi and Shaylin want to hug it and need it. Caw. Being stared at by many people, the cloud servant turned around and warned the humans behind him who had bad intentions. Its voice was like the friction of thunder and lightning, and it was an unknown language, with lightning flashing while speaking. The boys were startled and put away their thoughts that they shouldn't have. The cloud servant didn't take the boys far away, and came to a row of bungalows. Each person chooses a room as a dormitory. The dormitory is not big, and is divided into two parts by hanging silk cloth, the living area and the sleeping area. The living area is equipped with tables and chairs, wooden basins and barrels, oil lamps, matches, copper locks, etc. The sleeping area is on the inside, with clean bedding and pillows. Ivan shrugged his nose, always feeling a faint fishy smell. Perhaps no one has lived there for a while. There are special places for washing and eating, and you can't miss the meal time. In one afternoon, Ivan figured out the lifestyle here. Where are the apprentices from before? Why didn't I see any of them? After dinner, he was thinking in his dormitory. From the castle gate to the main hall in the central area, to the dormitory area and the cafeteria, he paid attention to the things around him, but he didn't find any apprentices except X. Knock, knock. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Jushidi, who was wearing a light green dress, appeared. She pointed at the door. It wasn't me who pushed it. Your door was not closed properly. I know. Jushidi closed the door and said worriedly, Did you notice that the people from before are gone? I suspect they are all dead. Do you think there is any big danger on this island? I guess so. Then do you think it could be? She pointed to the center of the castle cryptically. Ivan was silent for a while and said, What if it is? Let's take it one step at a time. The two of them were speechless, and it felt like a stone was pressing on their hearts. The two dormitories were adjacent to each other. Jushidi made up her mind to run to Ivan if there was any danger, and she didn't believe that he would not help. A new day. After a night of rest, the young men were full of energy, and the cloud servants took them to the main hall yesterday. Lori, Wizard Toynes wants to see you. After a while, the little green-winged snake called Lori into the hall. When Lori came out of the hall with a smile, he had something in his hand, an apprentice robe, and a fist-sized crystal ball on the gray robe. The second one was Ivan. He followed the little green-winged snake into the main hall, which was still empty. There was a long table in the middle, and Wizard Toynes was sitting behind the long table. On one side of the long table was a gray apprentice robe, and on the other side were 7 crystal balls. Ivan, what do you think a wizard is? A practitioner who is more powerful than a knight. Toynes smiled gently at Ivan's answer, neither saying it was right nor wrong. He said, Wizards are good at exploring knowledge from power, and using knowledge to achieve their own power. The most fundamental power of wizards is spiritual power. Among the human group, only a small number of people have spiritual power, which is the wizard's talent. Only through the enlightenment of talent can humans feel the existence of spiritual power. Enlightenment requires a guide, and the guide is usually one's own mentor. Ivan Marichattan, are you willing to be my disciple? Ivan quickly replied, yes. A terrifying aura rose from Toynes' body, enveloping Ivan. At this moment, he felt like a fallen leaf in the wind and rain. Repeat with me. Following the ancient tradition of wizards, I am willing to embark on the path of pursuing knowledge and truth, and willing to contribute my strength to the survival and continuation of mankind. Mother Earth, I swear here that I will never betray mankind, never betray Danila, and never leak the knowledge taught by my mentor to any living being. Ivan did not dare to neglect and followed Toynes' tone to recite. Once and again, the two voices mixed together. He stopped after 2 times. The terrifying aura on Toynes' body was restrained. Ivan realized that he had changed a lot. When he looked around, it was as if a layer of dust had been wiped off. The world became more vivid and lively. Toynes asked, You are already a wizard apprentice. Do you understand the ancient language of Jayaganda? Yes, and I also understand the tidal language. Very good, I specially prepared a meditation method for you and stored it in the crystal ball. You can practice it when you go back. There is danger on the island. Don't go out of the castle. Go. Then I take my leave, mentor. After giving him many instructions, Toynes took an apprentice robe from the left, took a crystal ball from the right, put it on the apprentice robe, and handed it to Ivan. After Ivan came out with the 2 things, Charlene followed the little green-winged snake into the hall. Back in the dormitory, Ivan couldn't wait to pick up the crystal ball, and just like the previous test, he focused all his attention on the crystal ball. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time he clearly felt that he had probed into the crystal ball, and saw the information recorded in the crystal ball. The information is written in the ancient language of Jayaganda, and is divided into 2 parts: apprentice common sense and meditation method. The crystal ball can be used as a tool to store information. The storage time is limited, and can be used to trade knowledge with others. The apprentice gray robe is made of a kind of marine silver sturgeon skin. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, does not get dusty, is breathable and waterproof, easy to wash and dry. If it is placed in Chiang Mai Principality, it will definitely be worth 100 gold. Unfortunately, there is only one. The most commonly used currency for wizards is magic stone, a special energy, or that can stimulate the improvement of mental power. It is divided into 3 grades of upper, middle and lower. Wizards use meditation to improve their mental power, and manipulate energy particles with their mental power. Energy particles are everywhere. In some places, energy particles are dense, and in some places, they are thin. It is easier to improve mental power in places with dense energy particles. The concentration of energy particles in the human kingdom is low, so wizards rarely come back. All knowledge has a price. Wizards follow the principle of equivalent exchange. He touched on the part of apprentice common sense. Information was transmitted to his mind, and the words in the crystal ball disappeared. This feeling was like cutting a file from a computer to a USB drive. After reading that all wizards follow the principle of equal exchange and knowledge is valuable, his right eyelid twitched, and a chill passed through his head. Since it is all wizards, Wizard Toins is definitely not an exception. So, what is the price for him to obtain the meditation method? Gold coins are not very useful in the wizard world. He has nothing except his life. From the attitude of the instructor, he really wants to teach us. He doesn't look down on us. It's not that he looks down on himself. Ivan thinks that his life should not be worth much in the eyes of wizards. So what is it for? There is another question. What caused the death of the previous apprentice? After thinking for a long time, he simply stopped thinking about it, and turned around to receive the meditation method in the crystal ball. Chapter 49. It seems that too much information can't be transmitted at one time. Ivan knocked his head hard on both sides. He almost fainted when he was taught the meditation method just now. After his head calmed down from the drowsiness, he browsed the information about the meditation method. Ode to Springwood, a basic meditation method for apprentices. From the name, it is not difficult to see that the meditation method is more suitable for people with affinity to plants. He remembered the test results very clearly. The 5 noble children were all water-oriented. He and Fern were more affinity with plant energy attributes, and Thompson, who was a first-class talent, was more affinity with earth energy. In other words, only he and Fern practiced the Song of Springwood. Meditation is similar to the visualization he knew in his previous life. By drawing meditation runes in his mind, he can achieve the effect of improving his mental power. The more meditation runes he can draw at one time, the stronger his mental power is. According to the level of mental power, the apprenticeship period can be divided into 3 levels: first-class apprentices, second-class apprentices, and third-class apprentices. It turns out that the meditation runes are directly injected into the deep memory to ensure that they will not be forgotten. No wonder my head felt like it was hit by a hammer many times just now. The Ode to Springwood contains a total of 40 meditation runes, corresponding to the entire apprenticeship period. Wizard Toins is really nice, and transmitted them all at once. With the mental power of an ordinary adult as one scale, if you can outline the first 5 meditation runes in your mind at once, it means that your mental power exceeds 2 scales, and your mental power level at this time is that of a first-class apprentice. If you outline the first 10 meditation runes at once, your mental power exceeds 3 scales, and your strength is that of a second-class apprentice. If you outline the first 20 meditation runes at once, your mental power exceeds 6 scales, and your strength is that of a third-class apprentice. The last 20 meditation runes correspond to mental power from 6 scales to 15 scales. Ivan noticed a problem. Meditation runes are 3-dimensional, and the structure of the next one is always more complex than the previous one. The 40th meditation rune is the most difficult. He feels a little uncomfortable just looking at it now, let alone trying to figure it out. He secretly comforted himself that he should not be too ambitious. The runes must be progressive, and he will definitely be able to outline the last rune by then. According to the information, the progress of meditation is related to the wizard's talent, followed by comprehension. The 3rd level talent is medium. If you are in the right environment, It only takes about a month to become a first-level apprentice, while the second-level talent takes 3 or 4 months, and the first level takes at least half a year. There is something called mental power potion, which can help apprentices speed up their meditation. It should be something like breathing secret potion, but I can't count on it. I don't have a single magic stone on me, so I just meditate. No, my mental power is at 1.6 right now. Maybe it won't take a month. Ivan looked excited, and the first meditation rune in his mind came into his eyes. He carefully studied the structure of the rune, and then tried to draw it out through meditation. It's the same as painting. Everyone can see the same object, but only a few can draw it. The meditation method is more demanding, and the size of each part must be accurate. Drawing meditation runes is very laborious, and you need to rest in the middle. Done. Late at night, Ivan exhaled heavily and finally drew the first meditation rune. Pharmacy, LV3, 6/300. Night breathing, LV3, 157/300. Linguistics, LV1, 15/100. Meditation, LV0, 2/10. Runes, LV0, 1/10. The light film showed new movements, with 2 more items, meditation and runes. The experience points added by the 2 were different. He stared at them, and thought for a while. Looking at the attribute panel again, the spirit scale has not changed. It's just the first rune, it's still a long way to go. After a short break, he outlined the first meditation rune again, and completed it at a faster speed. The next day, when Ivan came to the cafeteria for breakfast, he found that everyone else had changed into brand new apprentice robes like him. What's up? It's all the same. Giuseppe wore a light blue robe and showed off in front of Ivan. Only Giuseppe and Sharon's apprentice robes were light blue, and the boys' robes were all gray. Wizard Toynes was very thoughtful, making Giuseppe feel that the wizard valued him. Giuseppe pouted, "You are such a bad talker. I've always been like this. The food in the cafeteria is rich, with vegetables, fish, bread, desserts, etc., all free. As long as you don't waste it, it is definitely a dream life for ordinary civilians." Back in the dormitory, Giuseppe said, "I think the danger should come from the surroundings of the castle. The ruins behind are suspicious. What do you think?" Ivan reached out and patted her head. She changed her mind so quickly. Could this guy be bribed by the apprentice robe? "What are you doing?" Giuseppe took a few steps back and stared at him warily. Ewan said, "I'm going to meditate." Giuseppe stood at the door and pleaded, "I know you are very powerful. If you hear any movement from me at night, you must come to save me. We are brothers and sisters from the same sect." She was quite afraid of death, so she played a little trick. Ewan was happy. "Then call me brother and let me hear it. Brother Ewan, Sister Jussie sends you her sincere greetings." Jussie is the kind of person who can say that she wants to marry Led. She is always flexible, and she seems to be particularly well behaved at this moment. "Brother, we have an agreement." Looking at the closed door, Ivan laughed dumbly. Wizard Toynes didn't tell him anything else, so he had nothing to do in the castle except practicing. He had to admit that his life was easy. Ivan was busy practicing, in addition to meditation and breathing. While mastering fighting spirit, he silently learned the knight's killer move, the bat round dance. On the 3rd day, after learning the meditation method, he drew the second meditation rune in his mind. On the 6th day, he drew the 3rd meditation rune and could draw the first 3 runes at once. Although his mental strength did not increase, his academic experience on the academic master panel increased. Night breathing, LV3, 159/300. Meditation, LV0, 6/10. Rune, LV0, 3 out of 10. At the same time, he learned the night killer move of the bat eye, the bat round dance. This is a particularly clever stab, good at taking advantage of the force. When someone blocks it, it can easily adjust the move, change the circle, and finally accurately stab the target, making it hard to defend. It gave him more confidence. On the 8th day, the daily life in the castle was particularly quiet. Ivan continued to ponder the 4th meditation rune. He could skillfully outline the first 3 runes in his mind at once. The meditation method began to show its effect, and his mental power increased from 1.6 to 1.7. Soon, he found that the difficulty of the 4th meditation rune went up half a step, and it was more laborious and time-consuming than the 3rd one. On the morning of the 10th day, a Miss-Servant appeared and knocked on the doors of all the young men along the way. Unlike the previous Miss-Servant, the body of this Miss-Servant was like bound wind and mist, twice as big as the previous one, with distinct facial features and hands and feet, and equally naive, but no one dared to look down on him. "Chirp. The Mist Servant gestured to convey a message to everyone the wizard Toynes was summoning. Chapter 50. In front of the main hall, the boys saw their mentor from afar. Standing in the wind, Toynes had a unique elegance that made people admire him. What an mentor. Children, are you confused about life in the castle? Everything is fine. Toynes' voice was gentle, with concern in his eyes. After asking a few questions about life, Toynes took the boys into the main hall. He took out a potion and gestured to the boys. This is a mental potion, magic stone water, suitable for the first-class apprentice stage. Now the potion is yours. Each person received 3 potions of magic stone water, which were distributed to the teenagers in the order of enlightenment. Ivan also received a set of small glass bottles filled with pure water that looked like ink dripped into it. The ink condensed into strips of smoke that lasted for a long time. When gently shaken, the black smoke spun and squirmed. The knowledge related to meditation method records that mental power potions are the most valuable potions among wizard potions. Regardless of the quality, they are scarce goods in the market. Such a valuable potion was given directly, and even he felt like he was overwhelmed by happiness. For a moment, he was impressed by the mentor's generosity. Looking at the young men with different expressions of joy, Toynes said, I hope you will become first-class apprentices soon. You can come to me when the time comes. I will teach you how to use mental power, and how to manipulate energy particles. Now go back. Follow your orders, mentor. The young men saluted respectfully, and walked out of the hall slowly. Everyone held their mental potions tightly, fearing that they would be lost on the way back. Back in front of the dormitory, someone finally couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Haha, there's a spirit potion, great. Others couldn't help but look over. It was Thompson. Some also smiled, some looked disdainful, and some seemed to be thinking. Thompson didn't care about the strange looks from others. No one knew the pressure he was facing. Few people knew that he was practicing the Ode to Spring Dew. He knew from listening to others talking about him that he was the only one whose meditation method didn't correspond to his main attribute. He was originally the worst first-class talent. One disadvantage plus another disadvantage meant that his cultivation was definitely at the bottom. He saw no hope of catching up with others. Now that he had the inkstone water, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least he could soon become a first-class apprentice. Lowry said, Shut up, Thompson. As a wizard apprentice, we should be as elegant as our mentor, and as calm as a scholar, not as moody as you are, like a complacent villain who makes us lose face. Being scolded in public, Thompson's face turned red, and he glared at Lowry. Lowry stepped forward. Why, is there something wrong with what I said? Thinking of Lowry's talent, and comparing it to his own, Thompson lowered his head, and his previous excitement disappeared. In response, Lowry raised his head proudly. Lowry glanced at Ivan at the side, and seeing that he didn't react, he thought to himself that you were smart. After a small episode, the teenagers returned to their rooms, and prepared to carefully observe the new potion. In the room, Ivan was also looking at the magic stone water in his hand. Magic stone is the currency used by wizards. I didn't expect it to be made into potions. He compared it with the azure potion he had refined, and had to admit that the magic stone water in front of him was pure, and there was a kind of freshness in it that the azure potion did not have. It was this invisible temperament that made the magic stone water look more upscale. This is probably the difference between wizard potions and ordinary potions. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.5, Constitution, 3.4, Spirit, 1.7. He stared at the attribute panel in his vision, weighing whether he should use the magic stone water immediately. The 4th meditation rune is almost done. It is undoubtedly a waste to use it now. It is better to be a miser first, and take it after becoming an apprentice. Considering that the meditation runes behind were more difficult to draw, he decided not to use the magic stone water for now. Compared with others, he had greater ambitions. He wanted to become a second-class apprentice as quickly as possible. First-class apprentices can simply manipulate energy particles, and second-class apprentices can learn spells, and become a real wizard apprentice. On a new day, the teenagers gathered in the cafeteria. Many of them looked pale, and their steps were weak, but they were very energetic, as if they had done a good job all night yesterday. Ivan asked Jussi, who came up to him, What's going on? You definitely didn't use the magic stone water. It's very simple. It's the side effect of the potion. The side effect is not small. You will probably be weak for 2 or 3 days. Jussi chuckled. She heard it from Sharon. As the only 2 girls, the relationship between her and Sharon became more and more harmonious. In the group, except for Ivan, she and Sharon had the best relationship. Ivan asked again, What's the effect? She said it was great. Seeing Jussi say this, Ivan remembered that others could not be like him. Others did not know the specific spiritual scale, and could only estimate according to the number of meditation runes outlined, and the comparison was not clear. Ivan, when do you think it will work best? Probably when meditation becomes noticeably difficult. Jussi's thoughts coincided with his. The potion was expensive, so the effect had to be maximized. The 13th day of practicing the Ode to Springwood. Ivan successfully drew the 4th meditation rune. The next day, he could draw the first 4 runes in his mind at once, and his spirit level was raised to 1.8. It was slower than he expected. After thinking about it again and again, he felt that it was due to the environment. The energy particles on the island were not as dense as those in the Wizard Academy, which was a hindrance. Day 16. The sky above the island was still filled with clouds, and the light could only penetrate through the clouds. It was sunny outside, but the light inside the island was dim. The young men opened the door at the right time and prepared to go to the canteen not far away for breakfast. Lowry got up earlier and just returned from the canteen. He gently clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. My fellow apprentices, I have become a first-class apprentice. If you have any questions about meditation, you can ask me. I will definitely not hide anything. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lowry, then. Junior Brother Green, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it clearly just now. I will go to the instructor first to learn new knowledge, and I will have time to guide you after I come back. Lowry stood in front of everyone with a slightly pale face. Green's call of Senior Brother sounded very pleasant to his ears. He showed an obvious smile on his face, and said that he would meet the instructor later. Ivan pushed open the door, and just saw a high-spirited back. Of course, he knew what was happening outside. Not to mention the excellent hearing brought by the bad eyes, Lowry almost stood at the door of his dormitory, with great care. Evan, I'm the first to become a first-class apprentice. Do you deserve to be called Senior Brother? Hearing the movement behind him, Lowry turned around with a smile on his face. Without waiting for Evan to say anything, he continued, Don't be discouraged. I think you will be there soon. Work hard. What is a villain succeeding? It's clearly what he is doing. He is actually taking advantage of others, and making people feel uneasy in the morning. Evan said with a sullen face, If you want me to call you Senior Brother, wait until you learn magic. He walked by and made Lowry's smile freeze. Chapter 51. On the way to the cafeteria, Jussi hurriedly caught up with Ivan. She noticed Ivan's face and said, Are you okay? Don't worry, you will definitely surpass him. Let him be proud for a few days. Ivan agreed seriously. That's right. Calling you fat and still arrogant, Jussi rolled her eyes at him. On second thought, this is not a kind of confidence. Just like when he was learning to make medicine, he did everything quickly. In short, this person is arrogant and makes people believe in him. It's a pity that he can't make medicine now, otherwise he would have to pester him to learn. Old or died suddenly, and she didn't learn many things. She is still a little far from making Qi-Tong hemostatic powder. In the next few days, people continued to express themselves in various ways, and they broke through and became first-class apprentices. Even Jussi couldn't help using the magic stone water. Jussi told Ivan that the effect of each person using the potion was slightly different, and those with high talent absorbed the potion more efficiently. This was the conclusion that Lowry came to when instructing others. No matter how proud others were, Ivan practiced step by step, and his spirit was already at the 1.9 scale at this time. On the 21st day of practicing the Song of Springwood, Ivan successfully outlined the 5th meditation rune. Meditation experience +1. Meditation, LV1, 1/100. Rune experience +1. Rune, LV0, May 10th, information appeared on the light film, and then the light of wisdom brought by the upgrade of meditation descended. He became more proficient in the meditation runes. Soon after the end, he directly outlined the first 5 runes in his mind, and his spirit was raised to 2.0 scale. He was only one step away from becoming a first-class apprentice. Is this the so-called realm level? No wonder the apprentices are divided into 3 levels. Ivan could sense an invisible restraint on his spiritual power, a barrier, an obstacle, and then he understood the meaning of the apprentice level. On the 22nd day, Ivan chose to be promoted. He outlined the first 5 meditation runes at the fastest speed, and an inexplicable small shock appeared in his mind. The invisible barrier was broken, and the things restraining his spiritual power disappeared. He felt emerald green particles around him, pouring into his body one after another, and there were also a few blue and red particles. These are energy particles, plant particles, water particles, and fire particles. The energy particles that entered the body were not many, but they represented a new realm. Since then, he, Ivan Marichatin, has become a first-class wizard apprentice with a spiritual power of 2.1 scales. After secretly rejoicing for a while, he decided to find a mentor to learn new knowledge. On the way to the highest position of the castle, Ivan found a figure wandering nearby, and the other party also saw him. "Ivan, have you also broken through to the first-class apprentice?" "Hey, Vern." Ivan glanced at the man. He said it as if it was difficult for him to break through. "Who was ruining my reputation?" As a civilian disciple, Vern was always a little timid. He was invited to the ship by Baron Karl. Now he was a little afraid to face Wizard Toynes alone. Fortunately, Ivan appeared. "Together? Let's go!" Ivan did not refuse. According to the attendants in the cafeteria, the island is called Lar Island, the castle is Lar Castle, and the main hall in the middle of the castle is Lar Hall. As soon as you hear this name, you can tell who spread it. Wizard Toynes did not say anything, and the name of the island castle hall was decided. There were 2 Miss Servants in the castle, both of whom had names. The small one like cotton candy was called Kata, and the big one was called Yoda. The followers kept silent about the information of the previous apprentices. When others asked, they hid away with fear, leaving no way out. In front of the Lar Hall, Ivan and his companions found the Miss Servant Kata and told him that they had become first-class apprentices and wanted to meet Wizard Toynes. The Miss Servant asked them to stay put and not wander around. More than half an hour later, at the signal of the Miss Servant, the 2 came to Wizard Toynes together. "Teacher, we have broken through the first-class apprentice." The first-class apprentice is the origin of the Wizard's Road, which means that you have the power of a wizard. I treat every student the same. I will teach you the basic energy particle manipulation, the basic spiritual power application, and the general theory of everything. I hope you will continue to study hard and live up to my expectations. I will follow your instructions. Wizard Toynes was very generous. He asked the 2 to hand him the crystal ball, and then transferred the 3 kinds of knowledge into it. After coming out of the Lar Hall, Ivan still felt unreal. Without asking for any price, the knowledge was free. The generosity of the mentor made him feel excited and uneasy. "See you later." Fern was very excited, and couldn't wait to go back to the room to receive new knowledge. Back in the dormitory, the smile on Ivan's face quickly faded. He always believed that the source of danger on the island was Mentor Toynes. The more generous the mentor was, the more terrifying he wanted. Raise your strength to that of a second-class apprentice as soon as possible. He remembered clearly that the first apprentice had a problem on the 40th day, minus the time for passing the message in between. It was about a month and a few days. Time was getting closer, and people had to worry. First-class apprentices could use energy particles simply, and the first thing they had to learn was the use of mental power and the manipulation of energy particles, which were 2 basic knowledge courses. Introduction to the Science of Everything was used to increase knowledge, including encyclopedic knowledge, biological identification, and identification of common medicinal materials and potions. It was rich in content, and it was not a problem to walk to the wizard gathering place after learning it, and there would be no joke. The next day, Ivan poured a bottle of magic stone water into his mouth, and there was a choking earthy smell. A gray dust rose up from all around, and the dust rolled, turning into gray figures with a pair of short horns on their heads, and their mouths opened and closed, making vague whispers. In the blink of an eye, everything around him disappeared, and he was still in his dormitory. Was that an illusion just now? It is worthy of being a wizard's mental potion. He frowned and recalled what he had seen just now. It must be his own illusion, and it did not bring any bad effects. He did not think much about it, and focused on the light film in his field of vision. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.5, Constitution, 3.4, Spirit, 2.5. Spiritual strength increased by 0.4 scale. No other changes, but he could feel the discomfort in his body, which was a sign of damage to his body due to hidden injuries. Perhaps because he was a knight, the situation was much better than what Jusidi said, and he would recover in about 1 or 2 days. 2 days later, Ivan took the second magic stone water, and after getting rid of the illusion, his spirit increased to 2.8 scale, and he needed to rest for another 2 days. Pop! He snapped his fingers, and flames ignited on his fingertips. He snapped his fingers again, and a wisp of water vapor wrapped around his thumb, and then without any warning, it gathered and turned into a thin green vine. This was not a show of coolness, but a practice of using mental power to manipulate energy particles. Energy particles experience +1. Energy particles, LV0, 3/10. In the past few days, he did not forget to learn the 3 subjects taught by his instructor. The 2 basic courses were easy to learn. He had learned how to use mental power, and how to use mental power to manipulate energy particles. There was a new subject, energy particles, on the light film. Chapter 52. 3 more days passed, and Ivan used the 3rd magic stone water, and his spiritual power became 3.0, reaching the limit of a first-class apprentice. Sure enough, there is also an invisible barrier between the 1st and 2nd levels. This is the level between the levels, which is stronger than the previous resistance. According to the information imparted by the instructor, the first 2 levels are small levels and are relatively easy to break. On the contrary, the level from the 2nd to the 3rd level is very difficult, so he does not need to worry for the time being. He recalled the relevant information and made a plan in his mind. Meditation runes and mental power complement each other. The higher the mental power, the easier it is to draw the corresponding runes. The same is true in reverse. If the mental power does not reach a certain level, even if you know the meditation runes well, you cannot draw them all at once. Ivan's mental power has been raised to the limit of a first-class apprentice, corresponding to the first 10 meditation runes of the spring with song. 1 day later, he drew the 10th meditation rune in his mind. Meditation experience +2. Meditation, LV1, 11/100. Rune experience +1. Rune, LV1, 1/100. Rune has been upgraded to level 1. Under the effect of the light of little wisdom, he has become extremely proficient in the meditation runes he just mastered. He easily outlined the first 10 meditation runes in his mind at once. He had expected that he would not be able to break through the barrier between the levels this time, because he needed to analyze the 11th meditation rune. However, the difficulty of the 11th meditation rune was obviously increased. It corresponds to the 0.3 scale of mental power, while the previous one was only 0.2 scale. 2 level 1, 1 level 2, and 2 level 3, it's time to use them again. Looking at all the wisdom lights on the light film, Ivan smiled with satisfaction like an old farmer looking at the crops in his field. The next day, he first tried to analyze the 11th meditation rune by himself. He initially estimated that it would take nearly a month, and he found that the difficulty of outlining the meditation rune had reached this level. According to this analysis speed, the 2nd level apprentice corresponds to 10 meditation runes, and the latter is always more difficult than the previous one. Compared with the first 10 runes, he estimated that it might not reach the 2nd level limit in 3 years, and the 3rd level corresponds to 20 meditation runes. Thinking of the magic stone water, he was thoughtful. In the next 2 days, he first used a level 1 wisdom light to settle for most of the day, and the next day, he used another level 1 wisdom light to outline the 11th meditation rune. Meditation experience +10. Meditation, LV1, 21/100. Rune experience +2. Rune, LV1, 3/100, not worth it. Ivan summed up his actions over the past 2 days, and felt that it was a bit of a waste. If there were no unknown dangers on the island, and if it hadn't been more than a month since he landed on the island, he would definitely not have consumed the light of wisdom so much. On the light film, the experience value increased 5 times, the same as the difficulty of the meditation rune. After resting for a few hours, he outlined the first 11 runes at once, and his mind trembled slightly. A layer of barrier was broken, and the invisible restraint on the spiritual power disappeared without a trace. Just like before, a large amount of energy particles poured into his body from all around, with many emerald green particles, a small amount of blue and red particles, giving him a special sense of comfort and making his body slightly stronger. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.6, Constitution, 3.7, Spirit, 3.2. After the end, a light film appeared in Ivan's vision. It was not his illusion. His spirit broke free from the shackles, and increased by 0.2 scales. His body also became stronger, increasing by 0.1 agility and 0.3 constitution. He, Evan Marichatin, became a second-class wizard apprentice. Compared with before, he could sense energy particles more clearly. No wonder a second-class apprentice could learn spells. I find a mentor to learn spells tomorrow. I don't know what kind of spells there are. Put aside the worries in my heart. Toynes is undoubtedly a good mentor. He has no idea of playing the pig to eat the tiger. It's unrealistic. Not to mention that the wizard may have some means of detection. There is no need to worry about it. It's night. There is no light of stars and moon on the castle under the night sky, except for sporadic lights. Other places are dark. Who? Get out of here! The angry shout suddenly broke the peace of the entire castle. It was the voice of X, a senior apprentice. I don't know who angered him. The castle on the island is isolated from the world. The environment is similar to that of a prison. It is rare for something unusual to happen. Many people opened their doors and came to the guardrail in front of the dormitory to watch. After the mental power is strong, many parts of the body have become stronger, such as memory, acuity, reaction speed, vision, etc. The front is obviously pitch black, but in the eyes of a first-class apprentice, it is not much different from the bright moonlight. The castle is located on a hillside. X and the residents are about the same height, but they are on the left and X is on the right. They can see each other's residence from outside. Biller, Perny, I know it's one of you. Get out of here. Get out of here, or don't blame me for going to your Harry and Hobson families. At this time, X was going crazy outside. He must have been irritated and felt like he didn't care. In the left area, the teenagers looked at each other, wondering why X was crazy. X's status was higher than theirs. Although they were in the same cafeteria, X had a special follower to deliver food, so they didn't interact much. Some followers privately said that X was always moody. X, what are you arguing about? The little green-winged snake appeared and scolded X. Laird, you came at the right time. A thief stole my things. The medicinal materials, potions, magic stones, and magic items were all stolen. I don't think anyone on the island could do it except those two traitors. X still couldn't control his anger because his belongings were taken away. Hearing this, the little green-winged snake was so surprised that it forgot to flap its wings for a moment. It knew that although there were not many guards in the castle, Wizard Twins had already arranged early warning and protection measures, and no one could break in without alarming Wizard Twins. Are you sure? You will know if you go into the house. No need to look, it should not be Beeler and Penny. They don't have such means. No, I have to go back and report to Wizard Twins. After confirming again and again, seeing that what X said was true, the little green-winged snake could no longer stay and hurried back to report. X also woke up. There was a warning rune array set up by Toynes in the castle. It was most likely not those two people. Now he had no one to scold, and he had a lot of anger but no place to vent. On the other side, the boys saw that the situation was not right and were afraid of being targeted by X, so they had already sneaked back to the house. When Ivan heard that X was stolen, he had already returned to his dormitory. Could it be that thing? It was also a theft. He thought of the thief who took his azure potion on the Lar, the strange broken arm. I remember that night, he didn't notice it until he was stolen. It was only because he practiced the bat eye that he had outstanding hearing, otherwise he would probably not have found anything. If it was as he guessed, the broken arm must have grown a lot. Even X was killed. The island is becoming more and more unsafe. Chapter 53. The next day, in view of what happened yesterday, Ivan changed his plan and did not go to find Wizard Toynes. He just wanted to observe first. In fact, he thought too much. The castle was still calm, without any changes or movements. In the evening, Justy came to the door, and her first words were beyond Ivan's expectations. Do you want to know who Burrell and Perny are? Ivan guessed. You know them, maybe they are the last batch of apprentices? That's right. Justy nodded heavily. I didn't expect they were still alive. You know, Perny's last name is Hobson. Did you think of anything? It's related to the mayor. She is the niece of Earl Hobson. She reached the knight level before she was 16. She is very favored by the Earl. Even the Earl's daughter is not as good as her. She is jokingly called the Little Princess of Flying Fish Harbor. According to gossip, it was Perny who asked to board the ship last time. Who is Burrell? He is not from Flying Fish Harbor. There is a viscount behind him. Speaking of Perny, she was very excited, and a trace of envy and admiration flashed in her eyes from time to time. Judging from her appearance, if Perny was in the castle, she would probably go there as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know where on the island he was, otherwise Ivan would have wanted to go over and ask about the situation. Jusidi asked curiously, by the way, which rune did you meditate on? Ivan smiled and said, you will know. Humph, forget it. Don't expect me to help you find out the news next time. I tell you tomorrow. After getting his promise, Jusidi left. The morning of the third day. After returning from the cafeteria, Ivan did not go back to the dormitory with Jusidi, but walked to a higher place in the castle. Where are you going? To find the instructor. Jussi looked at his departing back in surprise, thinking about what he had just said and what he said last night, and suddenly thought of a possibility. No way, it's only a third-class talent, not a fifth-class talent. How can the training speed be so fast? After thinking carefully, she felt that Ivan could not become a second-class apprentice so quickly. After all, they had only been exposed to meditation for more than a month. There were many teenagers returning from the cafeteria at this time, and Lori said disdainfully, "Little tricks, trying to attract attention." Jussi turned her head and looked at him. Without saying anything in rebuttal, she knew that Ivan was not that kind of person. 1 hour later, in the law hall. "Have you become a second-class apprentice?" When they met, Toyn saw through Ivan's abnormality at a glance. Well done. Congratulations to you, Ivan." Ivan said modestly, "Thanks to your guidance, mentor." Toynes laughed. "Haha, it seems that I can't be stingy with my time, otherwise your words are not true. For students with good grades, teachers can't help but favor them." He looks at Ivan like a piece of beautiful jade. Ivan also smiled. Toynes took out 2 green parchment books, opened the first page, and asked him to read the contents. "I give you 2 choices, vine entanglement, and with arrow technique, you can choose one. Vine entanglement, condensing plant energy into a vine that entangles the enemy. Prerequisite, primary plant energy particle research, basic energy shaping course, evaluation, strong plasticity. With arrow technique, forming plant energy into multiple arrows, which can cause multiple damage to the target. Prerequisite, primary plant energy particle research, basic energy shaping course, evaluation. The range is not as good as a bow and arrow. 1 auxiliary spell, 1 attack spell." After thinking for a few seconds, Ivan decided to follow the evaluation above. "I choose vine entanglement. To distinguish them from wizard spells, they are all called 0-level spells, and some wizards call them tricks." Toynes took back a cyan parchment book and pointed to the remaining one. "It's yours now. If you want to learn vine entanglement, in addition to the 2 parts of prerequisite knowledge, you also need to learn another course, basic spell model knowledge, which is an introductory subject for building spell models, teaching you how to build spell models from 0 to 1. Toynes transmitted the 3 kinds of knowledge to Ivan's crystal ball through his crystal ball, showing his generosity again. "As a reward for your first breakthrough to the second-class apprentice, I will teach you a special spell." Ivan thought it was just information transmission, but he didn't expect Toynes to teach him personally. The secret mark is a very practical spell. It uses one's own spiritual power to condense a unique private mark, which can transmit information within a certain range. After mastering it, it can also be used to control beasts and other creatures. Under Toynes' patient teaching, Ivan learned the secret seal. "Thank you for your trouble," Ivan said gratefully. "Ivan, you should know that knowledge is valuable in the wizard world," Toynes said suddenly. Ivan's body froze when he heard his words, and he knew he couldn't escape this. "I understand, mentor. Go back. It's still early. Keep working hard to improve your strength. I find you if there's anything." Even though he became a second-class apprentice, he could still feel a bottomless breath from his mentor. Ivan walked out of the Lar Hall with a feeling of half joy and half worry. Improve your strength as much as possible, and take it one step at a time. Knowing that there is no free lunch in the world, there will always be a little bit of luck in your heart. It is inevitable for everyone, and he is no exception. Now that the mentor has directly exposed it, he is not so worried about gains and losses. The situation is clear. The danger comes from the mentor, and it should not take his life all at once. His idea is very simple. He can find a way to save his life when the time comes. The most important thing at present is still to improve his strength. After thinking it through, his steps became much lighter. Before returning to the dormitory, Ivan noticed a prying gaze. He turned his head, and happened to meet a gaze. Lori saw that he was discovered by him, so he simply opened the door of the dormitory and asked calmly, "Is that a spell book in your hand?" "Yes." Ivan stood up the green parchment book so that he could see the title of the book clearly. Before returning to the room, he reminded him, "Don't be so rude next time. Remember to call me senior brother and Lori junior brother." At this moment, he returned what Lori said half a month ago. "How is it possible? How can you become a second-class apprentice so quickly?" "It's impossible." Lowry didn't give up, and didn't dare to believe it. That's the fact. Otherwise, where would the spell book come from? Seeing that he looked so shocked, Ivan didn't want to get entangled with him, and strode back to his dormitory. Lowry was still muttering impossible. How could it be possible? They were both third-class wizards. Could there be a difference between the upper and lower? He really couldn't understand why the other party, a commoner, could improve his strength so quickly. Not far away, Jussi, who also opened the door, looked at him with contempt and knocked on Ivan's door. As soon as she entered the door, Jussi shouted to see the magic book. "Quick, let me see the magic book. Don't be silly. Don't forget the oath we made at the beginning. How can the magic book be shown to anyone other than yourself? Okay. I have something serious to tell you, a top-secret message. Seeing that Giuseppe had stopped talking, Ivan mentioned what his mentor said before, knowledge has a price. The two were speechless. Chapter 54. As for what happened the night before, X couldn't hold back his anger, and the noise spread so loudly that people with ulterior motives outside the castle also heard some of the noise. In the past 2 days, a woman outside the castle has searched the island all over, seemingly looking for someone. I don't know where this damn Bill has gone. He made my legs thin. The woman was wearing a leather skirt and a long sword hanging around her waist. Perhaps she hadn't taken care of it for a long time, so her blonde face and clothes looked a little messy. She found a mark left by her partner and tried to contact him through the secret mark, but there was no movement. The exhaustion from the days of searching made her start to curse. After cursing, she had to continue searching. A moment later, she came to another area of the island, a pond not far from the sea, and found another mark, but the secret mark still did not send back any movement. Damn Bill. Damn. She didn't care about etiquette and sat down on the stone next to her, feeling unsatisfied and kept muttering. With a bang, there was a big movement in the pond, and the water splashed all around. The woman jumped up in shock, turned around, drew her sword, and stared at the pool with caution. A strange demonized sea snake poked out of the pool, its body as thick as her thigh. The woman thought to herself that she was unlucky. Hiss. The demonized sea snake's head began to wriggle, and its dense scales retreated to the surroundings, gradually turning into a human head. The woman's eyes widened, and she stared at it, because she saw a familiar face. How could this be possible? Biller? The woman tried to shout. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Perny. Half of the demonized sea snake's body was still in the water, and the human head on the upper body responded to her words. You, how did you become like this? In Perny's eyes, Beryl has always been a proud son of heaven, a handsome young man, a person with a rare 5th-level wizard talent, 1 level higher than herself, but he has become this strange appearance in front of him, no different from a beast. Hiss. Beryl's head has many snake characteristics, and his tongue has become thin and long, changing his tone of speech. I am different from you. You have the favor of Earl Hobson and the valuables he gave you. What about me? How can I live otherwise? Perny, you are not qualified to say this. You are not qualified to look at me like this. I will kill Toynes. Kill him. Irritated by Perny's gaze, Beeler became more and more excited as he spoke, his snake body swaying, and the water on the pool rippled. Perny was frightened by his appearance. She quickly calmed down and said, I have good news for you. Someone else successfully broke into the castle and stole X's potion magic stone, etc., which made X furious, but they didn't catch anyone, and it seems that they didn't even see a shadow. I think there is something very strange here. Maybe it's our chance. Beryl rushed forward and stared at her with his snake-like pupils. How did you know? Perny frowned and said, Luckily I happened to be nearby. I left a little trick in the castle before. Seeing that the news was not false, Beryl fell into deep thought. No one knew better than him that when the wizard Toynes was in charge of the castle, it was very difficult to break into the castle without being discovered, and it was not easy to leave the island. Perny proposed expectantly, Beryl, how about we go and seize the ship? Burrell refused without thinking. No, there are puppets on the ship, there is a giant iron-edged turtle guarding nearby, and there may be cloud servants, so the possibility of seizing the ship is very small. His huge body fell into the pool little by little. What are you going to do? I thought of something. I'm going to find the thief you mentioned and join forces with him. Wait for my good news. Wait, damn Burrell, you didn't keep your word. You said you would accompany me to get out. Beside the pool, Penny walked back and forth in frustration and irritability, looking at the empty water surface. Inside the castle, in a dormitory on the left side, Ivan was already looking at the rest of the spell book. Vine Entanglement, casting time 3 seconds, distance 7 meters. Consumption, 1 point of spirit, 1 point of mana, strength, 34 scales, up to 5 scales with spell materials. Is mana the energy particle? He received some information from the crystal ball, basic spell model knowledge, which introduced that mana is the energy particle in his body, and the number is basically equal to the spirit scale. When casting a spell, you need mana as a trigger to fully cast the spell. Casting a spell takes time, but fortunately the spell has a wide range of effect. After becoming proficient, you can cast spells while retreating tactically, or use it with swordsmanship, making it hard to defend against. Vine Entanglement is the lowest consumption. Since his current strength is not high, he will fall into the dilemma of running out of mana after casting 2 spells. Strength generally refers to the strength of spell attacks. When it comes to vine entanglement, it refers to the toughness of the vines. The specific strength is not easy to compare for the time being. Casting a spell involves another factor, the spell model. The spell model is the cornerstone of casting a spell, and needs to be outlined in the mind first, just like a meditation rune. During the battle, first use mental power to outline a spell model, and then use mana as an energy inducer. The combination of the two can initially materialize the spell, and then use the spell to attract the corresponding energy particles around. The combination of the three is a complete spell. After understanding all the factors involved in casting a spell, Ivan came to a conclusion that it would take a month to complete the vine entanglement spell. Try to learn it in 1 month. He struggled in his heart for a while, and gave up the idea of using the optical spell of wisdom. To become a second-class apprentice in 1 month can be said to be the result of proper use of potions, comprehension and luck. It takes a few days to learn a spell. This is clearly saying that there is something wrong with me, and it is not advisable. Toyn said that it is still early, and they should not pay the price so quickly. There is still time. Time passed day by day. 1 month later. Among the group of teenagers, no one else became a second-class apprentice. Ivan learned the spell of vine entanglement, and made progress in many subjects. The biggest change was energy particle science, which not only upgraded to level 1, but also surpassed meditation. After the optimization and adjustment of the light of small wisdom, he became more and more proficient in the manipulation of energy particles. Fighting spirit and meditation are not in conflict. Many people practice breathing techniques at the same time, and he is no exception. Practicing the eyes of the bat has increased his agility by 0.2 scales, reaching 3.8 scales. Pharmacy, LV3, 6/300. Night breathing, LV3, 168/300. Energy particle science, LV1, 35/100. Meditation, LV1, 21/100. Rune science, LV1, 3/100. Linguistics, LV1, 22 out of 100. Ivan put away the light film in his vision and wondered whether he should go to the little green-winged snake Lar to make connections and see if there was a way to get the mental potion or formula. A month passed, and the 12th meditation rune was not analyzed, which made him realize the difficulty. Energy particle science was upgraded to level 1, and he gained a level 1 wisdom light, but he still couldn't bear to use it. It was a bit of a waste to use it on meditation runes. Unfortunately, there was no recipe for mental potion. Brother Ivan. Good morning. Walking out of the dormitory, people greeted him from time to time on the road. Among this group of people, his status as the eldest brother has become a recognized fact, and he is very powerful. Lowry is now walking around him, avoiding him if he can, for fear of meeting him. Chapter 55. Ivan came to a martial arts arena in the castle. There is a target for testing spells in the martial arts arena. The magic defense scale is 6 scales. The spell attack power can be judged by the traces left. Vine entanglement is an auxiliary spell. It is definitely not accurate to measure it with a spell target. Wada ding wala masu. The spell is said to be an elemental language. It needs to be chanted or hummed. It helps to attract energy particles, and further enhance the power of the spell. After learning it before, even the linguistics experience value increased by a few points. A green vine emerged, floating around the target, tightly wrapped around it, circle after circle. It was as thick as a little finger, and up to 3 meters long. Ivan took a big step forward and chopped it down with his sword, as if he was cutting a layer of very tough bark. The vine broke and turned into energy particles in the blink of an eye and dissipated. It has a certain toughness, but it can't stop the knight's sword. Vine entanglement is not a defensive spell, it pursues the strength and toughness of the vine's entanglement. He then cast the vine entanglement again, pulling the green vine with both hands. At first, it didn't move at all. The vine slowly broke and dissipated before his eyes when he used his fighting spirit. The toughness is between 3 and 4 scales. If there are good casting materials, 5 scales may not be the limit. No wonder the instructor commented that it is highly malleable. He showed a satisfied smile on his face. The reason why the spell is feared is not the lethality, but the unexpected attack method, which makes people unable to defend. When casting the vine entanglement, he can materialize the vines and directly entangle the target, leaving the target with nowhere to hide. This can also be done against ordinary beasts. When dealing with fellow apprentices, the spell description says that due to the interference of the force field around the apprentice, The vines could only be materialized to one side first, and then entangled. After 2 spells, only 1/3 of the spiritual power and mana in the body remained, and the 3rd spell could not be cast, otherwise it would hurt himself. Spiritual power and mana can be restored through meditation or sleep. Ivan continued to practice breathing for a while, before leaving the martial arts field. Halfway, he met the little green-winged snake Lar, and a cloud servant he had never seen before. The body of the cloud servant seemed to be filled with floating snowflakes, and he could feel the coldness of the other party when he got close. Lar, is this an enemy? He looked at the prisoner being escorted in surprise, a slovenly blonde girl. Logically, no one should be able to break into the island, let alone attack the castle. The blonde girl, Perny, glared at him unhappily. Boy, I am your senior sister. Do you understand? You should be polite when you meet senior sisters. Didn't your elders teach you? Shut up, you have no right to speak. The little green-winged snake slapped her with its wings, and slapped her to lower her head. You dare to be so arrogant when attacking the Lar. If it weren't for the wizard twins not letting me kill you, I would have buried you by the dock long ago. She is Perny, a very disobedient apprentice. Evan, don't learn from her. The little green-winged snake and the cloud servant did not stop, and pressed Perny to continue walking towards the highest position of the castle. She is the niece of Earl Hobson that just I mentioned. She doesn't look like she has any problems with her health. Why did she attack the Lar? Evan was stunned, but did not call the little green-winged snake. After many contacts, he almost figured out Lar's personality. He likes to play, show off, and give random names, but he is very principled and never goes against what Wizard Twin said. He had a vague feeling that he was no match for Lar now. Ever since he met Perny, Ivan had a sudden sense of urgency, a feeling that something was about to happen, a sense of impending doom. 3 days passed. Meditation experience plus 10. Meditation, LV1, 31/100. Rune experience plus 2. Rune, LV1, 5 out of 100. The 12th meditation rune was broken by him, and 2 more days passed. Soon his mental power increased to 3.6, which just corresponded to the 12th meditation rune. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.8, Constitution, 3.7, Spirit, 3.6. These are his current data. His spiritual strength is almost catching up with his physical strength, but he has entered a slow improvement period. Whether it is fighting spirit or spiritual strength, he is still far from being promoted. A voice came from outside, and Ivan frowned while thinking. I want to tell you something. I, Lori, became a second-class apprentice first. I especially share my joy with you to boost your morale. I hope. The voice came through the door clearly, and the person who spoke should be not far from his door. This guy did it again and again, really thinking that he had no temper. Ivan walked over and opened the door, and sure enough, there was a back figure standing in front of him, excitedly expressing his joyful speech. Lori turned around at the right time, with an irrepressible smile on his face. Ivan, you came at the right time. You should also talk about your feelings with everyone. After all, it is not easy to be promoted to a second-class apprentice, and everyone needs encouragement. How about I talk to you about the spell, Wadata, Walamasu? Ivan had been brewing a spell for a long time, and then quickly chanted the spell. No, what are you doing? Lori's face changed drastically. Before he could take a few steps back, a green vine appeared on the left and coiled around him like a snake. Brother Ivan, let's talk about it. It was the first time he faced a spell directly. God knows if it would strangle him to death, so he quickly said something soft. Remember, don't mess with me. Ivan dispersed the vine entanglement and turned back to the room, leaving Lowry with a pale face. Of course, fighting is not allowed in the castle. He just wanted to scare Lowry, but he didn't expect that the other party was so easily frightened. At the same time, one thing was verified. The spell book was right. The vine entanglement would be disturbed by the apprentice's body force field and could not be directly entangled. This was a small disadvantage. Energy Particle Science experience plus 6. Energy Particle Science, LV1, 41/100. The experience value was an unexpected surprise. He really showed his skills, which made other apprentices recognize his strength, thereby gaining some reputation and turning it into corresponding subject experience value. It was late at night. Ivan opened his eyes alertly, and found a faint light flashing just above his eyes. There was an energy fluctuation. He sat up and dodged to the side, stretched out his palm and flicked it, and a lamp hanging on the wall lit up, emitting a faint light. After observing for a few seconds, he found that the faint light came from the wood, and there was something hidden inside the upper side of the beam. He jumped up and grabbed the beam lightly, hanging on it, and with his fighting spirit wrapped around his fingers, he pressed hard and pulled out a gem bead. His body swayed slightly and fell gently to the ground. After being touched by him, the gem bead fell silent. Secret seal? Ivan saw at a glance that there was a spell called Secret Seal on the gem bead. After thinking for a while, he transferred some mana to it and activated the secret seal on it. The gem bead vibrated slightly, and a subtle voice came from it. Lucky boy, congratulations on finding the magic weapon hidden in the fog. As a magic weapon elf, I will bring you endless power and wealth. Cheer in your heart. Hearing these words, Ivan's face darkened. Is there no one who can talk properly these days? Chapter 56. Ivan waved his hand and manipulated a wisp of water energy particles to turn into water mist, which passed over the lights, and the room returned to darkness. He didn't speak. He wanted to see how long this man could talk to himself. Ahem, boy. The voice on the other end finally noticed something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. Haha, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. You can talk now. Ivan asked, who are you? Perny, it should be your senior. What about you? It's you, we've seen you before. In a closed room in the castle, Penny stood up involuntarily. She thought of who was on the other side, and thought to herself that it was not good. She remembered that the other side seemed to have a good relationship with Lar. If she betrayed herself, it would be troublesome. Where can I find the second secret seal bead? That boy who doesn't know manners seems to be called Ivan, right? The other side fell into silence again. She cursed inwardly and changed the topic. Just a joke, I'm not rude. Your name is Ivan, right? That's right. There was a response. What a petty guy. Perny was so angry that her teeth itched. After a moment of silence, she said, don't you have anything to ask? I said I was your senior before, and I didn't lie to you. I was the last batch of apprentices who came to the castle. I didn't expect to be cheated. Ivan said, I know you, Earl Hobson's niece. Perny was not surprised by this. She was not small in the vicinity of Flying Fish City, especially among the aristocratic children. But she remembered the name Ivan. I don't think I've heard of your name. Ivan said, I am a commoner. Let's get straight to the point. I heard Juzatai talk about you, and I can see that she admires you a little bit. Penny said, I know Juzatai from the Gladden family. She actually came to this island. Can you tell me who you are? Ivan did not refuse, and directly reported the names of 8 people. Penny was very disappointed. She was basically not familiar with these noble children, who were not direct descendants, and she had never even heard of the names of some of them. It's my turn to ask you questions. Ask me. Ivan thought about it, and asked the first question casually. Is this the room you used to live in? It's the room where the beads are hidden. It's my dormitory now. No, do you want me to tell you about the situation of the apprentice who used to live there? Go ahead. You asked me to tell you. The person who lived in your room before was called Aaron. Aaron's talent and strength were not good. After being affected by that power, his body suddenly swelled and burst one day. When we went to check the situation, we only saw blood and flesh foam all over the room, and there was a strong smell of blood. That scene was unforgettable. In the closed room, a hint of evil interest flashed in the corner of Perny's eyes. If you don't get angry with me, I scare you. As she expected, Ivan felt sick and stared around with disgust. No wonder, he always smelled a strange smell. Perny suppressed her smile and comforted her. Don't worry, it has been cleaned inside and out by the cloud servants. There will definitely not be any stains left. You have to believe in the power of the elements. Ivan asked again, what is the power you are talking about? Let's form an alliance. What? Let's form an alliance. If necessary, you have to rescue me and then escape together. My strength is not bad. You will definitely not lose out if you form an alliance with me. Perny was unwilling to answer such a crucial question directly, and also revealed her purpose. Ivan was surprised and said, escape? Where to escape? I don't think you and I can defeat Toynes and Lar, not to mention there are so many cloud servants and followers. Perny said, there will be a chance. When someone restrains Toynes and others, we just need to escape. She expected that Burrell would take measures. How could that madman be afraid of Wizard Toynes? Who? I will tell you everything after the alliance. How do you want to make the alliance? You must swear with your full name, with the Great Mother Earth as a witness, saying that you will definitely come to rescue me. So simple? It's that simple. To tell you the truth, this oath must be kept, otherwise you will suffer a great disaster. What if you escape by yourself? The oath is invalid. The other party obviously would not give up until they achieved their goal. Ivan was helpless. He had a lot of troubles on his body, so he didn't care if there was one more or one less. He needed to know more about the castle and the wizards so that he could have a response plan instead of just sitting there and waiting for death. According to the other party's request and his own concerns, he took the Mother Earth as a witness and made a more detailed oath. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that there was something more on him. It's your turn. That was a strange power, probably some kind of curse power. The source of the power was Twins himself. He condensed that power into a mark and planted it on us, and then everything changed, and doom came. How should I put it? That power will activate and mutate our flesh and blood. If we can't bear it, our bodies will be completely alienated, and some will even explode, just like Aaron. Perny kept her promise, and talked about the source of the danger. Curse? Evan was numb. How to solve this? I can't beat him, and there is no place to escape. I don't understand the curse at all. No, you look fine. Humph, I'm different from them. Who am I? The most beloved family member of Earl Hobson. He has a lot of good things on him. Hearing his doubts, Perny bluntly pointed out the differences between them. Fearing that he would not believe her, she continued to tell him a message. Do you know that I have sent secret messages to the Flying Fish Port office many times, informing them of the deaths of many people? Her original intention was to ask for help and have someone come to rescue them, but unfortunately she underestimated the deterrent power of a wizard. Ivan suddenly realized. So that's the case. With the 1,000-year heritage of the Hobson family, it is indeed possible. He knew that the source of the frequent news about Flying Fishport was here. What did you use to suppress it? Don't even think about it. I can't protect myself now, damn thief. When mentioning this, Perny in another room gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for that bastard thief who stole her magic items, she wouldn't have fallen into the trap. What? I'm not talking about you. I'm cursing that thief who robbed all the valuable items on me. Damn thief. Otherwise, I wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the ship. Through the secret mark, Ivan could feel the resentment of the other side. He thought to himself, it couldn't be that guy again. He robbed X and Perny. That style is not stealing, it's clearly a house raid. Perny cursed angrily. Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will not let him go. Ivan said, I may know something. Tell me quickly, I will lock him up in the water dungeon of Flying Fish Harbor, and let the bloodsuckers punish him. If I am not mistaken, it is a broken arm, and it has also robbed me. You mean it is not a human? How could it be? On the other side, Perny fell into deep thought after hearing his words, and did not speak for a long time. Ivan had to interrupt her. Now is not the time to discuss this. If it takes too long, it may be discovered, and you and I will be in danger. Perny reacted. You are right. Let me tell you some important news. Bill may do something big recently. Chapter 57. From Perny, Ivan learned a lot about Beryl. Beryl is the only apprentice with 5th level talent. He is gentle, diligent, and studious. He is a natural winner in life. Beryl has now become a beast, a madman, and his personality has changed drastically. He may have teamed up with the thief. Given Beryl's current situation, he must stir up trouble to kill Twins and solve the source of the curse power. Secondly, there are warning magic arrays around the castle, which can interfere with the secret magic mark and provide certain protection for the castle. Now it is safer inside the castle than outside the castle. She explained that she had fallen into a trap and just wanted to come in to find a way to suppress the curse. She also didn't want to be caught as an accomplice of Beeler. Now, she was imprisoned near X's residence, further to the right, guarded by Cloud servants. The guard was not strict, and she could be rescued in the chaos. If you can't solve the curse, solving the source of the curse is indeed a good idea. Holding the silent secret seal bead, Ivan's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness, and then shook his head. After hearing the story of the apprentice Aaron, he had a rare sleepless night, and didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night. The spirit of wizard apprentices is different, and they are still energetic the next day. Laurie doesn't dare to show off now. I guess he is concentrating on practicing hard to catch up with you as soon as possible. We dare not slack off either, hoping to break through to the second-class apprentice. Talent is really a good thing. In the cafeteria, Giuseppe talked about what was happening around her as usual. Life in the castle was extremely monotonous. Except for the little conflicts between them, there was nothing to talk about. Ivan said, Be careful recently? Why do you say that? A few days ago, I saw that the Perny you mentioned was captured by Lar. What? You mean Perny? Hearing his words, Justy cried out, and she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. He just casually reminded that the big thing Perny mentioned might not happen, and even if it did, it might be easily suppressed by wizard Toynes. Somehow, he was looking forward to this day. The next few days were peaceful, until the evening of this day. There were two figures in the jungle not far from the castle. One was a human-faced giant snake, and the other was a four-armed ape, one big and one small, both looking at the ground full of fallen leaves in front of them, underneath which was the result of their hard work for many days. "You go first, your identity is very important, and he can't find you for the time being." The human-faced giant snake spoke in human language. "Okay." The four-armed ape replied woodenly, and walked out without looking back. After the four-armed ape disappeared, the human-faced giant snake blew a breath toward the ground solemnly. The wind and mist blew away the thick fallen leaves, revealing a low-lush altar below. The altar had been engraved with regular patterns, and the blood used to engrave the patterns had not yet dried. The human-faced giant snake spit out something, a small piece of its arm, and fell on the altar as a sacrifice. The human-faced giant snake felt that the sacrifice was not enough, and his ears moved inexplicably a few times, and the ears fell off directly, also falling on the altar. After the offerings were placed, the entire altar looked particularly strange. Like Duda Wang Deluca. The human-faced giant snake poked its head in front of the altar, and chanted a prayer from another world in a strange tone. As he chanted, the lines on the altar became vivid, and blood flowed in the lines. Ripples appeared in the air above the altar. The offering shrank, as if they had been drained of nutrients by something, and withered in the blink of an eye. In their place, a dark green mist flowed out from the void. The mist increased and gathered into a ball, condensing above the altar. The name of the blasphemer, Toynes Perillo. The dark green mist became more and more conspicuous, and the light dissipated outside the jungle. The human-faced giant snake chanted faster and faster. Finally, he shouted Toynes Perillo, as if pouring his hatred into this sentence. After the voice fell, the dark green mist received the command, and turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the jungle, pointing directly to the center of the castle. "Toynes, this time let me experience the taste of being cursed and tortured and unable to live or die. Next time I will take your life, you damned wizard scum." The human-faced giant snake was not feeling well after activating the altar. His face turned extremely pale. Affected by the slightly escaping dark green mist, his face and flesh seemed to be burrowing around, wriggling unconsciously. He saw from afar that the dark green mist triggered the castle's warning mechanism. He was not surprised at all. He looked at the castle with resentment, and turned to swim out of the jungle. Zizizizi. On the castle wall, the energy particle membrane formed by the rune, which array blocked the incoming attack, and collided and exploded. This is a contest between energy and energy. In less than a second, the attack broke through the barrier of the rune wizard array. The energy particle membrane was still there, but most of the dark green mist penetrated into the castle, and continued to shoot towards the center of the castle. "Look! Holy Mother, someone came to attack Master Toynes." The battle in front of the rune wizard array was quite noisy, alarming the apprentices in the castle. Some people went out to take a look, and hurried back to the house in fear, closing the doors and windows. Some people were brave enough to find a better view and watch quietly, wanting to see how things would develop, and also wanting to see the power of Master Toynes, such as Ivan. "Wizard Toynes, do you need me to intercept it?" At a higher position in the castle, the little green-winged snake appeared in front of Toynes for the first time. "Lar, get out of the way." Looking at the energy ball coming straight at him, Toynes' face was particularly solemn. He had been locked on, and the opponent's attack would inevitably fall on him no matter what. Looking at the laboratory behind him, Toynes moved to the other side with an ugly face. The lightning flashed with a panic. The thunder gathered around Toynes increased rapidly, and with a wave of his hand, the thunder turned into a destructive lightning, which cut through the sky and hit the oncoming dark green mist. Under the stranglehold of thunder, the dark green mist vibrated violently, but it was extremely tenacious, with more than half remaining, rushing directly towards Toynes. At the critical moment, a protective shield appeared around Toynes, and the protective shield was filled with frost. This was his innate witchcraft, the blue frost shield, and it was also the wizard's last layer of defense. Bang! The blue frost shield failed to completely block the mist, causing Toynes to step back a few steps and hit the wall behind him. The impact did not cause him much damage, but his body involuntarily absorbed the dark green mist, making his face look extremely ugly, and even a trace of light green lines appeared on his face, like scars. "Lar, tell everyone to chase him. I want to extract his soul." Toynes staggered to his feet, took a few steps forward, and gave orders to the little green-winged snake. "Yes, sir." The little green-winged snake immediately summoned the nearby cloud servants, and flew down the mountain. Toyn stood still, and after calming down the turbulent power in his body, he also flew towards the castle. Chapter 58. The door of the dormitory was knocked loudly, forcing the apprentices hiding in the room to go out, and the others outside arrived one by one. The cloud servant brought an order that everyone must go to the island to find the culprit who attacked the castle. Quick, bring weapons. Find the culprit, don't let them enter down. This was an order from Wizard Toyns, and the apprentices had no way to refuse. No matter what they thought in their hearts, no one dared to neglect the action. I didn't expect that something would happen so soon. Ivan was still thinking about whether to take advantage of the chaos to save Perny. A figure in a wizard robe ran past quickly, and suddenly he had no evil thoughts in his mind. Apprentices, go back to the house. When Toyns ran, he was wrapped in wind energy and reached the city gate in a few steps. He left a message for the apprentices while shouting. The cloud servants left a group of people behind and followed the wizard's steps. Ivan and others couldn't help but stop and look at each other. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing that the little green-winged snake had misunderstood Toyns' furious meaning. Seeing many people looking at him, Ivan casually said, "Go back." Lowry said, "The mentor still cares about us." Many people rolled their eyes, too lazy to argue with this man, and went back to the dormitory one by one, waiting for the matter to end. Outside the castle, Toyns had come to the altar in the jungle. He whispered in his mouth, and a trace of breath gathered in his palm, letting him know who attacked him at the first time. "Beeler, my good disciple, it seems that you can't stay." The harm brought to him by a person who made him feel impossible made his nose crooked, and he began to think about what kind of experimental specimen he could make his former disciple into. He casually cast a tracking spell, and the gathered breath turned into a mark, flying to the side. Toyns passed by like a gust of wind, following the tracking mark. 3 or 4 minutes later, he found a figure near the sea. The energy surged, blocking the tracking mark and stirring it into particles. "Biller, you are becoming more and more promising." Toyns recognized his disciple, and did not rush to attack. When he saw Toyns again, the remaining face of Burler became particularly distorted. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm still alive and well. I want you to die slowly in the torment of the curse like me." Toyns said calmly, "My good student, let me remind you that I taught you your knowledge, and you can't kill me with what I taught you." Biller directly pierced his calmness and said with a smile, "See that altar? I made it. It must be very uncomfortable for you. Haha, I won't tell you how it came from." Sure enough, Toyns' face darkened. "Then I have no choice but to capture you and torture you slowly in the laboratory. Die!" After a disagreement, the two suddenly launched an attack. Toyns used his best spell, Lightning Strike, to attack the giant human-faced snake not far away. Biller's body suddenly expanded and turned into a stronger giant snake. He rushed towards his opponent without hesitation, fighting with his life. "You can't do it, Biller. The lethality of lightning power is one of the best among all elements." Biller's scales and skin were charred by Lightning Strike, but Toyns dodged his own impact. As Toyns spoke, the human-faced giant snake's tail rolled towards him. The frost shield reappeared, and it remained motionless under the attack of the snake's tail. Beryl underestimated the strength of a wizard. Toyns needed to use most of his strength to suppress the strange power in his body, but he still couldn't resist it. Next time I will definitely send you to death." Beryl obviously wanted to escape, and Toyns would never let him do so. The frost shield slightly changed its shape, and the frost air climbed up the human-faced giant snake's tail and quickly spread upwards. "Don't even think about it." Toyns noticed that the energy of the snake's tail was rapidly becoming active, and he cast another lightning bolt. Compared with the previous one, this lightning bolt was much weaker. With a rumble, blood mist accompanied by lightning quickly covered an area. At the critical moment, the human-faced giant snake cut off its tail to survive. Under the protection of the frost shield, Toyns took several steps back. "Wizard Toyns, we are here." The little green-winged snake flew over with many cloud servants, and only saw the wizard standing there. There was a pool of blood not far in front, and the air was filled with the smell of a recent battle. The enemy disappeared. The little green-winged snake felt the evil spirit emanating from Toyns, and didn't dare to say anything more. "Go down and search to see if there is any trace of that bastard Biddle." Under Toyns' order, several cloud servants went into the pool, but returned empty-handed, and Biddle finally escaped. Toyns didn't know that Biddle had already gone from the sea water into a large underground cave, and joined the four-armed ape. Ha ha ha, he must have been unable to suppress the cursed power in his body this time, and suffered a heavy blow. The fact that I can come back alive is the best proof, ha ha. Biddle now looked extremely miserable. Not only was there only half of his body left, but his entire body was charred and cracked, as if it would break apart in the next second. He didn't care at all, and told the four-armed ape about his victory with a terrifying smile. "You're dying." The four-armed ape still had a wooden face. After a moment, the four-armed ape stretched out one of its hands, and the thick hair fell off, revealing its fair and smooth skin. There was a green curse mark on its arm, and the index finger on its palm moved and fell off, and was thrown towards Biril, and soon a new finger grew out. Biril swallowed the finger that was thrown at him, and the cracked scales began to heal, charred and fell off, and the tail slowly grew out. The four-armed monkey looked at this scene woodenly. "Next time, we will kill that wizard and clean up all the dirty things on the island, leaving no one behind." After taking the special tonic, Biril's eyes were full of madness. He turned his head and looked behind the four-armed monkey. There was a gray iron pillar not far away that was out of tune with the cave. The gray iron pillar was covered with a layer of solid ice, and through the solid ice, dense runes, like seaweed, could be seen, and the runes spread upward to the island, and it was unknown where the end was. "Okay," the four-armed ape replied. The sky turned dark, and Toynes lifted the apprentice's confinement, and everything seemed to have never happened. After dinner, Ivan contacted Penny, who was locked up, and told her what had happened before. "You mean the dark blue energy?" "Yes, it attacked Toynes alone. Toynes was extremely angry, and almost made us chase him out to find him. In the end, he ordered the apprentices to be confined, which ended only half an hour ago. It seems that Toynes failed to kill the enemy." After listening to Ivan's story, Penny walked back and forth in the closed room, her face changing constantly. After a few seconds, she said in a heavy tone, "Ivan, we are in big trouble." "Damn Biller, I knew he was a lunatic who didn't care about anything." Ivan's heart skipped a beat, and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" "That damn lunatic, I shouldn't have come back." Penny, you have to cheer up, tell me what's wrong." Listening to the discouraging words from the other side, Ivan's uneasiness intensified. "It's already this time, and the young lady on the other side is actually complaining about herself. Isn't it too late to say this now?" Chapter 59. "If you don't tell me, I have to close the secret seal." Penny sighed. "You should understand that if Biril's actions make the curse power in Toynes' body unable to be suppressed, he will definitely find a way to transfer it. The transfer targets are nothing more than you and me, and Biril himself. No one can escape. Biril is really crazy to do such a thing. Originally, given Toynes' situation, he didn't need to transfer the curse power in a short period of time. Now, it's hard to say. Ivan, I'm afraid you don't have time." Ivan's heart sank after hearing what the other party said. He realized that Biril was using the method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. He and others might be affected. He found a problem. "No, you mean that Toynes can still transfer the power of the curse to Biril. Isn't he outside the castle?" Penny said, "Otherwise, why can Biril and I live all the time? Isn't it because we are valuable to Toynes? According to our observation, when the power of the curse was just transferred to us, the curse still belonged to Toynes. Once someone died, the power of the curse would definitely return to him. Only if we are alive can we slowly integrate the power of the curse. The longer we live, the more we can integrate. Toynes can continue to transfer the curse, and the curse will no longer affect Toynes after death. This seems to be good news." Ivan suddenly thought of something. "Then can I take this opportunity to ask Toynes for a small request?" "TSK." Penny was amused by his words. "You can give it a try. I am optimistic about you, haha." The two discussed for a while, but they didn't come to a conclusion. After all, their strength was far inferior to others, so they could only let it go and look for a good opportunity. The next day, the sky was clear, and the light coming through the clouds was exceptionally bright, but Ivan felt an unstoppable chill in his heart. An hour ago, the cloud servant brought Toynes new instructions, asking him to go to the Law Palace at noon. I didn't expect that Penny's words would come true so quickly. I was gloating and ready to watch the show before, but a few days later, the boomerang hit me. Fate is really unpredictable. Some things can't be avoided after all. When it was noon, Ivan found that he was not the only one who received the notice. This time he was ranked first. The second one should be the somewhat excited Lowry. He probably thought of something good. Chirp. Led by the cloud servant, Ivan did not enter the Lar Hall, but came to a windowless room not far to the left. The door opened, and a cool breeze hit him. This is a laboratory. After Ivan entered the room, he could sense many places with high-power fields. What caught his eyes were various biological samples soaked in glass bottle solutions, including demonized beast hearts, horns, claws, beast eyeballs with tentacles, etc., as well as hideous big insects, weird ugly fish, and floating objects that looked like human organs. His pupils shrank slightly. A familiar head was sealed in glue, lifelike. It turned out to be Roseade, who had disappeared after landing on the island. It turned out that Roseade had entered the mentor's laboratory a long time ago. It was no one's fault, but he didn't see his status and value clearly. Even if it was an enemy, Ivan felt a sense of grief. "Ivan, good boy, come here." Toyn's words brought Ivan back to his senses. Toyn was sitting inside the laboratory, still with a gentle smile on his face. Ivan stepped forward and saluted. "Nice to meet you, mentor." Toyn nodded slightly. "Ivan, I remember I told you that knowledge is valuable." "You said it, I remember it very clearly." "Very good, then I will share a power with you, a lively power. What do you think?" Sure enough, Toyn's purpose is this. Ivan estimated in his mind that the probability of being killed in return should be 90%, and the other 10% is imprisonment. The result is equally bad. "If I can repay your kindness, I don't think I have any reason to refuse." "Very good, you are a wise man, unlike some people who only know how to ask for things but don't know how to thank others." Toyn was very satisfied with his answer. He rolled up the sleeves of his wizard robe, revealing his arm. There was a dark blue pattern on his arm, covering half of his arm. The patterns that made up the pattern looked like intertwined venomous snakes, showing a different kind of hideousness. Ivan glanced subconsciously, and immediately felt a bone-chilling chill, which frightened him so much that he quickly retracted his gaze. At Toyn's signal, he rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Toyn carefully absorbed a small ball of energy from the dark green pattern, muttered a spell, and accurately bounced the power to Ivan's left arm with his backhand. Ivan only felt his arm burned by the scorching temperature and shivered. Toyn put down his sleeves. "This is the Springwood Seal, which is beneficial to your meditation practice. You can slowly experience it when you go back." "I don't believe you," Ivan complained in his heart. "This Springwood Seal is indeed a curse, and changes have appeared on the light film." Curse science. LV0, 1 out of 10, he had never thought that this would bring him a new subject, which was a little comfort. However, what Toyn said did not seem to be false. The curse seal was emitting a warm breath, which made the nearby flesh and blood feel strangely comfortable, which was obviously beneficial to the body. He also noticed that through the curse seal, he and his mentor had a certain connection, which was probably another troublesome problem. Seeing that the disciple was slow to move, Toyn asked in surprise, "Ivan, do you have anything else to do?" Ivan looked at him. "Teacher, this shouldn't be the Springwood Seal. What do you think it should be?" A curse that can kill people. I think the apprentices before me died here, and I will follow in their footsteps in the future." Ivan directly exposed the hypocrisy of his mentor. As soon as he finished speaking, even the air in the laboratory became solidified and dangerous, and a huge power came from Toyn and fell on him. At this moment, Ivan did not choose to retreat. Just as he said to Penny, he would try to make some requests that were nothing to Toyn, but were indeed the hope of survival for him. The worst case scenario was that they would break up, and he would die a few months earlier, making Toyn's initial investment go down the drain. He cherished his life more than anyone else, so he couldn't just wait for a chance to live, but had to fight for himself. After a while, Toyn asked, "Ivan, what do you want to do?" "I just want to live, and live longer, instead of waiting to die in ignorance, so I dare to make a small request." "Tell me about your plan." "In order to live better, I want to know some information about this curse. I also hope to make medicine for my mentor. When I was in Fayuport, I worked as a pharmacist in a clinic. During that time, I repaired a broken medium secret medicine and turned it into another easy-to-make breathing secret medicine." Ivan took out the prepared prescriptions from his pocket. One was the original water vortex potion, and the other was the azure potion, to prove his ability to make medicine. The two requirements were the result of his repeated thinking. Only pharmacy could possibly break the deadlock, and it was the most suitable for the current situation. He was willing to take a risk for this. Toyn took the two prescriptions and glanced at them. With his experience, he could easily determine that these were indeed prescriptions with the same efficacy, proving that what the other party said was true. "Ivan, knowledge is valuable. They are not of much value to me. What else do you have? There is still time left. I guess if I live longer, I will be able to share more curse power with my mentor, so please consider your request seriously." Ivan decided to fight for himself to the end. If the other party got angry, it could only be said that he misjudged his value. Toyn's face showed no emotion, but Ivan could feel that there was a volcano in him that was about to erupt. "You are really smart. I will consider your request. Now go back." "Yes, mentor." After coming out of the laboratory, Ivan's back was already wet with sweat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 60. When Ivan returned, Lori was walking towards him with his head held high. Looking at his smiling face, Ivan wondered if he could still smile in a while. He nodded to Giuseppe, but he really didn't want to say anything more. At dinner, all the apprentices had a small light blue curse mark on their arms. No one present was a fool. Thinking of the previous batch of apprentices, they could pierce all the beautiful fantasies of the past and face the reality. It seemed that the shadow of death was looming. Even the show-off Lori turned into an eggplant hit by frost. 7 days passed in a flash. During these days, the power of the small curse quickly showed its power. Justy's brown hair grew wildly, and the new hair was a mixture of half green and half brown. Think, green, Charlene, and Fern grew green stubble, and green vertical lines appeared on their nails. The worst was Thompson, who had the lowest strength. His face was swollen, and his eyebrows, eyes, and lips all turned purple and blue, as if he was poisoned. This appearance really scared many people. Ivan and Lori were the strongest, and no strange changes had occurred yet. In fact, Ivan knew that changes had already occurred inside his body. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.7, Constitution, 4.0, Spirit, 3.6. Constitution rose by 0.3 scales for no reason, but Agility fell by 0.1 scales instead of rising. What Toyn said before made sense. The curse seal did increase meditation and could help comprehend the meditation runes, but he learned from Perny that meditation and curse seals were complementary, and meditating in that state would inevitably accelerate the fusion of the curse power. It was undoubtedly premeditated that Toynes taught them all the meditation runes from the beginning. Ivan, come out quickly. Hearing the familiar order to Ivan to walk out of the door, the little green-winged snake signaled him to follow quickly. The little green-winged snake stared at him with vertical pupils. Did you make Wizard Toynes angry? Ivan said, I just made a small request to the mentor. The little green-winged snake's attitude became much colder. You have crossed the line. As a human being, you must recognize your identity. Ivan could not deny it. He knew that Lara obeyed Toyn's orders, and Toyn's attitude was Lara's attitude. The little green-winged snake brought him to a room on the far right, and before he could make any move, it flapped its wings and slapped him into the room. When Ivan stood still, he found Toyn standing in front of the bookcase, holding a document in his hand. Teacher, your student greets you. Ivan, are you sure what you said is needed? Very sure. Toyn's eyes swept over his body, and Ivan felt a spiritual force passing through. I will treat every student fairly. This is the price you have to pay. As he spoke, he took another small ball of green energy from his arm and dropped it on Ivan, whose face changed slightly. I understand. Ivan resisted the discomfort in his body. Now it's yours. Toynes pointed to the room where they were, and he walked out the door. For the rest, you can ask Lar. Remember, if you have any inappropriate requests, you will have to pay a greater price. After a while, the little green-winged snake flew in through a layer of energy membrane with Toyn's instructions. Ivan realized that the room had an invisible protective film. This was an unusual room. This was once one of the laboratories of the wizard Toynes. Later it was abandoned, and most of the things were moved away. Among the remaining things is what you want. The little green-winged snake pointed to the surroundings. There were 2 experimental tables in the room, with many large and small experimental instruments on them. There was also a bookcase in the corner, and there were many paper materials in the bookcase. The materials are not allowed to be taken out of the room, nor are they allowed to be leaked to anyone. This is the token for entering and exiting the room. It needs to be used with the password. The password is changed every 3 days. Remember to ask me. The little green-winged snake sternly handed him a small copper order. No problem. Here is a recipe for a nutritional potion. I give you 2 days, no, just 1 day. You must hand me a complete nutritional potion before the end of today, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you the order. When you don't like someone, you don't like him no matter how you look at him. The little green-winged snake decided to make it more difficult for Ivan, and let him know the consequences of disobeying Wizard Toynes. I try my best. Ivan knew that the little devil was difficult to deal with, so he didn't refute. Not trying my best, or you can wait until I feel better before giving you the command. The little green-winged snake threatened. The prescription was placed in a separate compartment of the bookcase. It was called Nutritional Potion. The main ingredients were lime pomegranate fruit and beast blood jelly. The little green-winged snake gave an order, and the cloud servant sent all the herbs to the laboratory. The power of the curse will be doubled. I hope it won't bring too much bad consequences. Ivan was the only one left in the laboratory. He lifted his sleeves to check. The color of the cursed pattern on his arm became darker, and the area of the pattern expanded slightly. Alas, it is not so easy to bargain with Toynes. He will have to pay the price for his words and deeds. But he did not regret it. After listening to Pernie's story about the plight of the previous batch of apprentices, he knew that if he did nothing, he would face a miserable end. A curse is a curse. It will not fade with time, but will only get worse. He suppressed his worries and looked at the nutritional potion. Well, I can't offend Lar. He decided to show his skills to the little green-winged snake. The other party could be said to be his direct superior, so he had to prevent it from continuing to make things difficult for him. This nutritional potion is of medium quality, and its difficulty should be between that of the red tongue powder and the blue potion. Let's think about the prescription first. The steps of a wizard's medicine making are very different from those of a pharmacist. A wizard has spiritual power and means of manipulating energy particles. He can purify with spiritual power and modulate with particles. He is more sophisticated and delicate in handling medicinal materials and making medicine. Ivan was glad that he didn't say it for sure. Compared with before landing on the island, with the improvement of spiritual power, his memory has increased a lot, and he can easily remember the information on the prescription. Let's give it a try. He had confidence in his mental power and energy particle manipulation. Little green-winged snake had 20 materials delivered to him, and did not make it difficult for him. He had some confidence that he could make a nutritional potion within a day. The next step was to process the medicinal materials and explore their properties and characteristics. Dulalimamata. Ivan chanted the elemental command, and the water element particles turned into a ball of water dew, which washed the gray mud pomegranate fruit with dry mud on it, revealing a clean and smooth gray fruit. Put it under your nose and smell it. There is a special smell of mud. According to the requirements of the prescription, it needs to be removed as much as possible. Cut it into pieces with a knife, then bake it, pound it into powder, dissolve it in warm water, and use spiritual power to pull the hidden mud smell to the surface of the water. Mud bubbles appear on the water surface. When the khaki bubbles on the water surface no longer increase, he hums the elemental command again, wraps the khaki bubbles with water and peels them off. The first processing of the gray mud pomegranate fruit is completed. Pharmacy experience value +5. Energy particle experience value +1. Ivan did not pay attention to the prompts on the light film and continued to process the gray mud pomegranate fruit for the second time, and then the dark brown thick blood jelly. After the herbs were processed, he began to use wizard methods to make medicine for the first time. Puff puff puff. A moment later, accompanied by a strong earthy smell, yellow bubbles kept coming out of the glass dish, and were about to overflow. Ivan was quick-witted, and waved his hand lightly to make the glass dish float to the mat on the side. The first attempt to make medicine failed. Chapter 61. The first time he refined medicine, he failed. The reason was simple. The lime pomegranate fruit was not cleaned up. The lime pomegranate fruit grows more than 10 meters deep in the swamp mud. The swamp smell penetrates every inch of the fruit flesh. It is not easy to completely peel it off. Ivan summed up the gains and losses and found the problem. Wizards need to remove the messy smell from the medicinal materials more carefully when refining medicine. He didn't have this problem before. It was probably because the lime pomegranate fruit grew in a high concentration particle area, and the growth process was accompanied by particles and force fields. He did not get discouraged and continued to process the lime pomegranate fruit more carefully than the first time. The second refining failed. The beast's blood jelly reacted too violently, stirring all the medicine liquid into a mess and losing control. Time passed by, and the medicine refining failed again, and the number of failures reached 14 times. Huh? Ivan sighed. With the experience of refining the azure potion, he did not have too much pressure on the current failure. The panel of the high school bully appeared in the field of vision, and the experience value increased by more than 30 points unconsciously. He looked at the light of wisdom, 1 level 1, 1 level 2, and 2 level 3. That level 1 wisdom light was activated. After 2 minutes of deep thinking and summarizing, a different kind of brilliance burst out from his eyes. There are so many small omissions. No wonder there are always mistakes in unexpected places. Given time, he will definitely find these small problems and correct them slowly. At present, he can only consume a wisdom light. Ivan meditated instead of resting. When his mental strength recovered, he started to refine the medicine for the 15th time. Half an hour later, he had an extra potion in his hand. In the small glass bottle, bright yellow particles floated in the medicine liquid, each of which was plump and distinct, and each of them had a red seed inside, like a seed of a particle. It's done. Compared with the nutritional potion, which was also a mountain monster potion, this potion was obviously more delicate and vivid, and it could be used as a decoration directly on the table. Strike while the iron is hot. The 16th time was successful, and the 17th time was successful. He simply refined 3 portions at a time, and they all succeeded. The nutritional potion is not as valuable as the azure potion, and the difficulty is not greater than the latter. Ivan was not happy about this. He noticed that he had turned on the lights in the room. It turned out that it was already night, and the sky had darkened. Outside the laboratory, the little green-winged snake stood on the eaves boredly, with a panoramic view of the entire castle. Failed. A figure came out of the laboratory, and the little green-winged snake looked excited and ran to the figure. This is a nutritional potion. Ivan spread his hands, and there were 3 small glass bottles on his palms. The little green-winged snake waved its white wings, and one of the potions fell into its mouth. With a click, the bottle and the potion went into its stomach. Ivan was stunned by this operation. It was the first time he saw such a barbaric way of drinking potions. The little green-winged snake said with a straight face, "It still tastes a bit earthy, and the taste is a bit worse. It doesn't have the feeling of bursting when bitten, and it's not even 1% of what Toyn's wizard made." I try to correct it. Ivan agreed. If he hadn't just drunk a bottle and tasted the feeling of the particles being squeezed and bursting, he would have believed what Lars said. The little green-winged snake said, "Remember the password for these 3 days. Lars' feathers are the softest." A huge question mark popped up in Ivan's head. He looked at it in confusion. Toynes would definitely not set such an outrageous slogan. He would not want to cheat. The little green-winged snake ignored him, and flapped his wings a few times to fly 10 meters away. Lars' feathers are the softest. Ivan looked around and returned to the door of the laboratory and whispered a sentence. The protective film emerged and rippled. He passed through smoothly with the copper token. The little green-winged snake really didn't fool him. He guessed that Toynes should not need a password to enter and exit, so he let Lal do whatever he wanted. As Toynes' magic pet, Lar is equivalent to the castle steward, with a high position and power. Lar takes care of things that Toynes is unwilling to take care of, which is why he doesn't want to offend Lar. He is a second-class apprentice, and he can actually contract a magic pet. A magic pet is equivalent to a wizard's second life. The death of a magic pet will backfire. Ivan doesn't know how to contract or how the backfire will happen, so he won't act rashly. Ivan walked to the bookcase and flipped through the questions he was most concerned about. The 4 words curse of demonic resentment came into his eyes. The world of Danila, another world, the evolution of curse power, the alienation of the body, the withering of life, etc. Various key words flashed through his eyes, and his face became more and more gloomy as he read deeper. The curse they were hit by was called the curse of demonic resentment, an extremely difficult curse power. They were in the world of Danila, but the source of the curse of demonic resentment was another world outside the world of Danila. This kind of thing that spanned 2 worlds was like an ant looking at the sky for him, an apprentice who had just embarked on the path of a wizard. It is probably a very difficult matter for a formal wizard. No wonder Toynes took the trouble to train apprentices, and then use the apprentice's power to gradually wear away the curse power. There is still a lot of information in the bookcase, which should be Toynes' research information. Ivan definitely can't finish reading it today, so he decided to slow down and sort out his mood before continuing. A new day. After waking up, Ivan checked the data on the light film as soon as possible. Pharmacy, LV3, 77/300. Energy particle science, LV1, 49/100. After a whole day of refining medicine yesterday, pharmacy increased by 71 points and energy particle science increased by 8 points, which indirectly shows that the value of nutritional medicine is not low. I almost forgot. I drank a nutritional potion last night. Now I don't feel hungry. He stopped thinking about going to the cafeteria. Compared with the mountain monster potion he had taken before, the nutritional potion now was undoubtedly better. On the attribute panel, the physical fitness increased by 0.2 scale for no reason, which made him frown. After a check, he found something. In just one night, his fingernails and toenails grew 4 or 5 millimeters. This was a very bad sign, which meant that the curse power in the body showed signs of being out of control. It must be the influence of the second curse power given by Toynes. The curse of evil spirits is really a fatal problem. Ivan felt a chill on his scalp when he thought that Toynes was still troubled by the curse of evil spirits, not to mention that Toynes could continue to transfer the power of the curse to them. "Ivan, come out!" As he was thinking, the voice of the little green-winged snake sounded again. Ivan opened the door, and saw the little green-winged snake floating outside the door. "Good morning, Lar. There is something good. Take all your things and follow me." Ivan looked at him puzzledly. "What?" The little green-winged snake said his intention carelessly. "I give you a bigger house and a follower. This is the treatment that only Exeter can get." Moving, after listening to Penny's words before, Ivan always felt a little awkward living in the current house. Of course, he was happy to change to a dormitory. He said hello to Jacidi, who came out after hearing the noise. Under her reluctant gaze, Ivan followed the little green-winged snake from the left to the right. The new residence is a neighbor of Exeter, and there is a gap between the houses. This is surveillance. Ivan knew that it would not be good. He probably didn't want to have more contact with other apprentices to avoid leaking secrets. Chapter 62. Laboratory. Ivan was looking through the information about the curse of demons in the bookcase. Toynes did not record how he was cursed. He guessed that the source of the curse power was a more powerful creature, and the other party was also transferring the curse power. "You pass it to me, I pass it to him. Should I find a few people to pass it on? As the saying goes, the more you know, the more problems and troubles you have." He was really annoyed. According to Toynes' guess, the curse power will be passed on continuously, and there will be no day for them to be free. Toynes did not hide the fact that the Ode to Springwood was a medium, which had two effects. The same aura facilitated the transfer of curse power and promoted the fusion of curse power. The latter was obvious, and even Penny and Billow could easily find the clues. It was recorded above that the curse of demon grudge had 4 forms, named after the 4 seasons. The curse of spring, the initial form of the curse of demon grudge, could make the flesh and blood more alive, and his physical growth came from this. The curse of summer, the second form of the curse of demon grudge, was the beginning of the mutation, and could also separate secondary curses and give them to creatures with the same aura as himself. Toynes used meditation as a medium to give others the curse of summer. The curse of autumn, as the curse power in the body increases, the body will undergo a qualitative change. The curse of winter represents withering, and the vitality will be exhausted and die. The key to survival is to reduce the curse power in the body, and not let the curse of demonic resentment enter the 4th stage. The 3rd stage may not be appropriate. Ivan suddenly thought of X's second head, the hideous python head, which was probably used to transfer the curse power, so he can live until now. Toynes may have some expectations, and directly passed on the method of converting the curse of spring to the curse of summer, and the method of stripping the secondary curse seal from the curse of summer to Ivan, and recorded it on a page in the data. If you have the ability, pass down the complete meditation method, and we can develop a new school together. Ivan secretly complained in his heart that Toynes had led him into a big trap, and he wanted him to trap more people. He really hurt others and himself. He continued to read, and found that one of Toynes' experimental plans was to transfer the power of the curse. The method is very simple. Control the insect swarm, cultivate the insect swarm, and transfer the curse to the insect swarm. Experimental conclusion. The total life of the insect's single body is low, and the growth is slow. It cannot withstand the initial spring curse, and the experiment fails. A term frequently appears in the records. The body breaks apart, without exception. The injection of the spring curse makes the insect body unstable, and breaks apart in alienation. Ivan read the experimental data in one breath, and fell into deep thought for a long time. No, the curse in my body is fundamentally different from that in Toynes' body. If the curse borne by creatures in the other world is taken as the main body, Toynes' curse is a secondary demon curse, and the one in my body is a secondary curse of a secondary curse. The inability of insects to withstand secondary curses does not mean that they cannot withstand secondary curses. This should be one of the reasons why Toynes left the data. It was something that Toynes could benefit from following, but he had to pay the price. Thinking of this, Ivan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Toynes did not leave any spells to control insects, nor did he tell how to establish a medium. If he wanted to go down this path, he would lack several key factors. It would be great if we could leave this island. Ivan sighed. On the island, all aspects were restricted, which made it even more difficult to solve the problem. It was already afternoon, past mid-afternoon. He hadn't eaten since morning, but he didn't feel hungry at all, as if he had entered a state of fasting, which made him appreciate the uniqueness of the nutritional potion. Wizard Toynes asked me to tell you that when your mental power reaches level 5, I will teach you the second spell. Ivan, you see how generous and partial Toynes is to you. You must work hard to cultivate, and don't let Toynes down. The little green-winged snake broke into the laboratory, bringing new prescriptions and medicinal materials, as well as a message. After listening, Ivan understood what Toynes meant. The second spell must have a means of controlling insects, but he had to intensify his practice of the Song of Spring, Wood, and integrate more curse power. His current mental power is 3.6 scales, which is far from Toynes' requirements. Physical Potion. This is the prescription brought by the little green-winged snake, a potion that can make people full of physical strength, and the effect seems to be higher than the nutritional potion. The little green-winged snake is still muttering, "Since Wizard Toynes still values you, I will not give you a time limit this time." The medicinal materials can be used to refine 60 physical potions in total. If you fail once, don't even think about giving you any more medicinal materials. Do you understand? Understood. Ivan nodded. This condition was not too harsh, so he could spend more time exploring. Also, I forgot to ask you how many nutritional potions you made yesterday. You must have hidden them secretly. I won't pursue what happened yesterday. You must give me 70% of the potion you made this time. Otherwise, if I find out, I won't give you a new password. Okay. Ivan didn't care much about the potion, which was not a spiritual potion, and didn't bargain with the little green-winged snake. In the following days, he studied Toynes' experimental data on insects, while exploring various aspects of physical potions. He asked his attendant Martin to collect insects for him. Martin worked quickly and found a lot of ants, cockroaches, fleas, and centipedes, but unfortunately they were of little value to him, which made him realize that this random search method was meaningless. What he needed was special insects, not just any kind of insects. During the same period of time, the other apprentices had a hard time. The impact of the curse of the demon was continuing, and there were always various changes in their bodies, which made the apprentices panic. Ivan was the same in this regard. Perhaps because he was a knight, his body was strong and the changes were not big. Occasionally, a whole strand of blue hair appeared in his hair. His nails grew long, but he cut them, and they grew longer again. He needed to cut them every day. He knew that in fact, everyone had not yet integrated the power of the curse, and in the state of the spring curse, there would be no problems with their bodies for the time being. But there was an exception, that was Thompson, who had the first-class talent. He had the lowest strength, and it looked like his body was about to collapse, and he might experience the body collapse recorded in the experimental data, just like those dead insects. These days, Ivan tried to contact Penny, but since Burrell attacked Toynes, the secret seal bead had not responded. On the 5th day of researching the prescription, after failing for the 37th time, Ivan finally succeeded in refining a physical potion. The little green-winged snake came unexpectedly. Ivan thought it had monitoring methods in the laboratory, but it came for other things. "Ivan, there's good news." Ivan glanced at it, and seemed indifferent. "Wizard Toynes asked me to ask you if you need to learn new spells without waiting until your mental strength reaches 5 levels. Hearing its words, Ivan was not happy but alert. Toynes believed in equal exchange, and would definitely not make a loss-making deal. This time, there must be a request. Chapter 63. Do you remember that Perny? The little green-winged snake asked again, without waiting for his answer. Ivan nodded, with a bad feeling in his heart. She had contacted other people through the secret mark before. Could that person be you? The next sentence confirmed Ivan's guess. Sure enough, he was noticed. No wonder he couldn't contact Perny in recent days. He hurriedly explained, "Lol, after Perny was captured by you, I accidentally found a secret mark bead in the dormitory, and then I contacted her. I just wanted to get some information from her. I really didn't want to do anything else, and I didn't do anything extra. If he doesn't explain it clearly, if he is misunderstood as Burrell's accomplice, he will be in big trouble." The little green-winged snake didn't make trouble. "I know, otherwise you can't stand here safely." Hearing its words, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the secret seal bead used for communication. The little green-winged snake didn't take it. "Keep this thing for yourself. Perny will come out and become your neighbor. Continue to keep in touch with her. If someone contacts you through Perny, you can give them the token and password." Ivan was stunned. Is he going to become a spy? Does Toynes need a spy? The curse of evil spirits is divided into the main curse and the secondary curse. The secondary curse is originally part of the main curse. The main curse can easily locate the secondary curse. Why doesn't Toynes go directly to Bill? Could it be that the information recorded is false? Seeing that he didn't speak, the little green-winged snake emphasized, "Ivan, you are a smart person. You know who you should rely on and what to do, right?" "Yes." Ivan nodded again. If he considers others at this time, who will consider himself? No one. Just like before, Burrell attacked Toynes despite knowing that a large number of people would be involved. He also needs to live for himself. Very good. The little green-winged snake was satisfied with his answer and said proudly, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the castle. As long as they dare to show up, next time, Twins Wizard will not have to take action. I will personally break their dog heads." Ivan could feel the confidence in its words. It seemed that Twins Wizard wanted to lure people out, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. It's not surprising that Twins is so confident. After all, Bill is just an apprentice, and can't fight a formal wizard once or twice. His face didn't show any expression, but various thoughts flashed through his mind, hoping to find a way out. Is this a physical potion? The little green-winged snake found the potion on the table, and flapped its wings lightly. The wind blew the small glass bottle in front of it. Its slender tongue stretched out, and probed into the small glass bottle. The potion quickly decreased. He licked his snake lips with satisfaction. It tastes a little worse than Twins Wizard. No, at least 3 or 5 points. Ivan couldn't deny that potions were never evaluated based on taste. This one counts as your 70%. Stingy human. The little green-winged snake grumbled and flew out of the laboratory, taking Ivan's crystal ball with it. After a while, it brought a reward, a spell book called Insect Control, a course called Elementary Common Energy Particle Research in the crystal ball, and a jar of insect eggs. Insect Control is a special spell for controlling insects. It can collect adult insects, larvae or eggs, and use insect control to control them for the purpose of driving them. Among them, eggs are the best. After collecting the eggs, use your own blood and magic power to hatch them. The hatched larvae can easily be engraved into the magic contract to achieve the purpose of controlling the insect swarm. The prerequisite for learning this spell: Primary Common Energy Particle Research, Basic Energy Shaping course. There is a shortcoming in the insect control technique, which is that you can only control one kind of insect at a time. You can only control one kind of insect alone, but it doesn't say that you can't control multiple insects. It should be no problem to raise them separately. Ivan looked at the glass jar containing the eggs. Hundreds of eggs were soaked in a kind of mucus, and there was a small figure wriggling inside the egg shell. It's hard to tell whether he's good or bad. With Twins' character, he's probably not a good guy. That night, Ivan received a message from Perny, and the meaning was very clear. You've taken advantage of me, and the oath is void. I'm leaving now, and remember to pretend that we don't know each other. The next day, Ivan saw Perny again. As the little green-winged snake said, Perny became his neighbor, and moved into the residence on his right. He has 2 neighbors, Axel on the left and Perny on the right. Why, don't you recognize me? Perny in front of him looked brand new. She exuded a noble or delicate aura. Her figure was bumpy but not exaggerated. With a new green hair, she looked like an elf from a storybook. The left arm also seemed to have grown halfway, which looked a little uncoordinated. Ivan retracted his gaze. I remember someone specifically reminded us that we are not familiar with each other. You are not familiar with each other, but you are still staring at me. Your eyes almost popped out just now. Perny pouted. After seeing that the neighbor was Ivan, she had a different idea than last night. Were you discovered? Ivan said vaguely, whatever you say. It seems that she is not stupid. She knows that there is a reason why she was released. The reason is not difficult to guess. Twins' intention is too obvious. It's good to be under surveillance. We can deal with them. When they beat our brains out, we can escape from the island and never be oppressed again. I've had enough of this kind of life. I shouldn't have disobeyed my uncle's advice and insisted on learning meditation. As a result, I was fooled by Twins. Perhaps because she hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, Perny was full of anger. When she saw him, she couldn't help but talk more. Ivan looked around and motioned her to come inside to talk. If you don't mind, come to my dormitory and sit down. Let's sit down and talk. Then I give you a favor. Penny agreed happily. After entering the house and sitting down, she began to talk about the issues that need to be paid attention to when escaping. The strength of the cloud servants is no worse than that of the second-class apprentices, but their existence is closely related to the magic array on the island. They are controlled by the rune magic array, and cannot leave the vicinity of the island. The most important thing to pay attention to is the 2 puppets on the ship. Their combat power is comparable to that of the powerful third-class apprentices. If you want to seize the ship, you must get rid of the puppets first. As for the iron-edged giant turtle in the water, it is the product of laboratory blood synthesis. Although it is big, it is actually just a not-so-smart coolie. It is afraid of people wearing wizard robes. Some tricks should make it obedient. In order to seize the ship and escape, Perny observed for a long time, and made some preparations. However, are you sure no one is monitoring or eavesdropping? Looking at the green-haired lady who was talking non-stop, Ivan hesitated and wanted to remind her several times. When she paused, Ivan asked, "What's the matter with the rune magic array on the island? I remember that twins appeared not long ago. The clouds and fog surrounding the entire island should be caused by the magic array. It stands to reason that such an arrangement would take a long time. Have you seen the ruins behind the castle? It was originally a relic. The rune magic array covering the island is part of the relic. Toynes is just a latecomer. He found the island and modified the rune magic array and took it for himself. Can you beat Lar? I think I can." Perny thought about it carefully and gave an uncertain answer. She waved her hand. "We don't need to worry about Lar. Lar will definitely go to help Toynes. Let Beryl deal with it. What we have to do is wait for Beryl to attack us, and then take the opportunity to escape from the castle and the island." Ivan sighed. In the end, we still have to act according to the situation and see if Beryl can resist Toynes. He didn't like the feeling of pinning his hopes on others, but he was not as strong as others. Hearing this, Perny's face also looked a little depressed, and she nodded reluctantly. In the conversation room, the two fell into silence. Suddenly, a dull rumble sounded outside, followed by a scream. The two looked at each other and walked out quickly. Ivan saw Justy running towards him, and the fear on her face was clearly visible. Chapter 64. Justy was obviously frightened and held his arm tightly. "Ivan, save me, you must save me." "What happened?" Looking at the dormitory area on the left from a distance, Ivan found that it was in a mess, and it didn't look like someone had broken into the castle. Perny ignored the two of them and trotted over to investigate the situation. Beside Ivan, Justy seemed to have grasped a sense of security. She took a few deep breaths and said palely, "Thompson is gone." He was walking at the door of the dormitory. When he was about to enter the door, he suddenly broke into pieces. Blood, flesh and bones flew everywhere. The wall and the door were destroyed. My door was also destroyed, and a mass of things crashed in. You didn't see the scene just now. It was too horrible, too horrible. I don't want to be like that. We are real brothers and sisters. Please help me. I want to go back to Flying Fish Harbor. I want to go back to see my mother. She is in poor health, and she can't live without me." At this moment, she completely lost her previous pride. "I will go back." Ivan hesitated, reached out and hugged Justy, who was beginning to lose control of her emotions, and patted her back. "Believe me, we will definitely be able to return to Flying Fish Harbor." "Yes." Justy looked up at him with tears in her eyes, and nodded heavily. Perny ran back quickly, looking at the two people hugging each other unhappily. She stared at the two people with wide eyes. Justy stepped back embarrassedly, and turned around to adjust her clothes. Perny said with a somewhat ugly face, "There is someone like Aaron, and another apprentice was injured seriously. I heard that it seems to be called Fink. Why don't you go and see it yourself?" "There's nothing to see." Ivan looked at her speechlessly. Who made her run so fast just now? This young lady didn't seem as smart as she looked, and even felt a little unreliable. Perny looked at him suspiciously. "What kind of look is that?" Ivan said, an admiring look, "Praising you for your bravery. You can keep your face calm, which is better than Justy." Perny said, "Really? Haha, I'm used to small scenes." Justy turned around. Her face was no longer embarrassed. She moved her steps and stood next to Ivan, looking at the strange woman in front of her who seemed familiar. Seeing the other person's face more attractive than her own, she secretly became alert in her heart. Perny introduced generously, "I'm Perny, we have met before." Justy recognized her immediately. Her eyes lit up. "It's Miss Perny, long time no see." "Yes, I didn't expect to meet again in this situation. Glad to see you, Justy." "Me too, sorry, I was rude just now." "It's okay, you are braver than most people." I hadn't heard how good the relationship between the two was before. Ivan looked at the two people chatting enthusiastically, and felt that he was a little redundant standing here. At this time, a person walked out of the front room, wearing a bloated apprentice robe, which made the two people who were chatting stop talking. X glanced at the three people, and turned to walk to the other side. Ivan noticed that there were scaly cracks on his face, and the back of his hands. He looked strange and his breath was even stranger. It seemed that he was not in good condition. No wonder he showed up after so long. X was unlucky. First, his house was robbed, and he lost important items that could keep his body stable. Then he had to share the power of the curse with Toynes. A series of blows caused the current dilemma. Time passed day by day. Ivan completed the refining of the physical potion, and succeeded 8 times in total, which was equivalent to a success rate of more than 30%. The experience points of pharmacy increased by about 100 points, and energy particle science increased a little. Pharmacy, LV3, 179/300. Energy particle science, LV1, 59/100. Kerr science, LV0, 5 out of 10. He was a little confused about Kerr science. Now he dared not easily touch the cursed power on his arm. The experience points were completely passive. In addition to refining medicine, he put more attention on hatching insect eggs. According to Toyn's information requirements, he used 1/4 of a nutrient potion, water, and a small amount of his own blood as the hatching liquid, and input a certain amount of mana every day. He found that the eggs had changed, but he didn't know how long it would take for them to hatch. Then, he took the physical potion to the little green-winged snake to report. The little green-winged snake had the potential to become a capitalist, so he only gave him 2 physical potions as a reward. The little green-winged snake brought a new formula from Toyn's, Jiangnai water, which was 1 step higher than the physical potion. The effect was to replenish physical strength and vitality. From nutritional potions to physical potions, and then to Jiangnai water, he had reason to believe that this was a series of potions. Toyn's might have a high-quality prescription, which made him excited. But he knew that with Toyn's character, this possibility was very small. From the 3 potions at the moment, it can be seen that they are all potions that have little effect on him and are insignificant. The little green-winged snake only gave him 20 portions of the materials for Jiangnai water, asking him to use them carefully. On the contrary, 100 portions of nutrition potion and physical potion were delivered. Outside the castle, in an underground cave. Toyn's must be trying to find me. He probably can't figure out how I cut off the connection with the cursed seal. He may have panicked because things are out of his control and developing in an unpredictable direction. Ha ha ha. There is a gray iron pillar in the center of the cave. Bill is wrapping his snake body around it. The injuries he suffered many days ago have obviously healed. Under the gray iron pillar, the ground around it has been leveled. A 4-armed monkey is carving runes and patterns on the ground. The center of these runes and patterns is the gray iron pillar. He will never think that the evil he committed in the past will become a shadow that will cover him. These shadows will bring him death. Ha ha ha. Bill walked up and down the gray iron pillar, laughing wildly from time to time. If there was a wizard present, he would know that Birill's animal nature had severely suppressed his human nature, and his emotions were already difficult to control. The injury a few days ago did not have no effect. He still didn't expect that I could find the real core of the magic array that controls the island underground. He is just a despicable thief. All his arrangements will be used by us and become spears stabbing him. It's so funny, ha ha. He is a scum among wizards, a poor guy who can only hide on a small island in the sea. How can such a shameless person like him live? Kill him, I will kill him, ha ha ha. The noisy laughter echoed in the cave, but the 4-armed ape turned a deaf ear to it, and the movements of his hands were not affected at all. After a long time, Bill finally stopped swimming. The frost from the gray iron pillar covered the body of the sea snake. He climbed down from the gray iron pillar with a gloomy face. He knew his situation well, and could only use the gray iron pillar to suppress it. Thinking of his current situation, the resentment in his heart became stronger. All of this was caused by Toyn's. After a long while, the 4-armed ape said, "There are not enough materials. More resources are needed to set up the sacrificial array. We have searched the original ruins and the nearby ocean many times, and they have been plundered long ago, unless we sneak into the castle to search. The protective array in the castle was set up by that person with the power of the island array. It is also an independent magic array. It lacks relevant control items, and may hinder our plan." Biller thought for a moment and said, "I will contact Penny and let her cooperate with us inside." The 4-armed ape didn't say anything else, still busy with the work in his hands, and the current rune sacrifice array needs to be improved. Biller said, "What do you think of my previous proposal? As long as we merge into one, our strength will increase greatly. We can kill that person without any sacrifice array. You also want to kill the person who abandoned you with your own hands." The 4-armed ape seemed not to hear it, and the cave fell into silence. Chapter 65. Ivan, there's movement. That night, Perny contacted Ivan through the secret mark. Ivan didn't expect that someone outside would really contact Perny, and what's more outrageous is that they did. I don't know if it was because of Toyn's trickery. "What did he tell me?" Perny replied. "Biller asked me to find a way to interfere with or destroy the castle's defense formation. He thinks too highly of me. I really don't know what he is thinking. I suddenly found that he is also a little unreliable. I had no choice but to tell him about you, saying that you have an excellent talent for alchemy and are valued by Toyn's. He is allowed to make medicine in a laboratory. I have the access token and password in my hand, which may be useful to him. Hearing her words, Ivan's face darkened. You are so quick to betray people. Didn't you tell me before so that I could tell Beryl? What do you think? He could imagine that Perny pretended to be innocent. This guy is indeed of noble birth. Perny was surprised and said, You don't want to give me the token and let me find a way to give it to Beryl. You all think too highly of me. I can't do it. Previously, Ivan had the same idea. He couldn't let him hand him over to Beryl. They didn't know each other. Unfortunately, Penny suddenly became smart and didn't play the role she should have. What to do now? Of course, find Law. You can be proud of yourself. You messed up. Let's see if Law will lock you up again. There is no second rescue agreement between us. Thinking of a thief on the island, Ivan put away the secret seal bead and ran out of the house. He happened to run into Penny, who also ran out. Penny quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. What are you doing here? Anyway, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to Burler. Why don't I wait for him to contact me again and tell him that I have made an alliance with you and can give him the token and password? No problem, but I still have to tell Lar. Ivan turned around and reported the news to the little green-winged snake. The little green-winged snake personally led the cloud servants to ambush Ivan's house to see if he could catch the thief who might come. In the end, the little green-winged snake left Ivan's house angrily after working in vain all night. After a while, Giuseppe came running over. Her expression was full of panic. Evan, it's bad. Who died? Seeing her out of breath, Evan thought someone else had died from the curse. Giuseppe panted and said, It's Lori, and Green, Charlene, and Fern, just the four of them. Hearing this, Evan couldn't help but widen his eyes. They're all dead? This was too unbelievable, and he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Lori led them to escape from the castle, but they didn't run far before they were caught by the cloud servants and were brought back. What should I do now? Giuseppe finally caught her breath and said the second half of the sentence. Of the 8 people who landed on the island in the second batch, 1 died and 1 was seriously injured. Now 4 were captured, and Ivan moved to the right, leaving only Giuseppe in the dormitory area on the left. This made her a little confused. Ivan glared at her. The biggest function of the rune magic array around the castle is to warn. It's not normal for them to be captured. You didn't make any mistakes. Just go back and practice honestly. If you encounter any changes, find a place to hide, and come out after things calm down. Giuseppe sensed something in his words. Is something going to happen recently? Maybe. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. Your little arms and legs are a piece of cake wherever you go. Ivan had discovered before that Giuseppe's breathing skills had not even reached the level of a second-class attendant, which showed that she had not put much thought into it, and no one knew what she was thinking. Giuseppe was still worried, but... Here, I let you know if anything happens. Ivan took a palm-sized piece of animal skin and handed it to her, and taught her how to use it. This was a scrap he found in the laboratory, and his own secret mark was engraved on it. After comforting Giuseppe, Ivan went to the laboratory after dinner. As usual, he needed to figure out the ginger resistance agent and observe the cultivation of insect eggs. In the next few days, Bill did not contact Giuseppe again. The little green-winged snake stayed at Ivan's house on time every night to catch the thief. After hearing about it, X also paid attention to it, and paid more attention to Ivan's house to avenge the confiscation of the house. Ivan slept soundly instead. Asshole. On the 5th day of the little green-winged snake's stay at Ivan's house, before dawn, its roar woke Ivan up from his sleep. Ivan saw the little green-winged snake leave angrily, and the cloud servants guarding the surroundings swarmed after it. After dawn, Ivan did not see the little green-winged snake appear all day, and did not come to guard at night, and he did not know what happened. He did not know that Toynes' material library was quietly stolen, and many things were lost. Even Toynes himself did not notice the abnormality. The matter was beyond Toynes' control. On this day, the insect eggs that had been incubated for more than 10 days had a big movement. Most of the insects drilled out of the eggshell, and a new subject biology was added to the light film. Bubble leeches are a type of blood-sucking leech with strong vitality that can spit bubbles from its mouth. Ivan had seen information in Toynes' experimental records that bubble leeches are indeed very tenacious, and can survive on wet shores and trees without water. Bubbles are the key to keeping their bodies moist. Their total lifespan exceeds that of ordinary insects. Bubble leeches have strong survival ability, and are a medicinal material in themselves, but they cannot be used as a means of attack. The next day, Ivan successfully refined the first bottle of Jiangnai water. The water of ginger and endurance can replenish physical strength and vitality, and may be useful for the curse of demon resentment. He acted very cautiously, and finally, after failing 11 times, he successfully refined a bottle of ginger and endurance water. Ivan was very satisfied with this. He knew where his shortcomings were, that he had not learned a systematic and comprehensive wizard's method of refining medicine. The current method was what he learned from old or a few words on the prescription, and he figured it out from them, commonly known as the wild way. Pharmacy, LV3, 290/300. Energy particle science, LV1, 72/100. Regardless of whether it is a wild way or not, the experience value cannot deceive people. The pharmacy has been rising all the way, and it is about to be promoted to level 4. I wonder what the 4th level upgrade will be like. I hope there won't be any challenges. According to his understanding and analysis, level 0 is the entry level, levels 1 to 3 are apprentice or attendant level, and level 4 should be the knight level or wizard level. Compared with the level of cultivation, level 4 is worth looking forward to. Thinking of this, Ivan was in high spirits and began to refine the next bottle of Jiangnai water. The second time was successful. The third time was successful. Pharmacy experience +5. Pharmacy experience +5. Pharmacy, LV4, 1/1000. This time the efficiency was particularly high. 2 out of 4 refinings were successful, and the pharmacy was upgraded to level 4 in one fell swoop. The light of wisdom brought him into a wonderful state. This time the knowledge review was more profound and detailed. It made him reach a new level of proficiency in the refining techniques of Jiangnai water, physical strength potion, nutritional potion, blue potion, etc. It turns out that there is really the light of great wisdom. In 8 minutes, 10 times the understanding and spirituality, that must be terrifying. He secretly gave a thumbs up to the academic master panel in his heart. In some aspects, he should have surpassed most apprentice pharmacists. It is recorded in the introduction to all things that the name of pharmacists among wizards should be pharmacists, which is equivalent to professions such as enchanters and talisman masters, and their status is implicitly ranked first. Today, the island is like a powder keg, just missing a spark. He has a light of great wisdom, which may come in handy at a critical moment to protect his safety. Chapter 66. 2 more days passed, and the castle was quiet outside. It was so quiet that people couldn't help but lower their voices. Perny hurried to find Ivan and brought him a message. What should we do? Beeler asked us to take the token and meet him, and then kill Toynes together. Ivan had a question mark in his mind. Judging from the performance of the little green-winged snake before, it was clear that someone broke into the castle and caused heavy losses. He could come and go freely like this, so what was the use of the token? Why let him and Perny go? When? Tonight? Will he pick us up? He didn't say, he just said he would guide us to find him. That bastard is getting more and more outrageous, Perny said in shame. She felt that she was being treated as a pawn by someone, and that bastard Burrell. Ivan had no choice. I asked Lar to prepare to leave the castle. If you are not as strong as others, you can't help being ordered around. Perny had no choice but to watch him go to find Lar. Late at night, 2 figures climbed over the castle wall, under the cover of darkness, and ran away from the castle. There seemed to be other figures moving not far behind them. This way. The light was not strong at night, which was not a problem for Ivan and Perny. In order to find Burrell, Perny searched the entire island and knew everything around. She led the way, followed by Ivan, and followed by several tails. Nearly 20 minutes later, they could faintly hear the sound of the sea, and they were not far from the beach. Be careful, it's just ahead. The 2 walked forward on the soft grass, and they were extremely alert. They had no idea who was in front of them, and how many people were following behind them. They might become the fish in the pond and be eaten by others. Although Lar promised a lot, neither of them would take it seriously. This was the helplessness of the chess pieces, and the 2 hated this feeling. Toynes doesn't dare to come, so I take your sacrifice first. On one side, a figure crawling in the bushes stood up, its huge body like a pillar. It looked down at the people who hurried over, making the people behind it pause. Biller appeared. The little green-winged snake was one of the people who followed. Biller, Toynes wizard asked me to tell you that he will take back everything he gave you. You want to delay time, I won't give you a chance. Biller faced the little green-winged snake, X, and the 4 cloud servants. He was still so calm, and the next second he attacked the little green-winged snake. The people behind them started fighting, and Ivan and Perny hurried to the side. Is he Burrell? With the excellent eyesight of a second-class apprentice, Ivan saw what Burrell looked like a giant monster. Yes, he didn't look like this before, I mean the last time we met. Purdy looked closely, and thought she was seeing things. Now Burrell had changed into another appearance, from a giant snake with a human face to a giant snake with a human body, 6 arms, a very strong human body, and a snake body that was more than 20 centimeters thick. At first glance, it looks like a monster from a fairy tale. Not only its appearance, but also its aura has become particularly strong, showing its fierce power in the battle with the little green-winged snake and others. Looking at Burrell, who has firmly gained the upper hand, Purdy's eyes are full of shock. He has become so powerful, and the real wizard is just like this. Ivan looked bitter. Maybe, I think I know why wizards are the masters of mankind. Burrell was one of the first batch to land on the island. It has been less than half a year, and his strength has become so terrifying. Compared with knights, wizards have too many more methods, and their war potential is completely on a different level. What should we do? Should we run away? I'm afraid it's too late. The two of them were speechless. They couldn't fly. After the battle broke out, the first one to suffer was X. Biller swung his tail, and hit X on the ground. X's python head was like a sapling, and a big tree in front of the giant snake Burler, which truly showed what it meant to be vulnerable. Asshole Burler, let me show you how powerful I am. The little green-winged snake suddenly grew larger, more than 4 times its original size, and flapped its white wings vigorously, forming wind blades under its wings. It opened its mouth and spit out a breath of cold air, which attacked Billo with a wind blade. What people didn't expect was that Billo also opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of frost mist. The power was so great that it easily destroyed the little green-winged snake's spell, and the range was so wide that it covered the little green-winged snake and all the cloud servants that were approaching. This was clearly not a human method. With a strong body, abundant mana, frost mist that freezes speed, and 6 arms holding weapons, Bill didn't give the little green-winged snake room to play. After restricting the cloud servants, he launched a more violent attack on the little green-winged snake. Under Beeler's attack, the little green-winged snake was like a lonely boat hit by a storm. It finally realized that it was no match for Beeler. It shrank its body suddenly, and used this change to eject itself. Asshole Beeler, Wizard Toynes will not let you go. The little green-winged snake that escaped to the side was covered in blood. Its biggest advantage was that it could fly in the air. As long as it didn't get close to Beeler, it was safe, so it didn't rush to leave. The 4 cloud servants followed Beeler's example, and moved away from Beeler, even farther away than the little green-winged snake. Only X, who was hit hard, lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. It just so happens that I don't want to let him go either. Beeler's huge body rushed forward a long distance, scaring the little green-winged snake to flap its wings and fly further, and the cloud servant ran away directly. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Burla returned to his original place and looked at the 2 people hiding nearby. Ivan and Purdy came out of their hiding place. Burla's vertical pupils stared at the unfamiliar Ivan, his eyes full of wild brutality. Purdy shouted upwards, "Burler, he is the Ivan I was talking about." "Sir, I brought the token and password as agreed." Ivan felt the most, as if he was facing a hungry beast looking for food, which might attack him in the next second, which made him feel alarmed. At this time, the little green-winged snake shouted from a distance, "Ivan, don't forget how much Wizard Toynes values you. You are the only apprentice with an independent laboratory, which is a treatment that even the 5th-level talent Beeler did not have at the beginning. You are the real disciple of Toynes." As soon as these words rang out, Ivan felt a strong murderous intent, and he cursed Lar in his heart. Purdy hurriedly said, "Beeler, we are all in the same group. Don't fall into Lar's trap." Not far away, a figure staggered to his feet. It was X, who was just knocked away, and it just attracted the attention of the 3 people. Beeler shouted, "Go kill him." "No problem." Ivan immediately understood. For him, it was not a difficult question to decide, and it was just a blood account. Chapter 67. X stood up in a tattered apprentice robe, and before he could figure out the situation around him, he heard someone say he wanted to kill him. How arrogant! He forced himself to look at the person approaching. Ivan trotted closer, and he saw X's current appearance clearly. His body became bloated, and his neck and arms were cracked, and had snake scales that were initially mixed with keratin. The python head behind his shoulder was 1/3 stronger. The python head blocked the front at the critical moment just now, and the hissing sound it made was weak. Ivan held the sword in one hand, and the other hand held the spell material he had picked out from the herbs. Without saying a word, he chose to act directly. Vine Entanglement. With the last half of the spell, he threw the spell material to the right place in front. A black vine quickly stretched out and wrapped around X like a chain. At the same time, X also cast the spell Thunder Whisker, which made the long sword in his hand wrapped with shining lightning. The long sword was slightly deformed in the previous interception, but it did not affect its sharpness. The long sword slashed at the vines that were entangled. The lightning cut through the darkness. The black vines were broken into 2 sections. Toyn's evaluation of the vine's entanglement was that they were highly malleable. Ivan remembered and carried forward this point. The broken vines did not dissipate, but still floated and entangled. One section entangled around X's arm, and the other section entangled around the black python head. The python head was indeed severely injured just now, and could not avoid the vine's entanglement. X swung the sword twice slowly, cutting the vines that tried to entangle his arm into 4 sections, and turning them into energy particles again. Swoosh! Following the vines came Ivan's stab. Under his apprentice robe, he was wrapped in a thin layer of fighting spirit, as if he was wearing a close-fitting black gauze. With light steps, he stabbed out his strongest sword, which was the killer move of the Eye of the Bat round dance stab. The 2 swords collided, making a crisp sound. The quillen sword in Ivan's hand cleverly moved in a circle along with the elastic force, and the tip of the sword still stabbed towards X's heart. What a familiar sword! X's injury was more serious than it looked. He tried to move his body, but it was too late. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That figure also stabbed him with such an amazing sword. He moved away at the beginning. The tip of the sword pierced his heart. X opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Ivan twisted the hilt of the sword with force, cutting off the last ray of life. Ivan drew out the quillen sword and stabbed X, who was falling to the ground again, cutting off the head of the python that was still struggling, and then stabbed him again. He couldn't be alive like this. You bastard Ivan, you dare to kill X, Wizard Toyns will not let you go. The little green-winged snake's voice sounded in exasperation. Because Burla was nearby, it didn't dare to get close. It was already killed, what else could it do? This was Ivan's first time killing someone, and perhaps because he had experienced too many things, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He ignored Lol, squatted down and looked into X's pocket, found a book, and stuffed it directly into his own pocket. Interesting. Burla glanced at the little green-winged snake. Seeing that it was outnumbered, the little green-winged snake could not stay and fled directly. It wanted to go back and tell Wizard Toyns all the information. Beryl was not easy to deal with at the moment. Perhaps because he had pledged his loyalty, Beryl no longer stared at Ivan with a covetous look. This is the access token for the laboratory. The password is Lar is a great snake. Ivan took the initiative to throw the copper token over and told Lar the password he set. A stupid thing. Beryl took it with one hand and swam to the side with his huge body. The remaining 2 could only follow quickly. A minute or 2 later, Beryl dived into a pool without a word, leaving the 2 who followed dumbfounded. What does this mean? The 2 waited patiently for a long time, and there was no ripple in the pool. Purdy said faintly, now we have become worthless pawns. Ivan subconsciously retorted, a worthless pawn is not a pawn. After saying that, he realized that this was exactly what they were in. The 2 looked at each other and realized that Burrell was not going to care about them anymore. They were temporarily free. What should we do? Purdy patted her head. The situation was getting more and more confusing. Why don't we guard the boat and wait for the right time to seize the boat and get out of this sea area? Let's talk about it in the morning. Burrell will be impatient to make a big fuss if he gets what he wants. Ivan knew that he couldn't escape the island by seizing the boat, and it wasn't easy to seize the boat. The 2 did not dare to stay by the pond any longer. Since they had no destination, they walked slowly. You hid really well. I didn't expect you to be a knight. The last sword was pretty good. It's just that there's no need to tell everyone. Penny suggested, take you to a place that's safer than wandering around here. Okay. Ivan nodded in agreement. What Ivan didn't expect was that Penny took him to the ruins behind the castle, in a direction away from the castle. Let's stay at the edge, one of the places I hid before. Penny led him to a collapsed wall, and then to the left and right, and finally to a crack in the ground, and came to a narrow cave. The cave was obviously made by humans, with a small entrance and a wide interior. You are so brave. Ivan didn't know what to say. This place was definitely a dangerous building among dangerous buildings. If you are not careful, there will be many collapses. It is simply a perfect place to bury yourself alive. My courage was trained here. Purdy sat on the dry grass on the ground, leaning against the cave. Thinking of her being a rich noble lady, Ivan was silent. It was all Toyn's fault. No wonder Billa wanted to kill him. In fact, Ivan also wanted to kill him, but unfortunately his strength did not allow it. A new day. A little dim light came into the cracks in the ground, and Ivan knew that the day should be dawning. Wake up! He noticed a slight movement, listened carefully, and found that the surrounding mountain walls were shaking faintly, so he hurriedly woke up Perny, who was still sleeping. Perny looked at Ivan in surprise. What's wrong? I heard some noises, and the surroundings were shaking. You think too much. I tell you, even though it looks like it's going to collapse, I've secretly dealt with it, and it won't collapse that easily. This place wasn't caused by a collapse, but some kind of attack, and the surroundings are very stable. Perny didn't hear what he said, so she naturally didn't believe him and thought he was too worried. Ivan wouldn't tell her that he had excellent hearing, and he didn't argue with her. He directly showed his attitude with his actions, and walked out of the cave and climbed up the crack in the ground. Follow me. Why are you so unreasonable? Perny looked at him a little madly and followed him helplessly. As soon as she walked out of the cave, she saw Ivan rushing towards her and threw her back into the cave without any preparation. Before Perny could curse, she heard a loud bang outside, and the broken rocks and walls fell into the cracks in the ground. The little light in the cave disappeared. This time she heard continuous vibrations, and the ground around her was shaking constantly. Obviously, there was a big commotion outside. Chapter 68. In the center of the ruins, the ground was shaking. As time went on, the movement became louder and louder, and the broken walls that were originally tilted became even more scattered. Toynes, your doom has come. Accompanied by a loud shout from somewhere, the soil of a certain position in the middle was flipped up, and a column of water broke through the numerous obstacles and rose up, like a high-pressure fountain gushing out of the ground. The rising momentum of the water column was unstoppable, and soon it connected with the rune array membrane above the island, turning into a pillar of support that stood on the ground and reached the sky. Above the castle, as the island rune array membrane emerged, the protective array around the castle also appeared, like two bowls, one large and one small, turned upside down on the ground. Mist and cold air filled the air around the sky-high water column, and the outer side of the water column began to freeze. Inside the water column, a dark green mist quickly transmitted upward, quickly infected the island's rune array membrane, and spread to the surroundings. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the island underwent earth-shaking changes. When the castle's protective array showed spots of green, Toynes finally arrived near the sky-high water column. Billel had already appeared and was waiting for him there, blocking him between the water column and him. Biller, you are betraying the world of Danila by doing this. Everything is worth it to send you off. At this time, Biller's appearance changed again. Compared with a few hours ago, the giant snake with a human body had expanded at least twice as much, and was taller than a 2-story building. His upper body was also covered with scales, and there was a blue-white mist floating around him, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. He exuded a strong aura that did not belong to the world of Danila. The breath that was the same as the curse of demonic resentment made Toynes particularly fearful. Is this power your trump card? Tell me, how did you do it? Tell me, I can forgive you and promise to pass on all my knowledge to you, and everything I have will be yours. This also surprised him, and he saw the hope of completely solving the curse of demonic resentment. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? In Burler's view, this was the enemy's plea for mercy, which made him feel particularly happy, and his wild laughter turned into a ferocious one in an instant. It's too late, killing you is all I want. Toynes looked solemn. In that case, I will kill you first and then watch from below, or study from you. Instantly, the atmosphere around the two people became tense to the extreme. Die! Biller launched an attack brazenly, and the huge snake tail swept over like a whip with a powerful force, with a great momentum. Toynes had expected it, and while retreating quickly, he threw out a glass tube, which hit the snake's tail, and a large amount of magma suddenly emerged, spreading fiercely, covering the surrounding area within 4 or 5 meters. This was the explosive potion he had carefully prepared. Ah! The flame had a special stickiness. The snake's tail kept swinging, but could not get rid of the flame's entanglement. The pain from the burning made Burrell scream again and again, until he pulled a ball of blue and white mist from the water column behind him. The mist lingered around him, making a sizzling sound, and the flame gradually went out. Lightning strike. At this time, Toynes used the spell he had prepared, and a jumping lightning accurately hit the enemy's upper body, causing Burrell to scream again. For wizards, such huge creatures are natural targets, and they can be hit with their eyes closed. It hurts. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Biller screamed wildly, and more green mists were floating around him, causing Toynes to step back 2 or 3 steps in fear. A dark green mist fell from the sky, like a rough green lightning bolt, and fell towards Toynes. The spell lightning strike that Toynes was casting immediately changed its target and struck the mist from above. Although it was thinner than the latter, it broke the dark green mist and scattered it. However, the disintegrating dark green mist seemed to have identified Toynes, and still floated towards him relentlessly. Biller took the opportunity to rush forward and spit out a mouthful of frost mist. Toynes quickly retreated a distance to avoid this massive attack. The frost mist fell to the ground and rolled and spread on the ground. Now Toynes could not avoid the range of the frost cloud. But he had the ability to instantly cast the innate witchcraft blue frost shield to protect his body, and he steadily blocked the attack. Biller took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, slashing down with multiple arms holding sharp swords. Seeing this, Toynes calmly raised a magic shield and blocked himself. When the two were fighting, the little green-winged snake was rushing over with 2 puppets and many cloud servants. It took the lead and did not notice the tiny green spots in the eyes of the cloud servants. At the same time, under the ruins, 2 people piled up in the dark, and there was no movement for a long time. It's soft to hold it, right? How long are you going to hold me? After a violent vibration, the cave finally calmed down. Ivan climbed up and leaned against the side. The cave was dark, and he could still see Perny's angry look. Look, it's collapsed. Hearing his words, Perny was even more indignant. It would be strange if it didn't collapse with such a big shock just now. Who told you not to remind me a few minutes earlier? Fortunately, I didn't go out a few steps before, otherwise I might be stuck under the cracks in the ground, and even the graves would be saved. The cave was dug by Perny before. Fortunately, the entrance was small, otherwise the fallen debris might fill the cave. Now the entrance has been blocked. This is not a place to stay for a long time. If you stay for a long time, you may suffocate to death. The two began to think about how to get out. If they dug upwards, they would have to dig about 4 meters. Ivan came to the cave entrance and listened carefully on all 4 sides of the cave. Can you hear it? Quiet. Finally, he lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. There was a faint sound of wind coming from below, indicating that there was a larger space below. After he stood up, he ordered, "Dig down, I leave it to you." Perny refused to do it and accused, "Mr. Ivan, where is your gentlemanly manner? You actually let a lady dig the soil." Ivan's expression did not change in response to her accusation, and he pointed out a fact. "Don't tell me you dug this cave by hand. Hurry up and work, there will be no air here soon." Humph. Perny certainly doesn't dig by hand. Her elemental affinity is earth, water, and wind, and she is naturally good at manipulating earth particles. With her hands dancing, the surrounding soil becomes alive, and automatically moves from the bottom to the top. It's not fast, but it's stable and not prone to collapse. You have such a keen hearing, you must have practiced a superior breathing method. She was not someone who would easily give in, and soon discovered something unusual and pointed it out bluntly. "Where did you find it?" "You are so lucky." "I picked it up." Ivan did not deny it. Perny curled her lips after hearing it, obviously not believing it. After a few minutes, she stopped what she was doing, because she could see light through the crack on one side of the ground, and she could also detect an unusual breath, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Perny did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 69. Perny made way. Ivan leaned in to listen carefully and distinguish, indicating that there was no one around, so she continued to dig. After a while, under Perny's control, a wet underground passage emerged. The passage was filled with a lot of fog, like the surface of a lake in the early morning of autumn and winter. What made her uncomfortable was the green color in the fog. The green airflow was particularly conspicuous in the white fog. "Let's go this way." Perny pointed to the side, where the green airflow was not so active. Ivan shook his head. "That should be the way to the sea, and the opposite direction is where the wind blows." Perny was afraid of the green airflow, and Ivan pointed to the crack in the ground filled with mud and rocks above, indicating that they couldn't stay here for long. After her operation just now, the crack in the ground might really collapse. The two walked forward for a distance, and the green airflow in the passage showed a clear trend of increasing, and actively approached them, obviously attracted by the curse of the demon, and the two hurriedly quickened their pace. Occasionally, traces of something crawling on the ground could be seen, which should be left by Bill. As the two continued to move forward, the noise coming from the front became louder and louder, scaring them so much that they had to be careful and alert, and they didn't even care about the green mist coming over. The passage was wide and open, and there was a spacious underground cave in front of them. In the center of the cave stood a strange gray iron pillar. Dark green mist kept coming out around the iron pillar. The fighting noise came from above the iron pillar, but no figures fighting above could be seen. Penny breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly quickened her pace to bypass the iron pillar and walk to one of the passages on the other side, but found that someone didn't follow. She turned around and found Ivan staring at the ground in the middle of the cave without blinking. "Wait for me in front. I catch up in a quarter of an hour." Ivan took a few steps towards the center of the cave, staring at the rune array on the ground. "What are you doing?" Penny was puzzled. She naturally saw the things on the ground. It should be a rune array used for sacrifice. You don't want to remember those runes, do you? Runes are not as simple as they seem on the surface. It's useless to remember them. They are different at first glance and second glance. They are not the same as the meditation runes recorded in memory. Ivan did not change his mind. "I know that runes need to be comprehended to comprehend their true meaning." "You are really crazy." Seeing him walking directly to the center of the cave, shuttling between those thick dark green mists, Penny gritted her teeth and simply ignored him, and went around to another passage. She had never seen such a person. If he could comprehend just by watching, then he was not a wizard apprentice, but a great scholar and sage. If this is not crazy, then what is it? Ivan did not care about her. The curse of demon resentment that determines his survival, an activated rune array is like a naked girl. There is no better opportunity to analyze the power of the curse of demon resentment. Under the inexplicable traction, the dark green mist continued to move upwards, floating along the gray iron pillar to the top of the island. The situation was better than he expected. He rolled up his sleeves and took a look at his arm. The curse seal was indeed absorbing the mist, and the color was faintly deepening. Ivan did not dare to delay time, and stood close to the rune array. In his eyes, the activated runes seemed like little people dancing happily, changing in various forms, and it was indeed not something that people of his level could spy on from the side. A level 3 wisdom light was lit, and his mind instantly became extremely clear. Inspired by his understanding and spirituality, he found the introduction to explore runes, which was the curse seal on his arm, and the method of making the secondary spell of the summer curse taught by Toynes, as well as the mist that was gathering inside the curse seal. In just a few minutes, the experience points of curse learning and rune learning on the light film increased continuously. Then, he lit up the only level 4 great wisdom light. The tenfold understanding and spirituality gave him an illusion that all the mysteries of the world were in his eyes, and he was the prophet who saw through everything in the cave. Illusions are just illusions. Any understanding needs to be based on reality. He must focus on the rune array in front of him and his past knowledge accumulation. At the end of the passage on one side of the cave, there is a narrow crack that allows you to see the sky outside. There are constant rumbling sounds outside, and it seems that there are many people fighting nearby. But where do so many people come from on the island? Penny knew that as long as she pushed the soil a little, she could open a passage out of the underground. She hesitated when she heard the messy noise outside. "Why haven't you come yet? You won't die there." She looked back at the passage from time to time. The person who followed her didn't show up, which made her feel a little uneasy. What a great thing about the superior breathing method. He is such a restless guy. Don't think that you can understand the rune arrays arranged by others just because you have a talent for potions. Do you think you are a formal wizard? Bastard, don't really die. Who? When she cursed in her heart for 1,000 times, a sound woke her up, and she turned around and was on guard. What do you think? Ivan came over. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were particularly bright. He threw the glass bottle of Jiangnai water on the ground, clenched his fist, and knocked his tired head. He had consumed a lot of energy just now, which was something he didn't expect. Penny looked at him unhappily. "You didn't listen to me, so you suffered a loss." Ivan changed the subject. "What's going on outside?" Penny shook her head. "It's a fight." "Let me listen." Ivan perked up his ears and listened to the noise. The people fighting were some distance away from here. He heard the voice of the little green-winged snake and the cloud servants. The little green-winged snake and the cloud servants were fighting. Further away, where there was more noise, it should be Toynes and Beryl. He told Penny about the situation, and the two decided to take the opportunity to leave. Under Penny's operation, the two left the underground passage, crouched secretly in the thatch behind the stone, and observed the battle not far away. I don't know what happened. A large number of cloud servants appeared, and the cloud servants became Beryl's accomplices. The only accomplices of Toynes were the little green-winged snake and the metal puppet. "Look, the puppet on the ship." Penny pointed ahead, her eyes almost shining. The puppet on the Lar appeared on the battlefield, the thing she wanted to kill. She said what she had said many times. "The opportunity is right. Let's go hijack the ship." Okay. This time Ivan did not refuse. Compared with Toynes and Beryl, the two were just small shrimps, and neither wanted to get involved in the battle over there. Now was the perfect opportunity to escape. After walking around the battlefield for a distance, Ivan slowed down his pace, hesitated and said, "You go first, I go to meet someone." "Who?" Purdy's eyes widened, as if she had seen him wrongly. "It's Juzitai, right? You must be crazy again. How about this, when we get back, I give you a few women who won't be worse than Juzitai." Ivan changed his direction. "I be there soon. After I hijack the ship and convince the giant turtle, I won't wait for you." "You will?" In her astonished eyes, Ivan shook the copper token in his hand, which he had just picked up on the ground on one side of the rune array. Faced with this situation, Purdy was really a little crazy, and she ran towards the dock with a dark face. Chapter 70. On the side of the castle far from the ruins, Josher walked carefully on the empty corridor. Although she was very anxious, she did not dare to make more noise, otherwise she would attract the pursuit of the Cloud Servants. The Cloud Servants had become bloodthirsty beasts. They suddenly started to chase the followers and kill them. Even Fink, who was lying injured in the dormitory, suffered. Fortunately, she was smart enough to hide. "Ivan, you must wait for me. You said you would take me back to Flying Fish Harbor." Jusidy just received a message from Ivan from the secret mark, telling her to meet her at the back of the castle, and not to wait for her after a certain time. She hurriedly ran out from her hiding place. Fortunately, the Cloud Servants killed most of the creatures in the castle, and there should not be many left in the castle at the moment. Jusidy came to the base of the city wall without any danger, climbed up the wall quietly, looked around, and saw no tools to help her get down the wall. She looked under the wall and climbed up the parapet with gritted teeth. Leaping forward, she held a dagger in her hand, using her hands and feet together, stepping on the wall from time to gain leverage, and the dagger made a hissing sound when it scratched the wall. A few seconds later, she fell to the ground in a dusty state, her feet tilted, and she fell heavily to the ground. Her left foot seemed to be sprained. She knew she had no time to delay, so she could only endure the pain in her foot and run away from the castle. Chirp! A Cloud Servant followed the movement, and floated up to the top of the city. The fleeing figure fell into its eyes, and it let out an excited roar, and its body like cotton candy rushed down the city wall with the wind, heading straight for the prey below. Hearing the voice behind her, Jusidy's body trembled. She couldn't help but look back and saw the cloud creature with green eyes and body. The Cloud Servant no longer had any cuteness. She wanted to speed up her pace, but accidentally tripped over a tree root in panic and fell to the ground. "Ivan, save me!" Jusidy shouted at her pocket, trying to transmit the sound to the other party through the secret mark inside, but unfortunately the secret mark was not activated. Seeing the prey stop, the Cloud Servant was even more excited, rushing down with wind and fog. The wind turned into a blade, floating in front like a moon, and rushed straight to the prey, with a strong killing intent in the anthropomorphic eyes. Swoosh! When the Cloud Servant was still 3 or 4 meters away from Jusidy, a sword stabbed from the side. This sword was particularly fast, and it arrived in front of the Cloud Servant's body made of clouds and fog in the blink of an eye, and even the wind blade didn't have time to turn around. The Coeloan sword seemed to have pierced into a ball of soft rubber. The sharp sword pierced into the body, but the Cloud Servant was not panicked. Its weakness was just a small crystal stone hidden deep in the body, and outsiders could not distinguish it. With a click, something broke. The anthropomorphic eyes of the Mist Servant looked at the attacker, as if expressing his disbelief. Looking at the collapsing Mist Servant, Ivan certainly would not be kind enough to tell it that its body had turned green, so green that it was easy to see where the core was. The body of the Mist Servant was composed of elemental energy, and after death, only the broken stone-like core was left, which should be the elemental stone. As his own trophy, Ivan would of course collect it. "I wait for you for a while. If you don't come, I leave." Jusidy staggered to her feet. Just as she was about to say something excitedly, she heard his words, and could only stare at him dimly. This man watched her jump down, watched her being chased, and watched her fall. But the last blow was really beautiful. "Let's go quickly, don't let the boat run out." Ivan saw that she seemed injured and handed her a potion of physical strength. After a few seconds, he thought she was running too slowly, so he simply took her hand and ran towards the dock. Soon, the two of them left the castle far behind, and the dock was in sight. Ivan asked curiously, "By the way, where did you hide before? Why did you stink so badly?" Jusidy muttered reluctantly, "Thompson's room. I hid from the pursuit of the Cloud Servants because of the fishy smell inside." Before, Thompson's body was torn into pieces, and the walls of his own room collapsed. The mess inside was no different from a ruin. She thought it was undoubtedly a smart choice to hide in it. Seeing Ivan's admiring look, Giuseppe felt that the stench on her body was not unacceptable. At the island dock, Purdy looked forward to it, and finally saw the arrival of the two people, and hurried to greet them. "Is your token still useful?" "Who knows, it's better to have it than not." Ivan didn't know the answer, he would know it after trying. "Did you deal with the iron-edged giant turtle?" Purdy showed an embarrassed look. "It's a deal, it's easy to convince, but it needs a lot of food before it can leave, and it used to be fed before leaving. After being robbed once, she is now penniless. She doesn't know what's going on with Ivan. It's impossible to go hunting now." Ivan thought of the potion on his body. "Does it drink the nutrient potion?" "You can try." Purdy has no other choice. Joe, the iron-edged giant turtle, is a laboratory-derived synthetic creature with lower intelligence than ordinary creatures. He can't tell that Purdy is faking orders. "Joe, the food is here." As Purdy shouted, the giant turtle's head emerged from the water. The difference in size put a lot of pressure on the three people on the dock. Ivan glanced at Purdy, took out a nutrient potion, uncapped it, and let the glass bottle float slowly over. The iron-edged giant turtle snorted, as if a little unhappy. When the nutrient potion floated in front of it, it skillfully rolled up the glass bottle and swallowed it into its mouth. It was obvious that it had been fed nutrient potions before. Seeing this, Purdy's eyes lit up. The second and third nutrient potions floated over, and were swallowed by the iron-edged giant turtle. When Ivan was about to feed the fourth one, the iron-edged giant turtle suddenly closed its mouth and sank into the water, blowing bubbles on the water surface, but its eyes were rolling and staring at the three people, with an expression like a naughty child. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. Ivan asked speechlessly, "Isn't it being picky about food and throwing a tantrum?" "It's so big and fierce, but it's still picky about food and throwing a tantrum." Purdy and Justy looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Purdy urged, "Do you have any other potions?" "Physical strength potion." Ivan took a potion, opened the lid, and shook it in front of the iron-edged giant turtle. The iron-edged giant turtle leaned forward and swallowed it, and the whole turtle immediately became energetic. The three successfully boarded the lar. Purdy thought of a question and asked curiously, "Where do you get so many potions?" "I made it myself." Ivan hadn't reported to Lar for the last time he made medicine. Lar might have been so busy that he forgot. He brought a lot of potions with him. He made a total of 6 bottles of ginger water. He took one before, and the remaining 5 were all on him. There were also 30 physical potions, and 10 nutritional potions. If he wasn't afraid of affecting his actions, he could have given them to Toynes. You can't take it, so you give it to me." "I can't put it on me. I'm so angry." After listening to Ivan's story, Purdy felt that she had suffered some kind of critical hit. This man actually dared to ask Toynes for something, and Toynes really agreed foolishly. If he had known, he would have asked for it too. Seeing his innocent look, he probably doesn't know how many magic stones he has discarded. It's really a waste of resources. It's so infuriating. Ivan didn't know why Purdy reacted so strongly, and said casually, "Why don't you go back and get it?" "Ah, I'm really infuriated by you." Purdy turned her head away frantically. "It's stupid to go back to the castle now." Accompanied by a low roar, the iron-edged giant turtle pulled the lar away from the dock and sailed towards the island. Finally leaving this island, Ivan looked back at the sky behind him. The green mist in the sky was like spider silk. The silk weaved a huge cage. It used to be used by Toynes to imprison apprentices, and now it was used by Bill to encircle Toynes. But can he and others really escape from this cage? Chapter 71. The remains on the island used to be ruins, but now they are almost broken into pieces, which shows how fierce the battle was. Bill arranged the current battle formation, which made a wizard who was good at controlling his emotions lose control of his emotions. "Biller, I will let you know the taste of a soul burning on fire for 100 years. At this point in the battle, Toynes had long lost his previous composure, staring at his proud disciple with only deep hatred. Originally, Toynes prepared potions, magic items, scrolls, and made full preparations for the battle. Even if the opponent had the support of the rune array, he could find the opponent's flaws and kill him. As time went by, Toynes found that the other party was simply playing tricks. No matter what kind of serious injuries he suffered, including frost, lightning, fire, poison, etc., he could always recover easily with the help of the rune array. Apart from making the other party suffer a little, he could not achieve anything else. He thought about evacuating tactically first, but Bill took away the control of the island formation. The castle defense was also infected, and he summoned a large number of cloud servants. Even if he fled a long distance, Bill could still control the power of the curse to target him, as if anchoring a tracking mark. This is what Toynes couldn't understand. Just like someone could break into the castle quietly, Beryl was very cunning. Once he dared to stay away, he would drive a lot of curse energy to fall on him, and he would hit him accurately, forcing him to stay and tangle with Beryl. He was a formal wizard, but he was teased by an apprentice. He threw all his calmness behind his head. Toynes understood that he had to kill Beryl today, otherwise he couldn't make peace, and he couldn't face his identity again. I'm different. I just want you to die in despair and terror. Biller also looked at his former mentor with hatred. Even though he felt deep pain in his body, it couldn't reduce the hatred in his heart. Today, in this ruin, only one person is destined to survive. At this moment, the two had the same belief. The two were not in a hurry to fight each other. Toynes needed to suppress the surging curse power, and Biller needed to adapt his body to the new power. There are bugs. Biller suddenly noticed something. He looked into the distance and seemed to see a ship rushing towards the fog. There were 3 people standing on the bow, including a green-haired girl. Someone actually wanted to escape from his control. Biller was furious, and was ready to order the cloud servants to go and hunt. At this time, many images unconsciously emerged in his mind. The boy came to the island with great expectations, and was happy to beat everyone to test the 5th level talent. The girl looked at him with dissatisfaction, and occasional admiration and dependence. The boy said he would take the girl away from the island. It was just a few small bugs. There was no need to waste energy. In the end, Bill did not let the cloud servants chase him, nor did he cut off the weak force that was prying the formation. Thunder. When Bill was distracted for a moment, a bolt of lightning struck him. The huge body had no way to escape. Amid screams, Bill was enveloped by thick smoke, and his charred skin quickly recovered. This time, Toynes decided to fight head-on. He took the opportunity to rush towards Bill's huge body. After getting close, he did not stop, but continued to rush up on the tilted snake body. He made a great effort and chopped off the snake's head with his sword. Behind him, the remaining explosive potion fell, and a raging fire burned, and the fire stuck to the snake's tail. Bill's old injury had not healed, and he had a new pain. It can be said that he suffered a great disaster. The pain brought by the burning flames was really severe. He lowered his head and spit out a frost cloud downwards, trying to extinguish the fire burning on the snake's tail. The result was just as he expected. This was also the result that Toynes wanted. He held a long sword engraved with patterns, and the long sword was surrounded by shining lightning. He took the opportunity when Bill lowered his head and chopped it with his sword. At the critical moment, Bill moved his sword to block, but only blocked 20% to 30% of the edge. Then another arm intercepted it, and finally the long sword cut off both arms, and cut the snake's scales on the shoulder, and the sword cut through the scales and flesh. Ha ha ha, I caught you. Bill seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. He had 6 arms, and after 2 arms were broken, there were still 4. 3 of them grabbed Toynes' wrists, and 1 grabbed Toynes' wizard robe in front of him. Are you used to using your hands now? But I still remember that you had a more perfect hand, but you cut it off cruelly and abandoned it on the boundless ocean. Now I come back to you with the resentment of being abandoned. As Beeler said, the arm in front of Toynes revealed its true appearance, and the familiar blue pattern was revealed, allowing Toynes to recognize it at a glance. This is his arm, but it has a different vitality, like a living creature. Could it be? Toynes looked horrified. He remembered that in order to solve the curse of the demon, his fingers were stained with an unknown power, and he was unlucky to be stained with another similar curse. The 2 curse powers began to merge strangely. His left arm mutated, so he had no choice but to replace it. Toynes finally understood who broke into his castle twice, and who made the opponent's attacks always fall on him. It was obviously himself. I lost to myself. Go ahead. I said I would give you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. Bill didn't give him a chance to think, and stretched his arm and stabbed it into Toynes' chest. There was no blood, no flesh and blood splattered, just merged into Toynes' body, becoming one, and the other side was connected to Bill. Then let's go to hell together. Toynes felt his vitality decreasing significantly, and suddenly woke up. The situation was already irreversible. How could he watch himself being sucked dry? He decided not to suppress the power of the demon curse in his body anymore. The new and old curse power was accepted by his body, and the flesh and blood reached the extreme activity at this moment. At the last moment, the flesh and blood collapsed, and the vast energy rushed to the surroundings, submerging Bill's huge body and a large area nearby, including the small green-winged snake and many cloud servants fighting nearby. Outside the island, The black ship penetrated the thick fog and appeared under the sun. The light sprinkled on the three people on the bow, making them feel the long-lost warmth. "The sun is so beautiful," Perny expressed the three people's thoughts. She thought of something and ran to the stern quickly, looking at the clouds and fog that were left behind, just watching silently. What's wrong with her? As a woman, Giuseppe felt that she was missing someone. Who knows? Ivan was too lazy to think about Perny. He was more worried about whether Toynes would chase him to Flying Fish Harbor in the future. He hoped that Billo could kill that old guy. As the ship continued to move forward, the fog disappeared on the sea level, and Perny calmed down and returned to the bow. Ivan asked worriedly, "Are you sure the Iron-Edged Giant Turtle knows the way back to Flying Fish Harbor?" Perny looked at him sideways. "Do you know?" "Just listen to it." Of course he didn't know, so he had no choice but to rely on the Iron-Edged Giant Turtle to find the way. As for whether it was reliable or not, only the giant turtle itself knew. Chapter 72. Flying Fish Harbor Pier. Today the pier is under martial law. It turns out that Earl Hobson has arrived with a group of officials. It is quite a big scene. These nobles look at the sea from time to time, as if waiting for a ship to arrive. "It's coming," someone muttered. On the sea level, a black spot gradually grows larger. A large ship that is different from the style of the Principality of Xiangmai comes into view and approaches Flying Fish Harbor at an extraordinary speed. The giant whale ship is clearly a wizard ship. At this time, there are two wizards standing on the bow of the ship, looking at the remote island in front of them. "Wizard Bernardson, Toynes from your academy has seriously disrupted the order this time and caused a lot of losses to everyone. You must give an explanation." Anger said that he came to ask for an explanation on behalf of the North Moon Alliance, and he had to make it clear in advance to avoid a bigger conflict later. "Let's investigate the matter first." Bernardson was reluctant to say more. In fact, Toynes also caused a lot of trouble to the academy, and he also wanted to settle accounts with Toynes on behalf of the academy. The wizard ship rode the wind and waves, and soon reached the east bank of the dock, stirring up waves. The giant whale lurked underwater, and its huge figure made many nobles silently step back half a step, not daring to get too close to the beast. Seeing the two wizards jumping onto the dock, Earl Hobson hurriedly greeted them. "Lord Enge, you are finally here." His attitude was very respectful, and seeing this, the other nobles hurriedly saluted and greeted him. Enge said, "This is the wizard Bernardson from the Mona Ant Land Hut, and he will come forward to persuade the wizard Toynes." "Mr. Bernardson, welcome to Flying Fish Harbor. I am Colin Hobson, the mayor of this small town." Earl Hobson knew how terrifying a wizard was, so he didn't dare to neglect him, and his attitude was more respectful than that towards anger. The two wizards didn't like the red tape of the nobles, and they asked about Toynes in a swift and decisive manner. After a while, they left by boat, heading to the island of Lair occupied by Toynes. A black ship with patterns all over it sailed slowly on the vast sea. "These are leeches, right? What are you doing with these little bugs?" In the hall in front, Perny, who had nothing to do, found bubbles floating in front of Ivan, and there were bugs in the bubbles. She curiously came over to look for a while, but didn't see anything special. Ivan said casually, "Bubble leeches, a kind of medicinal material." He originally had a can of bubble leeches, but he only brought a dozen of them with him before, and the others were left in the laboratory in the castle. "Don't answer if you don't want to." Penny certainly didn't believe it. She turned and left the conversation room, and went to the bow to face the direction, so as to avoid the Iron-Edged Giant Turtle pulling the boat around. Ivan ignored her, and summed up the gains and losses. There are now 9 major subjects on the Academic Master Panel: Pharmacy, LV4, 19/1000. Night Breathing, LV3, 183/300. Energy Particles, LV1, 79/100. Meditation, LV1, 31/100. Runes, LV2, 98/200. Linguistics, LV1, 22/100. Curse, LV1, 16/100. Biology, LV0, 3/10. Plain Studies, LV0, for tenths. When comprehending the rune ritual array, and Plain Studies was inexplicably added, and its function is unknown. After comprehending the runes, his rune knowledge increased by 190 experience points, becoming level 2, and his curse knowledge increased by 20 points, becoming level 1. At that time, he used a level 3 Wisdom Light and a level 4 Great Wisdom Light, especially the latter, which was very effective. Under the collision of various knowledge, he suddenly deduced 2 things: Spring Bud and Ginger Summer Water. Spring Bud is a pseudo-life seed deduced by him by combining the life energy, sacrificial runes, secret seals, and referring to the spring curse and life seed, and he named it Spring Bud. Jiang Xiao Water is a new potion he derived based on Jiang Nai Water and physical potions, combined with the method of stripping the curse power of the altar runes and the summer curse. When he was comprehending the rune altar in the cave, he was thinking about how to solve the curse of the demon's grudge and trying to find a way out of it. Therefore, the application objects of Spring Bud and Jiang Xiao Water are all insects, which is a continuation of the method of turning insects into curses that Toynes gave up. Fortunately, there is finally a clue, and it is worth his risk. The problem of the curse of demon resentment cannot be delayed any longer. If it is delayed any longer, it may cause a big problem. Ivan still thinks so now. After the previous tossing, the curse pattern on his arm has expanded a little, and his eyes have become darker. He estimates that it can be comparable to the curse power given to the apprentice by 3 times Toynes. The problem is very serious. There are many sea beasts in the sea. No one can sleep tonight. No problem. As night fell, Perny suggested not to sleep at night, and Ivan agreed. Perny guarded the bow, and Ivan guarded the stern. After a while, Ivan called Jasidi and asked her to help him watch for a while, and call him if there was anything. Ivan came to the small dormitory. According to the deduced Spring Bud method, he took a wisp of life energy from his body, condensed it into the size of a grain of rice, and then used his mental power to engrave runes on it. There were only 3 simple and strange runes. Understanding is one thing, and operation is another. After more than a dozen times of operation, the means of operation became more and more proficient, but they all failed, and I always felt that something was missing. He wondered if he had missed something or had not fully comprehended it. Thinking about the whole process carefully, he slapped his head suddenly. He almost forgot that this was the power of a knight. He shouldn't do this from the perspective of a wizard. Even the knight-level fighting spirit cannot leave the body, let alone the inferior life energy. He stretched out his palm, condensed a rice-sized seed of life energy under the skin of his palm, and engraved runes on it. The first one. The second one. The rice grain trembled continuously, and collapsed in an instant. He suppressed it with his fighting spirit in time, and did not cause any trouble in his body. As expected. After trying several more times, Ivan finally condensed a complete Spring Bud. The Spring Bud refers to the spring curse of the demon curse, but it has nothing to do with the demon curse itself. It has 2 functions. One is to bring seeds of strength to insects, and the other is to establish a deep connection between him and the insects, just like Toynes passed the meditation method of the spring with song to his apprentice. Jiang Xiao Water is the means to transfer the power of the curse, which is more delicate than Toynes' method of directly bestowing the curse seal, and is more suitable for insects. He summoned a bubble leech and planted the Spring Bud that he had worked so hard on into the leech. No change was the best change. He placed the leech alone in a glass bottle. Ivan stretched his body. It was late outside and almost midnight. He switched to Juzatai and kept watch until dawn. The night went surprisingly smoothly. There were mysterious runes engraved around the ship, which could reduce the intrusion of sea beasts on the ship. This result was also expected. Ivan, come quickly. When he was thankful that nothing happened, Perny's anxious voice sounded. He came to the bow, and Penny frowned and said, "The direction seems wrong." "Are you sure?" "It should be right." Ivan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He came to the bow, and shouted to the sea below, "Joe, is this the route to Flying Fish Port?" Hearing his shout, the iron-edged giant turtle shook its head up and down, and pulled the boat harder and harder. The giant turtle thought he was well disguised, but he didn't know that his big round eyes that were rolling around said it all. Chapter 73. Perny said with a dark face, "I think the direction is wrong. No one noticed anything wrong last night. Now we don't know how far the route has deviated. Where will the iron-edged giant turtle take the ship? If she can beat the giant turtle, she will definitely pull this troublesome guy out and beat him up." Ivan thought for a while, and said his opinion. According to Joe's character, he should not lie, so he just changed the route, and the destination is still Flying Fish Port. After thinking for a moment, Perny nodded and agreed with his statement. Hearing this, Josher felt relieved. As long as she could return to Flying Fish Harbor, it would be fine. 2 hours later, the Lar slowed down and a small island appeared not far away. The 3 people on the boat noticed the movement, and did not bother to trouble the iron-edged giant turtle. They were on high alert, and alert for possible dangers. The iron-edged giant turtle was not affected by the 3 people at all. It pulled the boat to the reef island and stretched its head to bite the underwater. A transparent jellyfish was bitten into its mouth, and the tentacles of the jellyfish shook and splashed waves. The giant turtle then sucked hard, and the jellyfish was sucked into its mouth like jelly. This is probably why it secretly changed its route. Looking at the iron-edged giant turtle eating happily, Ivan didn't know what to say. Perny said, "Didn't you feed it nutritional potions? If it was hungry, it wouldn't look like this. Wait, when we get to Flying Fish Port, I will definitely treat it with carefully prepared food." Perny is a person who holds grudges, and Ivan doesn't think she will really do it unless she can beat the iron-edged giant turtle. After eating and drinking, the iron-edged giant turtle continued on its way. A new morning. At the Flying Fish Harbor, a small group of saboteurs visited and broke the peace on the dock. Silverbone rays, a type of sea beast with bone blades on both sides, live in groups of 3 or 4. They like to dismantle docks and ships. Every visit will cause Flying Fish Harbor to suffer certain losses, especially when there are merchant ships docked at the dock. The Silverbone rays jumped out of the water, and a small boat was immediately chopped into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Release. On the shore, 2 teams of guards took out powerful crossbows and strong bows and shot arrows at the Silverbone rays. The Silverbone rays are intelligent and cunning creatures. They will become alert when they hear the sound of crossbows, and will quickly escape into the water when they see arrows shooting at them. With the obstruction of the seawater, it is difficult for arrows to hit the Silverbone rays in the water. To deal with this kind of hunter from the sea, fighting in the water is definitely the stupidest way. With the 2 bone wheel blades, the Silverbone rays are not afraid of ordinary iron wire fishing nets, so it is not easy for the guards to capture them. In Flying Fish Harbor, Silverbone rays are also called silver blade ship slashers by fishermen. "Captain, there is a ship coming this way on the sea." On the sentry tower, a sentry found that a ship was heading towards the dock on the sea and hurriedly reported to the captain. Captain Pierre thought to himself that it was bad. Originally, due to the recent arrival of wizards in the port, all the ships on the dock were cleared. At present, the Silverbone rays did not cause much damage. If a merchant ship came over, the situation would be difficult to say. He quickly gave orders to the sentry tower, "Hurry up and keep the ship away." At this time, another sentry reported, "Captain, that is a wizard ship. I saw the sea beast pulling the boat." "Oh no, the silver rays are surrounding us." Pierre was a little happy and a little uneasy when he heard this. He was happy that the mysterious wizard would definitely be able to deal with the silver rays, but he was uneasy because if someone was injured, he would be blamed. It was actually the Lar that was approaching the Flying Fish Port. The 3 people on the ship had already discovered the situation ahead. They didn't expect to encounter sea beasts on the sea, but they had a lot of trouble near the Flying Fish Port. Perny found that the silver rays had already set their sights on the Lar, and were swimming towards them from time to time. She cursed anxiously, "Joe, you big fool, don't you know how to avoid it for a while? What magic do you have?" Ivan said truthfully, "Just a vine entanglement." Perny said, "I know ground spear skills, which can only be effective on land, and I also have a frost air, which can't deal with Silverbone rays. What do you think we should do?" At this time, without bows and arrows, the 2 had no good means to deal with Silverbone rays. As for Jacidi, she just had to stay in the room and take care of herself. Ivan was speechless. "I didn't see you so worried before on the sea." "It's different. I had no choice then. I could just fight to the death. It's the same now. Anyway, the boat belongs to Toynes. I can swim back at most." "Don't tell you that you can't swim. You are still afraid that your subordinates will see you in such a mess. You are really ungentlemanly." Seeing that he didn't care, Penny rolled her eyes at him. The 2 of them looked serious. After a while, a Silverbone ray approached. It was about to swim around the iron-edged giant turtle to the back and then sneak attack. A section of black branches accurately shot above it and turned into a black vine in the blink of an eye to wrap it up and tie it up. On the right side of the boat, the seawater around another Silverbone ray suddenly froze, making its body stiff. The giant iron-edged turtle walks on the sea all year round, and its fighting awareness is not weak. With 1 claw on the left and 1 claw on the right, the steel bones of the Silverbone ray were immediately severely damaged, and the nearby sea water turned red. There were 2 Silverbone rays left. Seeing their companion's death, they were a little afraid and swam around the boat and dared not approach. Ivan and Perny guarded an area each, keeping a close eye on the movement of the sea. This dead turtle. The boat under their feet shook violently, and the bow turned, causing Perny, who was caught off guard, to almost fall. She cursed in her heart, and when she stood firm with the support of the pillar behind her, she heard a big noise coming from the other side. Then something fell heavily onto the deck behind. Looking back, it turned out to be a Silverbone ray entangled by a black vine. Ivan leaped over and smashed the fish's head with his fist wrapped in black fighting spirit, knocking the struggling silver bone ray unconscious. How did you do that? Penny stared at him with surprise. Ivan smiled smugly. It was just luck. It just jumped up when the stern was swinging over, and I tied it up. This was not his humble words. There was indeed a lot of luck involved, otherwise it would be impossible to pull up a silver bone ray that was nearly 3 meters long with the vines entangled. Under the attack of the iron-edged giant turtle, the other silver bone ray was scared away. The severely injured silver bone ray in the sea became the food of the iron-edged giant turtle. After eating snacks, it pulled the boat to the dock. It's Miss Perney. The wizard captured a silver bone ray alive. I didn't expect it to be much longer than it looked in the sea. Perney is the niece of Earl Hobson. The 2 guard captains know her. Looking at the respectful appearance of the 2, you can guess how favored Perney is. The guards are more interested in the silver bone ray. This is the first time they have seen a silver bone ray captured alive. The famous silver blade ship slasher in the sea. Captain Pierre was the most excited. He ordered his men to find a long cart for heavy goods. After asking Perney and Ivan, he asked the guards to lift the silver bone ray off the boat, tie it to the cart, and pull it out to the dock. Perney pulled Ivan and whispered, "This is the first silver bone ray caught alive in Flying Fish Harbor. Can we go to the government office first and let my uncle take a look? I can introduce you to my uncle." Chapter 74. Whatever you want to do. Ivan didn't care about it. He didn't want to see Earl Hobson either. After seeing the devastating means on the island, he had less respect for the power and strength controlled by the nobles, and had more hope and ambition for the power of wizards. Ignoring Penny's ardent pleas, Ivan insisted on going home first. At the Marichatton house, Paget was trimming the bushes in the yard. When she heard movement at the gate, she looked up and saw a familiar figure standing there. She thought she was seeing things and blinked hard. Looking at his silly sister, Ivan smiled and waved. "I'm back, Paget." "Welcome back, brother Ivan." Paget was sure that she was not mistaken, and hurried over to open the door. She stood in front of Ivan, a little at a loss, wanting to express herself more enthusiastically, but was restrained by her ladylike reserve. Ivan patted her head gently. Seeing someone touching the lady's hair again, Paget angrily returned 2 pink fists. After meeting for more than 2 months, the brother and sister naturally had a deep affection that was hard to express in words. Only Paget and Aunt Kathy were at home. Sean was nowhere to be found. Father and Paul had gone out with the mercenaries to complete a mission and had not returned. Ivan then learned that Baiman had been away from home for nearly a month and had gone to Xiangshui City, the capital of Xiangmai Principality, to work hard and seek an opportunity to become a reserve member of the Brilliant Knights. Paget had a new discovery and couldn't help asking, "Brother Ivan, why is your hair growing so fast, and there are so many blue hairs? You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Ivan said vaguely that his hair was now mostly brown and a little dark blue, a mixture of the 2 colors. His hair was longer than his shoulders, and could only be tied up with a rope. This was the effect of the power of the demon curse. "I don't want to ask unless you tell me." Paggy didn't embarrass her brother, but looked at the clothes on him. "Is this a wizard's clothes? I've heard people talk about it." "This is the robe of a wizard apprentice." Paggy stretched out her hand and pinched it carefully, a little disappointed. "It's quite plain, it doesn't look mysterious at all." Looking at her usual serious look, it turns out that she is also a curious baby. Ivan laughed and replied, "I told you that you don't understand. This is made of the softest skin of a sea beast called the silver sturgeon. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, does not get dusty, is breathable and waterproof, and is a rare treasure in the Principality of Xiangmai." After sending away his curious sister, he returned to his familiar room and checked his belongings. He found that the bubble leech that he had planted with the spring bud had turned into a mass of rotten flesh, deader than dead. "It's really not that easy to cultivate." He sighed, but he didn't expect to succeed in one go. In the afternoon, Ivan left the city and came to the familiar cave under the cliff. Speaking of insects, the most impressive thing for him was of course the poison that caused him a lot of pain. Compared with before, his strength has changed dramatically. Strength, 3.0, Agility, 3.5, Constitution, 4.7, Spirit, 3.6. During this period, under the influence of the curse of demon resentment, his Constitution inexplicably increased by 0.5 scales, while his agility decreased by 0.2 scales. In terms of physical attributes, the Eye of the Bat is a breathing method that focuses on agility first and Constitution second. The current changes made him somewhat uneasy, and he didn't even dare to practice the breathing method, let alone the meditation method that could accelerate the fusion of the curse power. Despite this, he could also do what an intermediate knight does, and could cover his entire body with fighting spirit, like a black close-fitting gauze dress. The unique method of advanced knights is to wrap fighting spirit around weapons, such as long swords, which he had tried but failed to do. I want to see who you are. Ivan held a torch in his hand, and walked step by step into the depths of the cave, to the innermost part connected to the sea. When he got closer, he saw that the rotten shipwreck had fallen apart under the weight, leaving only a large number of broken wooden boards and broken wooden pillars piled together. Black insect eggs could be seen embedded in the wood, like small balls. He was a skilled and daring man, and he walked over to the side with light steps. A black insect flew out, a large group of them, buzzing loudly. It turned out to be a big mosquito. This time Ivan saw it clearly. The mosquito in front of him was different from ordinary mosquitoes. It should be called a midge. The big ones were 3 centimeters long. They were also good at absorbing the blood of living things, and they also carried toxins that could kill ordinary people. He stretched out his hand and touched the long torch, and the flames came out and burned vigorously in an instant. When the midges approached, he used the torch as a sword and shield, waving the torch to form an unbreakable net. The midge's wings would catch fire at the touch, and the sizzling sound of burning continued. He could also smell the aroma of barbecue. With his current eyesight, reaction speed, and sensitivity to danger, plus the skills of an intermediate knight, it was difficult for the midges to get within 5 feet of him. The things that used to make him so afraid have now become prey that can be killed at will. After a large number of casualties, the midges finally became afraid and even ignored their nests, turning into a black cloud and floating away. There are so many of them. Ivan glanced at the black layer on the ground, and then looked at the dense group of insects flying away. He couldn't help but be surprised at the reproduction ability of this thing. He remembered clearly that the number must have been much smaller than this before. Feeling that he had settled another grudge, he began to collect insect eggs and larvae without hesitation. The larvae were floating in the water beside him in a black mass. He collected them in a jar each, and another jar was filled with a dozen adult insects that he had just caught. He turned and left the cave. Marichatin's house. In the middle of the afternoon, Sean returned home excitedly. Paggy, listen to me, there is important news. Sean, who told you not to go home at noon? Do you know who is back? Hearing Paggy's angry shout, Sean was like a frostbitten eggplant. He thought his father was back, and now he was going to be punished. Paggy glared at him. What's the expression on your face? Go and see Brother Ivan. Who? Sean jumped up in shock and ran to another room. When he opened the door, he saw a long-haired figure wearing a strange robe. Who are you? Sean, you've grown courageous. Ivan had heard the noise long ago, and seeing his brother being so reckless, he took a few steps closer and hit his head with a blow. As the saying goes, you should hit your brother as early as possible. Paggy, who followed him, felt pain for him and thought he had hit him well. Sean's expression was dull for a while, and then he started to dance and say, You don't know. I saw with my own eyes a powerful wizard catch a silver bone ray with his bare hands. It was a silver bone ray known as the Silver Blade Ship Slasher. It was so long and big, so powerful. Don't disbelieve me, the silver bone ray that was caught alive is still on display in the square of the government office. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it. I guarantee that you have never seen it. Seeing his excited and admiring look, Ivan was embarrassed to tell his brother that he caught it by luck, and it was impossible to catch it with bare hands. Ivan, someone from the city lord's mansion is here to invite you. Aunt Kathy's voice sounded. Ivan came to the front yard and found a man who looked like a butler, and 2 guards standing at the door. Mr. Mary Chaton, Earl Hobson and Miss Penny invite you to attend tomorrow's banquet. Ivan took a gold emblazoned invitation from the butler, which was indeed an invitation to attend the banquet tomorrow afternoon. He also found that the 2 guards outside the door were secretly looking at him, with an inexplicable admiration in their eyes. Ivan didn't think much about it, and agreed casually, Okay, I will be there on time. After all, he and Perny had been through hardships together, so he had to give her this face. The invitation also said that 2 important people might attend. Chapter 75. The next afternoon. Mr. Ivan, please come in. The Hobson family was somewhat different from what Ivan had imagined. In front of him was a semi-castle-style manor, which was very old and looked more like a botanical garden. Many exotic flowers and plants showed their heritage. He could tell at a glance that some flowers and plants could be used as medicinal materials. This was actually in Flying Fish Harbor, which was like 2 different worlds. Seeing this botanical garden, Ivan had a new understanding of the wealth of the old nobles. If we ignore the geographical location, the environment here is extremely beneficial for plant apprentices. There were many guests at the banquet. Most of them were nobles riding in carriages, unlike Ivan who came on foot. No one dared to look down on him, because of the apprentice robe he was wearing. Occasionally, nobles stopped their carriages on the road and kindly invited him to go with them, but he politely declined. The banquet was held in the small garden square not far ahead, a few steps away. When he arrived in front of the small garden, there were many guests inside. Ivan unexpectedly found a familiar figure standing guard. He remembered clearly that it was the captain of the guard, who had forced him to meet Baron Karl and threatened him at the beginning. Ah! Captain Poker noticed a man in wizard robes approaching, but he didn't dare to stare at him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot, which made him shout and jump up, attracting a lot of attention. There was nothing sharp next to his foot. How could this happen? Poker's face changed drastically. This was an important banquet hosted by the Earl, and his rude behavior just now embarrassed the Earl. When his face turned red with anxiety, Baron Karl came out. Hurry up and go down. Mr. Ivan, welcome, welcome. Baron Karl saw clearly that the boy moved his fingers obscurely, and a thorny vine sprang out from the flowers behind Poker and pricked Poker's foot. The boy's nature is to hold grudges. He smiled and went to meet him, and he did not fail to expose the boy's trick. Ivan responded, Dear Baron Karl, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much. Hearing his words, Baron Karl's face flashed a trace of unnaturalness. This might be because he was resentful and thinking about himself. Mr. Ivan, I saw the silver bone ray you captured alive yesterday. It was really eye-opening. Don't laugh at me. This is the first time I've seen someone capture a silver-bladed ship cutter alive. Baron Karl is right. It's the first time I've seen it, too. It turns out that it was this young hero who did it. You are young and promising, unlike those boys in my family who dared not move when they saw the silver bone ray. Baron Karl spoke loudly, which attracted the support of many nobles. Some of the more familiar nobles came up to praise him. Ivan dared to swear that this was the most praise he had ever heard in his 2 lives, and it also opened his eyes. Ivan! Perny called from a distance, freeing Ivan and walking over quickly. At this time, Perny was wearing a white princess dress, and the way she lifted the hem of her dress was eye-catching, as if she saw an elf princess in a painting. Ivan approached, and Perny motioned for them to talk to one side. Seeing that she was walking a little awkwardly, Ivan joked, Can you still fight like this? Perny glared at him, Can you talk? Who do I need to fight in Flying Fish Harbor? It won't be you. You can try. Ahem, let's talk business. Humph, 2 wizards came this morning to cause trouble for Toynes. They should have been to that island when we left. Now they are in Flying Fish Harbor. There are people from the same academy as Toynes. After listening to her story about the origins and purpose of the 2 wizards, Ivan's face became solemn. He didn't know whether it was good news or bad news for them. Perny also revealed a meaning. In fact, Earl Hobson has been inviting wizards to solve the problem of Toynes, and one of the wizards came at the invitation. Will the 2 wizards attend the banquet today? Uncle will definitely invite them personally. They may not come. Ivan thought for a while and said, If they don't come, the 3 of us will visit them together. Those who are supposed to come can't be avoided. How about it? Okay. Perny also meant this, and by the way, she inquired about the war situation on the island. At the end, she added, Uncle said he would give you a gift. I hope you like it, Ivan. What? I won't tell you. It's your fault for not going with me to see my uncle before. Just treat it as a surprise. Perny still remembered what happened before, rolled her eyes at him, and left with her complicated long skirt. The 2 of them whispering to each other on the side caught the eyes of many people, and many of them looked thoughtful. Ivan soon found that there were more nobles who showed goodwill to him. Ivan. The girl's surprised voice was particularly pleasant. Justy also came to the banquet, and saw the boy who was enjoying the beautiful scenery around him. Compared to Perny, Jusatai's light green dress is not so exaggerated and complicated, except for a fierce spot in front of her body. This is my father, Baron Gladden. The 2 were talking happily, and a middle-aged man came closer at an inappropriate time. It turned out to be Jusatai's father. Mr. Ivan, I heard from my daughter that you saved her and gave her a chance to escape from danger. On behalf of the Gladden family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you and solemnly invite you to visit the Gladden family. Baron Gladden is a serious nobleman, which may be related to his long-term service in the government office. Half an hour later, Earl Hobson appeared, attracting everyone's attention. I'm glad you all are here. I sincerely hope you like Hobson Manor. Just yesterday my dear niece, Perny Hobson, returned to Flying Fish Harbor. She is still so beautiful and lively, like a butterfly princess in the garden. This generation of Earl Hobson is in his prime, and has the same advantages as the old Earl. He speaks casually and humorously, and his words are long and vivid, which makes the nobles below laugh from time to time. Ivan had the illusion of returning to his school days, standing on the playground and listening to the speech of the headmaster wearing glasses. The two wizards still did not show up, and it seemed that they would not come to the banquet. After a while, Ivan's spirits were slightly lifted, and he heard the Earl say his name. Ivan Marachatton, he saved my niece Perny, and captured the ferocious sea beast that brought disaster to Flying Fish Harbor. He is the young hero of our city. In order to express my gratitude and respect for the hero, I decided to give him Sangu and confer the title of Baron on Ivan Marachatton in the name of the Hobson family. As Hobson announced, the garden was filled with applause and noisy conversations. As the person involved, Ivan really didn't expect this to happen. This was the surprise that Perny said. It turned out to be the title that the Marachatton family had always dreamed of. As a veteran noble, even if it was a barren territory, even if it was insignificant to Ivan, as a member of the Marachatton family, he had no reason to refuse such a gift. At this moment, he could feel many envious eyes falling on him, and he was the most popular. Chapter 76. Before leaving the Hobson family's manor, Ivan had already received the certificate of becoming a noble. The title of the Iron Scroll, which looks like a plain iron plate, has the oath of the Noble Alliance engraved on the front, and the other side is blank, leaving it for the family crest and motto to be engraved later. He is only a trainee baron now, because he has not yet been recognized by the Grand Duke of Xiangmai. It will take about 1 or 2 years of observation to let the Grand Duke see his ability to govern the territory. In fact, as long as there is no large-scale rebellion by the people of the territory, as long as he, as a baron, does not do something big that angers the heavens and the people, and does not die suddenly, he will be 99% likely to obtain the noble brocade book issued by the Grand Duke, become a hereditary baron, and turn Sangu into the permanent territory of the Marachat family. Ivan guessed that the Earl had another intention, to bring the limelight to him, so that when Toynes or other wizards held him responsible, he would definitely have to bear more responsibility. Congratulations, Lord Maricadon. Thank you for your congratulations, I'm very happy. In the carriage leaving the manor, Perny, who had changed her clothes, teased him. Ivan looked indifferent. He estimated that Perny's instigation was inevitable. Only Perny's words could make Earl Hobson take a fancy to him, and choose to invest in advance, and place a heavy bet. Jusidi was also in the carriage, staring at Ivan with her beautiful eyes. Ivan asked curiously, "What is Sangu?" Perny replied, "You will know when you go there. There is a place for you to display your talents." Ivan understood that it seemed to be a territory in a very poor condition, which was not unexpected to him. Basically, every territory outside the capital was like this, and it needed the nobles to slowly manage it before it could develop and prosper. At this moment, they were on their way to visit the two strange wizards. The three of them did not have much strangeness on their faces, but they were hiding a lot of anxiety in their hearts. Soon, the carriage arrived in front of a house, which was the residence of the wizard Eng. The attendant went in to report, and the three waited anxiously. "Three lords, Lord Eng wants you to come in." Following the attendant, the three came to the small garden in the backyard of the house, where a tall figure in a wizard robe stood. He turned around and looked less than 30 years old. "Are you Toynes' apprentices?" "Yes." Without waiting for the three to greet him, the wizard asked directly, and the three did not dare to neglect it, so they could only nod and say yes. Ong asked again, "Tell me about your qualifications in brief." "Third class, wood fire, water affinity. Fourth class, earth, water, wind. Second class, water, thunder, earth." After hearing the three people's answers, Wizard Ong looked at Penny, who had fourth class talent. Then he asked them about the island, and asked them to talk about their experiences. He listened from beginning to end, and did not give any opinions. Ong seemed to be asking them routine questions, and after asking them, he sent them out of the house. The three of them came to another house nearby. Inside was the wizard Bernarson, who was from the same academy as Toynes. The three of them needed to be more careful with this wizard. In the hall, there was also a young wizard who met the three of them. Bernarson said, "You are all apprentices of Toynes, right? From the root, you also belong to the Mona Ant Hut, and you are all from the same academy. Don't be nervous." Compared with the wizard Eng, his attitude was more intimate. The three of them dared not be nervous. "Yes, Lord Bernarson." Bernarson continued, "We went to that island. Except for the elemental creatures, and chaotic elemental particles that were causing trouble. No one else survived. Wizard twins should be dead. This means that the other apprentices and followers were dead. Hearing this, the three looked at each other and were glad that they left earlier, otherwise they would definitely become one of them. With twins dead, they felt much less stressed. If twins hadn't died, it would have been a hurdle that they couldn't get over. They would have to worry about the other party coming to them at any time, or suddenly transferring the cursed power to them. Death would be the best outcome. Bill actually did this. A trace of sadness and shame flashed in the depths of Penny's eyes, which finally turned into a heavy sigh. Bernardson said, Twinsco left a difficult problem for the Academy, causing the deaths of many apprentices, including all his former students. As his current student, I need you to explain this problem clearly. Let me tell you, I know more details. This question is the most core question. Ivan did not expect to fool around. He took the initiative to explain everything from meditation to branding the curse to the rune sacrifice array, but he concealed the fact that he had comprehended the sacrifice array. After he finished speaking, the three of them revealed the curse pattern. Bernardson glanced at it, waved his hand unhappily to signal them to put it away, and directly ignored the eager expectations in the eyes of the three people. Bernardson thought with regret that it was a pity for an apprentice with a 5th level talent. A 5th level talent has an 80% to 90% chance of becoming a formal wizard. This is a recognized fact in the wizarding world. Otherwise, he could bring back a general for the patrol team. We will stay in Flying Fish Harbor for a month, and return to the academy with me after a month. Remember to bring 10 low-level magic stones for tuition. Wizards believe in equal exchange. Penny was not surprised about the tuition fee, but Ivan felt bad. He wanted to see if he could use potions instead. Giusti asked a question carefully. Sir, can I not go? The other two looked at her in surprise, not knowing what she meant. Seeing the wizard's displeasure, she quickly added, I don't want to go to the Wizard Academy, I just want to stay in Xiangmai Principality. I really need to take care of my mother. I only have 2nd-class talent, and I am destined not to become a formal wizard. Bernardson was the first to see an apprentice unwilling to go to the Wizard Academy. Hearing that her talent was only 2nd class, and she was timid, he immediately took out a test crystal rod and tested Giusti's wizard qualifications. Remember, you are not allowed to join other academies. I must remember, I won't go anywhere. Her 2nd-class talent became an advantage, not to mention that she was a 2nd-class talent apprentice with a curse, and she had not yet learned the academy's meditation method. Going to the academy would be a waste of resources. Bernardson considered it and agreed. Coming out of the house, the two couldn't help but look at Giusti. I've never been good at fighting, and wizard training is too dangerous. I don't think it's suitable for me, Giusti said frankly. She was frightened by the various situations on the island. She escaped from death, and didn't want to face the same danger again. So how to solve the curse problem? This is a choice. It's good if it suits you. Giusti, I wish you good luck. Both knew that she had a big hidden danger, but this was Giusti's personal problem. She had made a decision, and must have her own considerations. Looking at the two people in front of her, Giosher suddenly felt that she was out of place, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful and uncomfortable. She hurried away, and the remaining two were speechless. Where are you going? The government office. That's right, you need to understand your territory, and just ask if you need help. I remember what you said. Penny sent him to the government office. Ivan needed to go through the formal procedures here, register as a noble, receive the territory boundary map, and confirm the specific scope of the territory. In the government office, he got some information about Sangu. This is a remote territory next to the Black Mist Forest. There is a large mulberry forest in the territory, and silkworm breeding is the mainstay industry. However, in recent years, mulberry forests have died in large areas, and silkworms can no longer be raised well. A lord is urgently needed to take charge of the situation. Ivan did not believe all of this. It was not difficult for him to guess that Sangha had a big problem that needed to be solved urgently. Chapter 77. What, Brother Evan, you have become the Baron of Marachatan and own a territory. What? You are the wizard who killed a sailor with a silver blade with bare hands, and you have become the hero of Flying Fish Harbor. After returning home, Evan told his younger brother and sister the news. Paget and Sean had different reactions, but they were both shocked, with their mouths wide open. Evan glared at his brother. Sean, don't always mention that sailor. Yes, Baron. Sean saluted in a fake manner. For this sudden news, both of them were like being hit by a pie. They looked around the Baron's iron scroll again and again in a daze. They didn't dare to touch it, for fear that it would be damaged in the slightest. Paget reacted, I will send a message to my father, Paul, and Beeman to tell them this great news. Ivan held her back. I just went to the mercenary group's base and asked Uncle Mickey to help us send a message. Paget stared at the Baron's iron scroll again and asked, maybe we can send a message to my grandfather and tell him that our family has become a Baron too. Let father take care of grandfather's affairs. What do you need me to do? Prepare dinner? As you wish, I will prepare a sumptuous noble dinner for the Baron. Seeing Paget's excitement, Ivan realized that this title was much more important to his family than he thought. For Earl Hobson, he not only did not feel resentful about being sent to the island, but he also needed to remember a great favor. Otherwise, he might have a big gap with his family. The next morning, Aunt Kathy heard a knock on the door. She approached and found a man standing outside the door, who looked like an old butler from a noble family. Who are you looking for? Madam, I'm looking for Lord Merricaden. Is he at home? Could it be that Ivan has really become a noble? Aunt Kathy heard about it from the three siblings yesterday. As someone who has watched Ivan grow up, she really couldn't believe it, and was in a state of half-belief and half-doubt. Yes, he is. I go call him out right away. Wait, ma'am, go and tell them that Baron Carl's butler is here to see you. After getting the Baron's permission, you can take me in. Do you think that's feasible? David quickly called the lady over. He didn't laugh at anything, but gave her advice in a semi-negotiating manner. Aunt Kathy reacted and quickly agreed. Okay, then you wait. Ivan didn't expect someone to come to visit so soon. The first person to come was Baron Carl's butler. The old butler brought a box as a gift. Baron Carl welcomes you to visit the manor at any time. I will visit you when I have time. After a while, Ivan escorted the old butler out of the door with a friendly attitude. Baron Carl spent a lot of money this time and sent 150 gold coins as a gift, which was exactly 10 times the original test fee, equivalent to the annual income of some small territories. He certainly couldn't treat the other party with a cold face when he showed an attitude of apology. In the following time, people came to visit and send gifts one after another, but the gifts were naturally not as heavy as Baron Carl's. Mr. Ivan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to become a brave hero and the noble Baron of Maricharton. Mrs. Elia, welcome to visit. Even Ivan's language teacher, Mrs. Elia, came to visit in person. Her smile was brighter than before, her voice was still so gentle and pleasant, and she praised him one sentence after another. She is indeed a learned person. Mrs. Elia gave him an ancient book of great collection value as a gift. When leaving, the lady held his hand tightly, showing her special enthusiasm and reluctance. Baron, if you want to continue learning Ferendo or other languages, just send someone to let me know. I will come to teach you when you are free. Thank you for your trouble. After the carriage left, the smile on Ivan's face faded immediately. This lady gave him a feeling that as long as she gave a little hint and money, Mrs. Hariah would not mind becoming his mistress. Or maybe it was just an attitude and means, hoping that he would not care about the previous qualification test invitation. Mrs. Hariah had reminded him to leave quickly, but it was too late. She was considerate, so he didn't plan to care about it. Patty couldn't help but remind him, Brother Evan, I feel that this lady is not good. You are right. Brother Evan, is it tiring to deal with these people? Evan said, most people who are related to the nobility are very shrewd, and it is certainly not easy to deal with shrewd people. If he was not afraid of ruining the reputation of the Marichatton family, he would have closed the door to refuse visitors. Talking to these shrewd people always requires a lot of nonsense, and you have to pay attention to your words all the time. It's too much effort. At noon, Reed and Paul hurried home. Although they didn't cry out, the smiles on their faces never disappeared. This was the long-cherished wish of 2 generations of the Marichatton family, and they finally took the most important step forward. The next day at noon, Byman also returned home to witness this great news. On a new day, the Marichatton family of 6, along with a giant shield mercenary group, rode to the territory of Sangu. Is the mission okay? Ivan found that the 2 deputy leaders of the giant shield mercenary group were all there, including Dane, a junior knight. Dane explained, the leader gave me the task, and I passed it on to other mercenary groups. I brought my brothers back to cheer for the Baron to prevent any blind people from causing trouble. Receiving a territory is usually not a peaceful thing. Most of the people in the territory are unwilling, because having a lord means paying taxes, and some bad lords will have more excessive demands, so the people will certainly resist. In order to come to cheer for the leader's family, there are a total of 26 people in the giant shield mercenary group. Except for old Mickey who guards the station, all others came. Ivan said, okay, It's all thanks to you. Many people expressed their politeness. Now no mercenary treated him as the leader's child. After all, the person in front of him was the one who could catch the silver bone ray alive. Located at the edge of the Black Mist Forest, Sangha territory and Black Pine Forest territory were in the same direction. They took the same road after leaving Flying Fish Harbor, and only took another trade route for the last section of the road. Compared with the two, Sangha territory was closer to Flying Fish Harbor. More than an hour in the afternoon, a group of people appeared outside Sangha territory. What a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. 3 mountains intersect to form a triangular area, and this triangular area in the middle is Sangha territory. From the inside of Sangha territory, there is a mountain behind, the same slanting mountain on the right and in front, and the famous Black Mist Forest on the left. The 3 mountains are not too high, and there is a road into Sangha territory between the front and left mountains. Except for the Black Mist Forest on the left, the other 2 mountains should be where the mulberry forest is. Looking around, it is difficult to see the green color on the trees now. Their arrival broke the peace of Sangha territory. Someone noticed the movement and notified others. Soon, a large number of young and strong men with various weapons surrounded them, nearly 100 people, and more people watched the excitement from a distance. Deputy Leader Gross stepped forward and shouted, "This is Baron Marichattan, the new lord of Sangha territory. Nobles leave. Sangha does not need a lord." Yes, no lord is needed. The people of the territory obviously received a notice from the Feiyu Port administration, otherwise so many people would not have gathered at once. Almost all of them came, and tried to expel the new lord. Chapter 78. For the residents of Sangha territory, the arrival of the new lord is definitely a big deal, and almost everyone who can go out will show up. Looking around, there are people everywhere. Ivan roughly estimated that the number of people should be more than 1,000, which means that the people of Sangha territory did not flee, which is different from what the government said. Looking at the people who dared to talk about expelling the lord, he was thoughtful. He rode forward a distance and looked at the strong man in the lead. "You are so brave. Are you a refugee?" The sturdy man's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Everyone knows that I, Sieg, grew up in Sangha territory. We do not need a lord. Please tell me one thing. How can there be lords without a lord?" Sieg was stunned when he heard this. Then he reacted and raised his unsheathed sword to teach the noble in front of him a lesson. However, he saw the other party waved his hand, and a green vine directly wrapped around him, strangling him to the ground, and the long sword fell to the side. Wizard. The lord is a wizard. In this land, even the displaced refugees have heard stories about wizards. When the people around saw the methods he used, they immediately exploded and looked at the new lord in awe. This is the method of a wizard. Behind Ivan, the mercenaries also opened their eyes and put down their weapons. It seems that they don't need to do anything. This baron can subdue everyone by himself. Ivan looked around and ordered, "Repeat, I am Ivan Marichattan, the new lord of Sangha territory. I don't care if you are residents or refugees, you must pay homage to the lord of this territory right now, or I will judge you all as refugees." With the blessing of spiritual power, his voice was clearly transmitted to the surroundings. Some people immediately knelt on the ground, and others followed suit, paying respect and greetings to the lord. Even Sieg, who had just escaped from the vines, was no exception. He found that there were 2 people behind him with fighting spirit, and the situation was over. Among the people behind, Sean whispered to Padge, "Ivan is really awesome." Paul and Byman looked at each other, and felt that their brother had changed a lot this time. He was more decisive in killing. It seemed that the experience in the past 2 months was not simple. After the people in the territory surrendered, the next thing was simple. Ivan did not pursue the responsibility of the group of people who were more clamorous. He only asked the people around him whether there were people who had served the previous lord. 3 guards stood up, 1 in his 40s or 50s, and 2 in their teens. He ordered the other people in the territory to go back to their homes first, and he asked the guards to take him to the castle of Sengu. "Hank, is there anyone taking care of the castle?" Ivan asked the oldest of the 3 guards, who looked like an old farmer, and the other 2 were his sons. Old Hank smiled bitterly. "Danny, Ronnie, and I take turns cleaning. Tell me about the situation." Originally, Lord Bart emptied the castle when he left, leaving behind even the decorations on the walls. Later, a noble sent people to repair it. Now it is no problem to live in it, but it lacks furniture and needs to be rebuilt. After listening to his introduction, Ivan could foresee how empty his castle would be. Fortunately, they brought daily necessities with them, and they could buy other things later. In the corner far away from the entrance and the Black Mist Forest, there was a small hill, and the castle was located on the hill. After a while, everyone saw where the castle was. Like the Black Pine Castle, it was surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, and the road leading to the territory in front. Due to the area on the mountain, this castle was a little smaller than the Black Pine Castle, but it also had everything, including walls, sentry towers, and a parade ground. It just has no equipment or furniture, and looks extremely simple. Ivan led everyone around, and he was calm all the way. Red and Paul, father and son, have a strong attachment to castles, and they touch everything with their hands, as if they were touching some treasures. Everyone came to the highest tower of the castle, which is usually used as the Lord's collection room and a place overlooking the Sang Valley. "Brother Ivan, don't you like it?" Patch asked curiously. "Look, the back is facing this ravine, and the wind must be strong at night. It's probably not as comfortable as the home in Flying Fish Harbor." Ivan pointed to the intersecting ravine between the 2 mountains. This ravine was just behind the small peak, and the wind blowing to the territory was blocked by the small peak and the castle. It was obvious that there was no water on this mountain. We would have to go down the mountain to fetch water, but there was no river at the foot of the mountain. "Hank, is there a water shortage in Sangha territory?" "Yes, there is a water shortage for 3 or 4 months every year. We can survive by saving some water. You don't have to worry about the water problem. There are 2 pools at the foot of the mountain. We sealed them with wooden boards and tree bark to prevent someone from dirtying them. We will dig them out for you later. The territory is definitely not rich in food." "You are right. The territory of Sangha has springs and ponds. There is a shortage of water and food every year, but it is not a big shortage. You can always get by saving money. The territory is close to the Black Mist Forest. There is no shortage of prey in the forest. Those who have hunters in their families can live a good life by hunting." When asked about the people and the territory, Old Hank told the truth. 5 years ago, the leaves of the mulberry forest turned yellow. It was thought to be a small accident. Later, the leaves of the mulberry trees turned yellow on a large scale, and the growth was getting worse year by year. It became unsuitable for raising silkworms, and the territory's finances became in deficit. 3 years ago, mulberry trees withered and died. First, small patches of trees died, and then large patches of trees died. There were rumors in the territory that this was a plague, and then some people began to flee the territory. More than a year ago, the territory's finances were extremely difficult, and it was difficult to continue. Baron Bart suddenly sold the territory, and sold the Mulberry Valley to the Hobson family. The Hobson family sent people over one after another, but they could not find out the reason for the misfortune of the mulberry trees, so they never sent a lord over. Without a lord, the people did not need to pay taxes, and their lives became more comfortable. Many of the people who had escaped came back, and a small number of refugees were attracted to join. Lord, Sieg and the others are not vicious, otherwise we would have driven them away long ago. Can you forgive them? Old Hank's youngest son Ronnie suddenly said, and Old Hank was so scared that he slapped him backhand, and Ronnie's face immediately had a slap mark. Seeing the panic of the father and son, Ivan didn't care and waved his hand to signal them to go out first. Sangha is a lord, and the people need to pay taxes, and he, the lord, also needs to pay taxes. It's different in name. What he needs is tribute to the Grand Duke Xiongmai, and he also needs to prepare a generous gift to the Hobson family, the benefactor, every year. These are the unspoken rules among the nobles. You must abide by them honestly, otherwise you will be excluded by other nobles. Nobles without territories don't need these. As a lord, he also has to ensure that his subjects don't rebel and become refugees in large numbers, otherwise Grand Duke Xiongmai will reprimand and punish him, and in serious cases, deprive him of his lordship. The biggest problem right now is the problem of Sanglin. If this problem is not solved, people's hearts will inevitably be unstable, and I, the Lord of Sangu, will not be safe. The problem that the Hobson family spent more than a year to solve is not an easy problem to solve, and Ivan doesn't think it is an easy problem to solve. To see the details, we have to go up the mountain to take a look. The pointed tower is the Lord's Hall, which is 4.5 floors in total. The top floor is a half-story pointed attic with no windows. Below is a 2-story tower. The top floor with windows is the collection room, and the bottom floor has no windows. Further down is a floor 4 times the size of the tower, usually used as the Lord's bedroom and study. At the bottom is the Lord's Hall. There is a corridor on the right side of the Lord's Hall, connecting to a pointed 2.5-story round building. Ivan came to the Lord's Hall and clapped his hands. Let's go to Sangling to take a look. This is the biggest problem in the territory. Danny, you and Ronnie go and inform the leaders of the 4 villages to come see me. There are 4 villages in Sangu, named after silkworms, Silk, Valley, and Phone Cho. The first 3 villages are next to 2 mulberry ridges. Phone Cho village is closer to the Black Mist Forest and the entrance to Sangu. It also has some functions of a small town and can entertain merchants and adventurers from afar. Chapter 79. The 4 village chiefs had not shown their heads just now. Seeing that the new lord was so powerful, they were now lingering outside the castle anxiously. Danny quickly brought them to the lord. Ivan found that the 4 were all strong young men, and they should be hunters in the village. Let's talk about the refugees first. You have screened the refugees, and I can trust you. But they cannot use their original names, and someone needs to guarantee them. Each refugee needs 3 households to guarantee the signature or fingerprints, and they will share the responsibility if there is a problem. Can you do it? He chose to let the refugees go. In the new territory, it was a mess anyway. As a lord, he didn't bother to identify whether they were refugees, and other nobles couldn't care less. Don't worry, lord. We will definitely do it. The 4 looked at each other, and the head of Phone Cho village took the lead, and the others also promised. Let them get out of my territory without a guarantee. Ivan said bluntly, and he looked at his brother Paul. Brother Paul, you supervise them. Okay, lord. Paul did not shirk his responsibility. Ivan had already said that he would leave in a month, and had discussed with his family about the arrangements for Sangha territory. The family moved from Flying Fish Harbor to Sangha territory. Paul would temporarily serve as the sheriff, and he might also be responsible for taxation in the future, while Lead would be responsible for training the guards to protect the territory. Beeman would leave, and his idea was still to join the Grand Duke's brilliant knights. With Ivan's identity as a baron, it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. The only thing that was not considered clearly was the Giant Shield mercenary group. Compared with the title, the mercenary group is insignificant. This is what Lead thinks. He will ask the mercenaries, who are willing to settle in Sangha territory, and the rest will be handed over to Dane, who can calm the situation. But it is a pity to do so. After all, the mercenaries have always supported the Marikaten family, and no one has made trouble for many years. Let's do this first. If there are other arrangements, I will post the decree directly. Ivan did not intend to make drastic changes. Any ideas would be arranged after solving the Sangling problem. After sending away the 4 village chiefs, Ivan led a group of people to the front ridge of Sangling. The 2 Sanglings together cover 1,200 acres, more than twice the area of the triangle in the middle. The land in the triangle is barren. Without the 2 Sanglings in front and behind, Sangha territory can be said to have little value. Climbing to the top of the mountain, looking around, there are dead mulberry trees, big and small, as if they were burned by a raging fire. But looking at the ground, weeds and trees are growing well. If it weren't for the fact that the people in the territory often come to clean it up, the mulberry forest would probably become a paradise for weeds and trees. Old Hank pointed to the stumps left after some trees were felled and explained. A few years ago, Lord Bart ordered the felling of a large number of sick mulberry trees, thinking it was some kind of infectious disease. Ivan nodded slightly, and he went to another place to take a closer look. He could not see anything from the appearance of the trees, and did not find obvious signs of ant borers. Are there any mulberry trees that are not dead? Yes, please come this way. Following Old Hank, we came to a place where mulberry trees are taller than other places. The living ones are all old mulberry trees with a tree age of more than 20 years. The oldest one is 109 years old. The only one is a 100-year-old tree, which requires 4 people to hug. Now it is also in a half-dead state, and can no longer grow mulberry leaves. These are the hard work of the Bart family. Ivan stretched out his finger and poked it casually. His finger easily pierced through the bark and sank into the trunk. It wasn't that his finger was hard, but the trunk was too fragile. It didn't look like a century-old tree at all. It looked like something had drained away its nutrients. Could it be a curse? It was like a curse of demons. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind, but then he thought it was impossible. He had never heard of cursing only mulberry trees. The trees on the other side of the Black Mist Forest were alive and well. Could it be that some strange monster ran out of the Black Mist Forest? On the side, Old Hank's pupil shrank slightly. He didn't expect that this lord was also a knight who mastered fighting spirit. He was really unfathomable. No wonder he could become a baron at such a young age. Father, did you find anything? No, the tree roots died directly. There were no signs of gnawing, and there was no problem with the soil anywhere. After checking everywhere without success, Ivan asked his family to do other things and said that he would handle the problem of Sangling. Led and others had no objection. Unknowingly, Ivan became the one who gave orders at home. He was a little awkward at first, but led and others thought it was natural. This was the weight of the title, so he got used to it. That night. This was their first night in Sangha territory. As the Lord, Ivan had to stay in Sangling. He didn't have much time, and had to solve the hidden problems in Sangling before leaving. Ivan spread a tiger skin under the century-old mulberry tree. It was given by the village chief of Fengchou village. He didn't believe that there would be no movement. The night was full of insects and beasts, interweaving into a noisy wild song. Byman approached in the dark and sat next to him. I still can't believe that you became a wizard and a lord like this. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Ivan noticed that there were many more lights on Sangling, and couldn't help asking, are they all asleep? Beeman said, you, the lord, are guarding the forest, so who can go back to sleep? Paget and Sean are looking for it with Paul, and even the 4 village chiefs have brought people here, but no one came here to disturb you. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic. There are not many plants in Sangling, so Ivan doesn't have to worry about the safety of his brothers and sisters. Beeman saw that he didn't even bring a light, and asked curiously, do wizards have such strong eyesight? It should be clearer than the great night. I actually went to take the test, and I don't have the qualifications of a wizard. It's good to practice fighting spirit. But I can't even sense the seed of life now. The two chatted casually, and Ivan could feel Byman's distress. Indeed, his younger brother's career is booming, while he, as his older brother, has not made any progress. This comparison occasionally makes him feel a strong sense of loss. Ivan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Why think so much? You will get over this hurdle. Anyway, you are not in a hurry to go to the capital. Why don't you go back to Flying Fish Harbor tomorrow to help me buy the materials for the Azure Potion, and also bring a letter to Miss Perney of the Hobson family. I need her to do me a favor. Byman's words made Ivan realize that the problem of the giant frog breathing method inherited from his family also needed to be solved. He planned to find a way to upgrade the knight's breathing to level 4, and then start to solve the hidden dangers of the giant frog breathing method. In addition, he had a bold idea related to the spring bud. Hearing his request, Byman agreed. It was late at night, and Ivan gave a special order before letting others go back to rest. Ivan continued to pay attention to the movements around him. He had extraordinary hearing, keen observation brought by mental power, and could detect changes in energy particles. Even under the slight mental pressure, weak creatures, like mosquitoes and moths, would instinctively not approach him. However, he watched for most of the night, and found nothing. However, he was not idle. He condensed a spring bud every half an hour, and then selected an insect he named cold water midge, and planted it in its body. He basically gave up on bubble leeches. Facts have proved that the possibility of bubble leeches carrying spring buds is very small. Just after planting a spring bud into the body of the cold water midge, Ivan looked at the tree trunk in front of him and blinked several times. He seemed to have seen something strange just now. A moth lying on the tree was absorbed by the old mulberry tree like water. Can this tree eat insects? He suddenly stood up and stepped back a long distance, staring at the century-old mulberry tree vigilantly. Chapter 80. Thinking of how he poked the old mulberry tree with his finger during the day, and how he had just been sitting under the tree gathering the buds of spring, Ivan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He was too careless. It seemed that he had been a little too proud in recent days. I didn't expect that the oldest mulberry tree in Sangha territory would be strange. Fortunately, the old mulberry tree didn't do anything bad. He thought about it, and decided to come back during the day, not even paying attention to the tiger skin on the ground. A few days later, Ivan took Red, Paul, Old Hank and others to inspect 4 villages, learn a little about the situation of the people in Sangha territory, and asked for some information about the century-old mulberry tree. The Lord is interested in the old mulberry tree, so the people in the territory naturally tell him everything they know. It is not difficult to draw a conclusion from the people in the territory, that is, it is an ordinary century-old mulberry tree, and half of the mulberry trees in Sangling are its descendants, and the old mulberry tree was infected with yellowing in the last few years. This made Ivan a little disappointed. After returning to the castle last night, he actually noticed that something was wrong. If the old mulberry tree was the culprit, then why did it look half dead, and the trunk was still so brittle? Secondly, if the old mulberry tree was really strange, given its size, it was impossible for the people to not notice anything. After inspecting the territory, he did not tell others about his discovery, and came to the century-old mulberry tree again. Puff. Ivan hesitated and stretched out his finger to poke the tree. The finger wrapped in fighting spirit easily penetrated the tree, just like yesterday. He changed several positions, poking a hole, but the old mulberry tree did not move at all. Sean ran over and saw the scene. Lord Ivan, what are you doing? Won't it die if you poke it like this? Ivan didn't even turn his head. Sean, are you free? Sean hurriedly stated his purpose. They want to dig up the 2 pools and ask if they need to build a house on them. It turns out that there is a wooden house and a water wheel on both sides, and there are people who are specifically guarding the pools and delivering water to the castle. He found that the power of this brother was getting heavier and heavier, and he felt like he was facing his father, lied. Ivan casually said, let my father or Paul take care of it. Sean got the answer and ran away. Ivan walked around the old mulberry tree for a few times, and it looked like an ordinary mulberry tree. Is there really something wrong with those moths? Excluding the old mulberry tree, he could only turn his attention to the moth that was absorbed. It seemed that it was also an ordinary moth, with the same color as the bark, and no different from other moths. It is better to have a clue than no clue. It is difficult to see moths during the day. He decided to observe it again tonight, and must find out what is causing trouble. In the study room, on the 2nd floor of the Lord's palace, he first checked the status of the cold water midges, and found that half of the larvae that planted the spring buds were dead. They lasted longer than the bubble leeches, and it was estimated that they would be difficult to be the carriers of the spring buds. Maybe we can find some larger insects. He couldn't help but think. The cold water midges have other values. They can be controlled by insect control as a means of attack, which is a good alternative. Whether dealing with X or the silver bone ray, he realized that he lacked attack spells. The spoils he looted from X that day were not attack spells, but a book on tracking. Tracking, a spell that tracks the traces of living things by blood or breath, including humans, and has a range. Like insect control, the prerequisite for learning this spell is still elementary common energy particle research, energy shaping basic courses. Every day he would take time to learn elementary common energy particle research knowledge and analyze the spell models of the 2 spells. Recently, the experience value of energy particle science has increased rapidly, and it will not take long to upgrade to level 2. In the evening, the team that went to Flying Fish Port returned with a large amount of daily necessities and tools. With tools, furniture can be made. There are carpenters among the people, and the mercenaries also have some carpentry skills. Byman hadn't finished his work, and was still staying in Flying Fish Harbor. As time went by, it was another night. At the front ridge of Sangling, Ivan did not act rashly, but gathered a group of capable people, and came to the 100-year-old mulberry tree. The 4 village chiefs still brought the hunters in the village to support them. Seeing that the Lord seemed to have found some clues, they seemed particularly excited, and so did old Hank. The problem of Sangling deeply troubled everyone in Sanguling. You should surround this old mulberry tree first, and don't act rashly. Although the crowd did not understand the Lord's order, they still stared at the century-old mulberry tree vigilantly and surrounded it. This circle lasted for 2 or 3 hours. The Lord did not issue a second order, and did not find anything, which made people think more. Ivan did not care what they thought. He first caught some moths to investigate, and then he crushed them all to death. These were undoubtedly ordinary moths. Could it be that too many people scared the other party? Red, Dane, Paul, Grow stay, and the others go back. Following his command, only 5 people were left in Sangling. The lights went out, and the 5 people stood in the dark to observe. More than an hour later, God paid off. Ivan found the same situation on another mulberry tree. An ordinary moth inexplicably merged into the trunk of the mulberry tree without leaving any trace. Would escape? Ivan's eyes widened. He didn't expect this kind of insect that is good at camouflage. Judging from the situation of the 1,000 acres of mulberry forest being damaged, there must be more than one. Thinking that the other party only harmed the mulberry trees, he couldn't help but think that it might be a kind of silkworm, or a moth transformed from a silkworm. In order to further confirm his guess, he led his men to wait until the second half of the night, until he saw the 3rd moth merge into the 3rd mulberry tree. What a pity. He landed on the spot with regret. The other party merged too quickly, and he jumped close to it without touching a single hair. Seeing his regretful face, Led couldn't help asking, "Have you found anything?" Ivan said seriously, "Yes, I think I found the murderer who scourged Sengu territory." Led's eyes lit up. "What are you waiting for?" Ivan glanced at the nearly 20-meter-high mulberry tree. "The things that trouble Sengu are not so easy to catch. I will clean them up one by one, when I think of a proper way to completely solve the long-term troubles in Sengu." Okay. His confident look made people believe him, and Lieta was very energetic. Now Sangha territory was stable. The 5 people left Sangling with ease. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Byman led his men back from Feiyu Port, and an unexpected person came to Sangha territory with him. She came to the mercenary group's base to find you several times. I invited her casually, and she followed me. You can do whatever you want. Beeman winked and said, leaving the space for the two. Jussi looked at him with a smile. Brother Ivan, are you not welcome? Ivan said, of course you are welcome. Welcome to Sangha territory. The castle is too simple, and many places are under repair. I hope you don't mind. I will know whether you mind after visiting it. Jussi was still wearing a light green dress, which was her favorite color. After hearing her say this, Ivan was ready to take her to visit the castle, but unexpectedly a carriage came straight to them. A noble girl leaned out of the carriage and waved to him without restraint. Mr. Ivan, Mr. Ivan. Why is she here? Ivan raised his eyebrows slightly and had to stand there, waiting for the church family's carriage to approach. Chapter 81. Also located west of Flying Fish Harbor, the church family's territory is only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Sangha territory, so it really doesn't take long to make the trip. Baron Church is here too, and he has his own reception. Ivan took Jussi and Lisa to visit the castle, and it felt like they were facing a Shura field, because the two girls disliked each other as soon as they met, and they kept arguing with each other openly and secretly. Mr. Ivan, I knew you would be a hero, but I didn't expect you to be able to capture the giant silver bone ray alive. Holy Mother, I don't know how happy I was when I heard the news. Unlike others, I never felt shocked because I believe that you will do something big sooner or later, and become the most eye-catching person sooner or later. Lisa stared at Ivan with her beautiful eyes, not hiding the admiration in her eyes. Jussi agreed. Miss Lisa is right. I was not far away at the time. Unfortunately, I didn't help much. But I was able to witness Brother Ivan become a hero with my own eyes. I think I will remember that scene for the rest of my life. Lisa immediately turned her head and glared at her. The two looked at each other, as if an invisible spark had been intertwined. Such scenes appeared frequently, and Ivan felt overwhelmed. He would rather accompany Baron Church instead of Red. I have something else to do in the territory. I will come to entertain you later. After touring the castle, he found an excuse to hand the two over to his sister Patty, and let Patty continue to tour. He turned and came to the collection room on the 4th floor. Now the collection room has been converted into an alchemy room, and all the alchemy utensils used in the past have been placed inside. The territory was in ruins, and needed money for everything. Selling potions was a good choice. Baron Karl's 150 gold coins came in handy, allowing Beeman to buy a large number of medicinal materials. He needed to refine healing potions, detoxification potions, red Polona powder, azure potions, servant level and night level bat secret potions, giant frog secret potions, etc. He actually wanted to refine nutrition potions, physical potions, and ginger summer water, but unfortunately there were no medicinal materials from the wizarding world here. This time Beeman was able to return so quickly, thanks to Pernie's help. Pernie replied with a letter, and Ivan couldn't help but complain after unfolding it. She has changed, the young lady has become mercenary. He asked Pernie to collect the incomplete breathing method for him, and Pernie asked him for 3 physical potions as a reward, without any reserve of a noble lady, and before that she said that if she needed help, just ask. Pernie attached an important message to the letter. The price of a physical potion could be sold for 4 low-grade magic stones. Seeing this sentence, Ivan's hand holding the letter shook unconsciously, and he read it again to make sure he was not mistaken. I didn't expect that pharmacists in the wizard world also have such a promising future. No wonder Penny reacted so strongly before boarding the ship. On this road, I walked far without realizing it. It's not without reason that Earl Hobson valued me. The most fundamental reason should be this. He has always been worried about the tuition fee of the academy. Now it seems that it's just a matter of 3 physical potions. He still has 28 physical potions. It is estimated that the higher quality ginger water will be more expensive. He suddenly thought of his deceased mentor Toynes. In some ways, Toynes is indeed a fair person. No, the generous person may also be Lal. At that time, Lal was the one who made the decision. Ivan missed Toynes and Lar for 3 seconds. Thinking of the many physical and nutritional potions left in the laboratory on Lar Island, he had the urge to go back. Forget it. For the sake of the title of the Marichattan family, I agree to your terms. Without thinking too much, it was a good thing to repay a favor, so Ivan immediately wrote a letter to Pernie, stuffed it into the bamboo tube on the foot of the messenger bird brought back by Beeman, and walked to the window to release the messenger bird. Then, he began his own alchemy career. In the afternoon, Lisa returned to the Black Pine Forest territory with Baron Church, and Jussi had no intention of leaving. Ivan let it go, anyway. He had a place to live and a meal. Ivan continued to work on his own potion. After reaching level 4 in pharmacy, it was easy to make potions. Except for the first time to make the bat secret potion and the giant frog secret potion, the other potions did not fail once. Now, these can hardly bring him experience points in pharmacy, and it is difficult to get experience in energy particles. Only 4 days later, Perny sent a team, a carriage with 2 carts behind it, led by 2 knights from the Flying Feather Knights. Knight Gibbon handed over a thick letter. Lord Sangu, this is a letter from Miss Perny. There are things you need in the team behind, and there are gifts from Miss Perny. Ivan followed him, and took a closer look. There were boxes of breathing animal skins, boxes of medicinal materials, books, ancient paintings, and cages for messenger birds in the carriage. There were statues, crossbows, spears, strong bows, etc. on the rear panel. Why so many? Books, ancient paintings, and statues are decorations, which make the family look more sophisticated. He doesn't know much about this, and pray shouldn't send fakes. City crossbows, spears, etc. are used to build castle defenses. He doesn't understand boxes for medicinal materials, which are not what he asked for. Miss Perny said that since she has to go anyway, she will bring you some more small things. Give it to Miss Perny for me. Seeing that Knight Gibbon had no intention of staying for long, Ivan gave him the box containing the physical potion. After watching the 2 knights leave with their men, Ivan opened the letter, which contained a prescription for a tranquilizing potion. Perny wrote that the tranquilizing potion was a special healing potion that could calm the body's restlessness, relieve pain, and relieve negative symptoms, and might be effective in suppressing the power of the curse, so she asked him to help make it. So that's how it was. He had to admire the Hobson family's heritage for even having a prescription for this kind of potion. Perny also said that he could find her to cooperate with him in selling potions and buying medicinal materials. She would send people to trade at their doorsteps, and the price would definitely not let Sanguling suffer a loss. This can be considered. Ivan did not rush to reply. He turned around and asked people to move things. He found that the carriage was not taken away. It seemed that it was also given to him. It was obvious that he was rich. Late at night, near the Lord's palace, Giuseppe stood quietly in the corner waiting. Under the moonlight, she looked like a forest princess who had been exiled to the mortal world. After a while, steady footsteps came from not far away. When she heard the movement, her face became a little shy and uneasy. These days, she was really depressed. She dressed up carefully and wore a different skirt every day to make herself look beautiful. But the person she expected never had any special reaction. This person is either staying in the top floor or observing something on the mountain. He comes back late at night every day. When she sees him, he will at most praise her in a bland tone, and then nothing happens. Is it not obvious enough, or is it that she was outdone by the previous Miss Church? Juicy, how can you not be better than that little girl? If you have no shame, then you have no shame. I don't believe you have no feelings at all. It's no big deal, it's no big deal. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer, Juicy gritted her teeth and made a certain resolution. She held up her chest and lifted her skirt, bathing in the moonlight, and walked towards the figure in small steps. Chapter 82. In the early morning, the sun shines into the castle on the mountain, illuminating the couple in the Lord's bedroom. What do you want? Hearing the man's words, the woman's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing the change in her expression, Ivan, who was still lying on the bed, realized that he had said something bad. Ahem, what I mean is that you should know my situation. I will leave this continent in about 20 days, and go to an unknown wizard academy. It's hard to determine when I will return. You don't really think I don't have eyes, do you? You dressed up so beautifully every day before, and I saw it all. It's just that I didn't reply to you due to practical reasons, so as not to delay your best years. Chushidi, who was lying on the side, looked better than you last night. Ivan hugged her. What do you think? You are such a brave girl. How can this lord bear to push you away? After a few seconds, Chushidi looked at him carefully. What if I want to become the lord's wife of Sangha territory? This position is tailor-made for you. Ivan agreed immediately. Although Jushidi has no fighting ability, she is a serious wizard apprentice and pharmacist. She is smart but not ambitious. It's because others don't know the situation, otherwise there are countless nobles who want to marry her. However, the power of the curse on her is a problem. Jushidi will not place her hope of removing the curse on herself, right? She is really insightful. In Ivan's opinion, this is not a problem. As long as she has the ability, it is natural to help her remove the curse after she becomes his woman. There is a corridor on the right side of the Lord's Hall. The first floor of the round building at the end of the corridor is now used as a restaurant, where the Marichattan family eats. Aunt Kaishi is still the cook. She followed to Sangha territory. Jusidi followed Ivan into the restaurant. Except for Sean, who glanced at her strangely, no one else was surprised. Leda thought to himself that his son Ivan was over 14 years old and could get married. It seemed that he had to take time to discuss it with Baron Graydon, at least to finalize the marriage certificate between the two and settle the matter. After dinner, Ivan still made potions during the day, but there was Jusidi beside him. According to Jusidi, she had long wanted to ask Ivan for advice on making potions, but she had never found a suitable opportunity. Ivan was happy to teach, and with his current level, he was more than capable of teaching Jusidi. One patiently taught, the other humbly learned, and Jusidi's medicine-making skills improved significantly, making her smile all day long. Ivan also gained something. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV4, 20/1000, as he expected, teaching subjects could gain reputation, and the experience points increased much more quickly. It was evening. Jusidi moved into the Lord's bedroom. Seeing that Ivan was about to leave, she stared at him angrily without saying anything. What's wrong? Isn't what I taught you during the day enough? But, well, I will teach you some new knowledge. Amid Jusidi's exclamation, Ivan turned around and threw himself on the bed. Having a strong physique is good. It's not too easy to deal with her, a war scum. When Ivan stood up and left again, Jusidi didn't dare to ask him to stay, and could only hide in the quilt and pretend not to notice. After a while, Ivan came to the front ridge of Sangling with high spirits. He had observed the culprit of Sangling for several nights. According to Twins' experimental data, there are hundreds of millions of insect species in the world, and a new insect species appears almost every minute, but most of them are worthless. From the perspective of control, all insects can be divided into two categories. One is with a queen, who breeds the entire swarm, and the other is without a queen. Insect swarms with queens are the easiest to control, and you only need to control the queen, but this type of insect is rare and hard to find, like most bees and ants. According to his observation, the murderer who harmed Sangling was a kind of insect queen, so he did not act rashly. He needed to make proper preparations to clear the harm of Sangling in one fell swoop. In order to save time, he could only consume a level 1 wisdom light to understand and apply the elementary common energy particle research. As a result, the next day energy particle science was upgraded to level 2. Under the effect of the small wisdom light, he became more proficient in the knowledge of elementary common energy particle research. Energy particle science brought him a level 2 wisdom light. After that, he consumed 2 level 2 wisdom lights to analyze the insect control and tracking spells, and successfully outlined the spell model yesterday. Now, there is only 1 level 2 wisdom light, and 1 level 3 wisdom light left on the Shueba panel. Let's make the final confirmation tonight, and catch the Queen of Insects tomorrow. The cost is high and the reward is great. Ivan is confident that he has made all the preparations. Even if the Queen of Insects escapes tomorrow, he can use tracking to find her hiding place again. If he succeeds tomorrow, he will use insect control to control the Queen of Insects, and he doesn't believe that other insects will not surrender. The Queen of Insects hid in the century-old mulberry tree. If you observe carefully, you will find that other moths often hide in the same place of the old mulberry tree, and then fly out again and return to their original position on the mulberry tree. Occasionally, young moths fly out. Their clumsy flying appearance shows that they are just born. After observing for most of the night, Ivan finally made up his mind. The next day, at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Ivan only brought a few strong people with him, and asked them to carry a shield each. The shield is to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Those moths are so good at hiding that no one knows what other skills they have. Ivan must be cautious. Lord, how about I come? No need, I will come myself. Everyone please be safe. Ivan rejected Dane's kindness, jumped up to a height of 4 or 5 meters, and then climbed up the century-old mulberry tree with his hands and feet, came to the side of the trunk where the queen insect was hiding, and stepped firmly on the tree fork beside him. He was about 15 or 16 meters above the ground. The tree trunk beside him was one of the branches of the tree, and the trunk was only about 30 centimeters thick. He brought a small round shield, a quill and sword, and an iron can filled with a piece of fresh mulberry wood. The mulberry wood was found from other places, and the iron can was double-layered. He found that this kind of moth does not like fire, so he deliberately chose the time when the sun is at its peak. Everything is ready. I want to see your true face. You can harm 1,200 acres of mulberry forest by yourself. He muttered, drew out the quillen sword and slashed at the tree trunk, slashing it at a position higher than the hiding place of the queen worm. The trunk was split in two, and he casually pushed it to the other side and let it fall down. Quillen sword slashed again, and the trunk was thinned down by several centimeters. In the cross-section of the trunk, under the sunlight, something was crawling and drilling down. Ivan's eyes were so sharp that he easily caught the clumsy crawling thing in his hand. He looked closely and found that it was a silkworm, like a puppet carved out of wood, and it was made entirely of mulberry wood. The struggle was not small. Feeling the struggle in his palm increasing, he stuffed the woodworm into the mulberry wood section of the iron can. Under the sunlight, the woodworm really squirmed and drilled into the mulberry wood section. So stupid? Ivan raised his eyebrows, feeling that he had punched a sponge, and all his preparations were in vain. Although he was confused, he simply covered his palm with fighting spirit, turning his palm into a claw, grabbing from the cross-section of the tree trunk, grabbing a palmful of sawdust, and there were more woodworms hidden underneath, which he grabbed one by one and threw into the iron can. After a while, a woodworm as thick as 2 fingers emerged, looking particularly unique and plump. This fat guy should be the culprit, the queen insect. Ivan grabbed it and threw it into the iron can. He watched the fat woodworm clumsily drill into the mulberry wood section and close the iron lid. At this time, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger and blocked it with his shield. He heard a bang and a moth hit the round shield like a bullet. With his arm strength, the round shield shook slightly. So fierce. Chapter 83. Ivan noticed that the situation had changed and immediately jumped down, stepping lightly on other tree trunks all the way down. But he had already poked a hornet's nest. Bang, bang, bang. For some insect tribes, the queen is their Achilles heel. When the queen was captured, some wood silkworms passed the news to other wood silkworms in a secret way, and the originally clumsy wood silkworms immediately showed their fierce side. They turned into moths one after another, and when they found the enemy, they immediately attacked like missiles. Ivan raised his shield, and the round shield was hit by dense collisions. The noise was getting louder and louder. Ivan landed on the ground smoothly, and the moths were still chasing him, and their number was increasing. All around, other mulberry trees also began to move. Don't panic, Lord, we are here to support you. Seeing that the Lord was in unusual danger, several people came forward to help resist. Ivan ordered while running, retreat, run separately, don't follow me, and tell others not to get close to Sangling. He ran to the back of Sangling. After the few people evacuated, moths came out of the mulberry trees one by one, following the scent of the queen insect. After a while, Ivan ran to the back of Sangling, leaving the moth behind. He quickly took out 2 potions, one to eliminate odors, and the other to repel insects. He pointed his finger into the glass bottle, and the potion turned into mist, and diffused around his body, replacing the smell on his body. Then he retreated, and after a while he found that the moths really didn't chase him anymore, and secretly praised his preparations for not being in vain. When the moths were in chaos, he had already detoured back to the castle from the other side. We must control the queen insects as soon as possible, otherwise we don't know what trouble they will cause. In the alchemy room on the 4th floor, Ivan looked at Mulberry Ridge from afar, and witnessed the mulberry trees falling one by one. He knew that the moths had become crazy, and could only be calmed down by the queen of insects. Jusidi followed him. You succeeded? Ivan was a little proud. That's right, don't you see who your man is? Jusidi nodded seriously. Well, I knew it would be okay if you showed up. Ivan was happy, and thought of something and ordered, go tell the people in the territory to go home and close the doors and windows, and don't go out for the time being. Jusidi also noticed the changes in Sangling. She believed that her man could solve the problem, so she turned and went downstairs to convey the new order of the Lord. After she left, Ivan manipulated the water energy particles to turn into water dew, cleaned his body, and then manipulated the fire energy particles to evaporate the moisture on his body, before starting to deal with the problem of the queen insect. Insect control spell. Casting time 2 seconds. Distance 20 meters. Consumption. 0.5 points of spirit, 0.5 points of mana. The trouble with this spell is that the insect control spell must be cast once for each insect, which consumes a lot of energy, but there is a probability of control failure. The casting distance is the maximum distance that can convey the command when controlling insects, not the distance of the magic control insects. It looks a bit stupid no matter how you look at it. Ivan took some effort to confine the wood silkworm queen in another iron box, letting it drill into the mulberry wood block with one end exposed outside, just like a bird in danger. A few seconds later, a black and red halo appeared on his fingertips, and there were faint rune patterns lingering in the halo. He gently pointed a finger at the wood silkworm queen. Mumble. The wood silkworm queen trembled uncomfortably, crawled forward a few centimeters, and made a slight sound from her mouth. It sensed the presence of evil people, and squirmed and retracted its head into the mulberry wood block. Control failed. Ivan was not surprised by this. After a few seconds, he gently placed a finger on the wood silkworm queen. The wood silkworm queen moved her fat body, and the insect control spell collapsed and the spell failed again. Then he failed to cast spells many times, and his mental strength and magic power dropped to the bottom limit, making him realize that the wood silkworm queen looked harmless, and resisting the control was resisting her will, so it was not a simple matter to make her compromise. Then it depends on who can outlast the other. He must succeed in brooding the silkworms today. When the mental and magical powers are exhausted, meditation is needed to recover quickly, and then the insect control technique can be performed. Time passed little by little. Silk Village in Sanggu. Among the 4 villages, Sea Village is close to the front of Sangling. The movement on Sangling scared many villagers. Seeing the mulberry trees that they relied on for survival fall one by one, the villagers felt very complicated. Once upon a time, they were the treasures of the villagers, and the adults warned their children to protect them. It's all ruined. In the village office of Sea Village, an old man looked out through the window, patted his legs in pain, and sighed. Old Jim, stop howling. Be careful not to attract those things. The village chief of Sea Village patiently advised. If old Jim was not his elder and too old, he would have chased him away long ago. He then sighed. Those trees were dead trees in the first place. They are dead trees if they are destroyed, and they are dead trees if they are not destroyed. Ah, I hope the Lord can really solve the problem of Sangling. Then our Sangha can return to a few years ago, when everyone raised silkworms, planted crops, and hunted, and it was not like now, everything was in chaos. Old Jim reluctantly closed the window, and turned back to scold. You are not right. Didn't you see that the Lord guards Sangling all night, and doesn't go down the mountain until dawn every day? How could he not solve the problem? It's just that you little guys haven't made any progress, otherwise there would be no need for the Lord to do it personally. You are right. The head of Sea Village couldn't refute. That's why I hope that the Lord's efforts will not be wasted. What old Jim said was the truth. The Lord really didn't sleep well since he came to the territory. He thought about solving the problem of Sangling day and night, which made the village heads feel ashamed. Just wait, the Lord will definitely be able to pacify Sangling. Yes, I will. The village chief and old Jim looked at each other, and nodded heavily. In the past days, the news that the Lord had worked hard to solve the problem of Sangling had spread throughout the territory, allowing the people to see his determination and efforts. The Lord was young, but he was a good noble who really cared about Sanggu. Unknowingly, Ivan had won a lot of people's hearts, and became a lord recognized by many people from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Sangling has experienced unprecedented changes. Coupled with the instructions issued by the Lord, the people of the territory are worried about Sangling, but they all hope that the Lord can solve the problem in one fell swoop, dispel the haze over Sangling, and return a bright and sunny day to Sanggu territory. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for the people of Sanggu territory. In the morning of a new day, someone who has been secretly paying attention to Sangling found that the turmoil on Sangling has subsided at dawn, and no mulberry trees have fallen down. Hurry! Come out, follow me to the castle, the Lord has something to announce. Really? Has the problem of Sangling been solved? I see no movement there. Don't talk nonsense, you will know when you go there. At the call of the 4 village chiefs, the people came to the open space under the castle mountain with a cramped and expectant heart, and stood in an orderly manner with the people in their own village, waiting for the Lord to appear. Chapter 84. In the early morning sun, the young lord stood in the light, standing on a stone in front. He looked at the densely packed people below and announced, Dear people, I have good news for you. This lord has solved the problem of Sangling. I declare that Sangha territory has entered the next chapter. You will be able to raise silkworms soon. Great. Sangha can raise silkworms. The Baron is so great. Lord, you are a great and wise man. We salute you. With the announcement from the Lord himself, the expectations of the people were confirmed. They all smiled and some even cried with joy. They all cheered. Finally, under the leadership of someone unknown, they half knelt on the ground to pay high respect to the Lord, to show their support for him. After years of suffering, Sangha finally welcomed a wise Lord. Looking at the smiling faces below, including the elderly, children, and young adults, Ivan smiled knowingly. Although he had not been a lord for long, he was still competent. If there is a subject that the Lord studies, then the experience value will definitely increase a lot. After the news was announced, the people waited for the Lord to leave before slowly dispersing, returning to their villages with smiles all the way. Solving the problem of Sangling does not mean that it will get better immediately. There are still a series of things to be arranged, such as replanting mulberry trees. Each village has retained the original mulberry tree seeds. There is no need to buy mulberry seedlings from other places. The mulberry trees in Sangha territory have been tested for hundreds of years, and are excellent varieties. The mulberry leaves produced are very suitable for raising silkworms. Back at the castle, Red and Paul led the others to discuss excitedly. You guys can arrange these things, I won't get involved. Ivan waved his hand. He had no interest in planting trees, and he didn't know the spells for planting trees. Seeing that Giuseppe was interested, he continued, Come with me, I teach you some new knowledge. Hearing his words, Giuseppe's face flushed, and she lowered her head and hurriedly followed. Ivan thought about it. Planting trees and raising silkworms in Sangha takes time. If Giuseppe can make medicine skillfully, the territory will be able to survive the initial period after he leaves, and the Giant Shield mercenary group can also be transformed into a caravan. The premise is that Giuseppe's medicine refining skills have reached a certain level, with a higher rate of finished medicine refining and the ability to refine a variety of medium-level medicines. Following upstairs, Giuseppe said hesitantly, Ewan, it's still daytime now, why don't you learn new knowledge at night? Learn at night? Ewan turned his head in confusion, and suddenly understood when he saw the blush on her face, and his heart was moved. What are you thinking about all day? I mean to teach you the knowledge of medicine refining. The knowledge you want to learn in your head can only be learned at night, otherwise I'm afraid you can't get up during the day. Thinking that there were only 20 days left before he left, he reluctantly gave up the idea of teaching Giuseppe other knowledge. At most, he could work overtime at night. As a pharmacist, he had many ways to improve Giuseppe's combat effectiveness. Giuseppe reacted and blushed and argued, I was talking about the knowledge of alchemy. It was you, the great lord, who thought about it wrongly. Ivan laughed. It's the same, it's all new knowledge anyway. He turned around and continued to walk up the wooden stairs. Giuseppe stared at the back of the figure in front of her, wondering how could this person, who was the same age as her, have so many tricks. The two came to the alchemy room. Ivan first taught her how to make the red tongue hemostatic powder, and corrected her previous inappropriate methods. Some things actually only need someone to point them out, and you will suddenly realize that they are so easy. Nowadays, the alchemy room is divided into 2 compartments. After the instructions, Ivan let her figure it out by herself and returned to the other side. Ivan had the bat secret medicine, the calming potion, the mountain monster potion, and the giant frog secret medicine. The mountain monster potion was given by Giuseppe, which was the nutrient potion recipe she originally gave to Old Or. Compared with Twins' nutritional potion, the mountain monster potion is inferior, but it is not without value. On the contrary, it is of considerable value. It can enhance the effect of the secret breathing potion, and the herbs used are easy to buy. These potions need to be refined, the 2 giant frog potions need to be improved, and the collected breathing methods need to be studied. He has a lot of things to do right now. After finishing the problem of Sangling, he can devote more energy to refining medicine. After a while, a big moth fluttered to the alchemist, and turned into a wood-colored silkworm with a snap. Following it were other smaller moths, all of which fell around. Mumble. The chubby silkworm raised its head, and made a subtle sound, as if complaining that someone had made it fly so far. Ivan took out a mulberry wood section from under the workbench, and put it on the top. The moths were like fish seeing water, and they pounced on the fresh mulberry wood section without any reserve, and disappeared silently on the bark, leaving the chubby silkworm crawling slowly outside. You are lazy and picky about food. You are not big but you have many problems. Ivan put the silkworm on the mulberry wood section, and clearly told it not to play disappearing, which made the silkworm feel aggrieved. This fat wood silkworm is nothing but the culprit of the troubles in Sangling, the queen of the entire insect swarm, the ruler. After the insect control technique was successfully performed last night, and it was released, it easily quelled the unrest in Sangling. After Ivan skillfully divided the night-level bat secret medicine into 3 parts, put it from the glass dish into the glass bottle, and turned it into 3 bat secret medicines, he had the energy to take care of the wood silkworm queen. Let your guard come out, and show me how to spin silk. After the insect control technique was successfully performed, there was a weak spiritual connection between him and the wood silkworm queen, and he could convey instructions through spiritual power, but it required a certain amount of spiritual power. As the ruler of the insect swarm, the wood silkworm queen has a certain amount of wisdom, and calls out other silkworms after receiving orders. On the mulberry wood section, a group of silkworms were wriggling their bodies, busy for a long time without farting. Ivan understood. Forget it, it seems that you can't spin silk, so what other skills do you have? Under the leadership of the queen, the wood silkworms turned into smaller moths, flying around in front of Ivan, showing a speed far exceeding that of the cold water midge. After turning into moths, their bodies became as hard as iron, but it was not visible from the outside. What else? Some moths lay on glass bottles, and their bodies became the same color as glass. Some moths lay on tin cans, and their colors turned black. Then, the moths turned into silkworms again, and burrowed into mulberry wood. The mulberry wood dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into dead wood. The wood silkworm queen demonstrated her ability. Her body squirmed and split into a young silkworm, as if to say that this was her ability to reproduce the swarm. After watching the wood silkworm demonstration, Ivan had a comprehensive understanding of him. I give you a name. From now on, you will be called Swiftwood Silkworm, and your name will be Queen Silkworm. Come to the Queen Silkworm, let them be obedient, and accept my control. The ruler is the ruler. With the support of the Queen Silkworm, Ivan easily performed the insect control technique and successfully controlled 5 Swiftwood Silkworms. Then, he skillfully condensed spring buds and planted them into the bodies of the Swiftwood Silkworms. Ivan had more expectations for this group of Swiftwood Silkworms that could harm 1,200 acres of mulberry forest. Perhaps the Swiftwood Silkworms with high vitality could bring a surprise. Chapter 85. Now, Ivan's night breathing is at level 3. Compared to level 2, the experience points brought by all the incomplete breathing methods are significantly reduced. Basic breathing methods only provide 2 or 3 points, elementary breathing methods provide 7 or 8 points, intermediate breathing methods provide about 13 points, and advanced breathing methods can only provide about 20 points. Night breathing experience points plus 22. Night breathing, LV4, 1/1000, 5 days passed in a flash. By studying the breathing methods on the animal skin scroll sent by Perny, Ivan's night breathing broke through to level 4 in one fell swoop. Under the influence of the light of small wisdom, his understanding and control of breathing methods and fighting spirit reached a new level, and he also had some ideas about the giant frog breathing method he had been thinking about. At the same time, he gained a new level 4 great wisdom light. After half a day, he found his father, Led, and his 2 brothers, and came to the training ground in the castle. Byman couldn't help asking, Ivan, what's the good news? It's rude. I told you not to call Ivan Ivan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lead slapped Byman on the back of his head. He was a traditional man who valued the power of the Lord and had emphasized this to his brothers and sisters many times. It's okay, there are no outsiders here. Ivan looked at himself and laughed, then got to the point. I have some ideas about the giant frog breathing method, and I asked you to come here to try it out and see if I can make some modifications. Really? Hearing his words, Lee didn't care about teaching Byman a lesson. Ivan said, try it, I need you to do it yourself. He himself had never really practiced the giant frog breathing method. Theory is theory, and practice can only rely on his father and brother. Red immediately emphasized, do it, all of you do it. Red knew that his son Ivan never boasted, but was very humble and restrained. He must have been very confident to say this. He could not hold back his excitement. In addition to the title, his other obsession was the giant frog breathing method. Both were the glory of the Marichattan family in the past. Okay, then the 4 of us, father and son, will work together, and we will definitely gain something. Under Ivan's command, the 4 of them began to explore the practice of the family breathing method. A medium-level breathing method is not to say that it has been refined for a long time, but at least it has been explored by our ancestors for a long time. It is not something that can be done overnight to make changes, and people will inevitably get hurt during the process. In order to restore the glory of the family, no one cares about these. After several days of hard work, plus Ivan's efforts behind the scenes, the giant frog breathing method finally improved. They explored the part of the breathing method that connects the stomach's digestive ability, and also made the blood and fighting spirit cultivated more pure, and the side effects of the giant frog's explosion were reduced. Ivan's contribution was not much. He just used a level 1 wisdom light from biology. Through the control of the Swiftwood Silkworm, his biology has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As for the perfection of the related giant frog secret medicine, it still takes some time. That day, Ivan, who was in the medicine room, noticed something and stopped refining the mountain monster potion in his hand. He walked to the window and looked at the Swiftwood Silkworms flying over. He stretched out his palm, and the Swiftwood Silkworms fell on it one by one. It finally worked. Ivan could clearly feel that there was a closer connection between him and Xuanmu's silkworm, not from the magic contract of insect control, but from the body of Xuanmu's silkworm, which was undoubtedly the spring bud he had planted before. The bubble leech failed, the cold water midge failed, but Xuanmu's silkworm finally succeeded. The first batch of 5 Xuanmu's silkworms all successfully merged with the spring bud, which showed the uniqueness of Xuanmu's silkworm. It also helped Ivan verify the feasibility of the spring bud. Night breathing experience plus 300. Night breathing, LV4, 302/1000. Rune literature experience plus 20. Rune literature, LV2, 118 of 200. On the Xueba panel, a large amount of experience was added to night breathing, and a small amount of experience was added to rune literature. It had been a few days since he condensed the spring buds. He thought he would not get any experience points, but he did not expect that it would be when the Swiftwood Silkworm was successfully fused, and the experience points brought by the new achievement were extremely considerable. Well done. Putting the Swiftwood Silkworm on the fresh mulberry wood, Ivan turned to refine another potion, Jiangxiu water. He did not have the raw materials to refine Jiangxiu water, but he had 5 Jiangnai waters. In his imagination and comprehension, he could use Jiangnai water as the material, cleverly add runes and the power of the demon curse, and refine a weakened version of Jiangxiu water, which should have about 70% of the effect of the complete version. He had thought about the refining of Jiangxiu water countless times, and had practiced with other materials. A moment later, he had a dark green potion in his hand. Jiangnai water was originally light green, but after combining the power of the demon curse and runes, it turned dark green. There were also blood-colored nematodes struggling and twisting in the dark green, causing the potion to roll. Here, I give you a little more reward. Jiangnai water can replenish physical strength and vitality. Jiangxiu water perfectly inherited this point, and even surpassed it, and can replenish more vitality. When Ivan approached with the potion, the swift silkworm squirmed restlessly, trying to avoid it. 1 insect, 1 drop. Under his command, the swift silkworm began to absorb the nutrients in the potion. Ivan stared intently. The most difficult thing about the curse of demon resentment is that if the power fails to be transferred out, it will return to him. So Toins hopes that his students are alive and well, and he is reluctant to kill any of them, even if they are disobedient like Biddle and Perny. Compared with Toins' curse, Ivan's ginger summer water is undoubtedly much more delicate, and the required tolerance is greatly reduced. In fact, he successfully refined the calming potion that Perny gave him. The calming potion can only slightly suppress mild curses, such as the one on Joshua, and has no effect on him. Moreover, suppression is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. The power of the curse needs to be resolved in the end. You must do your best. Time passed by, and finally he got the feedback he wanted. The power of the curse followed the deep connection of the spring bud, and was successfully transferred to the Swiftwood Silkworm, becoming a part of the Swiftwood Silkworm. Even if it was only a trace, it was insignificant compared to the curse mark on Ivan's arm, but it was the light of success. For him, that trace of power transferred was success. Pharmacy experience plus 230. Pharmacy, LV4, 250/1000. Curse experience plus 50. Curse, LV1, 66/100. Rune experience plus 20. Rune, LV2, 138/200. Jiang's Iazishui's success also brought considerable experience points. The fact shows that new achievements are an efficient means to improve disciplines. The academic master panel seems to encourage him to do more research and innovation. Ha 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 ha. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled happily. Finally, there is a way to get rid of the haze brought by Toins. What could be more worthy of joy than this? Looking at the Swiftwood Silkworm with a light green spot on its body, his expression was full of tenderness. This was probably a kind of fate. Sangda territory was really his blessed land. You must live well. The curse of demon resentment has 4 forms. The curse of spring can promote the vitality of flesh and blood, and the curse of summer can bring mutations. He didn't know what effect this power would have on the Swiftwood Silkworm, but it would definitely not be without any changes. In order to make the Swiftwood Silkworm live longer, he must help it become stronger and more vital. Spring buds are a start. He asked Perny to collect so many breathing methods. Another reason was to study the breathing methods used on insects, so that insects can practice like knights based on spring buds, but there is no clue for the time being. After a while, Ivan calmed down his inner joy and thought about how to transfer more power of the demon curse more safely. The curse power in Jiangxiu water is a variable, and the potion is estimated to not be able to be preserved for long. With the means to reduce the power of the curse, meditation practice and night practice can be improved. It is always good to have more power before going to the academy. Chapter 86. At the foot of the mountain where the castle is located, a carriage is ready to set off. Ivan stood in front of the carriage and said to the people who came to see him off, "I leave the territory to you." The head of Fengqiu village replied, "Please rest assured, Lord, you will definitely see a thriving mulberry valley when you return next time." 5 days left before the 1-month deadline. Ivan and Jusidi are preparing to take a carriage back to Feiyu Port. Now, everything in Mulberry Valley is on the right track. Under Paul's arrangement, the people of the territory have begun to do the preliminary work of planting mulberry trees. Led has initially formed a guard team. The original Giant Shield mercenary group has been transformed into a caravan. The caravan will be led by the pharmacist Jusidi and will cooperate with the Hobson family. The prospects are foreseeable. As a knight, Dane chose to stay, and the other deputy leader Gro did the same. Before Ivan left, he gathered the backbone personnel of Sangha territory and told them that he was about to go to the Wizard Academy to study, and asked others to assist Led and the Lord's wife. Today, these people came to see him off. Ivan looked around and turned to get into the carriage. The driver was Noah, a former mercenary, and now a territory guard. The carriage moved forward slowly, and the roadside was full of people who came to see him off after hearing the news. Ivan had to lift the curtain and wave to the side. After the carriage left Sanggu, Ivan retracted his gaze and said with emotion, "It seems that my position as a lord is not in vain." Jussi nodded in agreement. "Of course, you are the great lord who solved the dilemma that has troubled Sanggu for many years. Everyone in Sanggu is grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts. This time, we rushed to Flying Fish Harbor 5 days in advance. First, we were afraid of something happening and dared not let the wizard wait. Second, we wanted to visit the Gradin family where Jiosher was, so Jiosher was also on the carriage. Tell me about your mother's condition." Hearing his question, Jiosher's eyebrows were more worried. "I didn't lie to you on the ship before. My mother's condition is really bad. In fact, she is not sick but injured. She was seriously injured to save me 10 months ago, and she was also poisoned by a strange poison. Have you found someone to treat her?" "I have consulted many people, but only Old Or's potion has some effect. Old Or can't be cured either." Ivan frowned. In his opinion, Old Or's method was already very good. Only wizards or special items collected by nobles could do better. Jussi shook her head sadly. He said there was no way, so I wanted to find a way myself. After all, my mother ruined her whole face for me. She used to be such a beautiful and confident person. After that, she stared at Ivan expectantly. In her opinion, among the people she knew, the only one who was more powerful than Old Or was the man in front of her. Ivan asked again, what was the injury? Jusidi lowered her head anxiously. "A poison weasel, I remember it clearly. There was a tuft of purple hair like eyes between its eyebrows. It had sharp claws, and it could spray poison gas. It was attacking me, and my mother rushed over to stop it. My mother yelled at me to run, and I ran away. I didn't expect that it would cause such a bad result. I really didn't expect that I shouldn't have run. If I hadn't run, my mother wouldn't have been disfigured." When she mentioned the past, Jussi's face was full of regret, and even her body couldn't stop shaking. She grew up in an aristocratic family, and was spoiled since she was a child. She probably had never encountered any difficulties before. It was her first time to encounter such a danger, and she might react in a panic. This should be Jussi's hard knot. No wonder her practice and breathing method is a mess. A person who has lost his sharpness is destined to go nowhere in the way of knights. Ivan held her in his arms, and hugged her tightly, hoping to bring her some warmth. "I regret it so much, I really regret it. I went to Old Or to learn potions, and went to Toynes to learn spells, just to cure my mother, but I dare not go to the Wizard Academy again, for fear that no one will take care of my mother if I never come back. It has happened. I will try my best to treat Lady Selena. Everything will be fine." Under Ivan's comfort, Jussi spoke a lot of words intermittently, and finally fell asleep in his arms. The carriage was much slower than the horse, and it arrived at Flying Fish Harbor in the middle of the afternoon. The next day, Ivan came to Gladden Manor to visit Jussiti's father. For his son-in-law, Baron Gladden expressed satisfaction in his words and deeds, but the current Lady Gladden, Lady Nancy, was not very friendly. Ivan mentioned that he wanted to visit Lady Selena at the right time. Baron Gladden did not refuse, but Lady Nancy looked unhappy. Under the leadership of Jussiti, the two came to a remote independent building in the manor. Jussiti said that her mother had moved here for half a year. "Is it Jussiti?" "Yes, mother, have you seen my letter?" I said I would bring my fiancé to see you. You can call him Ivan. On the second floor of the building, Ivan saw a mature woman with a black veil. Seeing this lady, he understood who Giuseppe inherited her figure from. Mr. Ivan, I know you. She often mentioned you before. I don't think she said anything good. She always said she wanted to surpass you, but now it seems she has failed. Unlike the weak mother who couldn't leave her, Mrs. Selina behaved decently and generously. She looked like a capable person. No wonder she stood up for her daughter when she was in the most dangerous time. Giuseppe said coquettishly, Mom, that was a few months ago. Why are you still talking about this? Lady Selina said, I want to thank you for bringing my daughter back. She has been getting more and more disobedient recently. She always hides other things from me. Thank you for taking care of her for me. After hearing her words, Ivan really didn't know what to say. After all, he was about to leave my principality. Giusti helped him out. Mom, Ivan is going to study at the Wizard Academy. This was decided a long time ago. At that time, I had not yet become his fiancée. Lady Selina said, then you go to Sangha territory and wait for him to come back. I know. Giuseppe mentioned the treatment. Mom, Ivan is here to treat you. Mrs. Selina was unwilling. Giuseppe, I remember what I said. I don't need treatment. Giuseppe said anxiously. This time is different. Ivan is not only a powerful pharmacist, but also a mid-level knight and wizard apprentice. He has more powerful means. Mom, just take it as my plea to you. Let him take a look, just one look. Seeing that her daughter was holding her arm and refused to let go, and she looked like she would not give up until she agreed, Selina reluctantly agreed. The black veil was untied, revealing a face with many deep claw marks. The reddish-brown claw marks crisscrossed and spread all the way to the neck. Due to the influence of unknown toxins, the claw marks healed poorly, leaving obvious grooves and swelling on both sides. This was the injury caused 10 months ago. Lady Selina had suffered a lot for it. Ivan frowned slightly and seemed to be stumped. After waiting for a while, Giuseppe couldn't help asking, How is it? Ivan looked at the two of them separately and said, Can I talk to Lady Selina alone? I need to ask some questions that will make you sad. Hearing this, Giuseppe couldn't suppress her emotions, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes. At Ivan's request, Giuseppe returned to the first floor. Chapter 87. There were 2 people left in the hall on the second floor of the small building, and no one spoke for a while. Selina didn't like being stared at like this, especially since this person was her daughter's fiancé. What do you want to ask? Ivan asked an irrelevant question. Aren't you worried that Joshua will be bullied in Sangha after I leave? Selina chuckled and said, she wrote about the situation in Sangha territory in her letter. I believe no one will bully her. Ivan stared at her and said, Is it because it's dangerous to stay in Graydon Manor? What? You can hide your injury from Joshua, but not from me. The wound should be poisoned more than once. Did someone treat you, and the poison weasel appeared again? Then the injury that had just improved worsened. You were afraid that Joshua would be in danger, so you chose to hide it from everyone. Ignoring Selina's shocked and angry eyes, Ivan expressed his guess. The moment he saw the wound, he could conclude that Old Or could cure Selina's injury. This was what made him frown and wonder. If Old Or could cure it, why didn't he treat it? Based on his understanding of Old Or, he probably feared trouble, and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. He observed the wound more carefully, and found some clues. It turned out that the wound was poisoned more than once, but Lady Selina didn't tell Justy about this, and probably didn't tell Baron Grattan, so he couldn't help but have some guesses, probably about the fight between the mistresses of the manor. Lady Selina interrupted him. Please stop talking, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You go out, I won't treat you anymore. Ivan stopped talking as he was told, but he didn't mean to get up and leave. Mrs. Selina stared at him, sighed dejectedly, and begged, Mr. Ivan, I hope you can pretend that nothing happened. Please don't tell anyone. Ivan shook his head. I don't agree with your approach. I prefer to kill the danger instead of keeping it, and letting Giuseppe encounter the same danger again at any time. You should know that not everyone will appear in time every time. To put it bluntly, I have the ability to deal with this disaster, and I must deal with this hidden danger. His final decisive words, combined with what Giuseppe said before, can't help but make people believe it. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Lady Selina requested again, in any case, I hope this incident will not affect the reputation of Gladden Manor. This is my plea as Giuseppe's mother. Ivan looked at her in surprise. He really didn't expect her to make such a request. You know, the Baron replaced Lady Gladden not long after she was disfigured. Shouldn't she be full of resentment and want revenge? This lady's idea overturned his previous concept. Lady Selina looked at him without giving in, showing her attitude and persistence. "I think about it. Mr. Ivan, please don't tell Giuseppe." Ivan nodded. Giuseppe was timid, and it was better not to tell her. However, he asked Lady Selina a few questions about Graydon Manor, and Lady Selina told him the truth. "Then, let's call Giuseppe up and start the treatment. Can it really be cured?" "You can try. It may not be a very difficult question." Giuseppe waited anxiously for a long time. When she returned to the second-floor hall and heard that Ivan was sure of the treatment, her tears could not stop flowing. In fact, spiritual power can not only pull out impurities in medicinal materials, but also remove certain toxins in the human body. Plant energy particles contain vitality, and water energy particles can nourish the skin, which is what old or does not have. After Ivan's initial treatment, Mrs. Selina's face has improved significantly, which makes both mother and daughter very excited, but it will take more treatments. Giosher wanted to stay, but Lady Selina didn't allow it. After coming out of the small building, the two left the Graydon Manor and returned to the original house of the Marichatton family. Late at night, a purple butterfly flew out from the backyard of the Marichatton family, followed by a black figure. The purple butterfly flew in front, and the black figure followed behind, heading to the north of the city together. The north of Fayuport is where the poor live, and it is also the most chaotic place in the city. It is indeed a good choice to keep poisonous beasts in such a place. Ivan followed the purple butterfly, which used toxins as a medium for tracking. The toxins were stripped from Lady Selina's wounds. He did not expect to come to the north of the city, where he had never been before. The purple butterfly flapped its wings and flashed a distance. He followed it, but no sound was made. After passing many streets and alleys, he came to a small house in the alley. A man and a butterfly easily crossed the wall and fell into the small yard. The purple butterfly turned into a stream of light and escaped into the house. He sensed the target. "Go ahead," Ivan muttered, and without any other movement, several moths transformed by Zun-Yukin flew out of his body. After receiving the order, Zun-Yukin slipped into the house from the gap under the eaves. After a few seconds, two wailing sounds came from the house, and then the sound stopped abruptly. "Who, what, ah?" The movement attracted the attention of the people in the house, and the questioning voice was obviously terrified. The fire in the house was lit, and then extinguished, and there was also the man's cry of pain. Ivan walked forward, his hand paused in front of the door, and his mental power probed in. The internal bolt seemed to open automatically, and he pushed the door open and entered the house. There was only a thin middle-aged man, with a goatee on his chin in the room. The middle-aged man had fallen to the ground injured, looking up at the person who pushed the door in with horror. Everything that had just happened was beyond his expectations. There was a cage in the corner of the room, and a skunk-like creature was lying in it without a breath. Ivan noticed that there was a tuft of purple hair between the creature's eyebrows, which should be the culprit who scratched Lady Selina. "Sir, please don't kill me. I am willing to work for you. I have a few questions. Please tell me, I will tell you everything. Are you the only one at home?" "There is no one else at home." Ivan wanted to use some tricks, but the man was frightened by the attack of the swift woodworm and answered whatever he asked, saving him a lot of effort. The information he got from the middle-aged man was exactly what he guessed. After a while, he left the quiet little house, left the north of the city, and went to the west of the city. At the Marichatton house, Justy waited for a long time before Ivan came back. "Have you dealt with it? Have you dealt with it?" Evan nodded. Justy thought he was dealing with his old grudge, but she didn't know it was Justy's own. The next day, Lady Selina came to the Marichatton family. She needed to start the second treatment. When she saw Evan again, her expression was a little complicated, because Lady Nancy died last night. "The thing that hurt you is dead. Thank you." Lady Selina came and went in a hurry. Before leaving, she made a request to the two of them, asking Evan and Justy to keep it a secret for her and not tell anyone about her recovery, including her husband, Baron Gladden. Justy thought she was going to give others a surprise, and made a promise with words. Evan didn't want to get involved in the Gladden family's affairs anymore, so he didn't refuse her request. Chapter 88. Time passed day by day. At the Flying Fish port, the wizard ship that had been docked for a month will leave the port today. Outside the dock, Giuseppe and Lady Selina came to see Ivan off. Lady Selina has almost recovered now, and only needs a period of recuperation, but she still wears a black veil. Giuseppe said seriously, "You gave me and my mother a new life. Whether you come back or not, I will wait for you in Sangu, always." Ivan's eyes flickered. He looked at the girl in front of him and said, Well, I will remember that there is a girl named Gisidi waiting for me in Sangu. When their eyes met, he could see the unshed tears in the girl's eyes. He gestured to Lady Selena beside him, turned around and walked towards the inside of the dock, and did not look back until he boarded the wizard ship. It would be wrong for him to say that he had no feelings for his fiancée, Gisidi. He probably didn't believe how deep his feelings were, but he had done everything he could for Gisidi now. Taught her to refine medicine, stripped away some of the power of the curse, left a spell book on insect control and tracking, left messages on with silkworms and cold water midges, taught her the eye of the bat, etc. As for the future, Ivan couldn't guarantee anything. He didn't even know where the Wizard Academy was, nor what was waiting for him. What are you thinking about? It's a happy thing to be entering a resource-rich wizard gathering place. He was on a wizard ship larger than the Lar, and it was pulled by a giant whale. As for the Lar, he didn't know where the wizard Bernardson had arranged it to go. He turned around and took a look, and the entire flying fish harbor was in full view. His eyes paused at a familiar wall, and he saw a familiar figure, Donnie, who loved to share news in the Sword Hall. Perhaps he noticed that someone on the boat was looking, and Donnie hurriedly jumped off the wall and disappeared. 2 days ago, Ivan actually went to the Sword Hall, but he didn't see Donnie. He asked Instructor Quincy to give Donnie a box with 3 blue potions in it. It seems that Donnie received it. I hope this friend can go further, and further on the road of knighthood. Ivan retracted his gaze, and he glanced at the second floor, not bothering the wizard upstairs. He arrived early, and did not see other apprentices. There were guards on the ship, and he could feel that these guards were quite powerful, probably all knight level. After asking, the guard took him to a small room on the first floor of the deck on the outside. The room was fully equipped with bedding and other things, just like a small dormitory. It seemed that this trip was not short. Ivan's luggage was only a large suitcase. The mulberry wood box was actually solid, and it contained nearly 300 swiftwood silkworms. Except for the 20 left for Gisidi for self-defense, he brought all the other swiftwood silkworms, and 2/3 of them had not signed the contract. According to his estimation, the strength of an adult swiftwood silkworm is just as strong as that of a quasi-knight. When there are 30 or 40 of them in a group, the knight needs to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The appearance of the swiftwood silkworm made up for his shortcomings in attack spells. Strength, 3.6, Agility, 5.0, Constitution, 5.0, Spirit, 3.9. In the last 10 days, he devoted himself to practicing the Bad Eye breathing method, and used a set of breathing secret medicines and the nutritional potions brought back from the island, which greatly improved his fighting spirit, with the most obvious improvement in agility attribute, which increased by 1.5 scales. Strength 0.3 scale, Physique 0.3 scale. At the same time, he outlined the 13th meditation rune, and his mental strength increased by 0.3 scale. One advantage of strong mental strength is that you can control various powers with ease, including the newly increased strength and fighting spirit. In addition to the 4th level of night breathing, his understanding and control of fighting spirit far exceeds that of ordinary knights. After the amount of fighting spirit reached the current level, he easily figured out the means of high-level knights, and manipulated the fighting spirit to wrap around the weapon. Ivan stared at the light film in his vision, constantly summarizing his recent gains and losses, until the door was knocked, and it was Perny standing outside. "Come in." "Ivan, I will not go to the Mona Ant Land hut this time." The first sentence she said when she entered the room made Ivan confused. "What does this mean? Can I transfer to another school?" Ivan was surprised and said, "Wizard Bernardson will agree?" Perny said, "Strictly speaking, we haven't really joined the Mona Ant Land hut yet. After Wizard Anger persuaded him, Wizard Bernardson has agreed. It seems that the Hobson family has a special relationship with Wizard Anger. Ivan has no right to say anything about her choice. Who doesn't want to have someone to take care of them when they go to the Wizard Academy?" Perny then said a little embarrassedly, "Wizard Anger said that Toynes is a member of the hunting team of the Mona Ant Land hut. His previous behavior has cost the hunting team a lot, and even the Lar is one of the costs. The people in the hunting team have bad tempers. As Toynes' disciple, you will definitely be targeted and made difficult when you go to the Mona Ant Land hut. You must be careful." Ivan was stunned. "No way, we are all victims?" As one of the victims, he didn't ask anyone for compensation, but now he has to take the blame for Toynes. Is there any place in this world where reason is respected, and is there still law? Yes, there is probably no law in the wizard gathering place, and everything is decided by the wizards. The hunting team suffered losses because of Toynes, so they naturally dislike Toynes students. This is simply an unprovoked disaster. Penny said, "We are indeed Toyn's disciples, the only remaining disciples, so after you go to the Mona Ant Farm hut, it's best not to join the hunting team. Stay quiet for a while, and wait until the incident has passed." Ivan nodded with a heavy heart. No wonder Penny didn't see him at Flying Fish Harbor before. It turns out that he has a new place to go. It must be kept secret to avoid suspicion. Penny has connections, but he has no choice. When he thought about being affected by Toyn's notoriety, he felt bad. "Which academy will you go to?" "Leah Singer Sanctuary, which is the academy where the wizard Anger is." Penny did not hide it and added, "This academy is proficient in the power of curses. You know, our problems will be solved sooner or later." "You're right. Congratulations, and thank you for your reminder." Evan had wanted to talk to Perny about transferring the curse, and then trade at school. Now Perny has a better choice, so he wisely didn't mention it. Even if he did, the other party might not believe it. The two exchanged the secret seal again, indicating that they would contact each other more often if they had the chance. When Perny was about to leave, there was a loud noise outside. Outside the door, the two saw a dozen boys and girls, who should be the new apprentices recruited this time. Judging from their attire, they were from either rich or noble families. Seeing the apprentice robes on the two, the young men were in awe and expectation, and many of them paid respect and greetings to the two. Ivan saw a familiar figure, the senior sister of Kasha Sword Art Hall, Meili Kasha, who did not go when Toyns recruited apprentices twice, but now she is on the ship to the Wizard Academy. Ivan nodded to her. At this time, a guard came over and told Ivan and Penny that the wizard wanted to see them, and asked them to go to the second floor. Chapter 89. The two did not dare to neglect and hurriedly went up to the second floor. Wizard Ong was standing behind the guardrail waiting for them. "Wanan, Wizard Ong." Ong nodded slightly. "This voyage will last for half a month. Both of you are second-class apprentices. I will leave the task of maintaining order in dormitory number 1 to you two. Are you willing?" "I will follow your instructions." The two nodded without agreement. They could not refuse the face of a wizard for such a small matter. Wizard Ong continued, "You will not work for nothing. This is your reward. The rune used once can temporarily enchant the weapon once. The disadvantage is that it will cause certain damage to the weapon." He had 2 pieces of animal skin in his hand, on which were engraved complex rune patterns, and handed them to the 2 people respectively. Both of them got the wind-cutting rune, which only needed to be activated with spiritual power when used. When the rune was slapped on the long sword, it could enchant the long sword once, and last for 5 minutes. This was undoubtedly a good thing for fighting. After listening to the instructions of the wizard Anger, the two happily returned to the first floor. "How much is it worth?" "How do I know?" "It should be no less than 5 low-grade magic stones." In response to Ivan's inquiry, Perny gave a rough price. The two found the captain of the ship's guard, Caleb, and asked him carefully about the matters that needed to be paid attention to on the ship, so that they could set rules for the newcomers. "If you have any questions, just come to me, Caleb, and I will do my best to help." Captain Caleb was a burly middle-aged man, with a face full of fat, looking fierce, but he seemed very cheerful and kind when talking to the two. "Then, I will have to trouble Captain Caleb in the future." Ivan could sense that the captain had a lot of power in his body. He should be a great knight. This was the first great knight he had met. Then, the two came to the dormitory area and gathered the newcomers in the dormitory. Unlike the single dormitory for 2 people, the newcomers lived in a crowded 3-person room. After hearing the call, they stood at the door one by one to see what they were going to say. Perny stepped forward and said a few rules. Ivan added a few words, which were nothing more than asking the newcomers to behave themselves and not to cause any conflicts on the ship, otherwise it would be bad to disturb the wizards above. "I know you, Evan Marichaddon. You got a baronship with the help of Earl Hobson, and were granted a title in a rural area called Sangu. You haven't received the Grand Duke's scroll yet, right? I thought it was a routine announcement of precautions on the ship, and everyone was happy. I didn't expect that there would be a kind person who would jump out. Isn't this a chance for him to establish his authority?" Evan glanced at Perny and saw that she was indifferent. It should not be her arrangement. "I am indeed Evan Marichaddon." "Who are you?" Ed straightened up and said, "Ed Kasha, my ancestor is the Marquis of Jutau." Ivan understood. Coming from a Marquis family, no wonder he likes to look down on people. "I heard that the Marquis of Jutau has 24 sons. I wonder how many grandchildren he has. What 10th place are you in?" When this was said, many people smiled secretly. The Marquis of Jutau has so many sons, and it is estimated that his grandchildren will be several times as many. With so many children and grandchildren, it is hard to say how high Ed's status is. 50th. This is not the business of a country baron like you." Ed's face sank. He understood what the other party meant, and snorted coldly. Let me introduce you to Prince Conley Raglan, the son of the Grand Duke of Chiangmai. Why don't you come over to greet him?" Conley was his roommate. Everyone's eyes fell on Conley. They didn't expect that one of them was the Prince of the Duchy of Chiangmai. This status was completely different from the grandson of the Marquis Jutao. Conley's face twitched, and he stood up quickly. "Everyone, when you board the ship, you should forget your past noble status and start anew. Now we are just wizard apprentices. Maybe we will have the opportunity to enter the same wizard academy. We will be brothers and sisters in the future. We should not be bound by the past etiquette. You can call me Conley in the future. Ivan, Perny, nice to meet you." His words brought everyone closer together, and people secretly admired the prince's humility. Ivan and Perny responded. "Mr. Ed, do you have any questions?" Ivan waved his hand casually, and a green vine emerged, then floated to Ed's side. "No more, Mr. Ivan." Seeing that the vine seemed to be tied up at the slightest disagreement, Ed's heart shuddered, and he dared not say anything else. Seeing this scene, many people had strange thoughts in their hearts. It seemed that the news from Flying Fishport was true. The Lord of Sangha really used magic to capture a sea beast that was causing trouble at the dock. Thinking that the Lord had only been training for 2 months at that time, it made people feel unreal. Perhaps he had outstanding talents in some aspects, Prince Conley thought. Well, everyone go back and rest in peace. Ivan dispersed the vines and announced the end of this conversation. The newcomers returned to their dormitories. Perny said, "If he dares to say that to me, I will freeze him with frost and let him deeply understand the power of wizard apprentices." Ivan was too lazy to pay attention to this, and didn't know who was watching the fun just now. The rooms of the two were both on the outside, with doors facing each other and a walkway in between. This wizard ship was more than twice as fast as the Lar, and sailing on the sea really felt like flying on the waves. After setting off, the Flying Fishport was left behind early. The wizard ship did not go far away from the land, but went around for a distance to another port. The Flying Fishport was located on the Bold Continent, which can also be called the Tidal Island. As the origin of mankind, there are 4 countries on the land, namely, the Principality of Chiangmai, the Kingdom of Wind, the Principality of Rock Wolf, and the Principality of Waves. It is said that before wizards dominated the human kingdom, there was only one powerful night country on this land, the Tide Empire. Today's 4 countries were split from the Tide Empire. There are so many people. The 4th stop of the wizard ship, the southern port of the wind-blowing kingdom, Ivan and Perny watched on the deck, watching the newcomers, who were about to board the ship at the dock. There were nearly 60 people. Perny understood this quite well. Look at the Marquis of Jutao, and you will know that this is the way of survival for the nobles. The rights of the nobles are closely related to wizards. Among the descendants of the nobles, the probability of having good wizard qualifications is still not high, and the probability is not enough to make up the number, so most nobles will have as many children as possible and send their descendants with good qualifications to the Wizard Academy. The Marquis of Jutao is just one of the best. Except for Flying Fish Harbor, every station has a wizard apprentice from the academy to serve as a sentinel, and the current port of the Kingdom of Wind Blow is no exception. A person from the hut of Mona Ant Land has a logo on his apprentice robe. After a while, the two met this apprentice named Cody. There were too many people coming up this time, and the dormitories were not enough. There were only 19 people in Chiangmai Principality in total, so Cody found 2 people to negotiate the dormitory. Soon, the 3-person room for the newcomers was changed to a 5-person room, and the vacant rooms and the original empty rooms were given to the newcomers of the Kingdom of Wind Blow. Conley and the others were not happy, but there was nothing they could do unless someone was willing to go to the cabin below the deck. As he had said before, noble status was worthless here, and no matter if he was a prince or a grandson of a marquis, he was just a preparatory apprentice. Coming out of the southern port, the wizard ship left the tidal island and headed towards a distant unknown land. Chapter 90. Sailing on the sea. The first 1 or 2 days will feel very fresh. The sky is very blue, and the sea is very blue. But on the 3rd day, it will be a bit boring. The view is nothing but the blue sky and the sea. The scenery is almost unchanged. At night, there is always darkness that can swallow the light, as if something will jump out of it in the next second. Guard the deck, kill them! Soon after nightfall on the 10th day, strong winds and huge waves surrounded the wizard ship, causing the ship to bump up and down constantly, and also brought some uninvited guests. Hearing the increasing noise outside, Ivan and Perny opened the door one after another. They looked at each other and decided to go out to take a look. After all, They were now considered guards on the ship. Raindrops were floating in the sky, and the deck was wet. "Captain Caleb, what's the situation?" The two came to the front deck of the ship. Caleb was leading other guards to clean up the creatures that were swept onto the ship by the strong wind. These small creatures from the ocean were all magical, such as the increasing number of fluorescent jellyfish that were climbing up from the side of the ship. Caleb is indeed a great knight. His fighting spirit is not pure black, but has a faint yellow halo, which is the fighting spirit characteristic of great knights. Ivan also saw him use fighting spirit to slash, and the slash broke through the air at high speed to kill the fluorescent jellyfish that just appeared. The power is no less than that of a 0-level spell. In fact, the damage Ivan himself caused with his long sword was not less than the maximum scale of the vine entanglement effect, and even exceeded it by a lot. The shortcomings are the damage distance and flexibility. The flexibility and diversity of spells are far beyond the fighting spirit. Caleb turned his head and signaled, then looked forward. "It's okay, these little things can't do anything to us. This is how it is when sailing on the sea. If you are not careful, some strange creatures will climb onto the deck. The closer you are to the Moon Clamp Peninsula, the more so. You have to be more careful." "Understood, I will help you." Ivan wanted to see the difference between the creatures here, so he came forward with the quill and sword and cleaned up the fluorescent jellyfish with the guards. Similar to the cloud servants on Lar Island, the long sword was like cutting gel. He was moved. After the death of the cloud servant, a stone-like core would be left behind. That thing should be the elemental stone that is used as currency like the magic stone. When he tested the recipe of the Shuimu silkworm before, the silkworm queen was somewhat interested in the stone, but not as enthusiastic as the mulberry wood. He killed several of them in a row, but he was disappointed that there was no elemental stone in the fluorescent jellyfish. "Well, Mr. Ivan's strength is really good." Gale's eyes lit up. He saw the fighting spirit wrapped around quill and sword. At such a young age, he is already a high-level knight, which cannot help but be praised. Not as good as the great knight Caleb. Haha, this is different. While the two were talking, something jumped onto the deck. Looking closely, it was a toad with bumps on its back, lying on the deck like a wooden block. Caleb reminded, "Be careful, this is an acid-jumping frog. It can flick its long tongue and spit acid." He was covered with a layer of fighting spirit to form the fighting spirit leather armor. Seeing this, Ivan also covered himself with fighting spirit, like a layer of black gauze. Frost and cold air. Penny cast a spell, and landed on the deck. The frost and cold air turned into multiple clusters, spreading along the deck and accurately landing on the acid-jumping frogs that jumped onto the deck. The acid-jumping frogs immediately had a layer of ice on their bodies, freezing them in place. Even the long tongues that had just popped out were no exception. Others took the opportunity to step forward and kill the acid frogs one by one. Good spell. Caleb still praised it. The spell was indeed cast just right. Purdy glanced at someone with pride, as if to say that it was not reasonable for a wizard apprentice to only use fighting spirit. Ivan smiled indifferently. Compared with spells, fighting spirit is undoubtedly more durable, unless he uses the swift with silkworm to fight. As time went by, the strong wind showed no sign of weakening. Various small marine creatures fell onto the deck, such as the clam shells that emitted phantom smoke when they hit the deck. They saw the diversity of sea beasts, and how difficult they were to deal with. The pressure of the battle gradually increased. Secondary tornado. At this time, Cody, who had been watching from the side for a long time, shouted in a low voice, and the sound was clearly heard by everyone. After the voice fell, two small waterspouts fell on the deck, quickly pulling the surrounding water vapor to grow larger, and gradually turned into a floor high. The waterspouts rotated and cruised on the deck, lightly avoiding people and rolling up the sea beasts, from the front of the ship to the sides, from the sides to the stern, then to the side of the ship, and finally back to the bow. All the sea beasts that were touched were rolled up, and then thrown back into the ocean one by one. For a time, the sea beasts on the deck and the hull were swept away. Seeing this scene, everyone present was full of admiration and awe. Is this a third-class apprentice? This powerful spell can really be regarded as a wizard's method. Ivan was also stunned by this move. This kind of spell that can sweep everything at will is what he pursues, which is far beyond the knight's method. He has more expectations for the wizard academy he is about to go to. With the addition of Cody's several third-class apprentices, the pressure on the escort ship was greatly reduced. After a long time, the strong wind stopped and everything returned to calm. After this battle together, Ivan and Caleb became closer and could sit together to drink some wine. Once again, Caleb came to the table and said, "Ask whatever you want to ask." I will definitely tell you what I can tell you. Don't expect me to know much about the Wizard Academy. Ivan smiled embarrassedly. Where is Captain Caleb from? Caleb said, I'm from the Moon Clamp Peninsula. It's very large, probably 20 to 30 times larger than Tidal Island. In addition to the Wizard Academy, there are more human kingdoms, and there are countless people like me. Ivan suddenly realized that wizards had opened up a vast human settlement. In this case, Tidal Island, apart from its special title of the origin of mankind, is probably just a remote island in the eyes of wizards. No wonder there are so few wizards. Are the people of Moonclaw Peninsula strong? How is that possible? Ordinary people are ordinary people wherever they go, just like the civilians in your place. Besides, I am different from you. I have undergone a wizard's blood transformation, and then I broke through to become a great knight. Caleb did not hide his identity. He was a knight who had surrendered to the wizard, which was equivalent to a follower of the wizard. When he was talking excitedly, he also talked about his fighting spirit characteristics, which were just ordinary strength and endurance. As far as Ivan knew, the fighting spirit characteristics of great knights usually only had one, and he had reason to suspect that Caleb was showing off. From Caleb, he had a preliminary understanding of the destination he was about to go to, the Moon Clamp Peninsula, where there were many other intelligent races besides humans. On the morning of the 15th day, a long and melodious howl suddenly sounded, waking up the people who were still sleeping. On the sea's surface some distance away from the wizard's ship, a shadow, like an island, rose from the sea water, and soon revealed most of its body, followed by several smaller figures floating on the surface, clustered around. What a big whale! Ivan and Penny walked out of the room almost at the same time, and saw the giant whale in the middle with a body as big as a mountain. Its huge body was amazing. He immediately thought of the whale on the camel ship, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. That was a whale enslaved by the wizard. It wouldn't come to settle the score.